This is the story of a boy named Davin. And the day he was born, his father exclaims a disgusting thing has been born by looking at him. His misfortune was being born on the same day and time as Kajin, a child blessed with the sword god Keshak, born with a blessed body and talent. Davin's mother wishes he would be Kajin, and soon after, he finds out why his mother and father were so disappointed in him because he didn't have a right arm. Every night, his mother whispered to him and asked him to die, but he didn't want to die. He remembers what his father said when he was in her stomach, that their child was their hope because he would beat his uncle and be better than his cousin. His father hoped for him to beat Kajin, but he was born one-handed and without God's blessing, a disgrace that stomped on his parents' hopes just by being born. The time passed, and Kajin started walking while his mother wondered why her child was so slow. After that, when he barely managed to get up and take a step, Kajin already held a blade, and his mother wasn't happy either. When he first held a blade, she told him that Kajin had already experienced mana and had started training in the Samian swordsmanship. At some point, Kajin became a subject of adoration and envy to him, and when he was 7, he was sent to be one of Kajin's attendants. Externally, he was known as someone who was sent as a helping friend to support and help Kajin as a cousin. But the truth was that his parents had sold him for 3,000 luden. But Kajin was like a monster, and he tied him to a tree to beat him up. He didn't like him from the start, and he became the one who would take his anger out on him. He had to hold back his tears, not because he was hurt, but because it was hard to endure the fact that the many adults who passed his turned a blind eye to this situation. His uncle was known as an incredible man, but he left the family a long time ago and never returned. Because of that, there was no one to control Kajin, so he grew like a headsman, and his superior talent and the blessing of the sword god became like poison to him. As time passes, Davin gets jealous of his strength and talent and wants to be strong like him. He tries to fight him, but he is too weak for this, and Kajin humiliates him, saying he is a loser with no arm. He asks him to go ahead and try to beat him up, and Davin is desperate to win against him, but his dreams are not achievable with just hard work. Kajin got lazy in his training as he grew up, indulging in alcohol, girls, and drugs. But Davil still couldn't beat him. He was a lazy genius, and Davin was a hard-working idiot, and he thought that their position wouldn't remain the same forever. Finally, the day arrives when he is finally able to defeat Kajin, and everyone is shocked to see that one-handed Davin beats Storm Sword Kajin. Until now, his official record with Kajin was 21 matches and 21 losses, but at 29 years old, he finally beat Kajin. In unofficial matches, he lost countless times, and people told him to give up every time he lost. They made fun of him for being a talentless idiot, wasting his time, but he still won, and Kajin is furious, seeing that he lost to a loser like him. Davin says he wouldn't live like him if he was him and wouldn't have wasted his life with alcohol, girls, and drugs. He would have lived a more meaningful life instead of stepping on the weak, and he is about to leave the training ground happily. But Kajin rushes toward him and stabs his sword in his chest, and it looks like he won't be able to live now. The famous Sword Sun, which only the direct line of the Samian family uses, also contains the mana of the Samian family. Anti-demon mana. Unless the miracle Saint Raylia appears, he has no way to live. He says to Kajin that he will be remembered as a loser and becomes unconscious, and when he wakes up, he finds himself in prison. A guard appears before him and informs him that the miracle Saint Rayla was present at the arena, and she healed the filthy man like him. He finds out that is the way he lives, but he feels his entire body is broken, and all he can do is breathe. The guard asks him if he has signed a contract with the devil, since the only way for a loser like him to beat Kajin is by signing a contract with the devil. His parents admitted to it, too, so there is no use in denying it, and he also accused him of sacrificing bottles with his blood for the contract, which has been found at his family's house as well. He calls him a devil who sacrificed 300 innocent children to get stronger, and the young Master Kajin stabbed him to protect the honor of the Samian family, and Davin realizes that his family chose Kajin over him. Davin has stained the family's honor, so he will have all his mana sealed and will serve a life sentence and suffer for eternity. After that, the tendons in his arms and legs were cut, and his mana was sealed through mana layers of chains and thrown in prison. A few days later, Kajin comes to see him and tells him that he has become a sword emperor, and people praise him for being a hardworking genius. After Kajin humiliated him and left, the amount of food that was supplied to him lowered by a lot, and he faced starvation in prison. He always wanted to die with honor and thinks he should have died at the arena. He reaches his deathbed and thinks if he weren't one-armed, he wouldn't have lived a miserable life. If he had been from the direct line and had the blessing of the sword god Keshak, his life would have been different. He doesn't want to die, but there is no hope left for him, and after spending a miserable life, he finally dies. He wakes up when a man is shouting at him and asks him how he dares to ignore the family's adult and calls him Vincent. He grabs him by his right arm, and Davin is shocked at how he can feel pain in his right side. And first, he thinks this is a dream. This person is an adult from one of the branch families, but he wonders how he knows this man. He remembers he just called him Vincent, Adinkaga's 7th son, but still, this dream isn't all that bad. The air feels fresh, and it doesn't feel as gross and musky as in the underground prison. And this is a dream where he has a right arm. He wonders if this gift is given to him right before he dies. Meanwhile, the man again shouts at him and asks how long he plans on ignoring him and is trying to inflict pain on him with Mama. He knows the method to block this kind of attack simply to separate himself from his opponent physically. He pushes him back, and he falls to the ground at a certain distance, and he unintentionally apologizes for his act. The man shouts at him, saying his son will crush him mercilessly, and this will be the first time the branch family will crush the main family. Davin thinks this person is the same as his father since he has always wanted to win over his eldest brother. The moment he realized that dream was impossible, he began to project it onto him, his son, resulting in him being Ab's unfilial child. However, the man leaves, saying he will not forget his arrogance and rudeness, and asks him to wait for the day of the assembly of true swords. When he leaves, he sits on a chair to relax and thinks if this is a dream, he should have woken up by now. Some other memories are starting to come back to him now that his mother passed away after giving birth to him. His father didn't care for him, and all the other children treated him as a scapegoat. Of the 8 children of the famous sword family of Adinka, he, Vincent, is the 7th. He was such a coward that he would shrivel up and cry in his room after being slapped by the youngest in the family, Loa. He was an ugly duckling, abandoned by the others in the main family of Adinka. He is someone to be preyed on by the branch families that want to surpass the main family. The one-armed Davin of the Samian family has become the useless Vincent of the Adinka family, and he discovers he is being reincarnated. He finds Vincent's diary filled with disappointment, and he writes that all of his kin from the branch families are searching for every opportunity to stomp over him. His maids and attendants all ignore him, and Davin observes that the diary is full of him just belittling himself, and it seems like his self-esteem fell as low as it could get and he had given up on everything. He thinks it looks like God has answered their prayers because he always wanted to live in his last moment, and Vincent always wanted to die. Suddenly, he hears a voice in the room, and it asks him if he is going to believe something that absurd. He wonders if the demon is trying to deceive him because his reincarnation was never meant to happen. The voice tells him that he is the original owner of that body, and he has willingly given over his body to him and asks him to call him Julian. Davin is shocked to see him and asks him if he hasn't died. He replies that this happens because of revelation, since he has heard that people blessed from birth can sometimes hear revelations, and Davin is shocked because he is a god. However, he is a minor god and originally intended to call forth a spirit god, but he crawled in instead. If he wants to become a true god rather than a minor god, then he will need to attain numerous achievements, and they call that a calling, and if he completes his calling, he will be able to become a true god. Davin exclaims he understands his circumstances, but he has no interest in his achievements, and if everything is as he has said, then he has gained a new life. He will be busy living, so he won't have the leisure to listen to some ghost's wishes. Vincent says his spiritual energy is deficient, and if disappears entirely, then his body will die, and Davin asks him if he is threatening him. He states this body is way too healthy for an early death, but Vincent uses some kind of magic and makes him fall to the ground. He exclaims he will now show him his real memories from now on, and Davin feels something inserted in his body. He remembers people kicking him badly and beating him, saying he hadn't fallen in despair while playing the part of a coward. He was laying out the groundwork for his revenge, and Davin is shocked that these are the thoughts of a 13-year-old. Vincent revealing that he had to escape his family's surveillance because the subjects he wanted to study were considered apostle level. He asks Davin to listen to him because this wouldn't be so disadvantageous to him either. Davin is shocked when he asks whether he knows about the archdemon Davin and the hero, King Kajin. He hurriedly gets up and shouts at him since he called him archdemon and calls Kajin a hero king. He tells him that happened 500 years ago. A one-armed swordsman, Davin, escaped from Samian's prison. While using a contract with a demon, he devoured thousands of lives to become stronger. It is said that he's killed more than 10,000 people. That's why he is recorded in history as a great demon. Davin is shocked and wonders if he has come 500 years into the future, but how people can learn about Davin and Kajin. He is certain he died 500 years ago in prison, so how can he say that he escaped the prison? The Samian family abandoned the one-armed man and chose the storm sword, and he died alone in prison. The Sword Storm then became the Sword Emperor, but to fabricate history and talk about the great demon and hero king, they made up some terrible stories. Vincent tells him that the hero king, Kajin, was a friend who really loved the great demon, Davin, but he shouts at him and asks him to shut up. Vincent is surprised and asks why he is angry about this discussion, and he tells him that the history is all fabricated. Vincent asks him if he is someone from that era and starts teasing him, calling him an old man from 500 years ago. In any case, history is just a combination of stories left behind by the victors, and Davin wonders what the world has become for a 13-year-old to speak like that. However, he asks him to continue the story, and Vincent reveals that the hero king swallowed his tears and worked with the greatest hero of that time, his best friend, the Sun Sword Emperor, to defeat the great demon, Davin. He asks him about the Sun Sword Emperor because he has never heard of him before, and Vincent tells him that he is the ancestor of the Adinka family. Davin remembers about him and wonders how he can become the first patriarch of the Adinka family. In the past, he came to him and introduced himself as Arslan and said he liked him a lot and wanted to be like him when he grew up. Even though it was when Arslan was young, he was a friend and disciple he taught, and he also visited him a few times when he was imprisoned. He trusted him that he never committed any crimes, but the authority would never win against the truth, and he promised him that he would recover his honor for him. After Arslan said that, he never came by to visit again, and Vincent told him that he was the first patriarch of the Adinka family and left with them, and his first achievement was to surpass the Samian family. Davin wonders if this is a coincidence since Arslan said he would uncover the truth, and he was someone who knew about how he was wronged. He abandoned the Falker family and created the Adinka family for the sake of facing the truth. Advance is a new family created for the sake of recovering Davin's honor, and this is probably his fate that he was born into this family. He asks Vincent if his calling is to fulfill Arslan's mission, and if that happens, he can become the true owner of this body. It's a deal that benefits both of them, and Davin thinks he will inherit the mission that Arslan has left behind. He will surpass and climb over the family that betrayed him by becoming a part of this family. After some time, he gets out of the room, and Vincent calls him an old man and asks where he is going while he asks him to stop calling him an old man. Vincent exclaims if he is from 500 years ago, then he is definitely an old man. Suddenly, they hear an announcement regarding the starting of a spar, and Davin wonders what kind of martial arts people of this era use. Moreover, he wants to know how much stronger Kajin's descendants have gotten, but he feels his body so much heavier that he collapses. Vincent's body is totally trash for him, and it collapses quickly. It is in such a terrible state that if he doesn't use mana to control it, it won't be able to live an everyday life. Suddenly, he remembers something and asks Vincent hurriedly, and when he comes, he asks him why he never learned any kind of swordsmanship. He reveals that he has a disability that didn't allow him to learn it, but Davin tells him that he is an exoskeleton, which means he can store mana everywhere in his body, and more accurately, he can store mana in his bones. Vincent doesn't explain anything that he just said, and he tells him that a martial artist needs to use mana to possess transcendent strength beyond an average human's. It is said that the mana that causes miracles is usually stored in the human's heart, but having the heavenly exoskeleton means that on top of his heart, he can also store it in his bones. Vincent is surprised to learn that he has incredible power, and Davin reveals that Kajin, the person they call the Hero King, also possesses the heavenly exoskeleton. Davin has been reincarnated with the countenance of Kajin, someone he has been envious of his entire life. But the world 500 years later is a stranger place than he had anticipated. Vincent tells him about imagery, an imaginary storage for their mana, and Davin is shocked to know that he doesn't store mana in the heart. He asks him how he meditates and tells him that the first Adinka had an excellent meditation method for storing mana in the heart. In his period, they stored mana in the imagery and called each one a star, and the number of the stars utilized represents the strength of the martial artist. Vincent states it has been a long time since they did away with the method of solid mana in the physical body, and there are also no records of this. Davin observes that an adult in the family creates at least one imagery link in imagery for the first time, and feeling mana is the requirement of a 1 star. Moreover, imagery was created to avoid the risks of storing mana within the heart. In the past, more than half of martial artists died storing mana in their hearts because it burst, which means it was a dangerous method. Vincent calls him from behind and asks if he is storing mana in his heart right now, and Davin exclaims he will have to risk this much if he wants to be known as a proper martial artist. Vincent says his order for collection mana is wrong and asks him if he doesn't know about the circuit formula, and Davin is surprised to know that there is a formula to mana's flow. Vincent states no one lets their mana flow everywhere like that, and there is indeed a formula to use mana efficiently. Davin tells him that they just did it by feeling back in his day, which means there must have been people who failed. Davin reveals that the magic power circuits of the people twisted and burst for about half, which means about half of the people lived at that time. Vincent forbids him to be so rash because it's not his body and asks him to treat his body like it's precious. And Davin asks him why he did this to his precious body. This body has a great countenance, and its heart and magic power circuit are strong, and he wouldn't have been successful if he had grown up with proper training in the Samian family. He tells Vincent that physiognomy is the structure needed to hold mana, but it also needs the mana, and his body is starving for it. If this goes on, Vincent's body will die, not having reached adulthood, and he starts training because there might be about 10 years left for this body. It's enough time for Storm Sword to become Sword Emperor, and for One Arm Davin to be forgotten by the world. After some time, someone knocks at his door and asks him what he is doing in there and also asks him to come outside, and he wonders who can be at this hour. A boy enters the room and asks him why he has created such a mess, while Davin asks him if he is his servant. He states that he is his servant and his name is Wilson, and Vincent told him about that he would slit the throat of 3 years later. He asks him to bring him some fresh clothes, and Wilson wonders why he looks stronger than usual. He asks him what he has done to create such a mess in the room or if he has done some weird experiment or something. He asks him multiple questions if he has gone insane from being ignored all the time and staying in his room, which means he must be learning some kind of black magic. Davin exclaims it's rare to see someone talk so formally while spouting the most impertinent stuff, and it's amusing that he keeps insisting on what his master has denied. He talks to him rudely and asks him to do what his master ordered him to do. But Wilson shouts at him instead and says he already told him that he hates doing things he doesn't feel like doing. Davin snatches his clothes and says if he doesn't want to do this, then he doesn't need it, and he is going to the Grand Chamberlain he spoke of to ask him to give him his clothes. He will also tell them that he comes there by himself because his servant, Wilson, doesn't want to work, and he agrees to take his clothes for washing and will do the cleaning, too. He thinks how cowardly and sensitive Vincent may be. A servant can't be so impudent and arrogant, and the family must have put him in that position on purpose. Davin says to Vincent that they probably want him to solve the issue of a defiant and rude servant, and show what Aninka's 7th young lord should be like. Vincent tells him about Wilson and that he used to be a gang member and killed countless people, too. But Davin says he is lying because he hasn't felt any energy from him. His eyes are too innocent, and he feels like he's a coward too, and Vincent asks him how he knows things like that so well. Davin replies he used to live such a life, and Vincent gets scared and wonders if he summons something scarier than a spirit king. The next day, Wilson brings the washed clothes he gave him yesterday, and asks him if he liked how he cleared his room. He requests him not to turn his room into a battlefield next time, and Davin can feel pride in his eyes that he wants him to crush him. Davin calls him and asks him to bring him a wooden sword that's around 1 meter long, and it will be good if its weight is around 500 grams, and it should be made of black scented wood. There should be tons of it in the family's storeroom, and Wilson asks him if he refuses to do it, and Davin replies if he doesn't do this, then he will have to go get it himself then. He asks him how he should answer the storeroom gatekeeper when he asks him why he is there in person. Wilson gets blackmailed and asks him to hold up and grabs him by his shoulder, but Davin turns back and makes him fall to the ground. He then apologizes to him, saying he has got some bad memories of being attacked from behind, and it will be great for him to keep this in his mind from now on. He is smiling, but in reality, his body's screaming in pain just from doing that much. Wilson is watching him furiously while he turns back and asks him if he has something to say. He then leaves him, saying he will bring a sword for him, and closes the door loudly, but then comes back and says the door closed loudly because of the wind, and he didn't do that on purpose. He is going back and thinks he mustn't lose to him anymore, and he will definitely show him why he is Wilson. He brings a sword for him, and Davin asks him if he knows that among the people he knows, there is a man who doesn't have a right arm. He states that the man didn't have his right arm, so he led a tough life, and his life faced a very terrible ending. However, Wilson offers him the sword and says he will take his leave. When he is left, Davin thinks he needs some proper training now and comes out of the room to train himself with the sword. He observes this heavenly exoskeleton boy is extremely weak, but to think he would be so tired after swinging the wooden sword just a few times, it feels like he still has a long way to go. However, the sensation is good, and it looks like he was born to be a martial artist. Suddenly, a boy appears there and cuts his training statue into 2 parts, and says the mana energy was so weak there that he didn't think anyone was using it. Davin asks him about who he is, and he tells his name, Ravan Adanka, and asks him if he is that useless Vinchin. He is a very collateral descendant, and Vinchin appears there to tell him that he is also one of the candidates who's predicted to win the Assembly of True Swords this time around. He also met his father previously, and Vinchin asks him to be careful since he is the rising star from collateral descendants who's the most skilled among the 13 years old in the Adanka family. Ravan figured if he won in the Assembly of True Swords, he would have to fight with him, so he came looking for him, and Davin was shocked to hear about the assembly. It's a competition that gathers numerous children of martial families that are connected to the Adanka family to fight with real swords. While there is no official age restriction, people usually participate in the assembly of authentic swords at the age of 14, and the winner is given the chance to fight with Adanka's family's direct descendant, who is around the same age. Davin thinks the direct descendant that would be fighting the Assembly of Actual Swords winner would be him, the useless Vinchin that's determined to be the weakest among the direct descendants. Ravan asks him if he will hide from him because he is too scared, while Davin exclaims how a martial artist can be sacred of swords. He asks him to speak to him politely because even provocations ought to have some level of dignity and class. He thinks one-armed Davin was respected both on the training ground and the sparring stage. Even Kajin respected him, and he asks Ravon if he should be embarrassed for not knowing his place. He talks about his father that he hadn't taught him manners, and Ravan gets angry about this and asks how he dares to insult his father. He has decided not to forgive him from the moment he decided to disrespect his father, and Vinchin calls him from behind and says Ravan is at the level of 2 stars, and he also possesses the attributes of a steelman. He needs to be careful because he's way stronger than he is, and Davin also knows that he will lose if they fight right now. It's obvious that he reeks of the sense of inferiority that he was raised with because they are collateral descendants, and Raven is using mana despite knowing that he is unable to control mana. His father doesn't act like an adult, and his son doesn't know the etiquette of being of a martial artist. He feels the mind of a martial artist has regressed comparable to that of one 500 years ago. He comes forward and keeps his sword on his neck, saying he still has a good sense of distance and someone like him would have gotten beaten up by the elders of a family. Raven is shocked at his confidence and thinks he doesn't have mana and is not even able to perform imagery, so how can he be so confident? He knows it for sure since he is facing his sword, and he has no way of winning him, but he is confused with the vibe he is getting from him. Davin exclaims he is stopping this because Raven has got scared just because of some wooden sword. He also threatens him, saying in the Assembly of True Swords, things won't end with just wooden swords. But Raven gets furious about this and jumps upon him to attack. Vikhan appears there and asks him to dodge the attack. But a knight appears there and asks Ravan to stop since he can't fight young lord there. If he wound him there, Vinchin would have an excuse to dodge a fight, and he must fight him at the Assembly of True Swords. Raven challenges him to meet at the Assembly of True Swords. After that, Vinchin asks him why he taunted Ravan earlier, and if his escort didn't stop him, he would have been in trouble, while he replies he just taught a lesson to a disrespectful child. Vinchin is getting angry because he is planning to summon a powerful spirit king, and this is the reason he is learning this period of knowledge from him. He asks him to finish image theory and asks him to go to blessings and traits, and tells him that traits are artificially made from the power analyzed from blessings, and Davin surprisingly asks him if he can make a blessing. According to him, it's disrespecting the gods, and he will get divinely punished, but Vinchin says he has already disrespected him. He then tells him about the trait Steelman. The Dwarf King's blessings include many things, but this trait focuses on strengthening the body, and the more he hones his trait, the more paths with stronger traits will open, which is called the Tech True. Steelman is a medium-level trait, and its defense and destructive power is its specialty, and Davin says martial education would be skewed toward one side. He thinks what Vinchin just said is true, and the scarecrow that the wooden sword used by Ravan sliced earlier shows the level of his power. He must familiarize himself with these skills to compete against people like this. After that, he is training on the ground, and the others are talking about him, saying that he is swinging with his left hand, which means he cannot use imagery. They also make him fun, saying he starts panting after 2 or 3 swings when Vice Captain Merlin appears there and asks them to stop making fun. He asks them what's so funny about the young master of the Adams family training in martial arts, and they run away, apologizing to him. He also thinks Vinchin is ashamed of the Adanka family just by looking at him since he is swinging his sword around aimlessly without any mana or trait. Vinchin comes to him and says they all are whispering and asks him if they can do this in a forest somewhere, and Devan asks him if he has the time and stamina to go there. He is used to getting looked down upon since no one expected the one-armed Davin to beat the Storm Sword, but he converted their criticism into praise and overcame it all. Merlin comes to him and offers him an advanced recovery potion, and it will be easier for him to train with it. He introduces himself as the vice captain of the White Sword Unit, Merlin, and Devan asks him why he is not laughing at him. He tells him that he laughed at first, but his eyes seem to be desperately seeking something. He says anyone who laughs at a martial artist like that should be laughed at, and Devan says he will remember his name in the list of good people. Merlin observes something has changed in him and hopes that he may have good luck in the future. After that, he trained hard and also learned the theory books, while Vincent also asked him to balance with his right foot on the ground and increase the rotation of his hip. After that, he can also feel the mana in his heart, and he starts to see one-armed Devan's path to beat Kajin. He learns a sword that layers with dots and lines to manifest his abilities, and finally, the day comes when he cuts the scarecrow into 2 parts in just 1 blow. Conversely, Wilson is getting tired and angry because Devan demands food at 5 in the morning and compels him to do his tasks. His training is only making him work, and he serves him with the breakfast. But he has already stolen some of his food, and Devan says if he wants to steal some for himself, he shouldn't have made it obvious. Devan gets angry and hopes that he will never try to cross his line in the future, and he tries to threaten him, saying he was a street gangster before and killed many people. He hears Vincent's voice saying controlling through fear is quite easy, but he won't be able to gain his trust. Wilson is shocked to hear the voice and asks him if he has learned telepathy, but Devan exclaims the most crucial thing is that he is using mana right now. He asks him to swallow his pride and join him by his side, and soon enough, he will not be embarrassed by the fact that Vincent Adinka is the master he serves. He asks him to choose when the time comes whether he wants to be ruled by fear or pledge loyalty, but Wilson replies there is no way that loyalty can be performed. The same day, Merlin goes to the training ground but doesn't find Devan there, and he is surprised to see a scarecrow there and wonders if he has done this with an actual blade. He is shocked at how much growth is possible in just a few days that he is using the real blade, and he wonders what kind of martial art he is practicing nowadays. He then wears his clothes, and Wilson arranges them when Vincent whispers in his ear, saying he has become polite. He then calls him and says his clothes are made of Levadine cotton, which is very cost-effective, but it ruins the soil, so this is not good enough to be used by a noble. On top of that, the food's quality is low compared to the family's budget, which means someone is stealing money and must be embezzling it. He thinks it can't be Wilson and must be someone in higher authorities who has been cheating the whole time. On the other side, Raven is practicing and is thinking about Vincent, who humiliated him and furiously promised himself that he would kill him. Meanwhile, his father enters the room, appreciates him for his training, and tells him that there isn't much time until the assembly of authentic swords. If they wish to escape their poverty and the sorrow of the branch families, they must defeat Vincent, and he must become the one branch family member to topple the main family. Raven thinks he seems to be getting more irritable as the assembly draws closer, and the days go by, and he just needs to defeat Vincent for the sake of his family and father. At the same time, Vincent provides Devan the information about the people participating in the assembly of true swords, and he is surprised to see that it is not just their personal information but the techniques they use and their habits. He feels Vincent to be really terrified for collecting this much data, and says he planned to make a flashy debut at the assembly of true swords by borrowing the Spirit King's strength. Vincent also tells him about the mana crystal given to the champion, and if they ingest it, their body and mana will grow stronger instantaneously. He guesses from the information he has gathered and his expressions that he desperately wants to win. It will be a disgrace as a martial artist if he were to still lose with all this at his disposal, and he promises Vincent that he will give him a far more valuable victory. He calls Wilson to his room and asks him to do something for him. After a while, Wilson enters Grand Chamberlain Rails's office and tells her that young Master Vincent wants to say something to the head of the family. He requested the Patriarch to attend and observe the assembly of true swords personally, and said he would prove his worth as a member of the main Adinka family. Railsa states that the Patriarch has never observed the assembly of authentic swords and has neither the time nor the reason, and it will be the cost of embezzling the budget to make it possible that is not. Railsa is shocked to hear this, and Wilson exclaims he didn't say anything, but these are the words of the young master, and she asks him to leave. When he is left, she thinks Vincent could have come himself, and it would have been more effective to threaten her, but he sent Wilson on purpose to show his authority. After some time, she goes to the Patriarch's room and states that young Master Vincent has invited him to the assembly of true swords. He replies that she is getting old since she is saying pointless things, but Railsa says Vincent promised to prove his worth as a member of the main Adinka family. He asks Railsa if she thinks Vincent is skilled enough to speak of the worth of his lineage, and she replies this is why he has promised to show his worth this time. She humbly requests him to attend the assembly, and if Vincent doesn't prove himself, she will put her life on the line. The patriarch doesn't understand why she is doing this, and she replies that the young master has taken advantage of her weakness. The patriarch asks her if it is related to embezzling of the budget, and it must be something she did on purpose for Vincent's sake and intended to use that money for his future. He says he has no reason to interfere, and she is that woman's servant, not his. The patriarch thinks Vincent's mother used this kind of method, and expressing his intent without losing an ounce of his dignity. He wonders if he is Sarvana's child. He gets up and announces that he will attend the Assembly of Swords. A few days later, the day of the Assembly of True Swords has come, and Raven enters the court with the determination that he will beat Vincent. He is also shocked to see the patriarch and thinks he is there to see him, the rising star of collateral descendants. This can be his chance, and he will defeat him in a relaxed manner in front of the patriarch. Soon, the Assembly of Authentic Swords starts, and Raven is fighting with another boy first, saying he should give up already. The boy dodges his attack and attacks him back, and Raven is shocked at how he can do something like this. He rushes toward him again, saying his attacks won't work against his Steelman attribute, and Ravan's father is also encouraging him from behind. Everyone cheers for him, saying he is the rising star of the collateral descendants and is already 2 stars, while Devan thinks they are all geniuses in their attributes, but they have close to no depth in their martial arts. Their strength mainly comes from their own attributes, and he can't see any fighting experience from their movements, and it is as if they are puppets dancing on top of an answer sheet. He thinks that's probably why Raven could use his attribute and attack so recklessly. Before fighting, Raven bows before him and gives him credit for not running away, and Vincent asks him to climb up quickly since he won't be running anywhere. When they start the fight, he first throws a boy away on the ground, and everyone shouts Raven is the winner, and the match has ended. Raven exclaims he has won against all his competitors, and is dictated by the laws that all of their elders have set. He will be fighting with his close friend, Vincent Adenka, as the last fight of the Assembly of True Swords. Vincent exclaims he accepts his challenge, and a man named Ziron, the referee from the White Sword unit. Vincent says he has a condition before the match and calls Wilson from his side, and exclaims he will only use a specific wooden sword and his left hand to fight with his distant relative, and also let him have 3 attacks first. Until the first 3 attacks are completed, he won't move a single step from where he is now while Raven shouts at him, asking what he is doing. The people in the audience get uncomfortable and wonder if Vincent doesn't know about martial arts, and Raven's father shouts that Vincent is just doing this to make up excuses when he loses. But the patriarch allows what he is doing from his place and asks him to prove his words with his actions. However, the fight starts, and Vincent again asks him to come to him first with 3 attacks. Raven rushes toward him, and earlier, when they were discussing it, they thought the first attack would be a short stab. He easily dodges the attack and thinks his movements are so evident that he can see them without Vincent's information. Since his attributes help him not take damage, he's not even keeping to the basics. He deflects his sword and says this is not for stabbing, and Raven is shocked to see it because to see where his sword is going would require him to be several levels stronger than he is. Davin exclaims he has allowed him to have 2 attacks first, and Raven again attacks him furiously. Davin hits him with his leg, makes him fall to the ground, and takes out his sword, saying he will keep his promise to Vincent and the promise with father, and now it's his turn to attack. Everyone in the audience is shocked to see that, and Raven's father shouts from his place and asks him to get up and fight back. He asks why he is struggling against a guy who can't even use mana, and Vincent appears there and asks him what is going on there since he can't see clearly. Davin thinks standing dumbfoundedly because he has no blade in hand is not the way of a martial artist, and there are many ways to suppress an opponent without a weapon. And Raven laughs at him, saying he has obtained a trait in that short period. It has to be a small minor god that he is too embarrassed to reveal publicly. He attacks him again, and Vincent asks him to dodge it because it can be dangerous, and he just doesn't dodge it but also attacks him with his wooden sword. However, Raven doesn't feel any pain, and his father tells him that a practiced sword can never break the defenses of a steelman. Davin thinks he has a rotten sacrum and an untrained body, and he can't use any strong powers yet. And if he gains confidence, he will attack with the same method again. He uses the force of his strike, attacks him with his full power, and makes him fall to a distance. Now, he only has a chance, and if he uses this skill once, his body will collapse, so he has to end it while he is knocked up in the air. He can see the dot Ravan made, the one he made, and the sword path connecting the two. He uses swordsmanship, which states he cuts into space, twisting the flow of mana, and uses it to sever everything, including the enemy's skill. He attacks Raven and cuts his arm, and Davin asks the referee to announce him as the winner or if he has to cut off his left to be crowned. He announces Vincent as the leader, and Raven's father rushes toward him. Vincent asks him how he is so calm since his body is at its limit and he needs to rest soon, while Davin thinks it's not the time to collapse yet. He tells Vincent that he kept his promise, and the Patriarch announces that the winner of the Assembly of True Swords is declared. Once again, as Vincent Aninka, he asks everyone to come inside because they will start the awarding ceremony soon. He exclaims that the one who overcomes adversity will be rewarded with a miracle stone. But before he hands this over to Vincent, Raven's father rushes to the room and says this is not making sense. He says it has to be a trick played with his son, and Vincent must have borrowed the power of an apostle lord. Meanwhile, a priest appears there and informs him that a small problem has occurred, and it seems that young Lord Ravan's arm cannot be reattached. His father asks if his son will forever have just one arm, and grabs the priest angrily and asks him to treat his son at any cost. The priest states he hasn't seen this kind of injury before because not only has he never seen it before, but it seems like it's been severed by something his divine powers can't handle. Ravan's father shouts at the Patriarch and asks him to see that his son has an injury that even a third-grade priest can't fix, and Devan asks them if he can respond to these allegations. He exclaims that the Assembly of True Swords was carried out in the Patriarch's presence. Therefore, all of the proceedings are considered to be approved by the Patriarch's authority, and he has declared him as the final victor. In that case, his words are directly denying his authority, and in a place where all the special guests have gathered as well, and he asks him if he thinks that his insight is superior to that of the Patriarch. He calls Jaren and asks him to arrest that man because he questions the Patriarch's authority in a public setting. Jaren ties him up while he is shouting for help, and the Patriarch calls him and asks if he doesn't realize that he is indebted to Vincent. Adina's law doesn't try twice for the same crime, and as a fellow father, he will let him go, but he can't open his mouth again. He appreciates Vincent and exclaims he did great, and the soul Vincent is feeling a valuable experience he never had. The priest says Ravan's right arm will be forever gone, while Vincent whispers something in Davin's ear, and says this can be an opportunity in their favor. He asks the priests if his right arm can be fixed with a miracle stone, and he is shocked at why he is telling him to use his reward on him. He exclaims he is the one who cut off Raven's right arm, and he wants to end this situation. The Patriarch leaves the decision to him, and Devan says Ravan mocked and laughed at him in the place of martial artists. His father apologizes to him, saying he didn't teach him well. He then takes out a sword, cuts his ropes, and asks him to show reflection worthy of martial artists. Then, he will use the miracle stone to heal Ravan. Devan says an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth, and for the right arm, he needs someone's right arm. Charles gets up and says he will sacrifice his right arm for his son, and Vincent exclaims that he really loves his son. He is about to cut his arm when Jaren comes forward and stops him while Davin asks him to use his courage for a better cause next time. After some time, he bows before the Patriarch and tells him that everything has been resolved, and he gives him the miracle stone. They use the miracle stone on Ravan, and his arm is reattached and heals instantly. Later, when they reach his room, Wilson comes to him and obediently says he will begin preparing his dinner soon. And Devan asks Vincent if this is what he wanted always. After a moment, someone knocks at the door, and they think it's Vincent, but it's the priest who has come there to inquire about his health. He introduces himself as Dullan, a pontifex of Gaia, and Devan asks him why he has come there. He states that he came to express his gratitude for the previous matter and gives him a miracle stone. Devan asks him why he is giving this to him, and he replies that the reason he became a pontifex is to relieve the people from their pain and be happy. However, upon seeing his today, he ended up at a loss and weighing the value of the miracle stone and a human life. He gives him the stone and thanks him because they were able to reflect upon themselves, and Devan exclaims he didn't do anything and he just realized on his own. He also gives him a card, saying he needs to show it whenever he needs the temple's help, and he also has become a second-class pontifex. Devan asks Vichan if the second class is good, and he tells him that he can get unlimited treatment and free use of the temple. Pontifex again thanks him and takes his leave, and Devan thanks him for his gratitude. When he has left, Vincent says they have got something way better than Wilson now, and Devan wonders if it's because Vincent has been looked down on his entire life. He is too weak to praise. Vincent reveals that the Patriarch usually eats alone, But there was once a time when he invited one of their family members to have dinner with him after the assembly of true swords. The second child, Dea Nunam, has an incredibly overwhelming victory in an assembly of true swords, and she is the last child having dinner with the father. Vincent thinks there's a possibility that might happen tonight, too, and he feels like his body is stiffing, but he can't really rest now. Devan gets up and starts preparing for the dinner, while Vincent says they haven't received an invitation yet. But he says it would be best to prepare even if the possibility is 1 in 100. After a while, Wilson rushes into his room, and before he says something, Devan asks him if the family had invited him over to dinner. When he passes through the corridor, his mother appears there and says she heard he has accomplished an incredible feat at the assembly of true swords. Devan bows before him and thinks Vincent's mother has passed away after giving birth to him, and the woman in front of his eyes is his stepmother. Her name is Versa Hylame, and before her retirement, she was such a fierce martial artist that they gave her the cognomen of Giant. She is currently in charge of everything about the Adanka household. She takes him to the hall, where his father awaits him. When he enters there, Devan feels so much pressure from him that it's hard to breathe, which is straining his lungs. He didn't feel this way during the day, which means this must be a test for him, and he must be asking him whether he thought his form this morning was true. He exclaims there's no need to exert pressure on his son in a private meeting purposefully. The patriarch asks him why he feels like that, and he says his mother called him father rather than family head. The patriarch says he has called him for 2 reasons, and the first is to congratulate him for his victory today, and the second is to see how valid Charles Adanka's concerns were. His mother also pressures him to check and tells the patriarch that there doesn't seem to be any apostle with him, and it's not as though he's gained a supporter. Devan thinks he is feeling an awful feeling, and it must be mother's specialty, and she possesses eyes that can see through the truth. The patriarch asks her what kind of martial arts he used today, since Vincent hasn't yet been able to link an image to the heart. How can he cut off a 2-star martial artist's arm? She tells him that his sword technique is similar to the Hero King's swordsmanship, as was recorded, which means she is talking about Kajin, who swings his sword in strange ways, and it is said that it would devour his wicked ability. It was also said that his sword could subdue the archdemon Davin, and Davin thinks, once again, that this fabricated history leaves him at a loss. His mother grabs him from his shoulder and asks him how he was able to learn that swordplay, which resembles the hero of Samian. Davin thought his father called for him, but that wasn't the case, and his mother led the conversation. He is being interrogated for the origins of his martial arts, and Vincent appears there and stops him from saying anything. He reveals that the mother can discern the truth from lies with her eyes, and if he comes up with some sloppy excuses despite having insufficient knowledge about this era, she will definitely suspect it. Devan wonders what he should do now, or if he should tell her that he is not her so, but actually an old man from 500 years ago. She again asks him the same question while Devan asks Vincent to think something hurriedly, and he says he was so scared of her that she caught on to him acting like a good-for-nothing. However, he exclaims it takes only 1 step to overcome his fears, and he just needs to take 1 step forward, and the rest will come naturally. He reveals that he received a revelation, and she is shocked at how he can receive it without any blessing. Moreover, one can't receive revelations without blessing unless they are evil, and Devan thinks Vincent didn't tell him about that. She threatens him, saying he is acting suspiciously, and asks if he wants to go through the sacred court trial, while Vincent asks him to follow what he says. He exclaims if she finds him suspicious, then she can check him with the temple, and if he is evil, then how a priest gave him a miracle stone. She recognizes the stone and says she gave this to Dulin, and Devan tells her that he gave it to him as a gift, and she observes that he is not lying at all. She again asks him if he learned swordsmanship through revelation, and Devan replies he has learned much through revelation, but he didn't learn swordsmanship from there. He has been able to read mysterious sword movements for a while now, and he has contemplated for these past days on whether he should learn it. However, he wanted to change the situation even if it might incur suspicion from numerous people. He felt it would be cowardly to do nothing. He exclaims he felt like he had to show something, and only then can he surpass the Samian family and fulfill the long-time mission of the Adanka family. Moreover, he wanted to show he has gotten stronger with the numerous relatives they have and also with his father. He thought that the father would be able to make the right judgment, and the temple had already approved. The father's decision was left. Versa observed the patriarch rubbing his chin, which means he doesn't know this himself, but that's what he does when he is satisfied with something. And after a while, the patriarch asks him to continue to train in his martial arts. Versa warns him, saying if he uses the Hero King's swordsmanship, the Samian family will make a fuss and say that they stole it from them. but they would have nothing to say if it's the great demon king's swordsmanship. She asks him if his decision was made with consideration of all this, and he replies that he has already taken into consideration what needs to be considered. She then calls Vincent and says since the patriarch has given his approval, he will be taking responsibility for all of this. Therefore, he must do his best to improve and not cause any inconvenience to him. Devan thinks this is not just a simple warning, but she is confirming the patriarch's decision and also giving him her approval. Later, the patriarch starts the conversation and says he has shown great results at the Assembly of True Swords, and he has also proven the class of being an Adanka family's direct descendant. He will grant him something he desires and asks him what he wants, and Devan replies that he wants to become stronger. The patriarch asks him to say something he can do for him, and Vincent whispers in his ears that he must ask him to go into the library. When he asks for the library, the patriarch states only 3-star martial artists can enter the library, and asks him if he is able to link imagery to his heart. Devan replies he has not been able to do so, and that's why he would like to make use of this opportunity to behave like a spoiled child. The patriarch agrees and permits his entry into the lowest rank library that 3 martial artists may enter. He orders Versa to bestow the Crimson Lotus upon Vincent, and says this is the reward for keeping the promise with him. The Crimson Lotus is the sword the patriarch used when he was young, and he used it as he began to make a name in the world. Davin thinks this is an incredible sword, and it's been around for so long but it's still so sharp. Vincent is happily flying in the air, and Davin says it would be no good if he becomes this happy at only this level. He promises him that he will be accomplishing so much more in the future, and Vincent says he was disappointed because he wasn't the Spirit King, but he wonders if he would have been able to accomplish this much if he had summoned the Spirit King as he had planned. Even though he is a little reckless and old-fashioned, he feels like he can entrust his body to him, and he is about to leave when Versa calls him from behind. She exclaims that she is really proud of him since he is putting a lot of effort into planning and training, and he ought to enter the Crimson Fortress according to customs. She asks him if he has thought about how he will subdue the Crimson Demon, which is one of the few training institutes that the Adanka family possesses, and only those who complete the fortress training will be recognized as full-fledged martial artists. The requirements to enter it would be to win the Assembly of True Swords and the subjugation of the low-rank demon, Crimson Demon. He asks Vincent how he should answer this question, and he asks him to say he doesn't know about that. She then asks him if he feels pain in his body due to the strange sword movement he used earlier, and she reveals that it's not possible to take down the Crimson Demon in a single track, and he will die if he fights it in his current state. She says the Crimson Demon can't be taken down in a single strike, and Vincent wonders why she is giving advice to him. Davin says she may have taken a liking to him and asks him if he forgets his story that his enemies threw him in prison and forged history. With the lie-piercing eye and the new appointment of the Lord, she could have framed him as much as she wanted to, but she didn't. She may not like them, but at the very least she isn't hostile to them. However, he bows before her and thanks her for advice, saying he won't let her down, while she thinks that she tried to explain the trait of the Crimson Demon, but he left without asking. She smiles and thinks about his mother Sarvana, that she would be happy to see that his son took a big step forward as a martial artist. The next morning, Wilson is drying his clothes and thinks he will support the young lord to the best of his ability today. But someone hits him from behind and asks what he is doing this time. She is also a servant and asks him what he is planning to mess with the young lord, and Wilson angrily asks if she can't see him doing the laundry. He exclaims the young lord has changed, so he, the direct servant, should change as well. And when she inquires about him, he reveals that he is within the library, accessible only to the martial artists of the family. Davin is looking for something for a long time and finally shouts loudly, asking why there are no records of 500 years ago. Vincent thinks only that time period is missing, like it's been taken out intentionally, and if there was, there would be folktales about the great demon and the hero king. Davin is also sure that someone either erased or changed it, and he thinks he has to increase the level of his skill swordsmanship to beat the Crimson Devil. He needs a training method before imagery theory since he can't reach imagery right now. Vincent states that the one who called Father Arslan a child, and Vincent, who uses the swordsmanship of the framed hero king, and he asks him who he is. Davin thinks if he reveals that he is the great demon Davin, he will obviously be shocked, and it would be disrespectful to Vincent, the previous owner of this body who shared the same fate. He asks him to listen to him and forbids him to get flustered, and tells him his name, but when he calls it, Vincent feels so much pain in his ears. He asks him to repeat his name, but when he does it, he again feels the blaring pain in his ears, which is unbearable. Davin gets up and asks him what happened to him, and Vincent asks him not to tell his name again. Suddenly, he finds a book named First Love with a watermill, and he wonders why a book like this is between mana training ones. Devan asks Vincent what are the chances of a romance book being mixed up here since this is a library managed by the family. But he gets shocked when he opens the book because someone kept a secret record of history in a different form, the truth of the past. Devan thinks a different approach such as this can make the enemy unsuspecting. He tells Vincent that the main character of this novel has no imagery, but they have the power of love as a trait, which means it's not a normal novel. It is said that the traits are not to be used to induce the flow of mana, but their manifestation is to be brought about by the flow. To achieve this, someone needs to throw away all imager theory, and without it, the freedom of mana makes all of these things possible. Devan exclaims the character of the novel is a person who stacked mana without imagery, and lived, and with this, they can manifest traits as well. Vincent tells him that learning a trait is dangerous, even with the help of imagery, and traders are tantamount to a martial artist's wealth, so they won't easily teach the flow to others. Devan is sure that they have found a clue about getting stronger and says they should test it immediately. When he gets out of the library, his servant is there and she asks him if this is true that he took down Ravan Adanka and awarded Crimson. Vincent tells him that she is a maid named Sari, and she left for a bit because of an emergency at her family house. Davin sees his memories and finds out that she is one of those people who gave blind affection to a loser Vincent, and she is happy for him now. She thought that he would get further neglected after the assembly, while Devan asked Vincent if he knew how to comfort a woman. However, he also bends and apologizes to her for keeping his powers as a secret, and says he is working hard to become an owner she would not be embarrassed of. Meanwhile, Ravan approaches them and says he has something to tell Vincent. They reach a room and Ravan doesn't speak for a long time, so Sari asks him if he wants to take a sandwich. But he angrily takes out his sword and says he has come there to repay him for the assembly of true swords. Devan hurriedly gets up to dodge him, but he never expected that he would attack him like this. Ravan knows skill swordsmanship now, so his last trick won't work on him, but suddenly he gets shocked when he puts down his sword. He exclaims he owes him so much because he forgave his rudeness and gave him his miracle stone, and he got his arm back, and his father became peaceful again. He has regained everything, but he is unable to give back anything, so he puts down his sword and bows before him, saying this is the best he can give him at the moment. He swears his loyalty to Vincent, and Devan thinks he wasn't a hopeless case after all. Vincent asks him if he is going to believe him since he is Ravan Adank and can't be trusted, while Devan thinks he placed his sword towards him, which is an act of giving his life to someone as a martial artist. However, Devan puts his sword on his neck and says he accepts his oath, and he will stand by his side until the moment he betrays him. Ravan recognizes his sword that it's Crimson Lotus and wonders if he has already been appointed by the Patriarch, which means he won't regret swearing his loyalty in this case. Sari is happy to see all this and thinks he has really changed, and the times when he was called a loser Vincent feels like a faraway dream. Meanwhile, Vincent appears and asks him if he should try to gain the Dwarf King's blessing traits from Ravan. On the other side, Versa tells the Patriarch that it seems that Vincent is planning to join the Crimson Fortress in the upcoming year. He asks her about the Crimson Demon conquest, and she states that she is going to inform him about the specific features of the Crimson Demon. But he doesn't ask. It is said that the Crimson Demons can attack only with 3rd star mana or higher as they have no physical form. And the reason why the conquest is a rite of passage is to see the way in which one faces a demon and to see proof that they have above the 3rd star mana. She also informs him that Ravan Adanka has begun residing at Vincent's building for the past few days. He is training him to produce his mana in an experienced way because he asked him to teach his Dwarf King's blessing traits. He promises him to help him if the book isn't lying, and Ravan says he will have to guide the flow, and Vincent will have to mediate right beside him. Vincent says he is ready to trust him since he swore his loyalty to him, and Ravan wonders if he will be able to trust Vincent with his life if he were in that position. Once again, he felt pathetic, and it was the first time a loss had felt so good. However, to use the mana without imagery seems impossible, and who would have thought there was someone using such insane methods in the direct lineage? Meanwhile, Vincent asks Devan not to do whatever he wants and asks him to go a bit lower, while he asks him to stop lecturing him because he was the one that came up with the plan to use Ravan to earn the trait. Vincent exclaims how he can lecture him when he has kept doing whatever he wants, while Raven also asks him not to rush things since he is too spontaneous. Devan thinks this is the way he lived because he couldn't earn anything without risking his life. At times, he needs to be able to risk danger and move forward, while Vincent is trying to stop him by saying he is going to die at this rate. He is trying very hard and thinks the flow will be complete if he just connects this, while Raven shouts at him and asks him to stop since it's still too early. But he doesn't listen to them and connects the mana branches and is happy that he has done it. But suddenly something explodes there and they all fall to the ground. On the other side, the patriarch asks Versa if there is still about half a year left until the next Crimson Fortress entry, and it should be a simple gateway for Vincent since he has already defeated martial artists of the second star. At the same time, Raven rushes toward Vincent and asks him if he is alright, and asks him why he is trying to do too much when he took a half year to do this. The patriarch orders Versa to inform Vincent that he has to defeat the Crimson Demon within 1 month. Devan is in a bad condition, and he thought he was going to end up reincarnating all over again. After some time, Grand Chamberlain is going to inform Vincent about the message from the Lord of the House that he must finish the rite of passage within 1 month. She thinks the young lord doesn't have much time, and he needs to hurry. She opens the door of his room but is shocked to see the internal situation. Vincent and Ravan are both injured, and she furiously asks them what happened there. Vincent asks her not to worry because he is just meditating, and Seri asks him not to lie. Seri says she doesn't know about mana, but people don't end up like this after meditating. And Raelsa exclaims she can't ask further since he says not to worry. She informs him that the Lord of the House has sent him a message that he must finish the rite of passage within 1 month. Vincent tells him that Father has never placed a time limit before, which means he has expectations from him now. Riesla exclaims until a month from this day has passed, she will personally accompany him as a protector and requests that he must defeat it. Ravan thinks Vincent will take at least 2 months to get the blessing of the Dwarf King, and it will be so difficult to do the same thing in 1 month. Seri asks him not to overdo himself ever, and Devan feels she has quite a large amount of mana at this level. When she is left, Ravan tells him that 1 month is not enough and he will have to find a different way, and Devan shows him a mana circuit and asks him if this is right. They are shocked to see that he completed the flow, and he states that he forced the completion of the flow, and with its help, he will be able to quickly get to manifestation. He exclaims they won't need to wait a month, and asks them to go and surpass Father's expectations. 2 weeks later, they go to a forest where Devan starts the manifestation of traits, and he asks Ravan to step back since there might be an explosion like last time. But he refuses by saying he has to see it for himself, and they both are now getting sure of his loyalty. He starts to circulate his mana, while Vincent gets an ominous feeling. A huge man appears there and Vincent asks him if he is the Dwarf King, and laughs by saying a god like him can see him. The king bestows their blessings on him. Ravan says the first of the defense trait, body strengthening, has been achieved, and this is the step before Steelman. Devan thinks with the help of this, he can overcome the servant of the skilled swordsman, and now he has laid the foundation for the subjugation of the Crimson Demon. He thanks Ravan because all this happened because of him, and states there is another favor he wants to ask to him. 2 days later, it's time to head out for the lair of the Crimson Demon, and he apologizes to Riesla for the sudden request. She is confused because he didn't fully use the Lord's time limit, and wonders if he will be okay 2 weeks early from the time. She reveals that she has protected those taking part in this rite of passage 3 times, for the Lord, his brothers as well as the others in the history of the Adanka line. There have been none who failed to pass this trial, and Sarvana's son cannot be the first to fail the trial. Vincent asks her not to worry and promises her that nothing will happen that he needs to worry over. They start their journey and Davin thinks this is useless to see a guardian on a mission like this, and Vincent tells him that the Crimson Demon will drop loot, and she is also there to keep an eye on him. After a while, Riesla asks him if he has studied the Crimson Demon, and if he knows about the first step to subjugate the Crimson Demon. In her eyes, he hasn't reached 3 stars, and Vincent also remembers that Davin hasn't asked once about the Crimson Demon. Davin asks him not to worry and says the Crimson Demon is the very first monster he subjugated, and it's not a monster that he needs to study for. Riesla advises him not to let his guard down even with that stranger's swordsmanship. He asks her why she is trying so hard to help him, and she replies that she is the guardian and proctor of this trial. He asks her if she really tried to hide budget embezzlement, or if she gave him a weakness to grab onto on purpose. He says if she doesn't want to talk, then she can't since she didn't ask about his training. After some time, they arrive at their destination, a place called the Lair of the Crimson Demon, and there is no exact name, but it's called the Old Temple. Riesla states that the first Patriarch Arslan's memorial after taking down one of the remnants of the Archdemon Davin. Davin thinks this can't be a coincidence that he is hearing about Arslan again. Raelsa takes out her sword and asks him to get ready to face the demon, and swings it into the air. She creates a mana barrier in the sky, and he thinks it's at a level that only allows one monster to pass through. Suddenly, the demon appears there, and Davin takes out his sword asking Riesla to watch his movements carefully, and report exactly what she sees. The demon is rushing towards him to attack and Vincent asks him to use the sword path of skill swordsmanship, but he thinks he needs to increase the distance between them is advantageous for the one with a larger weapon. He rushes toward him also, blocks his sword with his sword, and pushes him back. Railsa thinks going in close is good against a big weapon, but in his first real fight at 14 years old, she wonders how many people will be able to use this perfectly, and she thinks he is like someone who subjugated the Crimson Demon many times before. Devan thinks the trait of the Dwarf King, and it's definitely incredible, and he can move this much with an untamed body. But all of this is the foundation to find the sword path for skill swordsmanship, and when he finds a good time to increase the distance between them. The Crimson Demon is very aggressive, and Devan thinks it must have been stressed out by having to constantly defend. So, its next attack will definitely be big and will have a lot of openings. The Crimson Demon rushes to attack him, and Devan thinks it is easier to find a sword path against an opponent with a lot of openings, and he will reduce the record of skill swordsmanship with his trait. He uses the skill of sword strengthening, attacks him, and defeats him in just one attack. He then asks Riesla if she has seen his fighting, and she shockingly sees him, thinking if he really doesn't know that the Crimson Demon can't be defeated with a single attack. The reason is that the demon has 2 lives, and he again gets up to attack him from behind. She shouts from her place and asks him to dodge the attack, and Devan bends immediately to dodge the attack. He thinks this is the same as 500 years ago, and he observes that his appearance has also changed with the second life. Railsa thinks he is a revived Crimson Demon, and its speed and strength increase more than before. Devan is just trying to defend himself since it seems dangerous. The retreat route through the wall is blocked, and the demon is attacking him at his full speed. Vincent appears there and says this is not going well, so they have to change their plans. And Devan says they have to make him let his guard down. It's thinking the same thing and is trying to corner him for an ultimate attack, and when it's fully prepared for the ultimate attack, he will carry out the plan. Riesla is watching all this and thinks she is a supervisor for the rite of passage, and her interruption will mean the young lord's failure. She doesn't want to end Lady Sarvana's son's future by helping him, and remembers the time when she helped her and took him with her. She offered her to join their group since they were on an adventure to become martial artists, and that's why she survived by stealing at the country border. It was shocking enough to come across such a monster, but she asked her to join her, and Riesla thought she was an insane woman. She introduced herself as Sarvana, and she asked Khan and Versa if they didn't have a problem joining her with them. Riesla thought she may have also lost her mind from an injury to the head during the fight, or maybe she was tired of that life of plunder, or maybe she was influenced by her boldness. However, she ended up joining them on their adventure to become Adinkal legend, and they defeated many monsters together. Sarvana always called her the best. She was strong and beautiful and had the power to make people smile in her hopeless life, and she was a ray of light for her. The day when she gave birth to Vincent and died, Riesla thought that wasn't the time to be sad, and she promised her that she would protect the child she left behind. She wanted to protect the child from the rough life of being a child of Adinka's direct lineage until he became a respectable martial artist. But she couldn't make her promise when Vincent's siblings bullied him, and his sister called him useless and asked him to speak to her formally. Riesla watched all this from behind, and she contemplated countless times for 14 years. Finally, she starts to see hope, and she wants him not to give up since he cannot stop there. After that, the Crimson Demon is about to land his final attack on him, and Devan thinks this is the time to execute his plan. Suddenly, Ravan approaches there and passes by Riesla speedily and dodges the attack landed by the Crimson Demon. Riesla is shocked to see him there and wonders how he plans to help the young lord against the Crimson Demon. Devan exclaims he is counting on him, while Ravan asks him to stop this before he falls, and he sits down on the ground to mediate. Railsa is shocked to see his behavior and thinks he is out of his mind that he is mediating in this situation. If Ravan gets pushed and even a little impact hits the young lord, then he will certainly die. The demon is looking at Devan while Ravan calls him and asks him to look at him since he is the one blocking him right now. He activates his trait Steelman and defends against the demon and exclaims it is weaker than he thought. But suddenly, the demon attacks him multiple times, and Ravan thinks a sword can't get the Steelman's effect, and his sword starts cracking and aiming at his blade. Soon, his sword breaks and Ravan thinks he can't defend Vincent without a sword, and the demon is about to attack him when he calls Vincent for help. Suddenly, Vincent gets up and attacks him with his trait, swordsmanship, and pushes him back. He thanks Ravan for his help, and he exclaims he almost feels bad for the Crimson Demon. Railsa comes to him and asks if this was his plan, congratulates him for winning, and says she is not sure the Lord will be okay with him getting help. Devan smiles and exclaims she is so impetuous because she created this mana barrier in such a way that only one monster could enter at a time. Since the first one died, the other one will be coming in after them, and the subjugation she just saw was for Ravan to prove his resolution. He chews the miracle stone, saying he will now prove himself and thinks even with body strengthening. He can only use skill swordsmanship twice. The reason he has to meditate is because he can't assess the miracle stone's performance. It is said that the core of the Crimson Demon opens up when it is regenerating from damage. With an opponent who has that many openings, he can find a sword path that is much easier. He swings his sword and cuts the core in just one attack while Riesla is still in a state of shock to see all this. She thinks it turns out now she has nothing to worry about and exclaims Vincent was so amazing. After that, Vincent comes to him and asks what the swordsmanship is, since his body is in a terrible state after using it a few times. Divan used trait, meditation, and miracle stone all together. Without even one of these, it wouldn't have been possible. Vincent asks him to lie down, and Riesla will take care of him. But Divan says it's like the assembly of true swords, and the real winner is the one who stands until the end. He gets up, saying he will never fall when suddenly a summoning circle appears there. Riesla is shocked because there is no record of something like this in the rite of passage, and a big monster named Relic Guardian appears there. The fact that a guardian this big hasn't been discovered until now means, and it's highly likely, that it was created along with the temple. She states that she is the servant of the present Adanka, Riesla Baladian, and asks him to reveal his mission to the Adanka direct lineage and show respect. But the relic is not functioning correctly because of his old age, and Riesla orders Ravan to take Vincent and back away. Ravan takes him with him, and Raelsa uses Baladian swordsmanship, 7th chapter, and defeats the relic in just one blow. They are shocked to see the level of a 7-star, but Vincent says it is not over yet. He slashes the sword in the sky, and Raelsa wonders why he did this, but soon she realizes that it is a gesture to tell her something. He tries to inform her about a guardian, who is flying near them, and she finds out that the young lords are in danger. She uses the Milky Way Wanderer's Blessing trait and flies through the air to attack the guardian. She cuts it into 2 parts, and they both shockingly fall to the ground. She wonders how she missed the presence of the guardian's true form, and it's probably because of how old the structure is. Moreover, how Vincent found it and warned her while he showed her the thing the guardian was protecting. They find a dragon skeleton bone in the box, and it seems like this is a relic left by the first patriarch Arslan. Vincent tells him that a dragon's bone is a super rare magic ingredient, and a priceless treasure, and Divan thinks it seems this is why Arslan made the rite of passage. Riesla bows before him and asks him to offer the bone, saying out of all the Adankas who have come there, he is the one to find it. Divan exclaims this king of spoil would be bestowed to the daily through the church, and she would be in trouble if someone found out, but she replies that's a matter for her to deal with. He then gets up, cuts the bone with his sword, and says he will now be an accomplice. He thanks Riesla, saying he wouldn't have been able to obtain this without her, and gives her the half portion. Later, when the patriarch is standing in the graveyard of swords, Riesla comes to him and informs him that she has come back from young Lord Vincent's completed rite of passage. He asks her to report this to church, but she exclaims what he saw was greater than that, so she has come there. First, she tells him about Ravan Adanka, that the young lord has influenced him and even risked his life to withstand the Crimson Demona attack, and beyond that, the young lord has succeeded in the subjugation. The Patriarch says this was too much for him alone. That's why he used tricks, but he gets shocked when she tells him that he has defeated another Crimson Demon after that. Moreover, he discovers a dragon's bone left by the first Patriarch Arslan and shows him that half portion Vincent shared with her. The Patriarch asks if he has done with his own, and she replies that the young lord severed it himself with his sword. He orders her to break the bone immediately, and she breaks the sword, apologizing to Adanka's ancestors, using the Northern Wind trait. But the bone doesn't break at all, and the Patriarch states that she would have to be a top-class blacksmith to break a dragon's bone. But Vincent was able to do this, means he has special power, and he orders Riesla to take special care of him. On the other side, Wilson goes to Vincent's room crying, but Sari asks him to leave, saying the young lord needs to rest after the subjugation. Wilson again asks him if he really has to go to the Crimson Fortress, and Sari replies he has to go since he can't let him alone. But he is scared because the Crimson Fortress is full of scary monsters and even scarier martial artists. And Sari makes his fun of saying how a backstreet gangster can be scared of monsters. Divan observes them and asks Vincent if he hasn't caught on yet the mana flowing from Sari's body. But he replies he can't feel it even though he has lived with Sari much longer than him, while Divan thinks he saw a similar flow 500 years ago. He calls Sari and asks about his last name, and she tells him that she is from the reunited Hisley family. Devan now confirms that she has a magic body, while Vincent says this is his first time hearing about this. It is revealed that the Hisley family studied mana and the body, also they were the ones who found out about the heavenly exoskeleton. The Hisleys have a skill called magic body, similar to heavenly exoskeleton, and it allows infusing one's body with mana. He tells Vincent that if the magic body skill remains, it can prevent the heavenly exoskeleton from dying out, and he asks Sari if she knows anything about the Hisley family, whether there is an elder. Sari tells him that her grandmother has passed away, and she was the only one when Hisley knew. Vincent asks him why a family with magic skills gets ruined, and Devan thinks it could be the doing of the Samian family. It would make sense if they tried to hide the existence of the heavenly exoskeleton since they have to shut the mouths of its discovered. The Hisley family. Sari remembers there was one other person, but she passed away already and reveals that the young lord's mother, Lady Sarvana, was also a Hisley. Vincent never heard about this, and she says this is probably because it is forbidden to mention Lady Sarvana since the lord always looked sad when he heard her name. Lady Sarvana hired people without discrimination, even from ruined families, and they are here because of Lady Sarvana. Moreover, the Grand Chamberlain was at rock bottom until Lady Sarvana personally brought her into the Adanka household. Devan now gets that Riesla looks after him because of his mother. At the same time, Raisels knocks at his door and enters the room, and informs him that Lord Ravan is leaving. He comes outside and asks him why he is leaving, and he states they got the Crimson Demon, and he can't stay here forever. Vincent asks him to do a favor for him and asks him to look into the Hisley family's history from 100 years ago, and says it seems to have been manipulated by someone. But maybe the collateral lines weren't touched. They shake their hands, and Ravan says he will be stronger next time because he doesn't want to embarrass him and pays him goodbye. After that, he asks Riesla if her kindness toward him is a way to repay her debt to his mother, and he has a favor to ask not as Sarvana's son but as Vincent Adanka. He asks her to train him until he goes to the Crimson Fortress, and he asks this not as his mother's son but as a martial artist. Riesla thinks that her loyalty towards Lady Sarvana can be dedicated to young Lord Vincent now, and she agrees by saying she will not be soft on him. The next morning, they both reach the training ground, and Riesla tells him that he can learn a trait without imagery, but for that, he needs a mana circuit with a trait. Vincent asks her if she is not going to use the blade from the rite of passage, and she replies that he will face the blade moon when he gets worthy of it. He has 5 months until going to the Crimson Fortress, and if he wounds her even once, she will give out the trait. He asks him to try and cut her with his strange sword paths, but he tries to stop her, asking if she hasn't seen Raven and what a permanent injury can cause. But Riesla comes forward and asks him if she looks like Ravan to him, and he tries to attack her, but she dodges him instantly. She exclaims she knows the power of that sword path well, and that is why she is planning not to give him a chance to use it. Devan observes that fighting her can be extremely dangerous, and she says he is a friend of Priest Dullen so they will get his help in case of any injury. 1 week later, they are still practicing, and Railsa tells him that his preparation is too slow, but he tries to use 2 swordsmanship attacks but collapses. Riesla says using this would be overdoing himself, so they will stop there, while this was also rough for him. She exclaims he is getting a lot better and she will call Sari and Wilson for his help, and she observes her sword is about to break again. She has changed many swords in the past few days and thinks she should complain to the blacksmith about this. After that, she goes to him and says it looks like the title of the master is not the only thing he has lost since they last met, and it would be a tragedy if he supplies trash to the Adanka family. She shows him the blades she used in the past week, and she only used them to spar, and they can't have him supplying flimsy blades like these. The blacksmith is surprised and asks if she has fought against a monster with sharp teeth or a 9-star or above martial artist. He again asks her if she has clashed the blade against a great sword, and Railsa says she hasn't done any of this, and she doesn't know if he considers it a great sword, but she sparred with young Lord Vincent's Crimson Lotus. The blacksmith is shocked to hear this and asks why Vincent has the Crimson Lotus. After some time, Riesla calls Vincent late at night and apologizes to him for the late hour call because the blacksmith was being stubborn in wanting to see the Crimson Lotus. Devan gets shocked to hear that he was the one who made the sword, and Vincent tells him that his name is Blacksmith Hansen. He exclaims he is a dwarf who can even con if he so desires, and Vincent also tells him that he is a famous blacksmith, and father's longtime friend, and a former master associated with the Adanka family. Davin asks him if former master means he is not anymore, and he reveals that decades ago, he stopped making great swords and focused on good quality inventions. He was looked down upon by the forges for being obsessed with money and lost his honor and place in Adanka as a result. Davin greets him respectfully, and Hasten gets happy about this and says this boy truly knows how to clown people. Moreover, he made the correct decision in his path, and Hansen was shocked because the patriarch once told the same lines. The patriarch met him at that time and said he would ridiculed by many, but still, he believed that his decision was correct. He thinks this thing runs in the family and exclaims that he always thought he was the ugly Vincent, but he guesses those were false rumors about him, and he takes them as a compliment. Hansen asks him to show the Crimson Lotus, and he has to check its condition and observe him thoroughly. He asks him if he took down the Crimson Demon and spared with Sarvana's Klinger using this, but he is shocked because the blade is not damaged at all. It looks like he cut with his own strength instead of the blades, and he asks Vincent to show the type of swordsmanship he uses. Vincent comes forward and asks Davin not to show him since he has already used both charges of skill swordsmanship today. And Hansen also asks him why he is hesitating and asks him to show his skill. Davin thinks he can't get to meet a master every day, but Sari appears there and shouts at him, asking why he is making a ruckus at bedtime. Davin asks Riesla if they know each other, and she reveals that Hansen donated to kids living in poverty, and Sari was among them. The two are basically father and daughter, and she is getting angry at him because he has come and caused a scene at her job. Hansen asks her if it is okay for him to come tomorrow, and Davin assures him that he will visit the forges tomorrow with Sari. After that, he leaves by promising to bring Sari along with him, and Davin thinks this man is the place where Sari's warm heart comes from. The next morning, they go to his shop, and Devan shows him his swordsmanship skill. Hansen thinks he has a strange technique, and it looks like the Hero King and the Great Demon passed down in legends. Moreover, he observes the Patriarch hasn't given him the Crimson Lotus for nothing, and Davin asks him if this is enough for him. Hansen exclaims he got some of his interest, almost enough for him to want to make him a sword. But there is one thing missing, and he states that there is one sword he has envisioned for a long time, but it needs a rare ingredient. It's something precious that no one can't buy, no matter how much money they have, and is called a mastodon horn. The next day, Devan brings the skeleton bone to him and asks if he can make the sword with this, and Hansen is shocked to see the mastodon horn. Vincent asks him to be quiet since it's an item only father and Riesla know about, and Hansen thinks he is destined to meet them. Devan asks him if it is possible to add the horn to the Crimson Lotus instead of making a completely new sword. He exclaims the blade symbolizes the beginning of his father's career, and the Crimson Lotus is already incredible, and he likes it very much. Hansen agrees and asks him to return in 3 weeks, and he will add the horn to the Crimson Lotus. 3 weeks later, when they came to take the sword, they were shocked to see Hansen's workshop was on fire. He thinks the fact the Sari is so shocked means something highly unusual has happened at the blacksmith, and says they must rescue Master Hansen. Vincent forbids him not to jump into the fire because his precious body will get hurt. He thinks his blade's attack will slice through anything, and he will slice through the door and fire and get inside quickly. Soon, he jumps into the workshop, and Vincent shows him the way to Hansen, who is unconscious. Devan goes to him and asks him to get a hold of himself, but Vincent says they are too late, and he is entirely unconscious. Suddenly, they observe mana flooding out of a sword, and Devan observes that it is Crimson Lotus. Devan thinks the dragon skeleton was probably much stronger than Hansen expected, but Hansen should be their first priority to take him out. He gives him support and gets out of the workshop, but he is shocked to see exit has been blocked. If they don't do anything, they will be engulfed by the flames, and Vincent asks him if he knows any defensive technique. Vincent knows it's the dragon skeleton, but it won't be able to maintain these flames forever, and Devan says he knows a blade technique solely intended for defense. He recalls that he is Vincent Adinka as well as Davin Samian, and uses the skill of Samian Swordsmanship Chapter 1. The soft blade breaks the steel, and his mana quality depends on his will and strikes the flow of the flames approaching him. Vincent is shocked to see his Samian swordsmanship and wonders who this old man really is, and soon the fire goes on, and they survive. After some time, Hansen gets into consciousness, and he first asks him how he can use the Samian swordsmanship. But Devan changed the topic and asked him to take a rest, and he was not using Samian swordsmanship, and Hansen thinks he must be dreaming since this is impossible. However, the sword is complete, and Hansen tells him that he has never hammered a dragon skeleton before. That's why he didn't know that the mana would flood out of nowhere and spit out flames. Devan grabs the sword, and it's as if the blade is resonating with him, and he thanks Hansen for his incredible doing. Vincent thinks something must be off because if this was all assigned by Patriarch Arslan, he should have known that the dragon skeleton would behave like this, and if he were Arslan, he would have left a warning with it. He asks Hansen if he can forge a sword, and he is surprised that he demands a new sword already and asks him if he doesn't like this sword. Devan exclaims he has done one already, so he is confident that the next one will be even better. He replies it will take some time, and he must clean up this whole mess. Moreover, he is entirely out of dragon skeletons, and he will not be alive the next time he sees that many dragon skeletons. The next morning, Riesla comes with the remaining part of the skeleton and asks him to make a sword for Vincent, and he is really shocked to see another one. She also asks him to be quiet since the family head knows about this item. He appreciates her loyalty to Sarvana that she is ready to offer a dragon skeleton, and she says this is solely for the young master. He is not sure how long it will take, but he will forge the most perfect dragon skeleton sword. On her way back, Riesla thinks she has given up halfway, but she is really impressed to see how mature Vincent has become. Meanwhile, Vincent comes to her and apologizes to her for taking back the skeleton bone, and she says she already received complete payment for the dragon skeleton 14 years ago. He was born and is now proving his excellence as a martial artist, and there is no greater reward than this for her. Devan takes out his sword and says he will defeat her today since he thought this on the day he defeated Crimson Demon. Riesla exclaims she told him time and time again that she wouldn't go easy on him. After some time, Devan is losing to her, and she attacks him again and again and asks how he is going to defeat her when he is still not anywhere close to winning. She attacks him, but he dodges her with his sword, and she is shocked at how he blocks it when she uses the mana equivalent of 4 stars. Meanwhile, Devan thinks both of his sword and the young master's sword are undamaged, but usually, using this much mana would break the blade. It's completely different from the flow and force he has been using so far, and she wonders what power the Crimson Lotus possesses now. This sword will not break, thanks to the Dwarf King's trait, the Crimson Lotus absorbs all shock. And this is the new trait of this sword to absorb the traits of its users. Riesla also exclaims that the Crimson Lotus has been strengthened, so she will try to be more enough in her next attack. Suddenly, she disappears in front of him and appears from behind. Her speed is so fast that Devan is unable to catch her. He then closes his eyes and tries to sense the mana she has been using to mobilize. After a while, when she comes to attack him, Vincent grabs his sword in his hand, and she is shocked at how he can grip it with his bare hands and is able to detect his movement within a month. After that, he used the technique of double sword strike, chapter 1, and attacked her with his full might. Riesla thinks he used all of his strikes, but this is unexpected that she lost her sword. Devan throws her sword towards him and says he doesn't want to win through a cheap victory from someone who has lost their sword. Riesla says it was quite an act of arrogance because not all martial artists and monsters will go easy on him as she has. Opponents who are stronger than him will completely disregard his condition and bear no sympathy toward him, and she uses another trait to attack him. She instructs him to counter this and jumps upon him to attack, but Riesla feels dizzy and is about to fall when Vincent supports her. He exclaims that he has wounded her, and there are about 4 months left before going into the Crimson Fortress, and he could slice through the mana around her. Riesla is shocked to see that he sliced through the mana to block her trait and exclaims he always surpasses her expectations. Devan asks her if he can receive what he was promised, and she will tell him about her blessing, the flow of mana from the galaxy wandered. 2 days later, Devan is able to learn her trait and says when he lets the mana flow through that path, it will start to manifest. Meanwhile, Vincent hopes that it won't pierce through the roof with that size of mana, and after a while, he can see a soul near him. On the other side, at the Crimson Fortress, Vargan, the Dean, asks the headmaster, Herka Quebel, why she hasn't touched any of the documents or if she has spaced out again. She doesn't want to do this because she is a martial artist, and it is a waste of talent for him to hold a pen like this. Vargan asks her to stop the nonsense and check the next set of entrants coming in, and she is surprised to see the name Vincent Adinka and asks him if he is from the main family. She exclaims someone bothersome is coming in again and calls him the loser's 7th son, Vincent. And Vargan thinks if he is a loser like the rumors say he is, and will be soiling the Crimson Fortress's name. Before he can enroll, they must nip the bud before it sprouts. On the other step, the wanderer who appears near Vincent gives her blessing to Devan, and they cannot see anything. It is said that the Galactic Wanderer's blessing trait only consists of 1 step, and it feels so much cold. After some time, she has gone, and Riesla says he will not leave a trace, even upon the frosty snow called Frost Walk. Later, Vincent informs him that the Crimson Fortress is more of a fortress than a training academy, and is located in the mountains on the border of Samian. In the past, when followers of the Archdemon invaded Samian, Arslan, as well as other Herpes of this era, fended them off. That's when they look at the role of leading the training academy, and Devan is sure that they will find the will of Arslan there. Vincent says there is a legend of another treasure called the Heavenly Fruit. It is said to be more powerful than any medicine in the world, and there are rumors that it could revive the dead. There's the Heavenly Fruit tree, which bears fruit, and there is even nonsense going around about the Crimson Fortress being a pot to hold the heavenly fruit tree. He wouldn't have believed any legends like this in the past, and they wonder if their next objective will be the heavenly fruit. Once they enroll, they will only have 9 years left, and Devan says they have been overdoing themselves so that it can be even less. Vincent says they will discover the secrets of the heavenly fruit and get it in their hands. According to Devan's information, they have to fend for themselves without the financial support of their family at the Crimson Fortress. Vincent thinks it's to prevent any unlawfulness with money since other families and their collateral descendants will be gathering as well. Devan asks him where they will get the money, and Vincent reveals that he has invested in a place called the Sixth Magic Tower. If the Adanka and Samian families are renowned for their swordsmanship, then the Sixth Magic Tower is renowned for its elite magic courses, and he can sponsor the mage's research and get his contribution back in money. He tells Devan that the mage he has invested in is Varnelli, and she has just become the co-owner of the tower. The only problem is that their investment will turn into a piece of trash when the co-owner dies. On the other side, Varnelli refuses to work with someone, and he kills her on the spot. The next morning, they see her death news in the newspaper, and Vincent is shocked because his investment has been ruined. He is crying over his money, while Devan says they should be paying his respects to the dead first. But he is not in a place to pay his respects, and they are going to be starving in the fortress. Devan also reads about her will, which states she will leave all her possessions and research to her only younger sibling, Vargan Pagoda. On the other side, he is thinking about Varnelli that they were both born in the Pagoda family, but he never even reached the tip of her genius potential. Meanwhile, Devan says they should look into this Vargan person first. The remaining time is 4 months. They must gather as much information and strengthen themselves as much as possible until then. 4 months later, on the mountains of the Crimson Fortress, they are on their way toward it, and Railsa tells him that he must walk from there due to security reasons. She asks him to follow a path, and then the headmaster of the Crimson Fortress will come out to guide him. Devan pays his gratitude to her and thanks her for everything, and he is sure that his mother would think the same. On the other side, Vargan informs the headmaster and tells her that young Lord Vincent will arrive soon, but she is getting annoying, and it's not her style to be formal and guide people. Suddenly, the headmaster speaks through the stone and says it's her duty, and recently, there have been monsters invading the local residences in the surrounding area. She gets up and says it is her duty as the headmaster to defend the residents in the fortress. But the stone asks her to send some reinforcement there since it's a weak monster, but she leaves, asking Vargan to bring the direct descendant of Adanka to him. A guard asks him what they should do about young Master Vincent, and he states he will go instead of that dunce. He sees him through the telescope and is surprised to see the Grand Chamberlain with him. He thinks Vincent is so useless to the point that he needs someone so powerful to guard him, and he asks the guard about the examination. They will proceed like last year, and he will be personally testing him and thinks he will be going to weed him out before he has a chance to enroll. The first exam, subjugation of the illusory monster, will now begin. At the same time, they are walking through the snow mountains, and Wilson shows them the building of the Crimson Fortress. Suddenly, they hear a voice approaching them, and Devan thinks the examination has already started. He thinks this is the time to see the results of his training with Riesla these past 4 months. The monster appears there, and it is said to be the strongest predator in the snowy mountain region, the Blue Eyes White Tiger. Wilson and Siri are scared to see it, and he asks them to run as hard as they can toward the Crimson Fortress without looking back when he is out of sight. He runs toward the other side, asks the monster to come toward him, and thinks if it's the Blue Eyes White Tiger that he knows of, it will reach the faster moving object. Soon, he gets attention, and the monster rushes toward him, but something doesn't feel quite right. Although it looks like a Blue Eyes White Tiger, it doesn't seem like one, and it doesn't feel like a monster that's alive. However, it won't change the fact that he will defeat it, and there is another monster rushes toward him, and he uses his trait, Body Strengthening, to dodge their attack. Vincent asks him to see toward a hill where a large number of monsters are looking toward him. There are 18 in total, and it will be impossible to defeat them all with only 2 strikes of absolute sword slash. Devan thinks there is something strange about this since Blue Eyes White Tigers don't travel in packs, and they are the strongest predators, so there is no need for them to do so, and although they are carnivores, they bear no scent of blood. Vincent also thinks they can be illusions formed with magic, and Vargan, who is watching him, is surprised to see how he can observe them since this is a high-rank illusory monster summoning magic. There is barely a difference between the actual tigers and these illusions, and they are even more intelligent since a human controls them. At the same time, Devan says they can wait there, and if they are using precise magic of this rank, then they will run out of mana soon. But Vincent says they are probably using an assembly element. It's a method for using multiple spells of the same type at once. Instead of using numerous spells, they designate one as its assembly element, and they branch out of the spell by copying and pasting. It's a lot more effective and reduces additional mana usage. Devan says if he finds the designated one, everything else will disappear, and he can find it because a human controls it. In such instances, a real monster would be on the front lines, and if it is a human, it will try and protect the assembly element. Soon, he finds out that the assembly element is the one that's on top of the cliff and doesn't move. He uses Galactic Wander's blessing trait and jumps up on the real tiger to kill him on the spot. Vargan wonders if he is using the Frost Walk, Rails's trait, and is shocked at him how he can use this. He arrived at the assembly element within an instant, and he was sure that he was the real tiger. Vargan shouts from his place that he won't be dumbfounded, gives him an opening, and commands other tigers to attack him. His Crimson Lotus, which has been strengthened with the dragon skeleton, absorbs his mana's properties and absolute sword slash with the Galactic Wanderer's blessing trait. He sliced through the illusion tigers and reached the assembly element quickly. Vargan is shocked that he didn't strike down the illusion, but he disconnected the actual mana circuit, forming the magic. He observes Vincent deeply understands magic, and wonders what kind of person this kid is. Meanwhile, Devan wonders if the examiners at the Crimson Fortress are satisfied with him, and a guard asks Vargan how they should process the results of this examination. He asks him if he hasn't seen for himself that his magic was completely obliterated and orders him to open the gates, and they will greet the young master. The fortress is usually a central gathering place for martial artists, and it is common to find a mage of this level. However, when he reaches at the gate, Wilson and Sari are waiting for him on the gate, and Vernelli's younger brother and the mage who takes care of all the essential business at the fortress, Vargan, welcomes him warmly. He permits his entrance to the Crimson Fortress, and Davin asks him if he is Vargan and exchanges some courtesy words with him. Vincent exclaims they cannot bring the family's funds into the fortress, but there is a sponsorship system, and a talented cadet may get a sponsor within the fortress. Now, they will be going to score as many points as this person and get back all the money they invested in the magic tower. 26. There are quite a few people, their instructors, teachers, disciple military, and children from various families living there. If they include their servants, the numbers are even larger, and Vargan tells him that he will be sharing a dormitory with others and it may not be comfortable for him. When he begins living there, he will become a cadet in the fortress and lose any other status he has. Vincent thinks he will only be treated like a young master for this carriage ride, and Sari is also excited to see the students wearing uniforms. She exclaims he will also wear that uniform and will look so cool, and Vargan informs him that his uniform will be given to him tomorrow. Vincent asks him which rank he is in currently, and he reveals that all cadets start out at rank 9 and take the advancement examinations semi-annually. The ranks are from 9 to 1, but if he manages to pass the advancement examination after rank 1, he will be considered a breakthrough martial artist and graduate from the fortress with the acknowledgement that he has become a true martial artist. Vincent thinks it will take 4.5 years at the shortest to graduate, and he must find the heavenly fruit before that to prevent dying. And Vargan asks him if he targeted the blue eyes white tiger that was the center of his magic. When Vincent clarifies him that, he is surprised and asks him how he knows about magic when he comes from a family of martial artists. Julian, the real Vincent, says when he was awful at martial arts, he dabbled in everything else possible. And Vincent tells him that knowledge is power, and he doesn't believe there is a point in differentiating things like that. Vargan is surprised at his confidence and talent and wonders how such a child got nicknamed a good-for-nothing. And he sure is intriguing. Suddenly, Vincent asks him how he can get the heavenly fruit, and Vargan is shocked at his sudden question. He thinks a child will always be a child because he believes in such a legend, and he tells him that no one knows about it because it is said that the heavenly fruit will pick its owner. Julian observes that the dean also considers it a mere legend, and gaining information seems difficult for them. However, soon they reach the dormitory building, and Vargan tells him that it is the dormitory for rank 9. His servants will reside on the first floor, and he will be residing on the 3rd floor in Residence Hall 5. He gives him a sun badge that indicates that he is a rank 9 cadet, and also tells him about the greeting of the Crimson Fortress. He has to say humble respect to absolute glory whenever he sees someone, and Vincent warmly greets him. After a while, he reaches Residence Hall 5, and there are many cadets also present there and are staring at him. He wonders and asks Julian if he has done something wrong, and a cadet appears there and asks him if he is good for nothing Vincent. He is a rank 9 cadet and representative direct descendant of Aden's 6th son, Malone Aninka, and Julian tells him that he is his elder brother. Moreover, he is one of those who bullied him the most and even forced him to eat garbage. Vincent sees a memory and thinks it isn't just his imagination, but it is real, and Malone bullies the weak with his strength on a daily basis. His action seems to be continuing there as well, and he is soiling the honor of Aninka, so it will be okay if he scolds him a bit. Vincent grabs his hand and says he is so happy to see him since he never thought he would be able to see his brother. And Malone pulls his hand and says they are not close enough to talk like this. He makes fun, saying it's been a long time since he left the direct house, but he is still at rank 9. And Malone angrily calls a cadet named Sizen. When he comes forward, he slaps his face forcefully and asks him how he is educating the newbies and how he can behave like this toward his representative. He asks him to beat Vincent the next time he tries to climb up, and Vincent thinks he is worse than he expected. Vincent can feel the reflection of Kajin in him and turns toward him and punches him with full might. Everyone is shocked to see his action, and Malone furiously rushes toward him to attack. And Vincent thinks there is something he learned in this era that they don't deem martial art dispositions to be necessary. He dodges his attack, punches him back, and makes him fall to the ground. He then calls everyone and says the only fear they are allowed as martial artists is respect, so they have to overcome their fears, and this is the only way they will step foot as martial artists. Meanwhile, Malone gets up angrily and tries to attack him from behind, saying he dares to challenge him in this residence hall. But Vincent moves swiftly and dodges his attack while Julian comes to him and says if they are lucky, then they can turn it into an opportunity. On the other side, at a village near the Fortress Ila, the villagers thank the headmaster because they can rest easy at night because of her. An old man offers her a drink today, but she refuses by saying she is not supposed to drink on duty. But it would be rude to refuse his courtesy, and she gets shocked when Vargan reaches there and says he also wants a drink because his superior keeps stressing him out. After some time, he tells her the whole story about Vincent, that he only struck down the assembly element. He asks her if she has no idea what he is talking about, and she says that she doesn't know this because she is not a mage. He exclaims that Vincent knew about and demolished something even a 7-star martial artist like he hasn't heard of and asks her to realize how incredible he is. She asks him if other direct descendants demolished the snowy mountain and think Vargan is excited to find someone as cowardly as him. After a while, the stone appears there, and it asks them if they can return to the fortress because rank 9 Malone and Vincent have requested a mediator's presence during their spar. After some time, he returns to the fortress, and a teacher informs him that it was a spar between 2 direct descendants. She obliged Cadet Vincent's request. She is rank 9 dormitory instructor Brond, and he asks her to report everything related to Cadet Vincent. He then turns toward them and says they have caused a disturbance in the residence hall and should be subject to discipline, and they will overlook it since they have received a report from Cadet Vincent. With his authority as dean, he permits the spar between these 2 cadets, and Malone is shocked to see the Crimson Lotus with Vincent. He asks him if he will imitate his father with a replica, and he can bet his right wrist that the sword is fake. Vincent smiles and says he should honor those words later, and Malone promises him that he will make him surrender soon. He uses the Daughter of Fear's blessing trait, and it's a trait that fills their opponent with fear. But Vincent is fine because of his spirit since a swordsman must not fear another. Julian is surprised to see his reaction and asks him if it is possible to ignore a trait with his soul. While Vincent exclaims this is a matter of his mental state and resolve, Malone is shocked at why he is unaffected, and other cadets start whispering about his power, and he angrily exclaims that he must have played some trick. He takes out his sword and says he will crush him with his sword and mana, but Vincent disappears before him. He then appears from behind, kicks him, and makes him fall to a distance. He then swifts his blade, harnessing frost walk and force increasing using body strengthening. Malone has been defeated badly, and everyone knows he is trash. And despite all that, the reason he can keep his position as the cadet representative is due to his overwhelming power compared to the other rank 9. However, Vincent is threatening his position right now, and a cadet named Selbera appears there and asks why everyone is there. She is shocked to see Malone on the ground and that the dean is also there. Sizen tells her that Vincent, who just enrolled, is really incredible, and he said the only fear they are allowed as a martial artist is respect. She wonders if she can become like him, but Selbera says the fight is not over yet because Million's coercion is a trait he obtained separately, but his blessing is separate. At the same time, Julian appreciates him and asks him to pummel him completely, while Vincent thinks this is strange. He made his drop his sword, but the dean hadn't announced the victor yet, and Milling got up as one of the greatest gods that has the power to control electricity, the blessing of the cerebral giant. Vincent is shocked to see him since he doesn't know about his blessing and is trying to dodge his attack. His arm burns away in order to dodge his attack, and Million laughs and asks him if he likes his trait. Julian is also shocked because his only trait was the daughter of fear's coercion, and he was bullied since he was little for all those years, so there is no way he wouldn't know about this. Milone exclaims this is something he doesn't know, although he was born with it, and he only masters it after coming to the fortress. Vincent asks him how many times he has hidden it, and he exclaims it is not like he tries to hide it or anything, but it is just annoying for him. Even with his coercion trait, kids of his age could not defeat him, and he doesn't believe it's necessary to go through the painful and hard training. Once he comes of age, the fortress will have no choice but to let him graduate as he is a direct descendant. Unlike other people, he doesn't feel the need to work like some dog, but Vincent shouts at him and asks him to stop saying stupid things. He exclaims that his precious powers of his something one world their entire life towards and never achieves, and not only, he disregards the responsibility that comes with that power, but he is also disregarding others' efforts and trampling on them. He asks him if he knows everything about the reputation of the name of Adanka family, but Milone makes fun and says he is chatty when his right arm is completely charred, and he should be saying all of this crap if he beats him. He then attacks Vincent and rushes toward him, and asks him to remember that he has bet his wrist that the Crimson Lotus is fake, and he will take his right wrist just as he has said. While he thinks out of the 2 strikes, he already used one on the illusory monster, and he will finish this with the Dwarf King's absolute sword slash. Milone exclaims he will not let this happen, and he emits out of his mana and is out of his control. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs, and many stones rush towards Sari, who stands on a side. But before they can hit her, Brogan reaches there and creates a mana barrier to save her. He asks her if she is alright, and he orders Braun to evacuate all cadets. He tells Sari that he will teleport her with his magic to somewhere safe, but he also gets surprised to see her body is full of mana. Meanwhile, Milone laughs loudly and asks him to come to him, calling him a coward. Vincent thinks it's a powerful trait, but it has a lot of openings, and he needs to find an opening and get to the center right away with Frost's Walk. He tries to follow the trait but falls on the ground because it's too much for him to maintain it for as long as Railsa, and one large leap will be his limit. Brogan thinks this is his mistake since they are immature, but they are direct descendants of the Adanka, and he should have done this from the start, and he creates a mana barrier around them. Vincent thinks there is much less space for him to escape his attacks, and Milone exclaims the dead is also on his side. Vincent thinks it's difficult to use absolute sword slash right now, and he has already burst through his body strengthening, and he is already at his limit with Frost's Walk. Suddenly, Julian appears there and says they can slash something else with an absolute sword slash, and Milone rushes toward him to attack. However, Vincent trusts Julian's strategy and jumps simultaneously when Milone lands an attack on him. With that leap, his Frost Walk has been completely spent, and Milone gathers some energy saying he will dig his grave there, which is perfectly suitable for a pest like him. Meanwhile, Vincent thinks he fell for his prey and cuts through the barrier. Suddenly, a huge amount of mana gathers and falls upon him, seriously injuring him. Vincent stands on his chest and says the vow of a martial artist is heavier than anything else, and with the sword bestowed on him by their father, he will defend his honor. Moreover, a little brother cannot turn his older brother into a liar, so he swings his sword in the air and cuts his right arm. Meanwhile, Borgen is shocked because the mana barrier he created was of a completely different class than something an ordinary martial artist could create. It was created through layers of countless spells and was an enclosed space completely sealed off from the outside world. But with only one slash of his sword, he cuts through his arm. He then asks them to stop and announces Vincent as the victor, and he asks him why he didn't stop him. Borgen exclaims he said it himself during the spar, so it couldn't be helped. In the meantime, Wilson brings a priest from the Crimson Fortress dispatch 5th class, Shevin using his badge, and asks him who carries around a 2nd class priest token. He is then shocked to see Malone on the ground and asks Vincent if he has defeated him. But before that, he has to answer about how he is in possession of something as precious as this. Vincent says he heard it was a token that allowed him to receive the same treatment as its original owner, and Shevin realizes that a lowly 5th class priest like himself cannot be asking such questions. He then asks him to treat Milone's wound, and he shouts from his place that it was all his plan, including treating his wound as well. Vincent laughs and says he bet his right hand in an official spar, so he fixed that hand of his, and it will be enough to destroy his honor. Malone is furious because he wants him to choose between his honor and his right hand, while Julian is very happy to see all this. Soon, the instructor and other cadets appear there, and they are also shocked to see that Vincent has won. Vincent asks him to make his choice and says if there's a godly miracle, they will not be able to reattach an arm once it's dried up. Soon, he puts his honor aside and asks him to fix his arm, and Julian asks Vincent to ask him to say it loud enough so that other cadets can hear him. Malone shouts and asks him not to pretend he doesn't hear him and to fix his arm since he has no honor. Vincent requests the priest to treat his brother, and he asks him not to overdo it and avoid any strenuous exercise since this treatment isn't all might. Caesar is also surprised to see him defeated, and she asks Vincent if she can become like him. Vincent says if she can overcome her fear, he is sure she can achieve much more than her current potential, while Malone asks him not to get so high and mighty just because he won once. He is sure that the king of this place is him, and he picks up a rock, thinking he can incorporate cerebral energy into it, and slams his head. But Vorgan appears there and says the only reason he is ignoring his training is just that his hand must be fully recovered and be able to hold a sword on that day in a month's time. He already has his hands full thanks to a superior who doesn't fulfill her duties and warns Malane not to dare to trouble him anymore. 1 week later, Julian is instructing him to keep his one hand on the sword and the opposite hand on his chest. This is the way to convey his condolences in this era. He then goes to Vorgan's room for the condolence of his sister, and he says he is about 4 months late, which is uncomfortable for him. Moreover, he will return to being the direct descendant's 7th son. But he is just a dean who used to be a lowly mercenary, so their relationship is quite awkward. He also asks him if he investigated him before coming there and knew about him and his sister and approached him intentionally. He rudely asks him what his objective is, and Vincent tells him the truth that he invested in his sister, Varnelli Pagoda. Vargan asks him if he wants him, the inheritor, to pay him back for the investment, and Vincent says he wants money at the start. But after he also invested in him and heard the full story, that made him re-examine himself. A talentless child who was suppressed by his background, and when he heard that story, he just wanted to speak with him. Vargan says he also knows about his situation, but he doesn't think he will hear what he wants from him. Vargan reveals he ran away from his family and the magic tower belonging to the Samian family that deserted him and made him live as a mercenary. After a long time being a mercenary, he now works there on the front lines of Adinka, and unlike him, he has no lingering attachments to his sister or his family. Vincent asks him why he hasn't forsaken the pagoda name, and this question surprises him. On the other side, Malone is in his room, and unlike before, the students are not afraid of him, which makes him furious. He promises himself that he will kill Vincent one day, and a black soul appears in front of him and asks if he needs its help to kill him. At the same time, Vargan thinks the Pagodas are a renowned family that has been leading the magic tower for generations, and if he lived as a mercenary, that type of background would have gotten in his way. But Vargan gets angry at him and says he is just a student who doesn't even have any stars and asks him why he talks like he knows anything. He doesn't know what he had to endure or how he felt leaving the magic tower. He shouts if Samian and Adinka's families were to go to war, he would destroy the magic tower that ruined his life first. Vincent exclaims he already knows about this, and he was the same, but what he wished for in the end was not revenge, but acceptance and love. The reason he hasn't forsaken the name Pagoda is that he still has lingering attachments to his family. Vargan sits sadly and tells him that his sister is talented and bright, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he endured all of the bullying out of pure respect and admiration for her. But at the same time, her brightness caused him even more misery, and he couldn't stand the pressure and the abuse, so he ran away, forsaking his family. He thought he saw right through Vincent, but it was really the other way around. And Vincent advises him to be honest since human emotions are not always so simple. Vargan never thought he would get advice from him and gets up, saying it was great condolence. And though his sister is dead, he can finally be honest with himself. Moreover, if he invested in the magic tower, he is sure it wouldn't chump change, and Vincent is happy that he can become his sponsor, and he won't have to worry about his living expenses at the fortress. When he comes back, Julian exclaims he really have a way with words because Ravan, Riesla, Master Hansen, and now Dean Vargan, they all fell for it. Vincent asks him why he is treating him like a con man, because what he told them was completely genuine and heartfelt. Meanwhile, Sizen and Selbera appear there and say he is incredible to have scored a sponsorship from the Dean. Selbera introduces herself as the rank 9 secondary cadet representative, and since the girls used the second floor, so they never had the opportunity to meet. Vincent shakes hands with her and says this is the first time he hears about a secondary cadet representative, and she asks him if he thinks his brother fulfilled his duties properly because she is responsible for reporting to the instructors. Vincent feels the same sensation as his mother trait from her, and her trait is discernment, and she can check the opponent's power and hidden potential. She wants to see how he took down Malone, and she is surprised to see that he doesn't have imagery, and his crimson color means that it isn't possible to evaluate his hidden potential. Vincent pulls his hand and says he doesn't appreciate her way of greeting him with her trait, and she is surprised at how he knows since it's the first time. Even the instructors can't sense it. However, they ask him what he is doing there since it's forbidden for a cadet to roam around alone at night because it will be dangerous for him to get lost in the cold. Salbara tries to scare him, saying he can run into Davin's evil spirit, and he hurriedly asks her to tell him everything about Davin in detail. They are surprised by his reaction, and Saizen asks him if he knows about the Archdemon from 500 years ago. She reveals that after Archdemon Davin lost to the Hero King, his spirit was scattered worldwide. However, remnants remain left over that form contracts with martial artists and give them enormous strength. They give them enough strength to accomplish their objectives using their lives as collateral. Vincent is surprised to hear that Archdemon Davin actually existed, and that it was all a legend to frame him for everything. Selbera states from time to time that there are contractors that are reported, but she doesn't really believe in that stuff, and Vincent also thinks there is no way such a thing exists in the world. On the other side, Malone faces an evil spirit, and it asks him to form a contract with him, and then it will let him accomplish whatever he wants. Malone asks him if it is the evil spirit of Davin, but the spirit asks him if it is really important for him right now. The important thing is that he can help him accomplish his objective and also call him the king of the place, and it can help him to reclaim his throne. At the same time, Vincent and Saizen enter the dormitory, and everyone is sleeping, and Saizen takes her leave, saying she is on night watch duty so she will be leaving right away. Soon, he observes that Malone is not present on his bed while Saizen is doing her duty outside the dormitory, and the night seems very scary. After a while, she feels someone's presence there and asks loudly about who there is, and the evil spirit appears there and says he tried to aim for her throat, but he missed. Saizen is shocked to see that the spirit is actually Malone, and he furiously asks him about Vincent where he is. Saizen guesses from his appearance that he formed a contract with an evil spirit and takes out her sword to aim at him while he is just laughing at her. Saizen shouts that she is no longer scared of him, but he grabs her neck and says if she aims his sword at the king, then she will be executed. He is about to stab his sword into her when Instructor Brond appears there and saves her by pushing Malone behind. She exclaims he has forsaken his pride as a martial artist, and Malone says it will be more fun slashing her than Saizen. She hurriedly asks Saizen to sound the alarm, while on the other side, Vincent is still waiting for him and wonders why he hasn't come back. Julian exclaims he doesn't care if he freezes to death or not, when suddenly they hear the alarm sound, and all the students wake up. A student says something must have happened to the night watch, and they all run outside to see. He sees Selbera in the corridor and asks her about the situation, but she also doesn't know about this and just comes out as soon as she hears the alarm. Suddenly, he smells the scent of blood and asks Selbera to notify the dean of this with her crystal, and tell him that it's an emergency. Things aren't looking good, so they need to call someone higher up, and Vincent asks everyone to follow him outside. They are running toward outside, and suddenly, the alarm sound stops, and the flow of mana also stops, and they wonder if the battle has already finished. Vincent talks with Salbria through telepathy and asks her not to react and asks if there is a defensive seal they can put up, and states that the initial battle is over, and the fact that they weren't contacted means the opponent has won. Salbria tells him that there is a seal she learned earlier, one of the 7 basic seals of Adenka, the triangular defensive seal. At the vertex of the triangle, there needs to be a 5-star martial artist or higher rank to center the seal, and if this condition is not met, the seal will lose its balance and collapse. She states that if they can find Instructor Brond, they can manifest it. In the meantime, they come outside the building and are shocked to see so much blood there, and Instructor Brond is on the ground in a severe condition. Meanwhile, Malone appears there and calls Vincent from behind while he asks him about who he is. Malone shows his face and says everyone who opposed him has gathered there, and now he will kill each of them. Vincent asks him what he has done, and Salbera tells him that it's the same characteristic as those martial artists possessed by Davin's evil spirit. Vincent is shocked and thinks this can't be possible because he is right there and wonders if he is fighting against himself. Malone laughs and says he will show him who is the real king and uses his trait, which is more stronger than before. Vincent calls everyone and asks them not to be shaken because they are martial artists, so they should not fear and draw their swords. He is surprised that the 5-star martial artist Brond was easily defeated and wonders if he is going to be able to handle Malone at this stage. It will be too much by himself, and they need the reinforcements Selbera has requested. Until they get there, he needs to stall for time with these inexperienced rank 9 cadets. He asks Selbera if she is able to use the seal perfectly she mentioned earlier, and asks her to let everyone know that they will manifest the triangular defensive seal together. Salbra calls him and says they need a 5-star martial artist or higher to center the seal, and Vincent replies he will center the seal, but she tries to tell him that it is possible because he is not a 5-star and also doesn't have imagery, and he will collapse as soon as they manage to manifest the seal. Vincent exclaims she is the cadet representative right now, so she has to make a decision that can save everyone. She agrees and asks everyone to form the triangular defensive seal and use Vincent as the center, and Malone exclaims he would rather kill himself than die at his hands. Vincent smiles and says if he is blocked by their seal even after forming a contract with an evil spirit, that would be absolutely humiliating for him. Suddenly, Julian appears there and tells him that won't work and asks him to run away by himself using the frost walk. But Vincent says if he runs away, everyone behind him will die. After a while, all rank 9 cadet gets the formation and manifests the triangular defensive seal, and Vincent feels like his mana is exploding, but he needs to endure it. Malone makes his fun and asks him if he is collapsing already and attacks the formation to attack. But it doesn't affect the seal, and they stay safe, and he is shocked at how he is able to endure the weight of the seal. Vincent asks him if this is all his power, and this time he attacks him with a greater force. Vincent thinks he has an incredible force, and due to the evil spirit, the cerebral giant's lightning has also become stronger. Malone laughs and asks him if he is trembling with fear, and the students get scared to see his evil face and are sure that he is Archdemon Davin. Vincent again asks them not to be feared because the only fear they are allowed as martial artists is respect. Salbra is surprised to see that he is trying to boost everyone's morale and manage the seal's weight simultaneously, and wonders if he is really 14 years old. She also wants to do something for him, so she asks the cadets to load their mana on her signal, and they push Malone behind them. Vincent asks him to give up because the martial artists will be there soon, and time is on their side. He can avoid the worst-case scenario if he gives up now and reflects on his actions. But the evil spirit comes to him and asks if he forget his promise that he has to kill them all, and he again yells at them, saying he wants to see them die while trembling in fear. If he can achieve that, he is willing to give up his life, and Vincent is shocked to see that his mana has become tougher and is preparing to unleash a big attack. He then jumps upon them with a huge force, and the ground starts shaking. Salbra asks everyone to watch out for rocks that shoot up from the ground. Suddenly, a rock hits one of the students in his neck and makes him fall, which causes their defensive seal to break. Malone jumps upon them, calling Vincent that is the end for them. But Saizen appears there on time and manages the empty space, and rearranges the seal. Malone is shocked at how she can still be alive because she was defeated along with Instructor Braun, and she exclaims that she has already told him that she is not afraid of him anymore. Malone shouts at the cadets and asks them to stop glaring at him as if they can dare to defeat him. Meanwhile, Vincent asks them to hold their ground because they just need to hold on for a little longer. The seal is at its limit, and Saizen won't be able to last much longer, but suddenly, he gets shocked to see a sword path even though he didn't slash it. He can see a black sword path through Malone's right hand but thinks waiting for reinforcements is his first priority, but the defensive seal is almost at its limit. He is confused about whether he should slash or not, but he no longer has a choice, and he asks Salbra to brace herself for the impact because the seal is about to break. He uses the skill Absolute Sword Slash in alternative form, and Malone is happy to see that he is ready to fight him. But he can't slash him following the sword path and needs to slash him again, and Malone makes fun by asking if this is all he has. He then rushes toward him to attack, saying he is going to grill him until he is crispy and his left hand is struck in the attack, and now he is unable to hold the sword properly. However, he can't fall back now, and he again rushes to attack him, thinking he will slash him properly this time. But Malone comes forward and grabs his hand, and asks him if he really thinks he is going to be struck down like an idiot. He burns away his left arm, and Vincent thinks if this was his previous life, he wouldn't have this opportunity, and he grabs the sword in his right hand and uses the skill of the Absolute Sword Slash. There is a sudden explosion there, and Vincent cannot see anything and wonders if he has defeated him. But Malone stays unharmed and shouts at him how he dares to cut his arm, and Vincent is shocked to see that the aura of the evil spirit is gone. He now gets that the unknown black sword path was a path to cut the connection between Malone and the evil spirit. He furiously gathers his powers again and says he will never forgive him, tear his shreds, and feed him to the blue-eyed white tigers. Vincent thinks this is not over yet, and if he wants to stop him completely, he needs to slash him once more. However, his body gets frozen, and he cannot move while Malone is throwing his attack towards him. He thinks everyone has gathered their strength for him, and he cannot stop there. In the meantime, Vargan reaches there and uses the trait of paralyzing to freeze him there and tie him with the ropes all around. Malone finds himself struck by a barrier and asks him to stop it, but he asks him to give up because once they get a successful start, they cannot escape. The headmaster is also along with him and says this is the sealing magic that completely binds him along with his imagery, the crystal prison. The only flaw is that it takes a long time to set up, but any martial artist possessing mana cannot escape. Malone shouts out loudly and calls Vincent, saying it is not over yet, and he will come back one day to kill him. The headmaster turns toward Vincent and excitedly asks him if he is the rumored guy Sir Vargan praised so much. But his injury is so severe that he can't even speak, and she praises him, saying he saved a lot of people there today. She asks him to rest because she and Sir Vargan can take it from there, and the other students also rush toward him, concerned about his health. Suddenly, he finds himself in an empty space with a lot of mirrors, and he wonders about where he is. Julian appears there and asks him what he is doing by overexerting his body like this, while he is shocked to see Julian there. A few days later, the headmaster, Herka, greets the patriarch, and he asks her for no formalities and speaks to him comfortably. He asks her what happened, and afraid tells him that won't be so fun to listen to. She reveals that there are 15 injured among the rank 9 cadets, although there are no deaths among them, but there is one death among the instructors. Moreover, Cadet Sizen managed to survive the enduring battle with Malone. The patriarch exclaims they will pay their utmost respects to the deceased instructor, Brond, and her family, and the same for all the injured. He asks her not to hesitate to sponsor them generously until they are fully recovered. Herka says it is her fault because if she had been able to handle it sooner, then this wouldn't have happened. And the patriarch states that there are always numerous variables associated with the contractors of evil spirits. Moreover, her decision to stop him in one shot after a lengthy preparation is not wrong. But he wonders how Malone is still alive after becoming a contractor. From what he understands, contractors are provided enormous strength in exchange for their lives. Once their power is depleted, they die. Herka states the dispatched mages from the fortress have analyzed it, but there was no particular reason. According to the cadets who participated in the battle, Malone was freed from his possession after being slashed by Vincent. Moreover, his arm, which was slashed off, didn't reattach, and the patriarch wonders if this is because of the strange swordsmanship he used during the assembly of true swords. However, he asks her to take disciplinary action against Malone since he crosses the boundaries of a martial artist by forming a contract with an evil spirit. He will be confined to the guest house for the rest of his life. Moreover, his imagery will be completely sealed off, and the tendons in each of his limbs will be cut off so he can never wield a sword again. Next, he needs to reward Vincent and ask her where he is right now, and she replies that they moved him to the main house after treating him. However, he hasn't opened his eyes for the past few days. Conversely, Vincent is stuck somewhere, and Julian also doesn't know about this. He was sent there after he lost consciousness, but after looking around, he realized that they were inside Malone's memories. Julian thinks this is something to do with the random swordsmanship he used, and Vincent is shocked because this never happened in his previous life to enter the memory of the opponent he slashed. He wonders how the contract, and the absolute sword slash, and Malone are connected. He sees one of his memories when Malone is refusing Vargan that he doesn't want to train to control the cerebral giant because he is already strongest among all. Julian exclaims it seems he is speaking with Dean Vargan, and this must have been before they got there. And he tells him that he is one of the respectable sons of the Adinka. Vargan says if he doesn't want to end his life on stage, then he has to bring the cerebral giant immediately. And Vincent thinks this is the reason the Dean is letting Malone off the hook. They are shocked to see when Malon forms the flow of the cerebral giant, and soon everything turns dark around him, and Julian disappears. His mother appears in front of him and asks him to die, and everyone from his past life, Master Nedia, Falcon, and Arslan, appears in front of him. They are going to a side, and he tries to stop them asking what happened after his death 500 years ago. Suddenly, someone stabs him from behind, and he is surprised to see Kajin there. Later, he is present in the Samian jail. His life inside this wall, and Arslan appears there saying he believes him that he didn't do anything wrong. Though it may take a long time, he promises to fight for his honor. He is surprised to see Arslan there and thinks the last time he saw him was when he visited him in jail. He has never seen Arslan fully grown like this before, and he reveals that Arslan is Julian, but Vincent cannot hear him correctly. He asks him to repeat what he just said, and he disappears, saying they will meet again in 500 years. Vincent calls his name and tries to stop him, but he finds himself in his room and wonders what Arslan did to him. Julian appears there and asks him about his health, and he gets scared because he suddenly disappears. Vincent feels his body has healed, too, but he is still shocked at the memory he just saw. He wonders if the adult Arslan came by to see him before his death. Meanwhile, Sari and Wilson enter the room and are shocked to see him awake, and they hug him warmly while crying. Wilson is crying and says he never thought he would get up again, and he thanks them for worrying about him. Herka appears there and asks if she is interrupting a touching moment, and Vincent asks if she is the headmaster. He pays his respects to the headmaster, and she exclaims the term headmaster is so stiff that she can just call him sister instead. He asks her what she is doing there because she should be at the fortress, and she replies that she has come there to report the incident to his father. Vargan is far better than her at taking care of the fortress anyway, and she is better off stepping aside when it comes to working with the pen. She plans to take care of some business in the central area and return in about 3 days with him. She exclaims that his sister has a small favor to ask of him and asks him if he wants to duel with the young master of the Samian family. Vincent is shocked to hear about her request, and she replies that she would like him to compete in the friendly exchange meeting. It's an occasion where the members of the Samian and Adanka families who have been introduced to martial arts compete against one another. It's a grand event both patriarchs will also attend, and this friendly exchange meeting this year will be held at the Crimson Fortress. This means that the young master and the patriarch of the Samian family will appear at the fortress. Vincent asks her why she is telling this to him, and she reveals that Melon was the one who was scheduled to attend. But since things have turned out this way, the only direct descendant close enough in age and skill level is Vincent. Vincent remembers the memory he saw. The stage Dean Vargan mentioned was the friendly exchange meeting. His opponent is the 6th son of the Samian family, and he is a genius who already has a prospect of becoming the next patriarch. Everyone, including Malone, didn't think to win in the first place. She reveals that aside from the second, Dea, nobody has won at the friendly exchange meeting before, so he doesn't need to feel pressure and consider it a good experience. Vincent states if he joins the duel with the intent of losing to the Samian family, it will go against the will of Adanka. Herka likes his way of thinking that he wants to try and win, while the patriarch appears there and asks if he will take responsibility for those words. Vincent exclaims he believes that he has already shown him how he takes responsibility during the assembly of true swords, but the patriarch tells him that pressure will be incomparable compared to that. Vincent promises him that he will come back as victorious, and the patriarch leaves him, asking him to take rest since his wounds are severe. On their way back, he exclaims that he hasn't rewarded Vincent yet, and he reveals that he will accompany them when they return to the fortress, and they will engrave his name on the Crimson Monument. Herka is shocked to hear this because there is a grand monument engraved at the fortress with the names of the heroes of Adanka. Those with great achievements get to have their names engraved on this monument. She surprisingly asks him why he is doing this because nobody has gotten their name engraved when they were in rank 9 except Dea. But he leaves her, saying he will see her in 9 days, while Vincent thinks about the friendly exchange meeting lying on his bed. He thinks the Adanka family's will is to surpass the Samian family, and there will come a day when they must surpass the Samian family with their swords. Moreover, this is an excellent opportunity to find the current level of the Samian family. He calls Julian and asks him if he knows anything about the 6th son of Samian, and he replies he is not sure since he never thought Malone would become like that. He asks him what the chances are that he will defeat the 6th son of Samian, given that they are around the same level. He replies that it is not impossible because they have the element of surprise with absolute sword slash, but there is still a low probability. Replacing the imagery theory, he will reach 3 stars at best, but his opponent, whom Samian's elite standards have educated, would be at least 3 and above. The difference in strengths will be vast, and he gets up, saying he needs to move his body. Julian tries to stop him because he has a severe internal injury to his mana, but Vincent reveals that his body has already healed. He just needs to refrain from using mana while Julian asks him to use his body carefully. After that, he trains very hard to meet this era's Samian, and he has a strange feeling towards this match. Suddenly, Ravan appears there and exclaims this reminds him of old times and says it was there that they rallied with their swords the first time. He has come to see him after hearing about his severe injury, but now he is relieved that Vincent looks fine, and they are now having tea. Ravan has found something about what he asked of him, and Vincent excitedly asks him if he really discovered something about what happened 500 years ago. Ravan exclaims he found something he is unsure of and says he was curious about their family. Aside from him, there was no one else in his family who was especially gifted in martial arts. Moreover, their estate size and their finances, everything is average compared to the rest of the collateral descendants. He asks him if it is not strange that his father, who is not extraordinarily gifted in martial arts or especially wealthy, was able to participate in the assembly of true swords as a regular spectator all these years. After he persistently asked, his father finally gave him an answer because he would be his successor one day. He took him to a secret library and said even the Patriarch of Adanka couldn't enter without his permission. The place is the Hidden Archives, the history of the Adanka that is unknown to the world. He revealed that all records of the first Adanka and its light and dark history were recorded there, and their family has obtained its high status by maintaining the archive for generations. However, after 500 years, even if the archive were to be revealed now, their family would be the only one to suffer a loss, as they have maintained it as a family business. Over there, Ravan finds the records of the Hisley family, and Vincent gets happy to know that, hoping there could also be records to prove his innocence. But Ravan says he has to succeed his father before he can show him any of them, so it's going to be a long time from now. And Vincent asks him if he is alright with this because this is highly classified information about their family business. Ravan replies he has already bet his life on his, and this is nothing compared to this. He also shows him a magic crystal and says he went to go repair his broken sword and he told him to give this to Vincent. Hansen appears from the crystal and says he doesn't know if it works properly since he hasn't used it in years, and Vincent gets happy to see him. Ravan tells him that it's a recorded message and asks him if he doesn't know that a communication crystal is astronomical expensive. Hansen states he is leaving a video message there since he said he doesn't know what will happen and asks him to keep this magic crystal. It has the basic functions of light and simple video recording, and he will now reveal what he found out about the dragon skeleton. It is revealed that he cannot reforge a perfect dragon skeleton sword and asks him to recall the fire at the workshop. He discovered the cause when he started hammering the Crimson Lotus after he transplanted the dragon skeleton. A flame that could not be contained was sparked. The dragon skeleton absorbs the mana temperament of its user, and he has a blessing called the Unwavering Flame from a great god. The Crimson Lotus must have absorbed that power and caused an explosion. In the end, it's practically impossible to forge something of this nature safely and intricately. However, he doesn't believe he can forge a sword greater than the Crimson Lotus right now. He states that it is possible to create a hammer out of the dragon skeleton he gave him. After experimenting on a small piece of the dragon skeleton, he found out the power absorbed by the dragon skeleton doesn't affect other parts of it. But if this were to happen, they would not have anything remaining to use as material for his sword, and he is simply telling him this for his information. He then takes his leave, instructing him to take care of Sari. Vincent says he could obtain the perfect dragon skeleton sword if he had more of the dragon skeleton. Raven gets up and says he is returning to the workshop because he has left his sword there, and asks him to let him know if he has any message for Hansen. Vincent asks him to inform Hansen to forge a hammer out of the dragon skeleton, and he will try to obtain the additional dragon skeleton to forge the sword. Ravan shakes his hand and asks him not to come back unconscious on a stretcher again, and Vincent promises him to be careful next time. After that, Julian exclaims Hansen and Ravan gave them useless information. But Vincent says all possibilities are open, and all that's left is for them to become stronger and find a way. The start of all that will be winning against the sixth son of Samian, and asks Julian to think of any way to win. He exclaims this is impossible because they couldn't even defeat Malone, who wasn't possessed, and asks him how he can expect them to win against someone stronger. Vincent also remembers Malone's trait was so difficult to handle, and it was a wide attack range and a force powerful enough to pierce his body, strengthening. If they were to obtain the blessing of the cerebral giant, maybe they could win, and this is impossible because they have already seen the mana flow in Malone's memories. Vincent exclaims they can't trigger a trait just with a memory, but if it is a god's memory, then it may be possible to get the blessing. Julian reveals that he has memorized all the cerebral giant's mana flow, and Vincent excitedly asks him why he is standing there, and they should get the blessing as soon as possible. But Julian says they can't get any blessing with this weak body. Cerebral type mana is the most destructive out of all the elements, and the cerebral giant is the strongest out of all the gods. If they attempt it now, his body is going to be destroyed without any blessing, so until they get back to the fortress, they are going to recover as much of his mana as possible. He gives him a bundle of instructions and asks him not to try the strange methods from 500 years ago, and if he breaks any of these rules, he won't teach him the mana flow of the cerebral giant. 3 days later, they finally arrive at the Crimson Fortress, and Vincent asks Herka if they don't have to walk to the entrance due to security reasons. She reveals that it is all a lie to keep this fortress hidden, and it's only a measure of their welcome rituals. Vincent observes there are more carriages than theirs, and Herka reveals that he is getting the engraving ceremony. Soon, they reached the event where the ceremony was going to be held, and first of all, Rank 1 Cadet Representative Hannah Adinka lined up with 4 others. Similarly, Rank 2, 3, and 4 cadets gather in their line, and Rank 5 Cadet Representative Abel Adinka and 15 others line up. He is the direct descendant, 4th son, and Rank 8 Cadet Representative. The 5th son, Damien Adinka, gathers with his line cadets. Vincent thinks, aside from Malone, this is the first time he is seeing the other direct descendants, and they all are incredible, especially that child Hannah, who is the Rank 1 representative and is so sharp that it's giving him goosebumps. In the end, Rank 9 Cadet Representative Salbura lines up with the 19 cadets, and Vincent thinks everything is alright. But he wonders who will do the engraving, and soon everyone is shocked to see the patriarch there. He calls Vincent Adinka and asks him to come forward, and he humbly pays his respects to him. The patriarch asks for his sword and announces that he will engrave it with Vincent's sword, and as soon as he unleashes the sword, a huge wave of mana spreads there. Everyone is surprised to see the power of level of Khans Adinka, and he engraved his name. He asks him not to forget that his name is Vincent Adinka, and he promises never to forget this. Later, students are discussing about the event in their dormitories, and they are happy to see Vincent in a healthy state. Meanwhile, Salbura appears there and asks if they have seen Vincent, and Saizen says he has gone to see her on the 2nd floor. She wanted to throw him a congratulatory party, but she couldn't find him anywhere. On the other side, Vincent is meditating in the training hall, and Julian is giving him the instructions. They need to sense 3 points, and starting from his chest, he needs to stiffen. Suddenly, he remembers about Gravery and gets happy that he received it when they all called him a good-for-nothing, and Father also acknowledged him as his son. But Vincent says they have much more to achieve, so they can't cry or laugh about these trivial matters. Moreover, they need the blessing of the cerebral giant if they want to meet this father's expectations, and Julian determines that he will work hard. He asks Vincent to focus on forming the perfect triangle, and a few days later, they finally succeed in calling the cerebral giant God. Julian is happy that they received another blessing, but he is shocked to see Vincent's condition. The mana is flowing through his body, and it looks like it will explode any time while Vincent is crying in pain. He tells Julian that the lightning energy is flooding out of his body, and the cerebral giant calls him a human who acquired divinity on his own. He exclaims that Vincent has summoned him by triggering the blessing, and he has granted him the blessing as he has wished. Julian shouts that there is no way a human would turn this way just from that, and they have completely restored the body before. The giant exclaims his physical body absorbed the mana as if it were a cotton ball and receives much more power than normal. Julian asks him what they should do because Vincent will die at this rate, and Giant asks him to stop the flow of mana. Then the lightning will stop. But if he stops it now, he will not bestow another blessing again. Someone can die or live and receive the blessing. He has to choose one of the 2 options, and Julian wonders what he should do now. The giant exclaims that they triggered the blessing and summoned him alone, so it doesn't make sense that he took more power than he should have. Moreover, Vincent isn't letting go of his mana flow because he knows that he will not receive the blessing if he stops now. He asks him to control the cerebral energy and hold it within his body, and he must do that first to receive his blessing completely. Meanwhile, Julian thinks he can't just sit by idly when his brother is holding on for his life. Though his divine energy may be weak, he can try to protect him, and he successfully enveloped his heart with his divine energy. But it soon gets destroyed because this is not at a level that he can handle, and the lightning energy is overflowing from the heart. He is trying to console him, saying he needs to stay a little longer, and if his heart explodes, it's over for the both of them. Soon, he disappears because he has used too much of his divine energy, but he doesn't want to die. He desperately calls someone for help while Vincent's heart is about to explode. Suddenly, a priest appears there, and Julian recognizes him as he is the one who healed Malone. He is shocked to see the situation there, and Julian thinks his voice can reach those with holy powers. However, Vincent hasn't still given up, and Julian thinks he won't give up either and will overcome the good-for-nothing Vincent. He asks the priest if he can hear his voice, and he asks him who he is, and Julian replies that he is Vincent's acquaintance God, and he needs to be healed right away. But priest cannot approach him because of the lightning, and Julian thinks he just needs to block the lightning. If the priest is to come into contact with him and heal him, then Julian must need to block the lightning energy surrounding his entire body. He thinks he needs to endure it, even if he disappears, and asks the priest to heal him. He uses the Gala's light and tries to heal him. On the other side, Vargan calls Sari to his office and asks her if she is ready for something. She requests him to teach her sorcery, and he asks her if she can recall the spar between Vincent and Malone. When he saved her from the falling rocks, he sensed incredibly strong mana within her body. The mana she contains is outside their understanding of the current study of magic. He tells her that it won't be easy to learn magic and that he has never taught anyone kindly before. She replies that she still wants to learn this because the young master Vincent is growing and keeps going further down a path where she can't help him. All she can do is to take care of him when he comes back with injuries, but now she wants to help him, even a little bit. Vargan comments that Vincent has a good person as his servant, and she needs to receive Vincent's permission prior to training. Suddenly, they hear a loud sound, and Vargan shouts from his place, asking what has been happening there. They reach the training ground, where Vincent is in bad condition. Vargan calls the priest and asks him what the meaning of all this is, and he reveals that young Master Vincent seems to have received an opportunity and gained the cerebral trait. After that, Seri asks him permission to learn magic, and Julian says that a servant whom the dean is teaching is an outstanding sorcerer. He asks Julian why he looks so faded, and he replies he will return to normal after some rest. He asks Seri if she will be alright because it won't be easy, but she replies she wants to assist him however she can. Vincent gives her permission and requests Vargan to take good care of her. Vargan thinks he can tell since he has been monitoring Malone's growth that what Vincent has come to possess right now is the lightning giant. He looked away for a moment, and Vincent had gotten even stronger than before. He asks Seri to make their lesson plans since they are sure that Vincent is safe, and he now thinks he doesn't have a teacher even though Seri has one. He hasn't been able to learn any of the swordsmanship that Arslan has left for the Atticus. He calls the dean and says the friendly exchange meeting is fast approaching, and he needs to put his everything into training for it. He asks him about the teacher who will be taking on the role of training him at the fortress, and Vargan reveals he needs to find his own teacher. Vincent is shocked and asks him why he needs to do this when the fortress is a specialized training institution for the Atticus, and he replies that it is about their facility and the environment. The elder from each family sponsors the child to be the potential successor with a teacher, and a martial artist may also volunteer. For the collateral descendants, the family elders come directly. Vargan asks him if he hasn't found an elder to sponsor him at that age, and Julian asks him not to expect anything because they have no elders. He asks him who would volunteer to become a sponsor of the good-for-nothing Vincent, and this is something he really can't do anything about. Only one person can help them, and he sends a letter to Riesla through Wilson. He reveals that it is a letter addressed to the Patriarch from young Master Vincent, and he brought it over directly means it must be something important. She asks him why he didn't pass it directly to the Patriarch and why he brought it to her, but he is afraid to stand alone in front of the Patriarch. Later, she goes to him and passes the letter, and when he reads it, she asks him if he wants to share the letter's contents with him. He tells her that Vincent requires a teacher, and Riesla thinks she should have looked into this earlier. She was so distracted with enrolling him at the fortress that she completely forgot about it. Moreover, the Patriarch reveals that he has acquired Malone's lightning giant. He asks her if she understands why he sent this letter to him, and Riesla says a son asking his father for help since this is the only place he can ask for help right now. The Patriarch asks her if she wants to go since he heard she instructed Vincent before, but she refuses by saying she can't do it. She uses the swordsmanship of a ruined family, not the Adinkas, and if she taught him for too long, he will only pick up bad habits. He asks her what he can do to help Vincent then, and she reveals that there is someone appropriate, someone he knows very well, a powerful person who uses the swordsmanship of the Adinkas, Professor of the Lightning Giant, formerly referred to as the Thunder Giant. With his authority as the Patriarch, if he can provide him with a position so he can enter the fortress, he can become young Master Vincent's teacher. The Patriarch states that he must desire this for himself, and she states she can convince him since he is also her friend. The vice captain of the White Sword unit, Merlin, is the required person. On the other side, Merlin is in the training ground, watching a scarecrow, thinking about Vincent. It has been many months, and he wonders what the young master is doing now. Meanwhile, Riesla approaches him and asks if he is going for another walk, and she takes him to his room. Merlin says since she is so busy, so he is sure he has not come here just to ask him how he is doing. And she replies that she wants to offer him a new position. She offers him a position at a training institution within the Yellow Dragon unit, and he immediately refuses the offer. Raelsa exclaims there is someone she would really like for him to teach, and he gets shocked when she takes the name of Vincent. Moreover, the elders won't look at him, and he is young, and the possibility for him to become the potential Patriarch is quite low, and there won't be any other sponsors. But Merlin thanks her for making excuses for him. But he still can't do this, but he is shocked when Riesla tells him that Vincent has acquired the blessing of the Lightning Giant. Merlin says he is interested, but there are far too many reasons for him not to teach him, and he is being pushed around to so many places because the elders don't like him. Raelsa asks him to make a bet with him, and young Master Vincent is set to have a duel with young Master Samian soon. If he wins, He will have to become his teacher. A few days later, Vincent is practicing harder, and he thinks he needs to make the lightning giant's power completely his. He tries to wrap the lightning around his blade, but it doesn't seem enough, and he needs to distribute it into a ray like Malone. He tries to increase the output, but it burns away everything, and Julian sighs that he is not able to control it at all. Vincent can feel the lightning filling his body, but that makes it much harder to control, and he wonders how Malone kept using so much of this. Julian says at this rate, it shouldn't be considered at the level of a microcurrent boost. The performance level is subpar compared to the amount of effort they put in, and Vincent says even though Julian worked so hard to obtain it with his tears and all, he gets shocked and asks him if he listened to all that and asks him to forget about this already. He asks him to remember the reply they received from Railsa, and she wrote to him that judging by the current situation, it seems they will not be able to acquire a teacher before the friendly exchange meeting. The first reason is the person's refusal, and the second is the elders' influence. The elders don't want him to interfere in the structure of the descendants they have formed. The elders are an association that exists to keep the patriarch's forces at bay. Not even the patriarch will be able to enforce this matter. She would like to assist him somehow, but she cannot forsake her duties as the Grand Chamberlain for a prolonged period of time. In this year's friendly exchange meeting, they will be won solely with his not strength Sloane utilizing absolute sword slash as well as other traits as much as possible. Julian says there is another method they can use, and he hurriedly asks him about this method. He asks him to use the Samian swordsmanship since he used to be a Samian before, and he used this technique at Hansen's workshop. Vincent says he can use it, but how can they handle the aftermath? If they use the Samian swordsmanship in public with expertise, they are going to get dragged back to his mother. It's unfortunate that he is unable to use the swordsmanship from his previous life, and he wonders if he can use Kajin's skills in his current state. On the other side, a tiger has been tied up at the Samian Archduchy at the main castle of the family, and is trying to untie himself. A boy exclaims in front of him that he is the Blue Eyes White Tiger, the beast from the Frosted Mountain the Adankas must slay when they enter the Crimson Fortress. Meanwhile, an old man appears there and informs him that his opponent for the friendly exchange meeting has been selected again. He is Julian Samian, an elder of the family, and he tells him that his opponent is the seventh son, who used to be called good-for-nothing Vincent Adanka. He is a direct descendant who has been displaying strange accomplishments and rising fast amongst the ranks. He tells him that for the Samians, the friendly exchange meeting is an event that does them more harm than good, and if he is victorious, nothing will change. But if he loses, they will suffer humiliation beyond all measure. People want to see a touching moment when the underdog rises and wins. Suddenly, the tiger unties itself and jumps upon him to attack from behind, and he tears the tiger in just one swing of his sword and says he needs to overpower him no matter what. He will let the world know that such a touching story doesn't exist, and he is the Samian's sixth direct descendant, Kajon Samian. On the other side, Salbara brings a gift for Vincent and hopes that he will appreciate this gift, and opens the door of the training room excitedly. But she gets shocked to see a huge amount of mana there, and Vincent stands in the middle of the room with a large sword. She is shocked to see his skill because she has never seen such skill before, and it looks like he is wielding a sword that isn't the Crimson Lotus. After a while, he asks her about her health since they are meeting after a long time, and she shows him the gift she brought for him. He asks her if it is an enchanted crystal, and she reveals that the sixth son of Samian, Kajon Spar, is inside this crystal. Vincent gets happy to hear this and thanks her, and she advises him to watch out for the last bit because it's a bit cruel. After a while, he uses the crystal to watch out for the spar, and he exclaims no matter how many times he sees it. The technology of this era is still fascinating. Suddenly, he was so shocked to see Kagan's movements that he will put his left foot forward there and attack the lower body. But his attack is fake, and with a swift strike, he will have the opponent take a defensive position. With a decisive strike hidden between his constant hits, he will destroy the opponent's sword and accept his defeat. However, even when the opponent is defeated, he doesn't stop, and he cuts his head, saying it is not over when he says he lost. He exclaims this is the price he pays for challenging a Samian to duel. Vincent thinks he is exactly like Kajan from the beginning to the end, and wonders if looking similar in appearance can be a coincidence. However, his main techniques, down to the smallest habits, remind him of Kajan. He needs to meet Kagan Samian as soon as possible. A few days later, Mage Captain Alberto welcomes the mages gathered for the proceedings of the friendly exchange meeting and states that the meeting is held in 3 stages. The treasure hunt to find the treasure chest from the enchanted dungeon and the subjugation to face off against the monster that has been captured. Finally, the spar which could be called the blossom of the exchange meeting. The mages are responsible for the first stage, the treasure hunt, and they will decide the type of beast they will create with their magic. After a while, Vargan asks permission to speak first and states that at their fortress, considering the abilities of the two young masters, they were thinking about level 8 reptiles or demons. These types should be difficult enough for 3-star martial artists to subjugate, and it should be enough for the first stage. One of the mages exclaims, associates of the 6th magic tower, they propose level 8 giant beast Fractor. But Vargan is shocked to hear the name of Fractor and asks the 6th magic tower if they are out of their mind. Those giants are at a difficult fit for 4 or 5-star martial artists, but they say it's the first exchange meeting in tens of thousands of years. There should be some changes to execute the crowds, and the obligation falls to both parties. Vargan shouts at them, saying how this is the same obligation when they already have Keshak, and if they use the giants, it will only make the 6th young master look good. The mage exclaims if he keeps making excuses like that, then he should give up right now. And Vargan angrily says the Samian have acquired a loyal dog. The mage also gets angry and asks how he can utter such nonsense to the magic tower when he holds the name Pagoda, and the fight is about to serious when Alberto shouts and asks them to stop, and says the ones who will be sparring are the young masters, not them. He asks them to settle this with a vote and asks them to raise their hands if they agree on the giants. Everyone raises their hands except Vargan, and Vargan thinks all of them are on Samian's side. Alberto exclaims with the majority votes, and they will prepare the giant illusory beast, Fractor. Friendly exchange meeting day 1. Herka asks Vargan about the guest list for the Samians, and she is exhausted by the workload and says she shouldn't have become the headmaster. Vargan asks her to stop and says he is helping her with every task, and she asks him about the preparations for the first stage. She thinks he will prepare the illusions, and he reveals that all of the mages that don't come across the fortress, including the captain, were all bought out by the Samians. The 6th magic tower is located on their territory, so he couldn't do anything about this, and as long as Vincent wins the other stages, it will be fine. She asks him if he really thinks that Vincent will be able to win, and he changes the topic, saying it is better for them if the Adankas win. Herka exclaims the probability that the young master of the Adankas will win is less than 10%, and she remembers he said these words back when Abel was the candidate. She thinks he is just so fascinated with Vincent now, and that is why he offers to sponsor him and all. He angrily pushes her away and asks her to complete her work first if she wants to fool around like that, and leaves the room. Finally, the day of the friendly exchange meeting has come, and everyone thinks Vincent is just filling in for Malone Adanka since he can't attend. The Adankas were at a disadvantage in the first place, but now they are even worse off than before. Vincent is thinking about Kajan Samian, whose behavior is similar to Kajan's, and he wonders if this is just deja vu. After a while, Kajan also reaches there, and he exclaims that he is very pleased to meet the Crimson Fortress's people and greets Vincent. Vincent also introduces himself and greets him, and shakes hands with him. Everyone whispers that they are looking good with each other, and Kajan exclaims it's always nice to make a friend of the same age. Vincent observes him and thinks there is nothing strange about him, but he wonders why his smile is so unpleasant. They hope that they can prove themselves with their strength, and Herka thinks this is a greeting with the assumption that the Adankas are inferior to them. Vincent smiles and says he hopes that Kajan will prove himself, and Vargan is getting scared because he is provoking him. The audience thinks the friendly exchange meeting has already started, even though they aren't on the stage yet. After a while, Herka proclaims that the friendly exchange meeting has officially commenced. The first stage is the treasure hunt, and the 2 participants will enter an enchanted space and retrieve a chest that looks like this one. However, inside the space, they will find a monster made using sorcery, and a giant fractor will guard the chest. People are surprised to hear about giant and say the difficulty must be higher this year. The participants will each select 2 rank 9 cadets to accompany them during this stage. The last friendly exchange meeting's loser, the Adankas, will get the first selection of the cadets, and she tells him to select Salbara. But Vincent doesn't listen to her and chooses Sizen and Harmon to accompany him, and Herka is shocked by his action. Everyone is shocked because those 2 have the lowest grades among the rank 9 cadets. They both look scared and confused, and everyone also comments on them that they will not be able to help him. Herka again asks him if he is sure about those 2 and hopes he is not thinking of using those 2 as his excuse for defeat. Victen exclaims the first reason he selected those 2 is that he doesn't want to give any excuse to young Master Kagan, and the second reason is those 2 are pretty distant, but they have the blood of the Adanka family. They may be from the maternal and collateral families, but it's important to defeat the Samians with the blood of Patriarch Arslan. Earlier, Salbara was sad because she thought he would select him, and Vincent states he trusts, and respects her completely, and he was also able to defeat Malone due to her leadership. He also asks her to do her best at the friendly exchange meeting, and he is doing this to provoke Kagan. He must turn his provocation into a vital flaw and utterly defeat him. At present, Kajon chooses representative and vice representative and says he will teach of the result of his arrogance. Vincent appreciates him for his great selection and thinks the stage has already been set for the Samians, and he wonders what he is trying to show them. Vargan thinks he just needs to trust him and proceed, and the mage is also disturbed when Vincent doesn't choose Salbara. Vargan calls him and asks him if he is ready to proceed with the first stage. The mages created the space, and Herka announced the commencement of the first stage of the friendly exchange meeting, the treasure hunt. They enter the space, and it is very dark inside. Saizen asks him if they can use the luminous crystal, and they turn on the light to help themselves. Conversely, Salabara asks Kajon if he needs light, but he smiles and asks them if they can walk a bit further behind him. Salbara wonders if he is telling him to back off because he thinks he can handle everything independently, and disregards them. Meanwhile, the audience is getting bored because they are still searching for the treasure, and think it will start getting more exciting when the giant comes out. Herka claims their approach is completely different, and Vargan claims Vincent didn't consider them to be his sidekicks. Harmon asks Vincent if he thinks they can help him, and he exclaims they are great martial artists who have overcome their personal fears. Suddenly, a giant monster appears and attacks them and makes them fall to the ground. Saizen Harmon gets afraid to see the giant and wonders if everything will go according to the plan. They can't find Vincent there and wonder if he has been crushed under the giant. Suddenly, he jumps from the ground and calls both of them to stay behind. He uses a vast amount of mana and takes down the giant in just one attack. He then calls Saizen and Harmon to execute the plan, and they ask him to leave this on them and find the chest. The Fractor are giants with poor eyesight, and they will automatically react to the loud noise of the drums and follow the noise behind them. Saizen asks Harmon to lead him back to where they came from, and Vincent is happy they are brave enough to help him. Now, he needs to find the treasure hunt, while Vargan and Herka are shocked because he is doing wrong. The important element is to showcase his martial arts abilities during the process, and the mage happily exclaims that he completely misunderstood the real meaning behind this stage. Soon, he finds the chest, but before that, the giant reaches him and pushes him back to the ground. He is shocked to see that another giant is guarding the chest there, and he is unaware of this. This giant is way more powerful than the other and lands an attack on him, but he flies away to dodge the attack. Vincent thinks in order for the plan to succeed, he needs to save at least one strike of absolute sword slash, so having two giants makes things more difficult. This giant is faster than the one he encountered earlier, and its reaction to the speed of Frost Walk is also incredible. On the other side, Vargan shouts and asks why there is another Fractor there, and Mage laughs and exclaims they made a mistake when they were starting out. Vargan furiously grabs him by his collar and asks how he dares to bear the name of the 6th magic tower and commit such dirty tricks. Herka asks him to stop because there are too many eyes and they will be at a loss if they cause a ruckus right now. The mage appreciates Herka for her calmness and says it's certainly fitting for the person in charge of the Crimson Fortress. Herka furiously asks him to stay behind once it is over because she will not let him live. On the other side, Kagan takes out one of the giants easily, and Salbara is shocked to see his traits and skills. He asks the giants if this is all he can show, because he had high hopes because they said it was a giant. But this is too easy. Salbara shouts from her place and informs him that there are two giants and she has no idea what is happening there. He uses Samian swordsmanship, Chapter 1, Gentle Steel, and attacks the giants with his full might. Its body parts are torn away, and exclaims he will see how long he can last. Salbara is watching all this and admits that he is so strong even it angers her to say so. Even if anyone else were there, it wouldn't have changed Kagan's results. He asks the giants to stop overreacting and get up because he still has many techniques to show him. At the same time, Vincent is still defending himself against the giant, and Julian is also worried because nothing is going according to the plan. Vincent asks him to get a hold of himself, and they need to come up with a plan. Julian states Absolute Sword Slash is an extremely powerful skill, and asks him if he can't just herd them into one spot and slash them both at once. Vincent likes his idea, but he doesn't think it will be that easy because they are too big. If he targets one, he can't see the next sword path, and they start arguing about the level of his skills, and Vincent exclaims this is extremely powerful. He needs to defeat both of them in one slash, and if he has a target, and by the name of the target, he remembers Harmon and Saizen who are stuck with another giant. They have nowhere else to go, and can't see Vincent also, and if he doesn't reach them, they will be in big trouble. Suddenly, Vincent appears there and also brings their chest with him, and he tells them that they have changed their plans and the giants will be arriving soon. Meanwhile, two giants appear there together, and Harmon and Saizen are shocked to see another fracture. They get so scared and start crying for help, and Vincent calls Julian to get ready for the attack. He asks him if he really has to do it this way because he doesn't want to become their target. The giants are about to attack them, and Vincent thinks because of their size, he can't find a sword path for the absolute sword slash to strike down both of them. In that case, he just needs to find something that comes across both of them. So he connects the other half of his soul to Julian's soul to create a sword path. He asks him if this is safe because he doesn't want to get hurt, and Vincent uses absolute sword slash, an alternative form to attack both of them at the same time. At the same time, he uses chapter 1 of the Dwarf King, trade on the second giant, and there is a huge explosion. While Julian is also shouting for help, everyone outside is shocked to see that he struck down two giants with one strike, and Vargan proudly tells Herka that is Vincent's lethal move. Vincent thinks this is happening according to his expectations, that even with an absolute sword slash, he can't strike down a god, and Julian shouts at him asking if he isn't certain about his survival. Vincent tells him that it's impossible in the first place to strike down a god, but he is shocked that he was only thinking about it in his head, then how Julian hurt him. Saizen and Harmon are watching him shockingly and ask him if he is talking to someone, but he changes the topic and asks them to leave. The last thing to strike down with his absolute sword slash is this entire space that was forged with magic. The mages are shocked to see that he destroyed the whole magic dungeon with his sword, and he asks other mages to double check the spell because there seems to have been an error. Vargan comes forward and says there is no need for this because Vincent's sword can cut through magic, but he is also surprised that he cut through the entire dungeon. More than the swordsmanship, he is more impressed by his creative solution. The mage Alberto also comes forward and exclaims it is impossible to destroy a stage of the examination itself, and they must disqualify young Master Vincent. Herka comes forward and replies that there is no rule that states it is forbidden, and no one has attempted it before Vincent. She provokes him saying for a mage captain of the Mage Association, which is a neutral party, he sure seems upset, as if it's his own business. Meanwhile, Harmon and Saizen show her the chest Vincent has won, and the mage exclaims the first stage is where they showcase their strength, and it doesn't matter who finishes first. It's great that he has a sword that can cut through magic, but young Master Kagan's turn hasn't ended yet within the remaining. If he keeps displaying his martial arts, victory will belong to the Samians. Vincent comes forward and says Kagan will be completing this stage shortly. He calls Vargan and tells him that the dungeon that he entered was created by the assembly element. He replied both of the candidates must provide equally, and the assembly element was concealed, and he entered one of the two replicated dungeons. Vincent asks him if he has destroyed his replica, then where is the mana which was forming his dungeon? For example, if water were to split into two streams and then forcibly block off one end, then it would overflow into the other stream. This means the mana is flowing in the remaining fracture, and Kagan is shocked at how the giant can be so powerful instantly. The giant is about to attack him, and Kagan thinks though it seems to have gotten stronger, but its intelligence level must still be the same. The giant is about to attack with its hand, and Kagan exclaims he is just going to lose his hand with this simple attack. He activates the skill of Gentle Steel and tries to attack him, but the giant has become so strong that it doesn't affect him. It attacks him and makes him fall to the ground, while he thinks something must have happened outside. Otherwise, how a dying monster can be so strong? In the meantime, the giant is about to attack him, and Kagan doesn't have time to adjust his form. But before that, Salbura rings the bell and asks the other cadet to find the box because the giant will now look toward them. Now, it turns toward her, and Salbura starts running in the opposite direction. She thinks if Vincent hadn't told her to do her best, she would never help such an arrogant boy. However, the giants reach her soon and attack on the ground to make her fall, and Salbura is shocked to see that the first giants are also alive yet. Now, she is the target of both of them, but Kagan attacks one of them from behind and exclaims how they can dare to ruin his performance. He uses the trait, Bloody Full Moon, and makes a big hole in one of the giant's chests, and takes down the other one too. Salbura is shocked to see that he struck both with one strike. Kagan was extraordinary from the beginning, and he intentionally left the giant alive to continue his performance. On their way back, he thinks he may have displayed indecent behavior and successfully finished the stage, and also found the chest and even left a memorable impression in the end. He thinks even if he did badly, but his performance should be better than Vincent's, but he is shocked to see him already present outside. Vincent says he is late, and judging by his facial expression, he thinks he enjoyed his gift. Kagan asks him what he meant by the gift, and Vincent states he has a friend who is quite gifted in sorcery, and thanks to them, he was able to have his dungeon's mana overflow. Kagan gets furious to know that he planned to have the giants outraged, and he has been making a fool of him since the beginning of this stage. However, he smiles and exclaims it is his mistake that he judged him too rashly, but things will be different from now since he has started looking at him as a true friend. Soon, they announce the victor, and it is Cadet Vincent Adenka, and the next stage will be held in 3 days. Later, Salbara is happy about Vincent's victory when Kagan comes to her and thanks her for saving him earlier. Because of her, he didn't look like a complete fool, and he forwards his hand to shake with her. She feels that she shouldn't touch his hand, but she shakes hands with him and accepts his thanks. When he has left, she wonders if he really came there to thank her, but Kagan has different plans, and he goodbyes her in his own way. On the other side, Sari is mediating in the forest at night when Wilson approaches her. He has brought her food and clothes, and she asks him about what happened at the friendly exchange meeting. Wilson exclaims he had his servitude, that's why he has won and his opponent willingly admitted defeat. He asks her if it is not difficult to train there, but she states when she is in at the fortress, she can't concentrate because she is distracted by the young master. Therefore, the dean said it would be better for her to train there as well since it would be easier to communicate with the spirits of the snowy mountain. She finds out that she is suited to be a spirit mage and needs to find a spirit to form a contract with soon. At her level, she can only manage one, but she likes so many of them. Suddenly, she hears a voice from behind that someone is asking for help, and she asks Wilson if he says anything, but he refuses by saying he didn't say anything. However, she continuously hears the voice that someone is continuously calling for help. On the other side, Salbara is cheering for Vincent's victory, and all the students are having a party in their dormitory. Vincent says he is only ahead of him by 1 point and asks her if they have to be this rowdy. But she exclaims this is monumental in the history of Adenka, though she shouldn't be saying such things as Kagan's helper, but he exclaims she was a crucial factor in his victory. He believes she would greatly help Kagan because they have similar martial arts levels, but she played a vital role in Kagan's victory. So, even if Kagan didn't accept the results, the odds would have been in his favor once the evaluations were complete. She thinks this is incredible that he planned that far ahead, and if the opportunity strikes, she will also help next time. Vincent forwards his hand, saying he trusts her, but as soon as he touches her hand, he is shocked to see Samian's chain seal on her hand. He asks her if she had physical contact with any Samian, and she tells him that she shook hands with Kagan because he wanted to thank her for helping him out. Julian asks him about what this seal is, and he reveals that it is more like a curse. It is a skill that gradually suffocates the opponent's mana and leads them to slow death. Julian asks him if he knows how they can undo it, but first, they need to determine what type of chain seal it is, and depending on the type of seal, the method to undo it will be different. He asks Salbara to train together at dawn every day, and she agrees to do this. Later, they think if he planned a curse on her outright, he must be confident that no one will discover it. Since Julian is unaware of the chain seal means it may have been erased from history, just like the absolute sword slash of magic body. Julian suggests they should keep this to themselves for now, including Salbara herself. He thinks he will never forgive Kagan for using black magic on someone who is irrelevant to this competition. Soon, she reaches there and apologizes to her for being late because it took her a while to get ready. Vincent is shocked to see her get up and asks her why she dressed up like this for training, and Julian asks him if he was a eunuch in his previous life. This clearly shows that she likes him, and this is why she dresses up like this, and Julian asks him if he is not aware of her obvious feelings towards him. Vincent is surprised to know this and wonders if she is not too young for his age and thinks he was 29 years old 500 years ago, and it's too much for him to consider a 14-year-old girl's feelings. She then asks Vincent to train because he called her there since he has a plan, and he first asks her to start meditating. He asks her to keep circulating the mana as he said and tell him immediately if she senses anything strange. She asks him if something is supposed to be strange, and he wonders why she can't sense it if it's such a disrupted flow. He guesses martial artists have lost a lot since the days of the theory of imagery, and Julian asks him if he can undo this. But the chain seal is stronger than he thought, and he gives up on undoing it himself. Julian is shocked and asks him what he is going to do now. Someone needs an offering for the chain seal. Typically, a living heart, animal, spirit, or human is used. He thinks Kagan probably sealed the offering somewhere on the snowy mountain, and as long as they can find and free it, the chain seal will be undone. If they can't do this, Salbara will die in 3 days, and he will not be able to do anything to save her. Julian is shocked to hear about 3 days and says the friendly exchange meeting is his greater priority right now. In 3 days, the second stage will start, and they can't forget to prepare for it. He asks Julian is realize what is more important there, and those who will chase after their objectives will lose their people. For instance, if he still had his comrades that he lost to the Samians, he wouldn't have spent the rest of his life in jail. After a while, Salbara asks him if they can stop because she is getting tired, and he asks her to wrap it up for today. On their way back, Julian asks him how he knows so much about the curse and if he is a dark mage, and he replies he has experienced something similar before. When he was imprisoned, they sealed off his mana and heard they used the heart of a prisoner serving the death penalty at that time. Julian looks at him with pity and exclaims his life was really horrible, and asks him what crime he committed to be imprisoned for 10 years. Suddenly, Salbara feels dizzy and gets unconscious, and he immediately takes her to the priest. He reveals that he treated her for now and left her to rest, but this is the first time he has seen such symptoms. He doesn't believe they can do much else for her at the fortress, and he suggests he should send her to the Gaia temple in the capital. Vincent wonders if the priest in the capital is able to undo the chain seal, but it's a skill that has been erased from history, and the progress is too quick that she may not even make it through the trip. He asks the priest to take good care of her and leaves the treatment room, thinking there is only one method to find the sacrifice that was used for the chain seal on this vast snowy mountain. He jumps from the mountain, thinking he will not lose another person this time because of Samian's dirty tricks again. On the other side, Sari is walking through the forest, and somebody's voice is calling out to her for help. It seems like a spirit's voice, but it sounds so far away. Suddenly, she sees Vincent at a distance and calls him from behind, and he is also shocked to see her there and asks her what she is doing over there. He tells her the whole story that he is looking for a sacrifice that has been used for the curse, and it has been sealed somewhere on this snowy mountain. She asks him what they typically use for the sacrifice, and he replies that they probably use something small since it has to stay concealed. It can be a small spirit, and Sari is shocked by the name of the spirit, and she tells him that she might be able to help him. Salbara's condition worsens, and Vincent lifts Sari and swings through the mountain, following the spirit's voice. She then takes him to a place and tells him that she can hear it in between that canyon. Soon, they reach there, and Sari calls the spirit for help, saying she has come there to help him. Vincent thinks he has little time and can't just keep searching for a spirit there. He calls Sari and tells her that there is not much time left, and if the spirit is there somewhere, he will destroy this entire region in order to break the chain seal. Suddenly, she finds the spirit that the chain seal tries as Salbara. Sari asks him if there is a way to help it, but unfortunately, Vincent doesn't have any way to help. There was no chance the moment it became the sacrifice to the chain seal, and it would be best to send it off peacefully. But Sari exclaims that there is a way to help the spirit, and she creates a spirit contract. If she forms a contract with the spirit, then it will become a higher priority than the chain seal. Soon, the contract is completed, and the chain is destroyed on the spirit. Vincent thanks and appreciates her for her amazing help, and she is happy that she could help her young master. Suddenly, someone attacks Sari from behind, but Vincent reacts quickly and saves her from the attack. He then jumps to the side and asks the person about who he is and what he is doing there. Kagan appears there and counter-questions him about what he is doing and how he dares to interrupt the Samians' traditional ceremony. Vincent was also furious with him and now ready to attack him because he had shown himself. Kagan again exclaims that he may be unaware of this, but he just interrupted the Samians' traditional ceremony. In other words, he just created an immense diplomatic dispute against the Samians. He asks Sari to put that thing down and walk away, and then he will cover this up for him. Vincent shouts at him, saying how he can call it a tradition when he is trying to kill Salbara. Kagan smiles at this and says there is a certain class that he is born into, and there are those who are born to bear the heavy burden of destiny. But some aren't born to bear the heavy burden of destiny. He exclaims there are those people who dare to cross the line, and Salbara is one of them. He is furious at her because she ruined her plan and decides he won't forgive her. Now, he is just punishing her, and he exclaims this is his right and that a comrade from the same class should understand. Vincent furiously comes forward and keeps the sword on his neck, saying they have not changed since 500 years ago, and his right is wrong to him. Kagan smiles and admires his eyes, but they can't be friends because his eyes are great. They will see who is right in the end at the friendly exchange meeting and postponing the fighting for now. On the other side, the curse chain breaks from Salbara's hand, and she becomes conscious of what she is doing there. Vincent rushes into the room, asking the priest about her health, and he happily informs her that she just woke up and is totally fine now. He checks her hand and is relieved to see that the chain seal has completely vanished. After a while, the priest asks him why he is not preparing for the competition since only 2 days are left until the second stage. Vincent smiles and exclaims he is preparing because he can't lose to the likes of Kagan. He thinks he will face a true monster in the form of Kajon Samian. On the other side, at the Adinka main castle, one of the 4 great elders of Adinka, Jagal Adinka, is shocked to see the news of Vincent's victory. The other elder, Fidenel Adinka, informs him that the Samians even displayed seditious movements, but he overcame that to claim victory. They guessed that he was good for nothing, but now he has become mature, and the elder, Delbek Adinka, shouts at them, saying this is not the time to make jokes. He states that the elders have been the agency of power that held authority over the Adinkas for the last 500 years, except for the last 25 years before Khan Adinka took the position of the patriarch. He has constantly disliked the elders since he was young, and now he keeps increasing the authority of the patriarch little by little. Therefore, they sponsor the first son and the second daughter as the successors. The first son, Carmen, is overflowing with ambition, and the second daughter, Dea, has no interest in anything besides martial arts. They plan to have one of these two become the next patriarch or matriarch in order to rule the Adinkas with them as their puppets. Delbek asks them if they have thought of Vincent's wins against the Samians. He is the 7th son and especially belongs to the annoying woman Sarvana Hisley. They don't even have her family to influence him in the first place, and they will lose all control. He also reveals that Khan engraved Vincent's name not long ago, and the sword he wields now is the Crimson Lotus, which Khan used when he was little. According to him, Khan is using Vincent to point his sword at them right now. They exclaim they can't allow Vincent to achieve any more accomplishments, and the others ask him if he has something in his mind. The 4th elder suggests they should send a letter to Samians with the content that the Adinkas will not consider the unlawfulness of the Samians during the first stage to be a problem. However, the second stage will proceed under the management of the Adinkas, and they will go themselves to overlook it. 2 days later, the day of the second stage has arrived, and Herka announces that the second stage is the subjugation battle. There is only one rule: they have to pulverize the monster in front of them in the shortest time possible. The monster they will face is the Lizardman, and they are known to forge long spears with animal skeletons. The first one is Kagan, and the Lizardman attacks him with his might, and he disappears for a while. A little later, he jumps upon him and uses the trait, the Scarlet Song, the starting chapter, and tears the Lizardman in 2 parts. They are surprised to see that he did all this in 14.86 seconds, a new record surpassing Lady Dea's 20 seconds. He points toward Vincent and says this is what happens when he is serious because there won't be anything disgraceful like the first stage going forward. He exclaims the next thing he will slash will be Vincent's head. Meanwhile, Julian asks him how they will beat his record, and Vincent says they won't lose when it comes to speed. They will break through as soon as it starts. Herka announces that the cadet Vincent is entering as one of the Adinkas for the next round. Vincent is ready to face the Lizardman, and they release him, but he observes that the Lizardman seems to be in a strange position. This is the doing of Delbek, the 4th elder, which is why he involved himself in the second stage. He exclaims that he did nothing to the monster Vincent will be facing, nor did he use any special magic or drugs and capture an equivalent Lizardman to the one young Master Kagan would be facing. Though, he hasn't fed it for the past 2 days, and an average martial artist may not notice, but a starving monster becomes quite vicious. He is so vicious that he can't defeat it in a matter of seconds. Vincent observes he has been starved, and it is definitely a sign that it's a viciously starved state. The fight commences, and the Lizardman attacks him rashly, and Vincent thinks he needs to dodge it, but if he starts dodging, he won't be able to break Kagan's record. He opens up his arms, indicating he is ready to face the attack, while Herka and Vargan shout from their places and ask him to dodge it. The Lizardman stabs its spear through his chest, but at the same time, he also stabs the Crimson Fortress in his body. He manages to shorten the time, and if he stabs his this deeply, he won't have to control his lightning trait, which burns away the Lizardman completely. Herka thinks even if that was the case, if anyone else would go to such lengths. Vincent sets a record of 5.39 seconds, and everyone announces Cadet Vincent's victory. Herka wonders if he has been possessed by a spirit that died before they defeated the Samians or something and wants to defeat them badly. The priest rushes toward him because he has a serious injury, and they need to pull the spear out first. One of them asks the other to pull out the spar, and they will start healing simultaneously, while Kagan is furious and wonders why he used such a barbaric method. He stares at him with a taunting smile and exclaims that he has won. There is an announcement that wraps up the second stage, and they ask the audience to exit immediately, and they must transfer the patient. Moreover, the third stage will proceed in 3 days, and the person who is announcing all this is wondering about Vincent if he is the son of Sarvana. On the other side, the priest says he applied to the Crimson Fortress because he heard it was an easy position, and it was really before Vincent enrolled there. Vincent thanks him for healing him so fast. His chest is fine now. But the priest reveals that he is not the owner of this wooden token, so it's impossible to give him the same level of treatment from him. He thinks Vincent experienced something similar to a miracle, and the second-class priest's treatments are indeed miraculous, which is why the possessor of this wooden token is given the same treatment as its owner. But since he is a 5th-class priest, his treatment is equal to that of sewing it and gluing it back. Currently, his heart is not completely healed yet, and if he happens to overdo it before it's fully healed, he may not be able to use mana ever again. Meanwhile, Herka enters the room and asks him to heal if his treatment is complete, and he shockingly asks him what he meant by eating. She reveals that the patriarch and matriarch of the Adanka and Samian families have arrived, and the Samians have invited him and his father for dinner. He is shocked to hear about the dinner invitation from the Samians and wonders what they are plotting. The matriarch of the Samians, Valkia Samian, welcomes the patriarch and Vincent and exclaims she is very pleased to meet them. They have arranged a dinner for them, and she asks Vincent to eat to his fill since these are the special dishes of the Samians. Vincent is observing her, and this is the first time he has seen her and thinks like his father. Her presence signifies Samian itself as one of the continent's rulers. She starts the conversation and calls Khan, saying he has become quite petty since he has gotten older. She asks him where he has been hiding such a cute son all this time. She suddenly emitted some mana, indicating her true feelings toward Vincent, and he hurriedly grabbed his sword to counterattack her. She is surprised to see that he reacted to the mana that she emitted in secrecy, and Vincent thinks she is so strong. She has a murderous intent that deludes him of death and mana that is sharp enough to cut him, and she really is a true martial artist. She appreciates him, saying he has got good senses, and she looks forward to dueling with such a kid. The patriarch asks him why he is smiling, and he replies that he is impressed by the power of Samians and he is surprised that he sensed their power. The patriarch also emits some mana in the secrecy towards Kagan, and he asks him if there is a problem. The patriarch appreciates his politeness and says he doesn't pull out his sword at the dining table. Julian and Vincent observe that they are having a Kai battle over whose son is better, and they are surprised at the immaturity of the continent's rulers. Later, they both get out for a chat, and Valkia states his good-for-nothing son has matured quite nicely, and his prodigy is underwhelming. She exclaims somebody's up to no good and how they dare to interfere with the friendly exchange meeting when the matriarch and patriarch are watching. The patriarch asks him if this is the doing of the elders of Samians, but she exclaims he is half correct. She believes that the first stage was the doing of their elders, but the second stage was his elders, Adanka's elders. She is sure that the 4 great elders of Adanka had something to do with it, and their target is Vincent. Though they may have different opinions, they want to eliminate a variable like Vincent as soon as possible, and she asks him if he thinks his son will win in the 3rd stage. The patriarch exclaims there is only one thing he can say right now, that the Adankas will absolutely surpass the Samians. Valkia laughs and says he should give up now, because the Adankas can't beat the Samians at any cost. She asks him what he will do about the interference of the elders, and how he will stop them, and he replies there is no one that remains alive on this continent after cheating in front of his eyes. Nothing will stop Vincent's victory in the 3rd stage, and she is surprised by his certainty that he will win. He remembers when Vincent promised him that he would return victorious, and he tells Valkia that his son has made a promise to him. To think the Adanka would win both the 1st and 2nd stages, but the real battle is the 3rd stage, where they will actually spar. People hope the Samians will try to win no matter what since their ego has been damaged, and they wonder if the Adankas will have another victor after Lady Dea. Valkia Samian has reached the fortress, and Khan Adanka sits beside her. They are 2 martial artists that represent this era. Herka announces the final stage of the friendly exchange meeting. The long-awaited duel is about to begin. Before sparring, Julian asks him if he remembers the current condition of his body, and he thinks the most his damaged heart will allow is just 1 hit of absolute sword slash. He must find an opening and come out victorious with that 1 hit. He will start with the lightning giant to test him, and Kagan uses a technique that absorbs his lightning giant. He then smiles and asks him if this is a test, and he exclaims he will have to burn him to ashes in order to be satisfied. Vincent is shocked to see a burning mana of a dark crimson shade, and he remembers this is Samian's hidden mana technique that brought about his final loss. The mana that uses his life force to burn bright, Crimson Emperor's might, and Kagan observe that he already knows about this technique. He attacks him using this technique and says they will check whether he can block this. Vincent thinks he needs to use body strengthening on the Crimson Lotus and block it, but he is shocked when he gets slashed by his attack. He wonders about his speed, and the Crimson Emperor's might has no such effect, and this child's accomplishment has well surpassed young Kagen's abilities. In the meantime, Kagen again rushes toward him to attack and says Vincent is thinking too much, but he blocks his sword this time. Kagen asks him what happened to his cocky expression from the first and second stages and why he doesn't act like he can defeat him again. He says he will never let him wield another sword again, and there is a sudden explosion to dodge his attacks. Vincent jumps backward and thinks the Crimson Emperor's might is weak in extended battles, and if he gets the timing right, he won't give him an opening. Kagen again jumps upon him using Scarlet Song MIDI Chapter 1 and lands an attack on him. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and there was so much power that it broke the ground. Kagen laughs and says this results from challenging the Samian, while Vincent asks him if this is all he has. He uses Ameloon swordsmanship in Chapter 3 with the quick greatsword defense. 500 years ago, once Kagen defeated a swordsman, and kicked him to the ground saying his fighting was so boring. He exclaimed he was worse than that one-armed loser when he had both his arms and suggested that he should quit swordsmanship while he was ahead. Meanwhile, Davin was watching him from a distance, and he appreciated a boy named Ameloon for his good work. He wonders why Kagen continues to beat them when the victory has already been decided. When Davin calls him alumni, he asks him to call Falcon every time. He was a martial artist studying under Samians, Falcon Ameloon, and Davin met him at the Samians' battleground. They were just puppets used to let Kagen's abilities shine, and Falcon asked him if he meant what he said last time, that he would defeat Kagen one day. He wanted to defeat the young master whose entire existence was a total cheat, and Davin had a foolish dream at that time. But Falcon believed him and said he was the only person who actually attempted to defeat Kagen, and he was the only one who could do it. Falcon was an exceptional martial artist and a loyal friend to him who didn't disregard his dream and cheered him on until the end. However, he became too strong too quickly, a pawn of the Samians. When he became too powerful, he fell into a trap set up by the elders of the Samians and died. But he left him his swordsmanship, Ameloon Swordsmanship Chapter 3, a skill that is the complete opposite of the Samians' skills and uses very little mana. He used the trait of quick greatsword defense, and Kagen was surprised to see this strange swordsmanship of his. Vincent exclaims this is the swordsmanship belonging to someone who has sacrificed himself for the Samians, and he is taking revenge on his behalf. But Kagen jumps upon him, saying he will prove this skill useless, and uses Samian's swordsmanship in Chapter 1, and exclaims he will easily break such a cheap skill. Vincent feels incredible martial pressure, and it's as if he is battling against the young adult Kagen again. But he can still not break his defense. Kagen shouts at him, saying he will finish him in his next attack, and suddenly, he disappears from the battlefield. Everyone is talking about him, that the young master of the Samians disappeared, and he is going to appear from out of nowhere like he did in the second stage. They are right when Kagen appears from the ground and tries to attack him, but Vincent reacts in time and dodges his attack. He shockingly asks him how he knew which direction he was going, and Vincent replies he knew that he would land on his right foot first. After that, he would leap into the air to dodge, and he failed that attack too. Kagen gets worried and shouts at him, asking what kind of tricks he is using, and Vincent reveals that because of his arrogant personality, he likes striking downwards. This time, Vincent swings his sword toward him, and exclaims he could have easily countered that, and thinks this child uses the exact same strategies as Kagen. That normally means he is incredibly powerful, but it has a different meaning to him because no one else in the world knows Kagen's swordsmanship as well as he does. Kagen finds himself losing, so he tries to attack him again, and Vincent thinks Kagen was a genius and can control every situation with his strength. But if there were anything unexpected that he couldn't control, he would completely lose his common sense and pounce. He uses Ameloon Swordsmanship Chapter 1 and hits him with his full might. There is a giant wave of electricity there, and it breaks Kagen's sword, and everyone shouts in victory for Vincent. It is a miracle that the Adankas would win all 3 stages, and Vincent is relieved that it ended quickly, since the Asbul sword slash isn't the only skill that affects his heart. But Kagen appears more powerful than before and exclaims the stage is not over yet, and Vincent is surprised to see that the concentration of his mana just got stronger. Kagen reveals that he is a beginner, so it might be dangerous. But he is not the only one with a hidden trick up his sleeves. He uses Sword God Keshek's blessing trait and is ready to attack him with much power. S26 Valkyat is also shocked to see that and wonders when he got that trait. It is said that the sword god Keshak's blessing bestows an incredible talent of swordsmanship on those who possess it. But when someone reaches its peak, they gain another trait, and the power of that trait turns their sword into another element of imagery. Kajin is at the peak of his 4-star boundary, while Vincent has never heard about this trait. He tells him that he has already spent most of his strength on the Crimson Emperor's might, and it will be too dangerous for him to use a greater power simultaneously. However, he rushes toward him to attack and still has so much strength, and Vincent blocks his attack with the Crimson Lotus. The wind pressure is so high that it reaches the people in the audience. Kagan exclaims he risked his life during the second stage just to smirk at him, and in the third stage, he is risking his own life. Even if his body breaks down because of Keshak, he will defeat him, and Vincent thinks he is just like Kajin, and he also refuses to be defeated by him. Suddenly, his trait breaks Vincent's swordsmanship trait, and Kagan laughs at him for this. Meanwhile, Vincent punches his face and pushes him back to some distance. He thinks they have already reached their physical limits, and he will bet it all on this one shot. Kagan uses the trait Bloody Full Moon, and Vincent uses Lightning Giant, Final Chapter. An absolute sword slash with the power of the Lightning Giant will slice through the target and explode. When Kagan gets involved with this skill, he jumps upon him using the Amaline swordsmanship trait and uses his final move as a smoke screen. He shouts at him, asking him to take a good look from this moment onwards that they will become the challengers. There is an announcement that young Master Kagan has been incapacitated, and the third stage victor is Cadet Vincent Adenka. Everyone is happy because this happens after years of Adenka taking over Samians. The headmaster announces that the interviews will be conducted after the treatment when suddenly, one of the elders gets up angrily and breaks the crystal stone. Conversely, Railsa informs Merlin about his victory and that he has lost the bet. Everyone in the state is talking about both of them, that this year's friendly exchange meeting was so entertaining, and both young masters were incredible. At the same time, Raven asks his subordinate Sirkin if he can defeat those two, and he praises him, saying that he is plenty strong. The renowned family of spearmanship stands equal to the Adenka and Samian families because he is the descendant of the Vardakans. He wants to spar with him soon, and he thinks of a good idea. He is sure Vincent will be at the fortress daily since he is a cadet. He asks Sirkin to contact his father because he wants to enroll at the Crimson Fortress. When Vincent opens his eyes, he finds himself in an empty space. He only remembers that he took down Kagan and went to rest, but now he doesn't know where he is. He wonders if this is the world from his memories. Suddenly, a lot of people appear in front of him, and he takes out his sword to attack them. They are attacking him, and he tries to block their attack and is hitting them back. He feels the sensation like the evil spirit of the archdemon Devam. Kajin is also present there, and he again calls him One-Armed Davin, and he shouts at him, asking what he is doing there. Kajin is about to attack him and asks him to be gone from his sight. His mana is suppressing him, and his body cannot move when suddenly a light appears from a side and helps him. The person who saved him is Arslan, and he calls him brother, and Vincent asks him what is happening there. Suddenly, a big monster appears there, and Arslan reveals that he is the archdemon who is responsible for all this. He asks him to run because the archdemon has noticed his presence, and he must recover it quickly. He asks him to surpass the Samians and face the truth he has left. Arslan pushes him away, saying everything is up to him now, while Vincent calls him because he has many questions to ask him. He tries to stop him and calls loudly when Selbera and the other cadets wake him up and inquire about his health. He remembers Arslan's last will to surpass the Samians and face the truth. He just surpassed the Samians, but he can't see the truth. He wonders if there are grounds for him to be disqualified from fulfilling the will of the Adenka. Suddenly, the Patriarch enters the dormitory, and everyone is shocked to see him, including Vincent. He asks them to take east since he won't take too long there, and appreciates Vincent for his good work and that he kept his promise to him again. He wants to reward him and asks him about his wish, and Vincent remembers he lacked the most basic fundamentals. He states he needs a master to teach him the Adenka's swordsmanship. The Patriarch asks him if he is aware of the fact that the Great Elders do not favor him, and Vincent replies he defeated the Samians today and took one step closer to fulfilling the will of the Adenkas. However, if they still object to providing him with a master, he will not favor the Great Elders, and the Patriarch replies that he will also not. He orders to follow him and takes him where Railsa and Merline are. Vincent is happy to see her after a long time and also calls Merline by his name. He is surprised that he remembers him, yet he told him once that he would remember his face and name. Riesla tells him that he is an 8-star martial artist and a holder of the Lightning Giant. Therefore, she recommended him to be his master, and Merlin introduced himself formally as the vice captain of the White Sword Unit. He is currently under the jurisdiction of the Yellow Dragon unit, Merlin Falker. Vincent gets shocked at the name of Falker and remembers this was Arslan's original last name. On the other side, Valkia calls Kagan to the court, asking him if he knows why he lost. She tells him that Vincent saw right through him, and he lost his cool by becoming overly emotional. He has engraved a mark of shame upon his arm, and she keeps her hand on his head, saying it is okay for him to lose. Moreover, he can learn a lot from losing, but if he makes the same mistake again, she will personally cut through his muscles. Kagan smiles and says he will keep that in mind, while some spirit inside his body is angry because they lost. Kagan asks him to stop because they are in front of his mother, and he actually possesses the archdemon Davin's spirit. On the other side, Merlin asks him if there is any problem with his last name, and Vincent asks him if he is perhaps someone with higher authority than he imagined. Riesler reveals that the Falkers are one of the older martial families who have served the Adenkas and are neither higher nor lower. Vincent wonders what happened when the Falkers changed their name to Adenka and why the Falkers still exist. However, Raelsa informs him that Merlin has completed the registration at the fortress, and he will be able to act as his master starting tomorrow. He exclaims he will have to treat him as his pupil the next time he sees you. He also apologizes for his rudeness in advance, and Vincent determines that he will learn humbly from him. The Patriarch also advises him to devote himself further, and he thinks he must get stronger because no one knows what his elders will do to him. On the other side, they are furious because it happened precisely what they feared might happen. Vincent has become a hero who defeats the Samians, and they no longer have any way to interfere in his growth. Others ask Elder Tillavan how he will take responsibility for this situation, but he has nothing to say because Vincent's growth has surpassed their expectations. They ask him if he didn't decide to proceed with this by himself, and he thinks they are trying to eliminate him by using this as an excuse. Elder Tillavan asks them to come up with a solution. On the other side, Valkia has killed the 6th Tower mages and asks Elder Holloman if she would like to ask him why he hired these mages. He replies that he just wanted to complete victory for the Samians, and she furiously asks him if the Samians managed to obtain a complete victory. She hates the likes of politics and trickery, and it's not something that befits the role of a martial artist. Thanks to that, she could never compete head-to-head with that Patriarch Khan. They were never associated with the Magic Tower or the Association, and that's how she will make it for the honor of the Samians. But she can't do anything about the Great Elder of the Samian using his own method. She furiously asks him why he doesn't stay quiet for a while and asks him to stay home and take up gardening or something. When she is left, the crystal stone brightens, and it's Elder Tillavan trying to contact him. Elder Holloman shouts at him and asks what happened to him, and he thought he would interfere with the 2nd and 3rd stages. Elder Tillavan tells him that Khan and Valkia appeared, so they couldn't do anything, and Vincent's skills were beyond their expectations. Holloman exclaims if they keep going like this, they won't be able to avoid taking responsibility for trying to stop Vincent. The elders won't be the problem, and they will become a nuisance in their eyes. Holloman suggests they must devise a plan to get rid of Vincent as soon as possible. On the other side, Vincent is sleeping peacefully on his bed when he feels someone tries to attack him. He wakes up immediately, dodges his attack, and takes out his sword, asking about who he is and how he got into the dorm. Berline attacks him and appreciates him for his good senses, while Vincent is shocked to see his way of waking him. Merlin asks him to consider him as his master because it's past midnight. Though his senses may be good, but his observational skills are lacking. He asks him to observe his surroundings and reveals that the magic dungeon was used for the first stage the Dean person created. If he manages to pass his training, he will let him leave. Until then, he will be prohibited from leaving, not even by using that strange sword path. They will tear apart his lightning giant and fix it because his trade is all wrong, while Vincent doesn't understand what he is talking about. Merlin states that he doesn't understand his strength, and this is a matter that must be settled prior to learning the Adenka's swordsmanship. He shows him a special pendant that was created using magic, and it will be destroyed when somebody else's lightning energy touches it. Merlin asks him to destroy the pendant, otherwise he will not teach him Adenka's swordsmanship. Vincent determines that he must grow quickly and must become a true Adenka to face the truth. He will destroy that pendant no matter what and learn the Adenka's swordsmanship. He uses multiple techniques and traits to destroy the pendant, and when he succeeds, Merlin asks him to take a good look and reveals that this is the true form of Lightning Giant. Julian also appears there and exclaims this form looks completely different from what they saw earlier. The Lightning Giant bestows upon him, and he thinks this blue lightning is completely different from his and Malone's lightning. Merlin apologizes to him, saying he is not somebody who is the best fit to be a master and doesn't have the confidence to provide him with great explanations or manage him systematically. Therefore, he has decided to teach him using his best methods. Until Vincent learns about the true lightning giant, his lightning will race against him. It has been 1 week since Vincent has gone to the dungeon for training, while Seri sent a spirit to get updates of Crimson Fortress. Meanwhile, a carriage stops outside the building when the Elder Tilavan enters there with his flashy eyes, having a plan in his mind. The spirit goes back to Seri, and she guesses everyone must be doing well, and she appreciates Pok Pok for its good work. She thinks it has already been a whole week since the young master started his training, and he hasn't come out of the space yet. She hopes that he is not straining his body. On the other side, Vince is doing his best and is training very hard. Merlin thinks he uses his brain when he has been cornered and is starting to fuse the lightning energy with a strange swordsmanship. However, he has got a long way to go, and Vincent tries to attack him with his microcurrent boost technique and tries to break the pendant. But as soon as he hits it, a defensive barrier appears and blocks his attack. The pendant's range is too wide, and its force is not as powerful as his golden lightning. But it has such an incredible range and pressure. Merlin exclaims it will not end with just his admiration, and pendants slip from his hand in order to avoid Merlin's attack. Vincent thinks he just has to get a hold of that pendant, but Merlin's is so fast and swiftly slips away from his hand. Vincent wonders if he did this purposely to provide him with an opportunity to grab the pendant. In the meantime, Merlin attacks him with his sword's handle, and Vincent gets unconscious from this attack. Merlin thinks his movements are getting better, but there is no progress with the lightning giant. He asks him to take a break, and Julian asks him to drink more water because they don't know when Merlin give him another break. Vincent thinks no matter how much lightning energy he emits or increases his range, he cannot surpass that blue lightning. Like the two forms of the lightning giant, there is also a difference in their nature. Meanwhile, Julian is annoyed because such little water is coming out of that bottle, and he wants Vincent to drink as much water as possible. He asks him not to complain because if he didn't even have this, then what they do. Suddenly, he remembers something from this water bottle. He excitedly calls Merlin and tells him that he has figured out that he needs to limit the lightning energy before he emits it. For example, someone can spill the water from a water bottle when there is no water there. He thinks there was no need to do that from the start, and it looks like the mana was flowing through his body and sword. He uses the same technique and releases the blue lightning energy, and Merlin is happy to see that he has finally done it. He exclaims the lesson isn't over yet, which still doesn't change the fact that he must destroy this. Now, he will try to destroy the pendant, and for this, he attacks Merlin, but he blocks his attack with his sword. Vincent uses a movement, and Merlin is surprised because this doesn't belong to Atticus. Vincent uses the trait of Greatsword Splitting Slash, but he approaches him, saying Risla and he has been friends for years, so they know each other's attacks very well. Vincent is shocked to see that he broke the Greatsword attack was broken, and he observes the scar on Merlin's face, which seems deep and old. He thinks that an opponent overpowered him without any chance of being healed, and he can see the pain, defeat, and humiliation in his eyes. However, he approaches him in no time, and grabs the pendant from his neck, and splits it into many parts by hitting it with the sword. Merlin wonders if he targeted the side with the scar, and it was quite a tough task for a 14-year-old. However, he tells him that he has passed, and now he will teach him Adenka's swordsmanship. But he will be more agonizing than this, and they both look forward to it. A few days later, Saizen and Salbara appreciate him for fighting in the enclosed space for a week when Seri rushes him excitedly. He asks her about the matter, and she shows him a newspaper, saying it was delivered to him. This is a mission objective for a rank 9 cadet, and it was addressed directly to Vincent. He thinks this is unusual since it is usually completed by the rank 7 cadets. Julian asks him to see toward a side where it is written that the people who request this are Adenka's elders. Salbara asks him if he needs someone to help him, and Saizen exclaims they have gotten stronger by training with him so that they can be of some help. But he decides to go alone, and Merlin and Vargan don't like his decision. It is his first mission, so they believe acting alone may be dangerous, and Vincent says this is why he is going alone. The elders blatantly tosses a mission in his way, which is probably a test or a trap for him. Merlin tells him that they are trying to eliminate him since he is in their way. Vargan also agrees with him and says sending him alone in such a situation is too dangerous. However, Vincent exclaims this is his war, and his victory would be to come out of this trap unscathed. And there is a truth he must obtain by becoming stronger. If he accidentally falls victim to a power struggle while doing so, then he must accept it. Vargan observes that he has already made up his mind, so he permits his expedition and advises him not to lose his composure as a cadet of the Crimson Fortress. Vincent pays his respect to him and states he will charge toward Tourniquet for his mission. After a while, Vargan goes to Herka, who is enjoying her rest on the roof, and he asks her if she is slacking off again. She replies that she is just taking a break and asks him about Vincent's mission, while he thinks she has no interest in managing the cadets. According to them, the real culprit who is behind this planning is the elder Tilavan. There is no good reason he would have given Vincent a mission. Suddenly, a guard contacts them through Crimson Fortress and informs them of an emergency in front of the fortress. An unidentified martial artist is armed, and he keeps insisting on seeing Vincent. But since he is refusing to comply, they may engage in battle. They ask him to identify himself and not come closer, and Ravan's subordinate asks him to follow the protocols and return later. He takes out his sword, showing his mana, and exclaims that he wants to see Vincent. The guards rush toward him and ask each other not to let him inside the fortress, and Ravan uses the partisan spear-throwing technique, Chapter 1, to attack them. But before that, someone attacks him from behind and ties him up, and Herka appears there, saying she has confirmed his identity with his spear-throwing technique. She asks him to stop right there because if things get out of hand, it will only inconvenience them both. His subordinate Circa tries to help him, but Vargan appears there, saying he will behead him if he moves a bit. They are shocked to see a 5-rune mage and a woman who possesses a whip that changes its form however she wishes. They recognize them as the people in charge of the fortress, and Herka introduces herself as the headmaster of the fortress. She asks them what they are doing there, but Ravan frees himself from the whip and smirks, asking if she is really the headmaster of that weak ability. He has a request and asks her to accept him as a cadet of the fortress. On the other side, at the Tourniquet city entrance, Vincent and Julian start their journey, and he asks him how long it has been since they have seen a forest without snow, and it feels so refreshing to them. The mission doesn't seem too easy, and he doesn't see how the elders could have intervened at all. The mission objective that was addressed to him by the elders was to subjugate a certain goblin. Julian asks him if the goblin can be the bait for a different trap, and Vincent asks him not to let his guard down. It is said that goblins are creatures that live in groups, and they may be weak as individuals, but they take advantage of their numbers and hunt intelligently. He wonders why this one goblin is roaming by himself, or maybe he fell behind his group. This is also possible that he became strong enough not to need the protection of his group and devoured them. Julian thinks to strategize with the worst situation in mind. Soon, they reach a place, and according to the report, it should be around there somewhere. He jumps on the carriage and gives a bag to the driver as a rental for the ride. The driver wonders when he gets to the carriage's roof, and Vincent asks him to leave this forest as soon as possible. He asks him to get down immediately because this place is dangerous, but Vincent jumps from the carriage and disappears in a second. He reaches in the middle of the forest, asks Julian to look for a goblin, and uses the lightning giant trait's true form. He thinks the blue lightning lacks force, it will spread out far and wide, and he will cover this entire region with the tiniest amount of lightning and detect all movements. Suddenly, he detects someone moving in the forest, and he wonders if this is the goblin. And soon, he reaches him and thinks it is bigger than a goblin. He has strange markers on his body, and he wonders about what it is. Julian predicts it can be a chimera that has been created using dark mages. Vincent cannot fathom its combat abilities based on its completion level, and he must approach him cautiously. Suddenly, he feels something has entered the trap he set up with his lightning. He wonders if he is an assassin sent by the elders and someone attacked him from behind with the spear. Ravan appears behind him, exclaims he barely managed to catch up, and greets him, saying this is the first time they see each other. He has come there to challenge him and to see who is victorious among them, and Vincent is shocked to see him that he wants to challenge him. He wears a worn fortress uniform and badge, indicating him rank 9 cadet, but he is surprised at how he can miss a rank 9 cadet. In the meantime, the goblin appears there, and Vincent is shocked because the goblin has discovered them. Ravan is also shocked to see that creature and asks him if it is a goblin, and Vincent asks him to watch out because it can be a chimera. The goblin now turns toward Ravan, and Vincent is worried about him seeing it change its target to that child. However, when the goblin tries to attack him, Ravan uses his spear and hits its head, saying he may not know the details, but he understands that the goblin needs to be defeated first. On the other side, Herka is relieved that the annoying boy has left the fortress, and Vargan asks her if she did that on purpose. She rushed the entrance procedure and had Raven chase after Vincent. It would be too much, even for the Adinka elders, to touch the descendant of Vardican, the third powerhouse. Moreover, Raven, who is showing interest in Vincent, will become a great reinforcement and insurance, but she refuses by saying she doesn't know what he is talking about. She asks Vargan if she has left with some vacation days. At the same time, Raven fights with the goblin bravely and does not give him any opening. After a while, he successfully stabs his spear into the goblin's body and injures him. Vincent is watching them fighting from the tree branch and thinks there is no room for him to jump in. He wonders who this boy is, and he doesn't even compare to the martial artists of his age and is on the same level as Kagan and his. He uses the blessing of a spear that pierces every trait and penetrates it into the goblin's body. Julian and Vincent are shocked to see that he has defeated it, but the part he sliced is regenerating again. The goblin is again ready to attack him. This time, he doesn't seem normal. Vincent asks him to dodge it again. Ravan is shocked to see his scale, which has the physical ability and cannot move his body, while Vincent jumps between them and asks him to move his body. Suddenly, Sirkin appears from behind and ties the goblin in threads and exclaims he has finally found his young master. It's quite troublesome if he runs off without saying anything to him, while Raven is happy to see him. He thanks Sirkin for saving his life, and Vincent wonders to see his uniform if he is a butler. Suddenly, the goblin frees himself, and Sirkin exclaims that it's not an ordinary goblin. In the meantime, the goblin uses his magic and creates a magic seal, and they are shocked to see that it knows how to use magic. He successfully uses the magic seal and disappears from there, and someone standing on the mountaintop informs Elder about a problem. Julian is also shocked to see him, and Vincent asks both of them about who they are and what they are doing there. Sirkin introduces Ravan as the young master Raven Vartican of the Vartican family, and he is the butler Sirkin. Raven reveals that he has become a cadet at the fortress as of today and came to find him on orders from the headmaster. Vincent asks Julian if he knows this family, and he replies that it's one of the 3 renowned families in martial arts, along with the Adanka and Samian. He is the son of Vertican, the renowned family of spear arts, and Vincent thinks this is why he had such martial prowess. Julian reveals the patriarch Pontianus Vartican is known to have only one child, meaning that this is the only child of the Varticans and their future. Vincent wonders what is the only son of the Varticans doing at the Crimson Fortress of the Adankas. Julian asks him to join them for now because it seems a good idea because no one can touch the sole child of the Varticans. If they were to join parties with Raven while they have no idea what the elders will throw at them, he would become a good shield for them. If they are strong martial artists themselves, then they will serve as the best reinforcement. Sirkin states they also require an explanation and asks him about that suspicious goblin and why the young master, who is a direct descendant of the Adanka family, has ventured out by himself on a mission. He states that the mission isn't a simple monster subjugation, and he can't let his young master leap into danger of an internal war with the Adankas. Moreover, it's only a title to be a cadet at the Crimson Fortress, and depending on his explanation, they will take their leave. But Raven interrupts them and says there is something much more important right now, and again requests Vincent to spar with him. Julian asks him to remember that he was saying something about having a duel earlier. Raven reveals that he watched the friendly exchange meeting and the incredible battle between him and Kagan. His plan was originally to defeat Kagan, but things have changed now, and he exclaims that he wants to become stronger with Vincent and surpass him. He thinks Raven is honest and very competitive, and they will get along nicely. However, he refuses his offer, saying he is on a mission now, and it's most important for him to defeat that goblin from earlier. Raven is so desperate and asks him if they can spar just once, but Vincent refuses by saying he has to make preparations for that. He calls him cheap, scaredy cat, and chicken, but Vincent says no matter what he may call him, his decision will not change. He exclaims that he cannot spar with him until he defeats the goblin. Raven happily asks him if he will spar with him after defeating the goblin, and he gets ready to accompany him for the goblin's subjugation. Sirkin tries to stop him, but he is the type to see it through to the end once something intrigues him, and the young master is completely obsessed with him, even without hearing any explanations. Vincent Adanka has got them this time. After that, they reach Tornican City, Main Street, and Ravon suggests they should rest at an inn for tonight since rest is also important. Sirkin exclaims that they got involved in something extremely bothersome. Vincent states that the goblin seems to be a chimera that someone created. Raven also says that there is something strange about its scales and horns. They were discussing the goblin when someone entered there, and Vincent got up smelling some scent. It's the same scent as the dark underground prison of the Samians, and he wonders why he smells that scent there. He observes a mage passing through there and asks him if he has a moment to spare while the mage is shocked to see him and calls his name. Vincent is surprised that he knows his name, and he grabs him by his collar and asks him about who he is and who put him in this. Suddenly, his body turns red, and Vincent knows that is the Crimson Emperor's might, and his mana is flooding out of control. Meanwhile, Ravan and Sirkin reach him and ask what is wrong there, and he tells them that his mana is flooding out of control and will explode soon. But they can't see anything, and Vincent is the only one who can sense this strong flow of mana right now, and soon his body explodes. Sirkin rushes to help him, but the mana flow is too strong to handle. Everyone is scared to see an explosion there and thinks this is a kind of bomb. Sirkin is shocked at why he didn't feel this explosion, and he thinks protecting the young master comes first to him. He creates a shield before them while Raven asks him to save Vincent first. He thinks there is no time to save the young master Vincent, and the barrier is supposed to make them safe. Suddenly, there is another explosion there, and Vincent gets out of the fire using his blue lightning giant. He gets unconscious, and Raven runs toward him, concerned about his health. Sirkin thinks it was shocking because they saw Vincent clearly. Vincent swallowed the explosion. They wonder how he can do this with his strange swordsmanship. However, when he gets conscious, Raven supports taking him to a room, and Vincent thinks it is quite dangerous because he uses the unique sword style 3 times. Raven takes him to a room and asks if he needs a priest, but he refuses by saying he has just small cuts. However, he needs to meditate urgently and wants them to protect him. Sirkin asks him how he can trust them when it's the first time they have seen each other, and perhaps they hide evil intentions. Vincent exclaims if he believes his intuition. Sirkin, the personal butler, is at least a 7-star warrior, and it seems that whether he meditates or not, it won't make much difference if he harbors evil intentions. After that, he starts meditating, and Raven asks Sirkin how he managed to stay alive earlier. He replies that he doesn't know anything about it either, but it seems that he avoided the explosion. Raven asks him if he can do this, and he replies that it is possible to some extent, but even he can't confirm it. Moreover, it seems like this man is the cause of the explosion. Although he is no longer breathing, his body is still relatively intact. It turns out as if the explosion never happened. Suddenly, they are shocked to see that his body has turned to dust, and Sirkin thinks there are many things he doesn't know. Raven exclaims that Vincent is an astonishing person, and he wants to fight him soon and wants to see his true powers. A few hours later, when they came out of the meditation, it was already getting dark, and it took longer than expected. Vincent is surprised to see that Raven is sleeping in this serious and dangerous situation, and indeed his boldness is worthy of being a member of a prestigious family. Julian asks him about the man they encountered earlier, and the mana they felt from him was a sign of imminent danger. Besides, given that others didn't notice this, but he accumulated mana is his heart, and he also didn't look like a warrior. Seeing the smell of Samian Priosin emanating from him, he must have been a prisoner, and he was forcibly injected with mana and sent to them. He wonders if the conspiracies of the Presbyterian Council and Samian are just a coincidence or if there is something bigger that they don't realize. Meanwhile, Sirkin appears there and says he wants to ask something to him, how the young Master Vincent knew that the man was going to explode and had enough power to avoid the explosion. He asks him why he didn't run away, and he replies there were civilians in the hostel and the restaurant, and it's not just them. The woman was also found holding her baby in her arms, and Sirkin asks him if this is more important than his safety and goals. Vincent counter-questions him if Raven was in his place if he ignored the civilians, and he replies he didn't ignore them. But one thing is sure, that not everyone will behave like young Master Vincent. He pays his respect to him and exclaims among the Adinka people he met his sword was the most serviceable. He reveals that he is pulling out of respect for his master from this mission. Vincent is shocked to hear that he is pulling out of this mission. On the other side, a strange man is pulling the goblin and asks him to stop making a fuss and follow him calmly. If it waits a little longer, he will let him devour Vincent Adinka, and for dessert, he will offer him the heir of the Vatican too. The next morning, Raven and Vincent set out for goblin hunting, and he is too excited about this, and Julian tells him that Sirkin is not following them. He made that declaration last night, and he asked him what he meant by he would not be participating in the subjugation. He replied that his objective was the safety of young Master Raven, and he would have slayed the goblin earlier today if things went south. But it would have interfered with his achievements, and he wanted to see how far he could get with his righteous sword beyond his family's interference. He promised him that he would not touch the hair of that goblin, and Vincent thinks it is a joyous occasion to have such a strong martial artist cheering him on. If they knew things would turn out like this, they should have healed the internal mana injuries and come back in a few days. Suddenly, Raven stops and asks them where they are going and if he is leading the way without thinking. Vincent replies they are going to the location where they encountered the goblin, but nothing has been caught by him lightning so far. In that case, his base isn't around there, and it's probably further away, and he was most likely sent there using the same method he used to disappear. They should now change the search method, and Vincent thinks the traditional method might work in this case. Raven says they can't track him down unless they have a special trait, but Vincent exclaims they don't need this because he is much larger than the forest's ecosystem, meaning he would have left tracks like footprints, evidence of hunts and excretion. It's not difficult to find tracks that seem out of place. He honed this tracking method over the years, hunting down demonic monsters in his previous life, and he asks them to come along because they are going to track the scent of blood first. Soon, they find its footsteps, and Raven finds it incredible that even without a trait for tracking, he can track down a monster. Vincent says the tracks are too seamless and uniform, and thanks to that, they haven't gotten lost once or confused. Monster tracking isn't supposed to be this simple, and it looks like they are being guided to someplace. Suddenly, he keeps his foot on a magical mine, and much mana explodes before him. Julian says the entire field is strange because the reeds are supposed to grow where it's damp and sunny, which means this is a very strange place to have reeds. He uses his trait, Giant Thunderstorm, and he finds a mana barrier at some distance. Victon exclaims these are the people who called them there, and a person gets out of it, saying he is very smart to realize this magical trap. He introduces himself as Carvel and thanks them for obliging his invitation. Vincent asks him if the Adinka elders order him, and he reveals that the elders offered him 100 million luden for killing him. He is telling him all this so easily means he doesn't plan on letting them live. Vincent and Raven attack him together using the Amalune Mist Sword technique and Vartican Spear art respectively. But the goblin appears there and reflects all of their attacks, and at the same time, Carvel also prepares another track saying they don't need to forget him. They are surrounded by the goblin and the mage Carvel from both sides, and they jump toward a side to dodge them. Raven asks him if he is alright, and he still feels the after effects of using the absolute sword slash. It was too much to recover from his meditating for one night, and Carven asks them if they can defeat both of them at the same time. He laughs and exclaims this is impossible and they will die there. Meanwhile, Vincent smiles and asks him to leave the goblin to him while Sirkin appears there from behind and attacks him using his threads. He tears his body in just a moment and jumps forward, emitting a large amount of mana. He is surprised that he is concealing his presence, but Vincent still notices him. He figures out that he wouldn't send Raven by himself, and Sirkin exclaims he merely slashed the villain attacking young Master Raven. Suddenly, Raven calls them and tells them that Carvel's corpse has disappeared. Only the clothes have been torn, and there is nobody in sight. Carvel regenerates his body and gets up, saying he remembers the name Sirkin, the renowned assassin of the Vartican past that uses thread. He calls him the King of Assassins and the Murder King, and Sirkin laughs and says his name is still well known. He uses his threads and asks him why he hasn't run away yet, while Carvel exclaims he has changed his plans. With all of their dead bodies, he is going to create an even more perfect chimera, and Sirkin asks Vincent to leave the sorcerer to him and take care of the goblin. He jumps toward him and uses an absolute sword slash first, but the goblin blocks his weird skill, and it's as if his entire being rejects mana. At the same time, Carvel attacks Sirkin and asks him not to overdo himself since his specialty is assassination, not all-out wars. Sermon replies that he doesn't seem like the most talented tamer either, and he reveals that it's his special trait, Leash, enabling the monsters to obey him and transport them by force. Suddenly, the goblin turns his direction towards Sirkin and jumps upon to attack him, and there is a huge explosion there. Luckily, the three of them are alright, and Raven does not doubt that the goblin has the scales of a dragon species. Vincent is shocked because they are an extinct species, and they may look like ordinary humans. But once they activate their abilities, their bodies are enveloped in highly mana-resistant scales, like real dragons. Meanwhile, Carvel starts beating his goblin, saying if he gets caught up in the attack, he will stop them. The goblin gets angry about this and tries to defy him, but Carvel attacks him again. He warns him, saying he will never escape from his trait if he loses his temper again. He threatens him, saying he will drain him of the dragon species and dispose of him. Sirkin tells Vincent that he seems to be controlling that goblin with his trait, and he tells both of them that he has a plan. After a while, when Carvel looks for them, he is shocked to see that they have disappeared and wonders if they have run away. Suddenly, they appear from different directions and attack him using their traits, the blessing of the spear that pierces everything. Carvel thinks he can't block those attacks, but that's nothing for the dragon species scales. Raven stabs the spear in his body, but it doesn't affect him and makes him fall to the ground. Carvel smirks and exclaims these skills are useless against him, but Vincent and Sirkin target him purposely and successfully land an attack on him. Carvel laughs and says that was a good attempt, but it doesn't change the fact that the odds are against him. He orders the goblin to attack those guys, but he doesn't listen to him and is ready to attack him this time. Vincent reveals he was not trying to attack him initially, but he targeted the trait oppressing the goblin. It tries to attack him, while he uses the different barrier to save himself, but he uses the scales of the dragon species and breaks the barrier. The goblin attacks him again, and Julian says they didn't have a very good relationship with its temper, and Carvel wasn't a tamer at all. A true tamer would share his sorrows and joys, the beats, sharing his feelings, and battling through that bond. He just oppressed it with his trait, and after killing him, the goblin's scales start melting, and they are relieved to see that. He wouldn't have been able to hold the dragon species power in the Chimera easily, and Carvel most likely forced the fusion using magic as a binder. Vincent asks them to do what they came there to do, which is the subjugation of the goblin, and exclaims that he will give him his peace. They kill the goblin, and Vincent takes his body parts as evidence, and Ravon is happy that their first mission is a success. Vincent says this was a mission the elders delivered directly to him, and now he will respond to them with the family's might. He also has reliable witnesses. One is the Murder King, who left the thread marks on Carvel's head, and that is why he is taking it with him to display the skills of the Murder King. He thanks Sirkin because it will all be easy thanks to him, while he is not happy because he has gotten involved in something bothersome again. Suddenly, Herka appears there and appreciates them for the mission, and the butler certainly takes a heavy blow. She exclaims that she has run into them coincidentally on her day off, and now she will wrap up his mission as a success. She asks him to show the body parts of the goblin and Carvel, and Vincent asks her if she recognizes them. She laughs and says this is her first time seeing them, but he agrees with their statement. This is something that the family should deal with because something definitely smells fishy here. She reveals that there was an elder who assisted Kagan during the friendly exchange meeting, Holloman Salmon, and he was responsible for cheating on the Samian side. Moreover, the person responsible for targeting him is Elder Tilavan, and this is also a coincidence that they are longtime friends. After that, she sends a message to Vargan that she acknowledged Vincent's mission as a success and let him go home since there is some stuff to take care of. Vargan is unhappy because he doesn't want to work on his off day, but Herka leaves without telling him. Meanwhile, his subordinate comes to him, and Vargan shouts at him, saying he is busy. However, he gives him Vincent's report, and his mood changes on seeing the core details of the incident are organized so well. At this rate, he can disregard the headmaster's report and easily take care of the documentation. He is surprised to read about a bomb attack in Chimera and how the Murder King, Sirkin, helped them, and amazed that it is of equal caliber. He is surprised that such an incident happened to only a rank 9 cadet, and wonders what is happening inside Adinka. On the other side, the Patriarch also reads the report and asks Vincent what he wants to say about this. Vincent has two assumptions, and the first is that this mission was a trap that had been laid to target him. The Patriarch says it will be disappointing if an issue of this caliber is problematic to him. Vincent assures him that it is not problematic since he is standing before him, after successfully completing the mission. The only matter is that they have detected the Samians' involvement in this mission, and it's a joyous matter for the Elder of Adinka to test out the successor with the power of Adinka, but it is unacceptable to involve the power of Samian in order to test him. He also tells him that Elder Holloman and Elder Tilavan are apparently very good friends, and the Patriarch asks him what his second assumption is. The second assumption is that the incompetent elders have found out nothing in regard to this incident. If he were to acknowledge the suspicion, he would deem himself a coward. If he were to deny it, he would become incompetent. The Patriarch asks him directly which side he is leaning towards, and Vincent replies it's a latter, and it would be better if he were incompetent rather than a coward. Suddenly, his mother rushes into the room and informs them about an emergency. She reveals that Tilavan Adinka has just killed himself and stabbed himself in the heart. He died immediately in his room, and also left a will stating that he would take full responsibility for the incident from Vincent's mission. Vincent interrupts them and says this is a fake suicide because if it were somebody who knew so much about responsibility, then he never would have caused such an incident to begin with. Either the forces behind him have staged it as suicide, or he might have staged it himself. He also exclaims that this is heart of the Adinka estate, and he doesn't think he would like to believe that there are forces there that could assassinate an elder outright. Therefore, this suicide is merely the scenery that is part of a play. His mother appreciates him, saying he clearly sees things she cannot see with her own eyes, and asks the Patriarch if it would be alright if she borrows Vincent for a moment. He gives her permission, and she asks Vincent to follow her because she wants to see the incident through his eyes. She takes her to the dead body of Elder Tilavan and asks him not to overexert himself since he is sure this is the first time he is seeing someone who has committed suicide. But Vincent goes bravely to his dead body and opens his eyes, and she is surprised to see that a corpse is nothing to him. Vincent observes the blade is too clean and it pierced through in one go. His mother asks him if this is strange because he is also a martial artist and could easily pierce through his heart using his mana. Vincent replies it's something that's more fundamental than that because death should be more regrettable and painful regardless of how powerful he might have been in the past. There is nothing about death that remains on Tilavan, and there is no indication of any hesitation whatsoever. He declares that the corpse is fake, and she asks him where the real Tilavan is right now. He asks Julian about Tilavan about where he is, and he replies that he should have known already, but this is the extent of his knowledge. Julian tells him about a dark art called corpse ventriloquy, and he tells the same thing to his mother, and she asks him what is the base of dark art. Vincent asks her to use her blessing and see the truth, and she thinks that she can merely decipher what is true or false through her blessing. But it's impossible for her to see through the nature of things or reveal the whole story behind the case. She uses her blessing on Vincent and asks from where he obtained such information about the dark arts. Moreover, it doesn't matter to her whether that old man's corpse is fake or not, but she wants to find out where his insight comes from. On the other side, the patriarch reaches the other 3 elders and makes them shock while he asks them if they like a spot of tea. After taking the tea, he appreciates the fragrance of tea and exclaims this is supposedly Elder Tilavan's favorite tea. One of them asks him what he meant by elders since that corpse has already been expelled from the elders. Khan observes that they have already cut off their tail, and one of them asks him if he has come there to express his complaint in regard to Vincent's mission. They are surprised to see that the Patriarch of Adanka has come to file a complaint himself, indicating that Vincent is surely favored. They ask him if this is because he is the son of Sarvana Hisley, and they make his fun, saying Lady Versa would be jealous of him. They call him shameless and ask him what the point is to pay attention to that woman's son. They reveal that Khan Adanka has become stronger by using her life. Many years ago, Khan requested her to use some medicine, and if she used this, she could live. But she asked him to respect her decision and take good care of their child. At present, Khan gets angry about her discussion, and one of the elders asks him why he gives such a grim reaction. She asks him if he thought that no one would know that he accomplished an incredible deal after her death and came to be referred to as the Adanka. The fact that her death had something to do with his opportunities, while everyone in the family grieved her death. She states there is no one as grievous as the person who had to kill her off with their own 2 hands. At this, Khan takes out his sword and points toward her. A huge amount of mana gets out of the castle. It is so vast that they are unable to bear its pressure, and after a while, everything turns to normal again, and it looks like nothing happened. The elders are still shocked at what it is, and he creates a hallucination created by the murderous intent of his drawing his sword. That is the maximum cultivation level a human has the potential to achieve. He is a 9-star, and he asks Elder Fidanel to remember that her name is Sarvana Adanka. At the same time, Versa grabs Vincent and asks him where he got such information about the dark arts. Julian is also worried and asks him what they should answer now because they can't lie, and after a while, he tells her that he can see it. She doubts that he can see the spell name of the dark magic, and Vincent replies he doesn't know anything, just from what he senses. She uses the Eye of Truth, and the only solution that he can use against that skill is that he tells her that he receives revelations. Versa gets confused and asks him if this is the same revelation he told her about during the assembly of true swords. Vincent exclaims when he observes, according to his senses, he receives revelations, and he also finds out about the spell name of this dark magic through a revelation. Versa believes him and refrains him from not telling anyone else about this because it's not a skill that will prove helpful if others find out about it. Julian is shocked that his lie worked, and she asks him what his god tells him about Tilavan or if he informs him of his location. Vincent calls his god and asks him to give him his revelation, and Julian replies if Mother wasn't able to sense anything, then they probably would have used a high level of dark magic. He assumes that he used up a great deal of his life force, and Vincent tells everything to Adanka and asks what the probability of a third party's assistance is. He replies that there is a low probability of anyone controlling him since he has little to no value after being framed and deserted. Tilavan, who would have been pushed to his physical limit with nobody there to help him, is still hiding in this room somewhere. Vincent asks her for a request and asks her permission to behead Tilavan with his own hands. Versa replies he is to be executed immediately, and it doesn't matter who beheads him. However, he is an elder of the Adankas, and she asks him if he possesses the power to behead him, and Vincent exclaims this is why he needs her help. He will force him to come out of his hiding place, and there will be one powerful attack, and he asks her to just block that for him. Versa agrees and asks him to leave this to him, and Vincent uses the skill of a giant thunderstorm, and soon he finds him behind a mana barrier. He gets up from his place and jumps upon him with his sword, but Versa blocks his attack with just her bare hand. After that, she presses her finger and cuts the sword, and exclaims he has become a dog of the Samians since he is using the Crimson Emperor's might. He is shocked to see Versa there, and if it weren't for her, he would have managed to escape already. She laughs and says he can never escape from there when Vincent appears from behind her, following his sword path, and beheads him in just one slash of his sword. But Versa is shocked to see that Vincent becomes unconscious as soon as he attacks him and starts crying in pain. She runs toward him and asks what is happening to him, and Vincent thinks right after he used an absolute sword slash. He suddenly felt excruciating pain. Julian calls him and tells him that his fingernail is disappearing, and Vincent thinks the destruction of the heavenly exoskeleton has started. Versa rushes to summon a priest immediately, while Julian thinks he should still have many years before the heavenly exoskeleton is destroyed. However, it doesn't surprise him that it's been destroyed because they have accomplished so much unimaginable with the body of the good-for-nothing Vincent and have defeated opponents stronger than them many times. They also have used power beyond their capacity numerous times, and the expected recoil might have just returned to them. Vincent is in extreme pain and wonders if he has failed again in this life, but Julian exclaims he will never let him fail. His methods were always reckless and abnormal, but he disagreed with them, and if it weren't for him, it would have been impossible to be acknowledged by father, mother, and everyone else. Like when he received the blessing of the lightning giant, Julian used his divine powers to maintain his heavenly exoskeleton, and will do this time again to save him. Vincent tries to stop him because if he keeps doing this, with time, he will disappear. He smiles and says before his existence is completely gone, he will find a way to repair the heavenly exoskeleton. Suddenly, Julian disappears from his sight, and a butterfly falls on his hand. Vincent determines that no matter what, he will find a way to repair this. Meanwhile, the priest appears there and inquires about his health, and Vincent is shocked to see that he is Priest Dullen. On the other side, Herka accompanies Serkin and Raven to the Vartican family, and the elders call Serkin for notary, while they both are waiting for him outside the room, and impatient waiting for him. After a while, Merlin appears there, and Herka surprisingly asks him if he has come all the way there from the fortress at this hour. He states that he was concerned about Vincent after receiving the report, and she asks him not to worry because he is with his father right now. After some time, Sermon comes outside, apologizes to them for being too late, and exclaims that he has wrapped up everything. Suddenly, he sees toward Merlin, and they both emit murderous intents toward each other. Herka surprisingly asks them if they know each other, and Serkin replies he was the one who gave him that scar on his face. Merlin is so furious that he takes out his sword, and Serkin also takes out his threads to attack him back. Herka and Raven shout at them to stop them there. On the other side, Priest Dullen is treating Vincent and asks how he can do this to his body. This would have been disastrous if he hadn't come there after receiving news of Elder Tillavan. He also instructs him to take care of himself because this treatment is not all powerful, and he may look fine. But that doesn't mean his inside is fine. Vincent smiles and thinks he has heard something similar before from the priest of the fortress, and he remembers Priest Dullen may help him. He asks him if he knows something about the heavenly exoskeleton and tells him the whole story that the god of his blessing is currently protecting that special skeleton right now. Vincent asks him if there is any way to repair him because he doesn't have much time left, and he replies that this is his first time hearing of it. However, there is a way to protect his god that he would have to start training to use divine power. In other words, he has to become a priest, and this is one of the methods, but that wouldn't be easy, especially if he is short of time. He reveals that there is a place called the Divine King's grave close to the Temple of Gaia, and the Divine King is a legendary disciple who built the temple. A legend about that place has been passed down. It refers to an item that provides its owner with an incredible source of divine power, the Holy Grail. He has to seek out an item from a legend, and it's not completely baseless since a martial artist has obtained their divine powers from that Holy Grail. Vincent asks him about that person, and he must meet them immediately. Dullen states that in all of history, the Holy Grail has only been handled by one martial artist, Arslan Adinka, his ancestor, and the Sun Sword. On the other side, Merlin and Serkin are ready to attack each other, and Merlin exclaims this is the first time since the Charvital Grand's Plains battle. Sermon exclaims he was a mercenary of the Temlians and was a martial artist of the Adinkas, and they have crossed paths quite a few times as enemies, while Merlin says they are still enemies. They come forward to attack each other when Herka grabs them from their heads and shouts at them to stop right there. She asks them to realize that they are both masters of current cadets at the Crimson Fortress, and if they too were to cause trouble, it would be a huge nuisance for him. They can continue their battle after Vincent and Raven have left the fortress and warn them, saying she will them by her hands if something like this happens again. Suddenly, they hear noise from a distance where Priest Dulin is trying to stop Vincent and tells him that it can be dangerous for him. Vincent asks him why he is stopping him when he is the one who told him about it and asks him to accompany him to the Divine King's grave. They all hear their conversation, and Sirkin says it seems young Master Vincent is about to stir up trouble again. He bows before Merlin and asks him to battle up next time, who also hopes to kill him when he gets the chance. When they leave, Herka comes to him and asks if his last name is really Falker. The next morning, Vincent and Dulin reach the temple, and he warns him not to go inside, but Vincent says he wouldn't have come all this way if he wasn't going inside. He thinks Julian may not have that much time left, and since Arslan has assigned this to him, he cannot prolong it any longer. Dulin calls him and asks if he remembers what he told him earlier, that there isn't a single person who has come out of there alive. They don't know how deep that place is, how complex it is, and what's lurking inside. No one knows anything. Vincent asks him why he told him about such a dangerous place, and the guards outside wouldn't have been able to enter this place if a second-class priest didn't accompany him. He again asks him why he leads him there, and Dulin asks him if he knows about the Holy King Laenmergor. He heard about him when he was studying history with Julian, and he was the hero who founded the Gaia religion, but he was killed while he was spreading the subjugation of the archdemon Davin, and the majority of information about him was lost due to his enemies. Dulin reveals that he is the priest who retained the Holy King's powers, and there is a prophecy for the priest who has the powers passed down to them. Only those who have experienced death and met a god may find the Holy Grail, but he doesn't even know what it means to experience death. But he can sense the Holy King's power, indicating that person is Vincent. He is the person the prophecy has foretold, but he was concerned about him when he was about to enter the grave. Vincent asks him not to worry because he is the person selected by the Holy King and enters the grave. Dulin is outside and says he will keep praying for him until he returns. There is darkness everywhere on the grave, and he walks on the stairs down to the grave. He has come a long way down, but there is nothing there. Everything is too dark, and his senses have been dulled. He calls Julian and asks him if he has figured out anything yet, but then remembers that he can't hear him yet. He thinks humans are so cunning because he was imprisoned for 10 years by himself, yet after one day, he feels alone and misses Julian. However, the path is strange, and he doesn't see an end to it, and he wonders if he missed something in the dark. Suddenly, he hears a voice saying he can't look back, and if he does this, he will lose his sense of direction and roam this grave for all eternity. He takes out his sword and asks the person who he is, and a lot of shadows appear there, saying they are the Shadow Assassins from the Shadow Clan. A man introduces himself as Melanin, and he has been waiting for him for so long and calls him the one who seeks truth. Vincent is shocked to hear this and remembers Arslan's lines that he asked him to surpass the Samians and face the truth. They have been left there to protect that will and have protected the place for 500 years. Melanin asks him to prove that he is the one who seeks the truth and liberates them. Vincent asks him how he should prove himself, and he asks him to liberate them by using his swordsmanship, and his mana will be proof enough. Vincent says he will liberate them all using the swordsmanship of the Atticas. He learned swordsmanship from his master and cut out their shadows, saying he is the descendant of Arslan Falker, whose will remains there. But they again wake up and say this is not enough to prove himself. All the shadows appear again and say he is not the one they were waiting for, and that wasn't enough to prove himself. Vincent uses Lightning Giant and Giant Thunderstorm at once to dodge their attacks, but he is shocked to see that their body parts are regenerating. All sides have surrounded him, and admits that these shadows are all powerful. Even when he knocks them down, they just get up and attack again. They call him a grave intruder and want to eliminate him as soon as possible. Suddenly, Melanin appears from behind to attack him, but he can't look back because he will lose his sense of direction and roam this grave for all eternity. He slashes his sword from behind and asks him to give up because he is not the one the prophecy foretold. Vincent gets injured and falls to the ground, wondering if this place is not part of the assignment Arslan had left for him. He thinks if Julian were there, he would have given him some kind of evidence, but he is not enough on his own without his help. All the shadows surround him and are laughing at him. On the outside, where Dulin is praying for Vincent, he hears some noises from behind. Some people are trying to enter there, but the guards don't let him say this is a prohibited area. They ask him why someone is already there. Meanwhile, Vincent is too injured and is bleeding, while Melanin exclaims they are the guardians of the prophecy left by the Sun Sword Emperor and the Holy King. In order to protect the prophecy, they are able to use absolute power. They thought Vincent could liberate them, at least that's what they hoped. The fact that he cannot defeat them means that he is not from the prophecy and is merely an intruder. He is not the one who seeks the truth but encounters God after experiencing death. Melanin exclaims he doesn't fall under any of the two prophecies and jumps upon him to attack, saying he will now let him rest in peace. But before he can reach him, Vincent emits a considerable amount of mana, and he is shocked to see the dark red mana that belongs to Samians. And Vincent uses the skill of Crimson Emperor's Might to dodge his attack. He uses multiple skills of the Samian family and tears all the shadows in order to liberate them. He thinks the name he had to prove was wrong from the start, and he was supposed to prove himself as Davin Samian, not Vincent, but as the person who had experienced death. He states that his name is Davin Adanka, and he has overcome death to come there. He asks Melanin to guide him to the Holy King's Grail according to the prophecy, and amidst that, they are finally liberated. Suddenly, all the shadows disappear, and he finds himself in front of a large door, wondering if this is the real entrance. Anyway, he opens the door and enters the place with a large coffin, and he thinks this is where he can find the Holy Grail. Suddenly, the coffin opens itself, and a man appears from it and asks if he is the Holy King, Lainmagor. He calls him the descendant of Arslan, and he supposed the assignment that his friend Arslan had left had been activated properly. He shows him the Holy Grail and states his tasks there are done, and asks Vincent to continue forth toward his next assignment. The Holy Grail will lead him toward the heavenly fruit, and he thanks him because he was able to keep his promise to his friend because of his friend. He disappears from there, and Vincent pays his humble respect to absolute glory when suddenly, the building starts to vibrate, which means it is going to collapse soon. After a while, he is surprised to see Merlin Falker there, and Dulin wonders outside the grave about what Merlin and Vincent are doing inside. Herka is also there, and she reveals that there is a prophecy about the Holy King that has been passed down in Merlin Falker and Headmaster Herka Quebel's families. The one who will seek the truth about the Adankas will go to the Holy King's grave, and there they will find a descendant of the Quebels. She doesn't know what she is supposed to do there, but those prophecies are becoming a reality right now. At the same time, Merlin is inside the grave and thinks if Vincent truly is the one who seeks the truth, then that means he cannot come back out alive. Vincent exclaims that Falker is the original last name of the first patriarch, Arslan, and it is strange that his family remains even after forsaking his last name. He asks him about what exactly happened to the Falkers, and Merlin reveals that within the few families that belong to the Adankas, there is a prophecy that has been passed down for generations. It is something like a mission passed down by the first patriarch, Arslan, which states that the descendants of the Falkers will sacrifice themselves at the Holy King's grave from the Adanka that remembers his name. Suddenly, the grave starts collapsing, and Merlin uses his mana to hold the roof in its place. He tells him that the place was held up for 500 years, and it will soon begin to collapse, and he won't be able to do anything. There is only one way to get out of there safely, to destroy this column. This is the central column that supports the Holy King's grave, and as soon as it falls, the collapse will accelerate, and they will see a small opening leading outside. Vincent asks him to let him destroy it, or at least they can do this together, but he refuses by saying this is his duty and he will do this. After letting him out through that opening, Vincent asks him if he will die. Merlin replies when he first meets him. He tells him that he will remember his name and his heart trembles at the thought that it is finally his turn. He states that there is no greater joy to a martial artist than to complete their mission before death. He slashes his sword and praises him as a great student and is about to kill himself when Vincent stops him. He asks if those are his final words or if the name Falker means so little to him. If it were the Arslan that he knows, the Falker that he knows, he would never try to sacrifice himself in order to accomplish his mission. He states that Arslan was a pure child, the child who shed tears for the injustice he endured, and he would never get rid of his descendants as if they were mere tools. Merlin shouts at him and asks him to run away because if they are going to keep standing there like this, they both will die soon. Vincent tells him that they both can live, and Merlin has planned on using all of his strength in order to pave a path for him. But what if he were to become faster, so he wouldn't have to use all of his strength? He thinks that he will concentrate all of his strength into one big leap and uses the Dwarf King's blessing, and the Galactic Wanderer's blessing altogether. He fuses all of his traits, summons all the kings there, and indicates Merlin to use his strength now. Merlin uses the trait Thunderbolt Ascension and makes a hole in the roof. Vincent now comes forward and rushes toward the ray of light, which is the way out for them. He is a bit far from the hole when his strength vanishes, and he wonders if he doesn't have enough strength because he used Crimson Emperor's might. He is about to fall when Merlin supports him and asks him to ensure he finds the truth, no matter what happens. He uses all his strength to send him outside while Vincent shouts at him to stop him from doing this. Suddenly, Herka jumps from the hole and brings a rope with her to help Merlin and ties him up with the rope. She has finally caught him, but he is unconscious. Herka now understands the Quebel's name, and it was a trap to get the falcon. After some time, when Vincent becomes conscious, he hurriedly rushes for Merlin. But he is shocked to see him there unconscious and is glad to see that he is safe. The priest Dulin comes to him and inquires about his health, and Herx exclaims he slept well after the accident. Vincent shows them the Holy Grail left by the Holy King and asks them if they want to check this. Dulin is surprised and says he never thought to see it. As soon as he comes near the Grail, it starts absorbing his divine power, and the water level in the cup rises. Vincent asks him if he drinks it, he will also gain divine power, and Herka is shocked at how he can drink this thing which has been buried for 500 years. He drinks the liquid and feels energy flowing through his body, and he also can see Julian there, who is trying to save him. He smiles and welcomes him again, asking him if he found a way to fix the celestial bone. Vincent replies he has found a way to replenish his divine power, and he states that with this, he can maintain his existence while supporting Celestial Bone. He asks him about the mess, and Vincent tells him that the Holy King's tomb collapsed after serving its purpose. The next day, everyone discusses the Holy King's tomb collapsing. It was just an abandoned ruin that no one went into, and the important thing is, they say, the 7th Prince of Adanka caused it. The news also reaches Versa, and she asks him how he can do this when he is sick and lying down. Vincent replies he recovered well thanks to Priest Dulin, and she uses her blessing to check whether he is telling a lie or not. On the other side, Dulin asks other priests to understand the situation slowly at the Gaia Shrine main hall. He states that Prince Vincent had no reason to collapse the Holy King's tomb deliberately. First-class priest Nelyuk says he is thinking too softly, and the reason is unimportant to them. More importantly, the price of Adanka has collapsed Gaia's historical site. Moreover, they have the right to demand fair compensation from Adanka for the deep trust between Adanka and Gaia that has been going on for 500 years. They think demanding a reasonable amount of cash from Adanka it shouldn't be a problem for the Patriarch. And all the other priests agree with him, saying this is an opportunity to expand the power of their order. Dulin is unhappy with their decision because they will demand money to put into their pockets. Meanwhile, one of the elders enters there and says they deeply regret Prince Vincent's behavior at the elders' meeting. In honor of the tarnished Holy King, they must hold him accountable for his actions, and he will offer his left arm to the priest committee. Simultaneously, Versa says Vincent doesn't know how much trouble he has caused. He has destroyed a major relic that Gaia protected for 500 years. The Gain Temple and their Adanka have been allies since the war with the Great Demon. Moreover, the political ramifications of breaking this alliance are beyond imagination, and she also heard that they are sending a protest delegation from the temple. They will probably demand outrageous things to maintain the friendly relationship, and Vincent replies he will skip the usual report since she seems to know already. But she is shocked to hear that there is an unusual report, too, and Riesla enters the room and shows him the Holy Grail Vincent found in the grave. Versa surprisingly says this is just a cup, so why is he so excited about this? Riesla tells her that its value is immense. However, she doesn't take an interest in it and says this is irrelevant to this case, and Gaia's precepts will also want to protect their interests. She asks Vincent how he will take responsibility for this incident, but he replies he doesn't need to take responsibility. He exclaims they would rather thank him because the tomb of the Holy King was a place they had no attachment to. It was neglected without any proper management despite being an important relic site. Moreover, only 2 guards protected the entrance. If someone had a priest, they could enter easily. Most importantly, they didn't know much about the tomb and weren't investigating it anymore. If they genuinely believed the relic had value, they would have explored it, regardless of threats or sacrifices. In other words, the tomb of the Holy King was just a record, nothing more, nothing less. He asks her if this statement justifies his avoiding responsibility, but she gets angry with him and asks why he lied to her even after knowing about her ability. Riesla is shocked to see that she has detected a lie, and she angrily asks him to put that excuse aside and asks him to tell her what he is hiding now. Vincent still smiles and thinks as expected, and lies can't pass through her eyes. He asks her to see the Holy Grail, which emits a large amount of mana, and she asks Riesla if there is a possibility that it is manipulated. She replies that it's an old model with no capability to manipulate. With that, he turns the entire situation upside down and satisfies her. A few days later, Gaia's delegation arrives at the castle, and if Vincent's misdeeds become public, he won't be able to escape responsibility either. Dulin tries to stop the first-class priest, saying he is making a mistake right now, but he replies he is merely doing what is right. He thinks if the patriarch gets support from a few old-timers, he will ascend to the throne in his place. Versa, Vincent, and one of the elders reach the gate for their welcome, and Versa says he has put him in such an important position. She declares if Vincent cannot prove his innocence, she will personally slit his throat. The elder agrees with her decision and thinks he will see what he can do when the actual situation arises. Lady Versa welcomes the representative of the Gaia Temple, and it seems like it will be a long discussion so that she will guide them to a proper place. They all reach the courtroom, and the representative starts the discussion by saying it is deplorable that they have had to seek their old ally, Adinka, due to unfortunate circumstances. There is no need for a summary of the incident, and they ask the Council of Elders or Adinka to state their position formally. The elder thinks with this incident, he will ride on the back of the Gaia Temple and seize the council's authority, and he is surprised to see Vincent smiling. He gets up and asks him what is so funny here and if he realizes that his recklessness brought him to this situation. Vincent gets up and apologizes to them, and exclaims that Lord Neliuk intentionally left out Adinka's hostess in the discussion. Everyone is shocked to hear his statement, and the representative shouts at him, saying he is such a disrespectful kid. Moreover, he must pay with his life if he can't properly explain this matter. Vincent formally introduces himself as the 7th Prince of Adinka and the 9th student of the Red Fortress. With this, he uses the crystal stone and shows them his conversation with the King of the Grave, where he thanks him. They are shocked to see this when Vincent calls them and asks if they officially begin this meeting. On the other side, a journalist comes to the Hanson's shop and asks the girl there about him. She asks him to leave if he has come there for a sword to be made. But he reveals that he has come to take an interview about the sword that defeated Samion's blacksmith was made by him. But the girl shouts at him and asks him to stop coming there because a lot of journalists have been visiting Hanson before. She asks him if he knows how disruptive this is, when Hanson appears there and asks her if she is again fighting with a customer. He warns her to keep her temper in check because all the customers will be gone at this rate. The journalist gets happy to see Hanson there and asks him if he can talk to him for a moment, and he thinks Vincent has caused a mess in his life. Every day, a journalist comes to his shop and asks him for an interview, and Hanson thinks at least he gets to hear the word Master Blacksmith again, thanks to Vincent. He wonders why he hasn't come back even once since then. Last time, he took the magic crystal and just cleaned them out. Come to the other side, where Vincent asks the elders to start the meeting, and everyone is shocked to see the Sacred King. Moreover, his tomb fulfilled its purpose and collapsed independently, while Vincent thinks the mana crystal gifted by Master Blacksmith Hanson is instrumental. Meanwhile, the representative gets up and shouts, saying it's a fabrication and it's a fake video created to cover up his own crimes. One of the elders states that it is not possible to fabricate with a mana crystal like this. Vincent asks them to take a look at the sacred relic left to him by the Sacred King, the Holy Grail. This time, the elder is also shocked to see the Sacred King's Holy Grail, while the representative asks him if he claims this random antique, whose origin is unknown, is the Holy Grail. He exclaims he is rather smearing the name of the Sacred King, and Vincent reveals that regarding a series of incidents, Merlin, a knight of the Imperial Dragon Army, stakes his neck on the authenticity. He is shocked to hear about Merlin, one of the 12 swords of Adinka, and a man of his stature staked his life. Meanwhile, Priest Dulin comes forward and declares that he will testify as well with the power of the Sacred King within him and his life on the line. He declares the Holy Grail is authentic, and he angrily asks him which side he is in. Versa gets up and asks if they will raise the stakes because a son's accountability is also a mother's responsibility. She stakes her right arm on the truth that Vincent spoke, and Elder Dalbak can see the situation getting out of his hand. She asks him to welcome to stake his right arm especially, and he wonders what he should do because they all are so confident. However, he stakes his left arm on the statement that Vincent's words are lies, and Vincent says from the moment he entered there, he had already staked his neck. He then turns toward Priest Neliauk and says he is the only one who hasn't stakes anything, and asks him to match what Priest Dulin and he has stakes with their lives and his mother's arm. He thinks there is no way that is the real Holy Grail, and Vincent is just bluffing right now. He laughs and exclaims he will not be scared just because they are all in, and stakes his neck as well. Similarly, all the other priests stake their necks too, and Vincent asks Priest Dulin to prove that the Holy Grail is real. Dulin touches the Grail, and it starts absorbing his divine energy, and soon it fills with the liquid. He states that is the power of the Holy Grail which absorbs his miracle and produces holy water. All of them are shocked to see that, and Vincent asks Neliauk that what he will do now. He asks if he acknowledges that this is the real Grail, but before him, another priest shouts and says he cannot accept it and what the big deal is about some water gathering. But Lady Versa comes forward and cuts his neck with one slash of her sword. Elder Dalbak is shocked and asks her what she is doing, but she turns toward him and cuts his left arm with her sword. She declares that she, Versa Helheim, as a mother of Adinka, respects the true honor of his son, Vincent. Vincent is also surprised because he couldn't see her movements when she beheaded them, and she is the person known as the Giant of Adinkas, Versa Helheim. He asks her permission to say something, and when she inquires, he wishes for them to live. They have the Holy Grail, which once belonged to the Holy King and the highest-ranking priests of Gaia there. If they hurry, they will be able to save them, and Versa asks him why he is doing this. Vincent says he simply doesn't wish to seem like a child who always needs his mother's protection. He asks her permission to take his honor, and Versa happily allows him. Vincent asks the priest Dulin to get hurry and accompany him, and he asks other priests to gather their powers. They all start working and gather their powers, and Julian tells him that everything has gone his way, and he looks forward to seeing what he will do next. After some time, all the dead people, including Neliauk, get alive again, and he is shocked at what just happened because he remembers that he was beheaded. Dulin comes forward and congratulates him for living again, and he is unhappy knowing that he saved him. He then asks Elder Dalbek to come over there, and he will reattack his arm before it's too late. But Vincent gets in their way and states Elder Dalbek will not be able to get his arm reattached. Moreover, unlike the priests, he is an honorable martial artist of the Adinkas. He would not want to recover his arm that he had wagered voluntarily. Otherwise, his honor would become completely worthless. Elder Dalbak wants to kill him, but he controls his emotions and says he doesn't want his arm because this is evidence of his truth. Vincent smirks and says he will always remember his strong resolution, and he hopes to follow in his footsteps. Versa says everything is in order now. And now Neliauk laughs and admits Vincent's innocence and that the temple will no longer request compensation from the Adinkas. He decides to leave right now because this is the only way they can live, and they can always try to get additional offerings from the Adinkas next time. But Vincent comes in their way and says he believes there are unresolved matters and shows him the magic crystal in which the Holy King said he could keep his promise to his friend. The Holy Grail was assigned to that location by the Holy King and the Sun Sword Emperor, but the Gaia Temple could not solve this assignment for 500 years and neglected the grave. He, on the other hand, sought out the Holy Grail and received the Holy King's gratitude. He asks him if he doesn't think he is obligated to certain actions as the descendants of the Holy King. Neliauk bows before him and pays his gratitude for accomplishing the will of the Holy King and delivering it to them, the Temple of Gaia. They are kissing the floor, and Julian surprisingly says this position of utmost respect from the priests of Gaia, while Vincent thinks it is not a bad sight. But suddenly, many reporters enter the room, and Neliauk feels so humiliated that he threatens Vincent, saying he will get back to him one day. The reporters are shocked to see that the priests are all kneeling down in front of a 14-year-old boy. They have come there for the hearing for the seventh son of Adinka, and they all start capturing them and asking them multiple questions at once. Neliauk asks them to stop, while Elder Dalbek also shouts at them and asks them to call the guards. They can no longer allow Versa and Vincent to have the upper hand. He exclaims the contents of the meetings hosted by the Council of Elders cannot be revealed to the public, and he asks Vincent if he will violate the regulations. Vincent smiles and says he forgot the latter part of that regulation, no matter how he looks at it. But this is a beneficial situation for Adinkas. A few days later, the incident between Vincent and the Gaia Temple became a huge news report, spreading throughout the continent instantly. Not only had the first-class priest and the other influential people within the temple bowed to a mere young master of a family, dropping the dignity of the Gaia Temple, but the plot in which they had tried to assume a dominant position over the Adinkas had also utterly failed. After that, Vincent calls Dulin and entrusts the Holy Grail to him because he inherited the powers of the Holy King, so no one is suited better than him. Moreover, he will need divine power on a regular basis, so he wants to give it to somebody within his circle of trust. In that case, Dulin accepts the Holy Grail and says the temple is rotten to the core right now, and he may end up using the Holy Grail for his own benefit if he continues to live in their midst. He can sell the holy water at an insane cost or use it to bribe someone, so he asks him again if he really trusts him. Vincent again assures him that he really trusts him because he is the same priest Dulin who provided him with the miracle stone before, and he also knows that he will use the Holy Grail for food. He gets happy and says he will be ready to fill the Holy Grail anytime, and Vincent can count on him. Meanwhile, Riesla opens the door and asks him what he is doing there, and asks him to get ready for dinner immediately because Lady Versa has invited him to join her for dinner. Vincent is shocked to hear about dinner and soon reaches there. She asks him if he is returning to Fortress tomorrow, and he replies that he is still a cadet and must resume his duties if he is done with all his tasks. Julian tells him that just like father, mother has never invited anyone to join her for dinner, and he asks him if he is still nervous in front of her. Julian tells him that he is always worried around her because he is afraid she would find out that he was pretending to be goofed for nothing. But Vincent says he does not need to worry. After a while, she tells him why she called him there is to give him a gift because he uncovered the corruption of the elders and gained them the upper hand against the Gaia Temple. She acknowledges his achievements and would like to reward him, and asks him what he wants. Vincent asks her for a moment to think about it, and after a little thinking, he tells her that he has decided on the gift. He wants the opportunity to take the advancement exam as the cadet of the Crimson Fortress. She laughs and says she believes that he is underestimating the influence of his mother. She is the mistress of Adanka, and she can turn him into a cadet of any rank she desires. But Vincent exclaims he is satisfied with it because this is the right thing to do right now. Usually, the advancement exam is held twice a year, and not only is it tough, but the number of people who can take it is also limited. But if he were to advance using her powers, he would take someone else's place, so such an opportunity wouldn't be considered his. He wants to advance with his own abilities, and Versa says his conviction will lead him down a much slower path. However, it will also leave him much further, and there was a time when she wished for the same. But she has gotten too old to chase after such things, and she also has far more responsibilities at the moment. She also reveals that once he returns to the fortress, he will receive a mission assignment, which will be considered his rank 8 advancement exam. After dinner, she cheers him on for his conviction, and Vincent thanks her. When he leaves the castle the following day, Versa asks Raelsa to prepare, and she will write up Vincent's mission assignment. She inquires about the mission, and she replies that Vincent has to go to Maeltoom. By Maeltoom, she means the coastal in the south, which the Vyar family rules. Versa reveals that the place is overflowing with money even though they don't have any special products, and it is one of the places the Patriarch keeps an eye on since the Vyar family is rumored to be stealing from its citizens. Riesla asks her if she is striking them using Vincent, but she replies that such a mission would still be too much for him. Even if he is exceptional, he will be tasked to accompany the Gaia priest that is dispatched there. But Riesla is shocked to hear this and says it's only been a few days since young Master Vincent has shamed the Gaia Temple. She says that the Patriarch of the Vyar family is extremely greedy, and the Gaia Temple tries to bribe the Beer family to harm Vincent. Versa admits that he will be in danger, and there are countless ways to make it look like an accident, but she believes that Vincent will always opt for the right path, putting himself in constant danger. But this is why it's called an exam. On the other side, when Vincent returns to Fortress, Herka welcomes him warmly and congratulates him for his accomplishment. Vincent exclaims she seems to be in quite a happy mood, and she is happy because he took care of Elder Tilavan. Vincent guesses she harbors some negative emotions towards him, and she tells him that he asked her to become his concubine with such a creepy expression. However, she gives him his next mission, and he will be leaving in 3 days. Vincent asks her about the location and place he is heading, and Vargan replies he is going to the southernmost city on the continent, Maeltoom. Vincent thinks if they didn't change the location's name within the last 500 years, then he knows the place. Suddenly, Salbara appears there, and she is so excited to hear the name of Maeltoom City. She asks Vincent to take her with him. Later, she gives him all the details about the city and says the Vyar family currently rules it and is quite famous for its barrier. Besides, even though it borders the Helheim family's territory, they have not had absolutely no conflict, despite there being no records of anyone paying tributes. Many hypotheses are associated with this, and even in his family, the Helheim family was closely related to Maeltoom. Helheim is the family of his mother, Versa Helheim, and he thinks this mission definitely serves her a purpose. Salbara says the remnants of the sea from 200 years ago and tells him many things about this when Vincent interrupts and says she really seems interested in history. She replies that it is her dream to actually not become a martial artist but to become a historian. She is confused by his reaction and asks him if her dream is that weird, but he smiles and appreciates her dream. He asks her why she came to Crimson Moon with such a dream, and she replies historians don't make much money. In addition, adventuring can be dangerous, so knowing martial arts is a must. However, she assures him that she will help him in this mission and she will come with him this time and assist him. Meanwhile, Sizen and Harmon rush into the room and ask Vincent if he is going on another mission, and they also offer him to accompany him. Vincent agrees and asks them all to go together and make them happy. Julian exclaims he has got enough sidekicks, but Vincent says this is not why he chose them. Julian asks him if he really believes that they will be assets to him, and Vincent asks him to look at those trusting eyes, and their willingness to help him is certainly an asset to him. However, he needs to take one last person, and he goes to Raven and asks him to help him in the mission with the promise to spar him. Raven agrees immediately and is ready to accompany him, while Vincent thinks if Raven joins them, Sirkin will automatically become involved. Julian says he seems to be more cunning, while Raven interrupts them and says Sirkin asked him to tell him something. Suddenly, he is surrounded by the threads, and Sirkin appears there, saying he had no intention of startling him. He asks him why he is not taking out his sword, and Vincent replies he is not actually harboring any murderous intent. He tries to scare him, but this doesn't affect him, and he appreciates him, saying he is quite fascinating. Vincent asks him about his technique, and he replies this is a type of barrier that seals everything inside and outside. Julian reveals this is the territory of the Murder King, and only a handful of people are known to have survived this. Sirkin states it's the perfect assassination technique and is also effective for discussing secrets. Vincent asks him what he is trying to tell him, and he doesn't know where he should start. He reveals that only one person managed to get out of this technique flawlessly, and his name is Merlin Falker. He was a young genius, and despite their age difference, the territory of the murdered king was helplessly destroyed. It was an utter defeat for him, and after that, in order to face off against Merlin Falker's lightning, he started studying mana application. In the end, he managed to leave a scar on his face, but 15 years ago, when he became the butler of the Vatican, he lost all contact with him. Vincent asks him how old he is, and he replies that he should be around the same age as his father, but his face looks so young. However, the protagonist is unaware of the reason, so he refuses, as he doesn't know what he is trying to convey through this conversation. Sirkin laughed and explained that, first of all, he did this because Vincent had saved them from that explosion. The second reason was that he had hoped that the protagonist was worthy of sharing the same dream as his young master, Raven. This confused Vincent, and he couldn't understand the hidden meaning behind his conversation. Sirkin closed his eyes and recalled when his young master Raven tried hard to practice in the cold. He was worried about him and reminded his master that he could not ignore the bitter cold of the Crimson Fortress, so he requested his master to stop there for that day's practice. Raven Vartican became gloomy and reminded him that he had lost twice in a row. Vincent was the one who rescued those people during that explosion, and he came up with a plan to defeat the Chimera. However, Raven could only watch every time, and they faced a challenging situation, which made him tremble in anger. This worried Sirkin, and he tried to make his young master understand that this wasn't his fault. However, Raven was fascinated by Vincent and the fact that he would have a rival stronger than him. He excitedly raised his arm and shouted that starting from this moment onward, he would become more vital with Vincent as his goal. This worried Sirkin, yet he wanted his young master to be stronger than the protagonist, and he knew that with Vincent's help, his master would reach greater heights. Sirkin requested the protagonist to become stronger and lead his young master, Raven, to his goal. He warned the protagonist that he would immediately cut him into pieces if he became pathetic. This startled Vincent, as this was a frightening warning, and Julian was also shocked and wondered what the matter with this old man was. The protagonist wondered what the Sirkin reversal technique had to do with this conversation. The reason Sirkin developed the reversal technique was to create a physical body that could withstand Merlin Falker's lightning. In addition to changing the physical appearance, this technique also artificially switches the location of the mana circuit and reconstructs the bones and muscles in the user's body. Sirkin looked at the protagonist, and he knew that currently, he was preventing his body from destruction by using a specific force. The protagonist affirms that's true, so Sirkin explains that if his body gets destroyed and dies, it would be problematic for him. However, if he were to teach Vincent the reversal technique, it would greatly help him. This surprised the protagonist, and he wondered if he would do that. Sirkin inquired if he liked that idea and would like to learn this technique. The protagonist excitedly affirmed and agreed, as he had no reason to refuse such an offer. Julian was excited because he knew that if they could master the reversal technique, they could stabilize the heavenly exoskeleton even further. Vincent agreed with Julian because he needed a method to protect this body aside from using divine power. Since he decided to learn this skill, Sirkin wants him to promise him something. The protagonist thinks for a while and explains that he cannot guarantee that he will remain Raven's goal. He wanted to be honest with Sirkin, saying he didn't believe he was qualified to be anyone's goal. However, he was confident that one day he would surpass the Samians no matter what happened, and this was what he could promise him. Sirkin was delighted because this promise was enough for him, so he agreed to teach Vincent the reversal technique. The blue mana poured out of Sirkin's body and started replenishing the protagonist, and after some time, he opened his eyes and had a different aura. 3 days later, Dean Vargan closed the book and instructed all of them that he would omit the report. He explained that the examination occurred at the request of the second-class priest, Dullan. The mistress of Adinka, Versa Helem, has granted it, and it will be treated as an advancement exam. He hoped they would do their best to avoid becoming a nuisance to the two parties involved. However, he was worried about the results of the advancement exam because the headmaster was supposed to grade the exam, but Vargan would probably be the one who ended up doing that. Vargan sighed and uttered that they would be reported to them later, so they instructed them to depart now. Since the discussion ended, all of them paid their humble respect to Absolute Glory, but Wilson started rambling about why he had to join them and stopped by his fellow. Soon after, they departed for their destination. Julian wondered if they would use the teleportation gates, but he knew it would still take them a few days to reach Maeltomb. This stunned the protagonist, and he wondered why it would take a few days just by using the teleportation gates. He recalled that back in his day, they spent years on the road, which astounded Julian, and he apologized as he forgot that Vincent was an old man. Wilson was shocked on the 4th day since the departure at the 5th teleportation gate and wondered what this was. He wondered why that was so expensive and asked the magician who she thought she was ripping off. The magician explained that this was the original price and told him that if he didn't want to pay the price, then he didn't have to use it. This made Wilson furious because the cadets of the Crimson Fortress were passing through out of obligation. She tried to calm Wilson down, but the magician was shocked to learn about the Crimson Fortress and wondered what it was. This shocked both of them as they didn't think she would have never heard of the Crimson Fortress. Wilson gets furious, wonders what this is about, and asks the magician if she knows who is aboard the carriage. He explained that the person riding the carriage was the young master of the Adinka and Vartican families. The magician wondered what was so special about them, and she thought it would be so great if they were from great families, and then she was sure they could pay the higher price. Wilson gets furious as he knows she is trying to rip them off, but his companion tries to stop him. However, Wilson didn't listen to her and asked the person in charge if she wanted to taste Wilson from the back streets. Vanshan peeked out of the carriage window and instructed Wilson that was enough because if he would do any more than that, then he would spoil their honor. Vincent instructed Wilson to return to the fortress if he lost his temper because of trivial matters. This worried Wilson, while the protagonist thought it was because the people now don't even know the Crimson Fortress. So, the further they get from the central territory of Adinka, the worse the treatment is getting. Julian knew it couldn't be helped, and it only made sense that the influence weakened in the remote areas, so this would be an arduous journey for them. On the 6th day after the departure, they made further progress toward their destination, and all of them were happy. The girl called the protagonist and instructed him to look on the other side toward the Maeltomb barrier. It was built due to the sea battle 200 years ago. Thanks to that barrier, Maeltomb could protect itself from perpetual pirate attacks. The protagonist was shocked to hear about the perpetual pirate attack, and she explained that she heard they are still a problem to this day. Vincent found it strange because there was something weird about that statement and instructed Julian that they should investigate that barrier. Julian gets excited and affirmed and wants the protagonist to leave the investigation to him. The coastal city is protected by the barrier built 200 years ago, Maeltomb. Despite the existence of said barrier, the city's safety was jeopardized by perpetual pirate attacks, and the recent hunger only added to the agony of the citizens. They progressed inside while passing through those malnourished people sitting on the ground. Raven explained that he heard about the hunger there, but Sirkin was worried as it seemed much more severe than he thought. One of the cadets wondered where they were supposed to go. Wilson was also infuriated as they weren't even provided with a guide and wondered if they were disregarding the young master and them. Salvara wondered if this could also be because the Adinkas have little to no influence in the south. The protagonist refused because it was strange. The Helems were the only in-laws of the Adinkas. Since this city borders the territory of the Helems, the Adinkas' name should have more influence there than in other places they have passed. So, he informed them that they needed to gather more information and instructed them to find the priest from the temples. After some time at Maeltomb, the Temple of Gaia, the priest was shocked to learn about an escort mission. The third-class priest, Lusane, thinks for a while as if he heard something about it. The protagonist gives the priest his mission instruction, but Lusane stops him as he is fine and doesn't need to see them. This infuriated Vincent, and he wondered what the priest meant. The priest instructed them to kill some time and leave because that would benefit both of them. Lusane looked at them, smiled wickedly, and explained that he didn't need guards because this place was peaceful. Raven gets angry to know that the priest wants them to kill him and leave when it took them days just to get there, and Sirkin tries to stop him. However, the priest completely ignored Raven and asked his man about his next agenda. His man explained that they would head to the sunburnt derelicts camps the following day. After that, the door closes, and Raven is dumbfounded to see that the priest ignored them. The girl also wonders what is wrong with that guy. The protagonist called Julian and asked him if he was there yet, and Julian affirmed that he was almost there. He finally reached the top of the wall and was exhausted. He never thought his abilities would falter depending on the distance between them. The protagonist asks him how it is and about the condition of the barrier. Julian was delighted as he looked down because this was just like they had expected, as there wasn't a single scratch. However, neither protection nor preservation spells have been applied, meaning all the stories about the perpetual pirates' attacks were a lie. The protagonist looked around, and he knew there was something strange afoot because the people's attitude there was weird. However, he was shocked when he saw an explosion in the wall, which worried Saizen as he thought it might be a pirate attack. Raven Vartican tried to calm Saizen, who was utterly terrified, and instructed him to get a hold of himself. However, the citizens outside were shocked to see the explosion. They supposed it might be a pirate attack again and wanted to run away. All of the citizens were rushed away and were worried because of the blast. Their houses were completely burned and turned into ash. The protagonist gets worried and asks Julian if this is an actual pirate attack, and Julian refuses as this is all fake and wasn't a pirate attack. Julian couldn't believe this as there wasn't a single sailboat on the horizon, let alone a pirate ship. Then Vincent's attention was diverted toward third-class priest Lusane, who was trying to get everyone's attention and instructed them to take shelter in the temple. All the citizens rushed toward the priest as they thought they had been saved since the priest had appeared. The protagonist couldn't believe the prices as he was so easygoing even amid an explosion. He recalled the priest telling them he didn't guard because this place was peaceful. Vincent knew he sounded confident about that despite the frequency of the attacks, and figured out the priest might know the attacks were fake. He recalled what the priest asked his guard about their next agenda and laughed as he heard about the sunburnt derelict camp. Meanwhile, Merlin was deeply indulged in his thoughts when Vargan called him and asked what he was thinking. Merlin looked at the side and was startled to see Dean there. Vargan was delighted as Merlin seemed to have recovered significantly. Merlin utters that he wouldn't complain about it, but he intended to fulfill his duty at the Holy King's grave because he believed it to be his destiny. However, young Master Vincent has changed everything because he never considered life after fulfilling his destiny. So he contemplated what to do next. Dean Vargan stood alongside him. Vargan explained that he was too placed in a difficult position because of his family. Embarrassingly enough, he was also consoled by a child who hadn't even had his breakthrough and had not managed to face his true intentions. This shocked Merlin, and he wondered if that child was the person he was thinking of. Vargan affirmed that it was young Master Vincent. Vagum assumed that if he was the one who had changed his fate, then he supposed he could also find the answer to his next question through him. The next day, at the sunburnt derelicts camp, the protagonist arrives with his companion, but their progression is halted by the man at the entrance. The man informed them this was the property of the Vyar family, so the outsider could not trespass there. The protagonist smirked and informed them that they were cadets from the Crimson Fortress and requested them to allow them to enter. However, the man refused because, without a justified reason, they could not enable martial artists from other families inside. The protagonist looked to the side and informed the guards that his sole reason for entering was coming. The guards were startled to see Priest Lusane arrive with his men, and the priest was also concerned about seeing Vincent there. Lusane wondered how he came there. He thought he had already told him he did not need a guard, so he rushed toward Vincent. The protagonist explains that he is simply following his orders, which infuriates the priest, and he wants him to stop with his petty tricks and get lost, so he curses Vincent. The protagonist couldn't believe it as Lusane was truly stubborn. He didn't want to be a nuisance to Priest Dulin, but he had to use it. He took out the second priest, Dulin token, according to which he must look around this place. However, Lucien didn't even hear a word from him. He threw away the token of the second priest and asked Vincent if he didn't listen to him and that he should get lost immediately. This concerns the protagonist, as Lucien's reaction is excellent enough to ignore the church hierarchy and become confident that something is inside. They were startled when they heard Raven's voice. He was fascinated to see so many boxes inside. The guards were shocked to see him there and wondered when he got inside because they blocked the entrance. Raven was about to touch one of the boxes to see what was inside it, but was startled because a giant, muscular man grasped his hand. The big man instructed him that he could not touch this box. However, soon, the blue thread surrounded that man, and Sirkin instructed him to get his hand off immediately and wholly tie the man. The protagonist instructed Sirkin that they would be in a pickle if that man were hurt because they were the priest's guards, so he let that man go. Vincent explained that they were merely there to inspect for their safety, so he asked the man if he had any issue with that. Then they could report that their friend there had an incident at the Vior family facility. This worries the man, and Priest Lucien gets infuriated at them and curses them for such a threat. However, the priest was startled as the manager instructed him it was all right, and he told those cadets that if that was the reason, they should go ahead. Since these young martial artists were with Priest Lucien, he must have felt very safe. The man introduced himself. His name was Edmund, and he was the facility manager of Sunburnt Derelict's camp. Edmund turned and instructed them to follow him and feel free to look around. The protagonist expressed gratitude toward the manager, Edmund, for his cooperation. The manager replied that there wasn't much there anyway, so he had no problem cooperating with them because this place was peaceful. Hearing this utterly shocked the protagonist because the manager said the same thing as the third priest, Lucien. On their way, Raven called the manager out of curiosity. He inquired about the things that were kept inside those boxes on their way. Lucien explained instead of the manager that all these boxes contained magic stones, which surprised Raven. The manager further explained that these boxes contain ingredients that become magic crystals. All of the derelicts are provided with food, shelter, and clothing in exchange for their help in refining the magic stone. Lucien excitedly explained that priests like him are in charge of tending to the injured since it was a tough job, and wounds aren't uncommon. Salvara thought it was impossible, and wondered how derelicts could do something that only mages were capable of doing. Edmund turned and explained to her that it was all thanks to the hidden technique of the Vior family that was passed down for generations, so he didn't know too much about it. Saizen was surprised and wondered if that hidden technique was how Maeltoom and the current Vior family managed to acquire such a fortune. The cadet explained that magic stones are sold for a hefty price wherever the seller goes so that they might bring fortune to the Vior family. Soon, the manager took them to the working area, where the men broke the stones and worked hard. Edmund explained that they assist them to the best of their abilities so that they may become independent one day. After showing them the working area, the manager suggested they head to the following location. Soon, they reached their last location, which was the rooftop. It was the perfect place to see the sun setting beyond the Maeltoom barrier. While the manager was turning to leave, the protagonist inquired about those buildings ahead by pointing at them and asking if they were used for storage. Edmund affirmed that they were storage facilities because magic stones require much maintenance. The protagonist looked at the manager with doubt and smirked because he had made such a silly excuse that such a far-off place was being used for storage. Soon, Lucien appeared there, called the manager, and rambled that they would head back now since there weren't any injuries that day. The priest suggested to the cadets that they should now go back and rest as they had a tough day. Later at night, all of them were sleeping, but the protagonist was outside looking at those storage buildings and smirked. On the contrary, some men took the people toward the storage building forcibly. One of them inquired about the total number of enslaved people this time, and the man explained they were 10, so they wanted to make sure they didn't escape. This startled the other man, and he wondered how these enslaved people could flee with their hands and feet tied. He wondered how those enslaved people could get off these mountains in this condition. Vior family martial artist Helk instructed his man to hurry up and send those enslaved people to the main building quickly because soon it would be daybreak. One of the enslaved people with golden hair called Helk and requested him to let him go because he was not a derelict, and that priest just dragged him over there. He was crying and requesting him to let him go because he had a newborn daughter at home. Hearing that the enslaved person had home infuriated Helk, and he sturdily kicked at the abdomen of the man. This caused severe internal injuries. The enslaved person coughed out blood and fell on the ground. This brutal and barbaric behavior terrified others. Helk angrily asked the man where his home was so he could bring his daughter here, so he wanted him to utter quickly. The enslaved person started crying and didn't reply. Helk inquired what was the matter with him and if he didn't want to see his daughter. Helk warned the rest of them that they should better not be acting out, and if they escape, they will make sure to grab the beggars off the streets. They don't know if those beggars will become their friends or family, which worries all of them. One of the enslaved people was gloomy because he still wanted to go home. Abruptly, his short was grabbed by the protagonist, and he dragged him inside the bush while all the others kept moving. After some time, they finally reached the building and informed all those captured people that this was where their real work began. Helk grabbed the head of the golden-haired enslaved person, pushed him inside, and clarified that if he didn't want to get beaten up again, he should obediently head there. Helk inquired his man how many people he said there were, and the man utters 10. To confirm that, he started counting them, but was startled as there were 9, and the 10th one was missing. He looked back to search for the last enslaved person, and angrily asked his man why there were only 9 instead of 10. His man gets worried, as that can't be true because he is sure there are 10 people. This concerned Helk, and he angrily remarked that he was an idiot because one of them escaped and instructed his man to find him. However, they were startled as they heard someone apologizing to them. They saw someone coming from far away and explained that he had fallen earlier and got lost. The protagonist, who was on the cover of that enslaved person, smirked and rambled, and finally, he caught up with them. 2 hours before Vincent's infiltration, Salvara furiously slammed the floor and was sure it was all a lie. No matter how she thinks about it, it doesn't make sense to process magic stones with a pickaxe. She was sure some secret must be hidden in that vagrant shelter. This shocked Saizen as he didn't know there would be a secret, and his comrade was confused because the facility looked clean and didn't seem to have any problem. The protagonist refused as they didn't see everything, especially the place called Warehouse on the mountainside. Vincent also doubted the manager Edmund because he seemed too sharp-eyed and perceptive to be just a facility manager. He had the eyes of someone who had committed countless murders, just like that magician who attacked them. Vincent can't believe his mother sent him there for no reason, and assumes it must be this. He figured out he had to uncover the secret of this place that night, so he informed his comrade that he would infiltrate the shelter alone. This worried Saizen, and he was reluctant to send him there alone as it was a dangerous place. Raven was also worried because those people would find it suspicious if he went missing. The protagonist looked back at Butler Sirkin and rambled, which was why he would ask him for help. This startled Sirkin, and Vincent inquired if he could transform into a human smaller than himself for disguise. Unwillingly, Sirkin had to transform into Vincent and was attending Lusane's lecture in the church. Lusane explained that through divine grace, they had become brothers, and he looked at them and smiled as if being there was pointless because those kids got it all wrong. Raven asked Sirkin if he was all right, but then he corrected his mistake and called him Vincent. Sirkin was a bit flustered and uttered that he was fine. Salvara worriedly instructed the butler that Vincent would talk more like an elder if he should say things like no worries or all is well. Butler Sirkin is irritated by the way young Master Vincent is and the way he involves him in this mess. Butler Sirkin sighed because, once again, he had been outwitted by Vincent. Meanwhile, Helk furiously kicks the protagonist inside the prison, which firmly throws him on the floor, and he mourns. Helk was irritated as he was such a nuisance, and he was startled at thinking they had missed one. He closed the prison door and instructed him to stay there and not even think about resisting. After he left, Julian appeared and was annoyed because he never thought he would end up in prison. Vincent replied that it was bearable once he got used to it. Soon, the magical mark appeared on the ground, and a cute little creature emerged from the mud. It starts displaying the illusion of Seri through that magical mark and asks the protagonist if he is okay. The protagonist affirmed that they had infiltrated without being detected, so he wanted to start gathering information. However, he was startled as the man with golden hair started shouting and informed them that he was not a vagrant, so he requested them to let him out. He was crying and rambling about his address, saying he lived in Mealtomb Midway, 12th Avenue, house number 3, with the green roof. He told them that his child was there and requested them to give him something to eat to his child. This worried the protagonist, but soon Helk entered his prison and instructed him to wake up because it was mealtime. He handed the protagonist a black pill, which startled him as if this was a medicine, but he wondered what kind of effects it produced. Helk approached the protagonist, forcibly opened his mouth, and warned him to stop dawdling, get up, and eat this medicine. Julia tried to wake up the protagonist and instructed him to get up quickly because he didn't even know what that thing was. Vincent affirmed because he doesn't know, but the simplest way to find its components is to taste it himself. So he hurriedly engulfed the tablet. Julian thought it was foolishness to check it by engulfing it. After feeding Vincent his medicine, Helk instructed his men to feed the medicine to all other prisoners quickly. Shortly, Julian was startled to discover that the reversal technique was blocking the medicine absorption. The protagonist immediately gets rid of the handcuff and affirms and explains that by breaking it down with Naragi, they can figure out what kind of medicine this is. The bright light illuminated the prison he was kept in, and he was soon startled to find out that this was highly concentrated mana. Julian was shocked because those people fed the concentrated mana to the residents, not just warriors. The mana could accumulate in the heart, and once it exceeds the limit, it will burst, which is dangerous even for modern warriors. Vincent wondered what they were doing in this prison by kidnapping innocents to feed them this medicine. However, this would be a panacea for someone who already knows how to accumulate mana in the heart. A few days later, all the prisoners were taken to another building, which startled Vincent because this had never been there before. Soon, they reached the building entrance, and Helk informed them they were at their next destination. He instructed them that they should pass through this door one by one, emitting a dark red and black aura. They all passed one by one through that door, which worried Helk because they all failed. Soon, this was the golden-haired guy's turn. As soon as he set his foot inside the door, he was shocked as he saw several eyes watching him. He gets terrified and wonders what this is. Soon, these creatures attack him, and the dark red energy enters his body, and he shouts. This thrilled Helk. He started laughing as that was what he wanted, because at least one should succeed. The ominous energy was entering his body. His eyes turned red, and he was rambling to feed the child in Maltum midway through. He uttered that his dad would return soon. This shocked Julian and the protagonist because that was Daben's evil spirit, which was a contract with the spirit realm. Soon, that man's veins engorged, and he shouted loudly. Vincent was shocked and wondered how someone who was not even a martial artist could make a contract with an evil spirit. Now, the protagonist realizes the true motive for feeding that pill and realizes this was why they were shoving concentrated mana into people's bodies. Soon after the contract was formed and the mana was flowing through that enslaved person's body, they chained him and tied him down to restrain him. Helk was glad and thankful because one of them worked so that manager Edmund would be happy. After they are done with that enslaved person, the man asks the protagonist what he is waiting for, saying that he should hurry up and go in. Helk looked at him and affirmed that he wanted to keep the momentum and achieve more success. Helk grabbed the protagonist, moved him forward, and instructed him to step inside immediately. The protagonist is reluctant, but soon he sets foot inside the room and is shocked as he enters a dark black area. Vincent was shocked to discover how that worked, as these were his negative memories. The evil spirit was trying to dive deep in and take over his heart, and he saw the illusion of his father from his previous life, who was hateful because a disgusting thing had been born in their house. Then he saw his mother approaching him and wanted him to die as he was a thorn in her eyes, and he called his parents. From the moment he was born until the day he died, his parents never accepted him because of his disability. He lifted his hand to attack. He apologized to them because he wouldn't be swayed by them any longer. He attacked them while his parents called his name. Meanwhile, outside, his body was standing still, which worried Helk, so he came close to him and put his hand on his shoulder. He wondered why that idiot wasn't moving and whether it worked on him, but soon his eyes turned blue, and there was an explosion. Lucane and others were startled to see an explosion in the mountain, and the citizens wondered if it was the pirates again. Priest Lucane was shocked as he recognized that location because this was the secret base they had built. However, Butler Sarkin was worried because young Master Vincent was also there, but he couldn't do much. On the contrary, the building was built to make a contract with the evil spirit, and it was partially destroyed. Helk was coughing and surrounded by mist. He cursed the protagonist as he knew he was suspicious from the beginning. He furiously shouted and instructed everyone who could still stand to go and catch that scrawny idiot. While he was teaching his man to move quickly, he didn't even notice that Vincent was above his head, fully prepared to attack him. Soon, he saw his presence, so he looked up, was shocked, and immediately blocked Vincent's attack with his sword. He was astounded to discover it was him in the end, and wondered how a derelict like him would dare to conspire against them. However, within the blink of an eye, the protagonist strikes him, pierces through his body, and cuts his arm. Helk was shocked and shouted out with pain. Vincent unveiled his proper form and rambled that, as a martial artist and human being, he could not turn a blind eye to their misdeeds. Soon, his man rushed toward the protagonist angrily, and inquired how he dared to do that to his respected Sir Helk, entitled him an insolent brat. However, he was startled to see that he had disappeared from sight, and he soon killed the two of his men. On the contrary, Helk was worried because the blood didn't stop flowing, and he was startled as Vincent placed his sword in front of him. Vincent explains that he was given since his sword held the power of lighting, so it would be best for him to call a priest as soon as possible. Otherwise, he may never be able to use that arm again. Helk stupidly requested backup as there were many critically wounded, so they needed the priest's help. Vincent was startled as his technique worked, so as soon as the priest headed there, the cadets guarding them will have no choice but to follow. He instructed Julian that they would uncover their conspiracy, and Julian excitedly affirmed that that was awesome. He went to another building, led to an explosion, and kicked one of their men. Everyone was worried about seeing an intruder and cursed him. The protagonist made a smooth landing, and the man rushed at him to kill him and didn't want to let him get near to the workshop. The protagonist used his absolute sword slash, alternate form, Chapter 1, Dwarf King, and his eyes sparkled, leading to another explosion. The man on the ground floor was concerned about seeing the blast and wondered what was going on and wondered if the intruder had taken everyone down. They were shocked to see Vincent attacking him and to see the illusion of the king appearing behind him. Vincent strikes using a giant thunderstorm and gets rid of all of them with a single strike, and he gets down. He supposed these were the last of their martial artists, and he couldn't believe that he had spent more mana than he had planned though. Now, he just had to search this place for evidence and take him with him. However, he was startled as he saw a sword attacking him, but he easily dodged it. He looked above where the man wearing the Joker costume was astounded to know their little boy had gotten too greedy. Julian was shocked to see a smiling mask and a clown suit, and he recognized him as that person, Vior's 7-star martial artist Jester Lancerton. Jester Lancerton retrieved his blades and wondered what kind of dance the good-for-nothing 7th young master would show him. The protagonist was worried to know that person was a 7-star marital artist, Lancerton. Julian affirmed and explained that the guy is a monster who holds the position of one of the 5 most vital martial artists of the Vior family. Jester Lancerton affirmed on hearing his name and asked Vincent if he now recognized the difference in power between them. The protagonist stared at him as if he were different from others. Although Raelsa and Butler Sirkin are even star martial artists, this guy was no match for them. The protagonist refused and remarked that he was lacking compared to the 7 stars he knew, and he pointed his sword at him. This infuriated Lancerton, and he wanted to see if Vincent would still speak like that after his body was riddled with holes. He threw his blades toward the protagonist, which caused an explosion and covered Vincent with dust. Jester Lancerton laughed and remarked that the difference in the number of imageries is absolute, so no matter how talented that kid is, no one can overcome it. However, he was startled when he heard Vincent's voice from behind. He remarked that his mask looked even uglier by looking at it up close. Jester looked behind and was shocked. He wondered at the person who had taken his attack down there. He looked down and was startled to see the same kid and Vincent with the blue threads in his mouth. Vincent smirked as he blocked all these daggers with those threads and rambled that he didn't tell him just now that he was genuinely lacking compared to the 7 stars he knew. Jester Lancerton was worried as he couldn't figure out why there were 2 of them and wondered how this was possible. Soon, he is attacked by the protagonist, and he curses his fortune, gets beheaded, and his shadow rushes down on the ground. Vincent was startled as someone asked him if all of this was according to his plan. Sirkin returned to his original form and inquired if his timely arrival, the presence of this jester there, was according to his plan because it all seemed too convenient to be a coincidence. The protagonist utters that because Butler Sirkin showed off his skill at the derelict's camp, he predicted these guys would have planned something. Besides, he believed in Raven, who wouldn't stand still in the face of injustice. Raven rushed down and asked where those dirty gangsters were. Vincent explained that they weren't there and that he planned to check on the lower floors. Raven furiously asked him what they were waiting for because they should immediately get to the other floors. Sirkin worriedly grabbed his head as it seemed like he got played again. Vincent jumped down and inquired if they should proceed forward then. He wanted to see what these people were up to and plan in the shadows of Maeltomb and expose it. Soon, they rushed there and killed those men on their way. After getting rid of them, Raven realized that no one else had remained there. Vincent gently patted one of those enslaved people and asked the old man if he was all right, and the man affirmed and thanked him for his help. Vincent assumed this must be the actual place where they created Magic Stone and inquired the old man what exactly happened there. Those citizens were trembling and explained that they got abducted by Priest Lucane and were forced to create magic stones. They were using that back door to force dark contracts onto people who had a talent for mana. Almost all of them were weakened and died after being consumed by evil spirits, but a few lucky ones like them were used to create magic stones. So many people have died like this by then. The protagonist couldn't believe it, as he never thought that the Temple and Marshall family that should be protecting the weak were the ones behind all this. This makes him ponder, where is justice for the weak and inferiors in this era? Butler Sirkin wondered what the process was, and the man turned back and explained that everything was done through that device. It was a crafting tool that worked on dark magic and allowed the magic stones to absorb mana. Vincent and Raven approached the globe like a device, and he put his hand on it. Thus, it started emitting dark energy. This worried Julian, and he wondered what Vincent was trying to do. The protagonist explained that he ate the mana pill and passed through the black door just like them, so he supposed he should also be able to do things as they did. Soon, the crystal appeared. Vincent looked toward Julian and inquired if he could record the information of this place with this. Julian excitedly affirmed that this was possible and would be irrefutable evidence, so he floated the stone in the air, and the light emitted enlightened the whole place. On the surface, Priest Lucane immediately appeared at the scene, and he was disappointed to know that one little kid made Helk like this. He was healing his arm, and Helk apologized, but Lucane was startled to see Vincent, Raven, and Butler Sirkin there. He furiously asked them the meaning of this and inquired how they dared do this to their facilities. However, he soon got slapped by Vincent because he used the innocents' lives to stuff his pockets and remarked that he was such a shameless being. He commanded them that from this moment on, this facility would be shut down, and all of them would be sent to the Tower of Judgment, Jeremiel, for trial. Shortly, manager Edmund appeared and remarked that it sounded a bit troublesome, as the air was covered with purple gas. It was like a rotting smell, so they covered their nose, and the manager rambled that his plan was just getting started. The protagonist is shocked to see Edmund there, but soon, a hand appears from Edmund's mouth, and the body splits, and another person appears. This astounded the protagonist, and the person wanted to introduce himself again and rambled that he was a first-class tactician of the nightmare, Edmund. The protagonist was startled to learn about the nightmare and asked Julian if he knew anything about nightmares. However, this was Julian's first hearing, and it seemed like a secret organization. Vincent knew that if such a person had revealed everything on their own, he planned to kill everyone there. Priest Lucane called Edmund, corrected his mistake, called him a nightmare, and requested that he should save them. However, Edmund raised his hand and threw the magic monster toward them. The snake opened its mouth to eat them, which worried Lucane. Soon, the snake ate them up, and Edmund thanked Lucane and Helk for everything they had done until now. The protagonist pointed his sword toward manager Edmund and inquired what exactly he was planning to do. Edmund smiled and mumbled that they could say it was a group that dreams of a more splendid world. Shortly, many skeletal hands started appearing from the ground, which concerned Vincent as if they were the undead. He wondered if these were the townspeople who had died there all this time, and many undead emerged simultaneously. Edmund gladly rambled that now they would become his powerful puppets, King of Sal, and the heirs of the prestigious families. All the undead rushed toward them, but with a single decisive strike of Vincent, he subjugated many of them. Raven also lifted his spear to strike them, but was worried as there were many of them. Herka appeared there, and because she was asked if she could help them, she subjugated many of the undead with a single lash of her whip. They were overwhelmed by this mana. Herka descended and explained that she had come there because Baron Vargan kept nagging her to go and grade the magic. She asked them if she was correct in saying this was an emergency situation unrelated to the mission. Vincent was astounded to see the fortress lord there, and she wondered what Edmund he would do now because all of his corpse friends had fallen apart. Edmund laughed and wondered how that could be. Edmund's snake eyes sparkled, and she was startled as she heard people instructing her to run away. The buildings were collapsing, so everyone was rushing away and instructing others to run away if they didn't want to be crushed. Soon, the giant hand appeared from the ground, and all of them were astounded to see the upcoming undead. Edmund asked them if they had forgotten that the strongest corpse, the corpse of the 7-star warrior, was still left. Butler Sirkin was shocked as he recognized the mask of the undead, as this was the Clown Lancer. Herka instructed them not to be scared because most undead end when they kill their necromancer, the main body. She rushed and captured Edmund with her whip, but he smiled wickedly even after being captured. Julian is worried about seeing a smile and instructs the protagonist that the guy is a lick. Herka wanted to tear him to shreds, but the protagonist tried to stop the fortress lord and informed her he was a lick. This shocked her because liches are undead that don't die unless their core is destroyed, so tearing up their body is useless because it only increases their range of activity. Herka was shocked because suddenly, the undead appeared behind and attacked them. Butler Sirkin was trying to protect his young master Raven, and the protagonist and fortress lord also wanted to defend themselves, and they all rushed back. Herka was injured in her arm, so she grabbed his arm and asked everyone if they were all right. Edmund was delighted as another was added to his collections. He told them they could thank him in advance because they would become his precious army of nightmares. His snake immediately rushed at them to attack, but they dodged. Sirkin was irritated as a resurrected warrior by a powerful necromancer. This was indeed much stronger than before, just as he said. Herka was concerned because that person earlier said he was 7-star, but a 7-star undead was totally overpowered. Butler Sirkin looked at him. Then he called the Lord Fortress Lord sitting on the tree branch to explain that his primary duty is as a butler of the Vatican, thus protecting the child of his master. So, if there is a choice to ensure his young master, Raven's safety, he will prioritize it. This irritated Herka because he clearly meant that he planned to escape things that went the opposite way they had predicted, and they thought he was such an ungrateful person. Herka agreed and decided to entrust Vincent as well, instructing the protagonist to run away with Raven. However, the protagonist refused and clarified that he wouldn't run away because he was confident they would overpower him and leave this place with dignity. Herka looked at him and rambled that from now on, he would be the second Baron Vargan, which startled Vincent, and he wondered what she meant. She explained that, like Baron Vargan always planning and smirking cunningly, watching that from the side feels weird. She asked him if he had a plan to beat him, and the protagonist smirked cunningly. Shortly after, Edmund attacked them with his snake and clarified that the farewell was too long. However, the protagonist jumped and dodged the attack, and he remembered that as a trainee, he had achieved everything he needed to do there, but now it was time to prove his worth. He immediately reached close to the lick and jumped high, struck him, and wanted him always to remember that he was the 7th son of Adinka, Vincent Adinka. The protagonist struck him, but the lick blocked it quickly. Edmund smirked to discover the protagonist thought he could take him on and assumed he might be an idiot. The protagonist also thinks he cannot do that alone, so he is not Edmund's actual opponent. Suddenly, Edmund is captured by the blue thread of Sirkin from one side and with Herka whip on the other and gets concerned. Both of them started pulling him upward simultaneously, which annoyed Edmund, and he wondered what they were doing. He didn't think they would dare to drag him somewhere. However, he was soon startled as he saw Raven above his head. He was fully prepared to attack him, and using the pressure strike, they threw him away. Raven smirked as he supposed he was victorious and inquired them what his attack felt like. However, they all get down, and Sirkin clarifies to his young master that they are not done yet. Edmund stood again while supporting his trembling body on his knees and realized that his opponents were 2 7-star warriors and the heir of the Vatican. He agreed that this would be enough to hold him back, but he wickedly smirked and clarified they were wildly mistaken, as they made such a naive judgment. Herka wasn't sure about that, but since Vincent said that was fine, she had to trust him. Butler Sirkin was astounded because the protagonist had a way with his words that made people trust him. Raven agreed, and he was sure they would be all right since Vincent said so. This infuriated Edmund, and he tried to wake them up as they were grasping at false hope. because Vincent Adinka, whom they trust so much, should already be crushed to death. Meanwhile, the 7-star jesters were still undead, attacking the protagonist, and he, along with Julian, evaded all the attacks. The protagonist asks Julian if he is still not ready. Julian assures him everything is going according to plan, but he needs more time. However, the giant hand soon appeared above his head, injured the protagonist's arm, and the blood sprouted out of it, and he fell. The protagonist wondered if the undead head had an ego of its own. The undead threw his dagger toward the protagonist. Vincent blocked all of these attacks as this was not the right time, and he had to block them for some more time as he needed to buy some time for Julian. The protagonist stared at him furiously and wanted to strike the undead like this. Then he lifted his sword and, using the tremendous sword-splitting slash, he hit the undead and was shocked because he didn't even leave a single scratch. Abruptly, he was thrown down from the undead head and couldn't believe it as he couldn't hold his balance, and if it went on like this, he couldn't defeat it. Soon, the undead approached Vincent, and he was concerned afterward. There was a blast. Raven was shocked to hear the explosion sound. He turned back and worriedly called Vincent. Raven refused since they left it up to Vincent. He needed to believe in him and focus on what was at hand. Edmund approached him and instructed him to come at him and strike. So Raven rushed at him and clarified to the stinky undead that he was coming. On the contrary, the undead jester puts his head back on his body, thinks Vincent is a foolish young master, and starts laughing. However, soon, the protagonist appeared from the mist, firmly holding his sword. The undead tried to capture the protagonist after finding his location, but his hand was cut and separated from its body, and a golden light appeared there, which worried the undead. Julian was glad because it worked. He had channeled some of his divine power into Vincent's body, which is the Adinka chain arts. Thus, Vincent uses a divine power chain to strike the undead and defeat it. Chaining is one of the Adinka's swordsmanship styles, which is also the one that his master used. Vincent's master explained to him that there are 7 styles: righteous, heavy, quick, elusive, explosive, sharp, and chain. Chain arts aren't flashy nor stand out compared to the other styles, but they allow the user to directly infuse the sword with the strength flowing in his body. It is the perfect style for Vincent, who uses multiple traits because he keeps getting stronger as he gains new powers. It was as if Aslan had left this specifically for him. It was a swordsmanship that fit him perfectly. The undead were startled as it didn't make sense for the person to have both the divine power and to be a martial artist. Vincent lifted his sword and wanted the undead to think of this as an honor for him being exercised by the power of the Holy King. He tried to use his Falker swordsmanship thunderbolt ascension of his master, but decided to combine it with divine power using chain arts. Thus, he used his divine power ascension, which shocked Jester, and he wondered how Vincent could obtain such power, so he was subjugated. The protagonist's firm strike subjugated the undead of the 7-star martial artist, and it led to an explosion. Raven turned and was delighted because the aura of the undead had disappeared, and at this point, even Butler Sirkin started to fear Prince Vincent. Herka also smirked as young Master Vincent was the second bargain as he was completely unpredictable. Edmund was worried and cursed him. He wondered what had happened and if that was the corpse of the 7th-rank warrior. Soon, the protagonist appears there holding his sword and clarifies to the Lick that his ambitions have ended there, so he should surrender quietly. Edmund was worried and cursed them all, and he never knew that those arrogant Adinka fools were so complete of themselves. He spent 20 years planning to shatter them to pieces, but the Adinka foiled his plan to destroy the Adinka he despised. This infuriated him as this act was unforgivable in his vision, and an ominous aura emerged out of his body, disrupting the area. This caused water flow inside the city and thus submerged all the houses and citizens. This worried Julian and Vincent as the whole of Maeltoom was trembling. Edmund knelt and clarified that the whole city of Maeltoom belonged to him, so rather than letting his plan fail, he wanted to destroy everything along with them and started shouting. However, another man soon appeared, pulled out a stone, and called Edmund a foolish man, and the Lick was shocked to see this. The man couldn't believe that Edmund was about to resort to such disgraceful behavior as soon as the plan failed. This startled all of them as they saw the man, and the man rambled that the rank of strategist was too much for the Lick. Edmund started trembling on seeing that person and wondered why he was there. Herka was also shocked and wondered what that guy was when he appeared there, but Sirkin was slightly startled as he recognized that person. Julian pointed toward that guy's hand and instructed Vincent to look there. This startled the protagonist, and he wondered if that was the core of a lick and if it belonged to Edmund. Edmund was trying to explain the situation to the man and wanted him to wait as it wasn't over yet. He requested the man to give him one more chance. But the man didn't listen to him and immediately broke that stone, which worried the lick as his body started cracking. He shouted it was a nightmare, so he requested him to have mercy because he didn't want to die. But the man didn't listen to him. Raven was stunned to see this and felt like his body was being torn into pieces. Sirkin was also worried. Herka inquired Vincent by referring him to Vargan the second time about what he thought was happening. Vincent comprehends the whole situation as it seems like Edmund is just a pawn to be used and discarded. Butler Sirkin inquired the man why he was there, and the man greeted him and was pleased to see him after a long time. Ravni was shocked to discover his butler knew that person and inquired to confirm, and his butler affirmed. Sirkin explained that the man was Damer Helm, the next head of the Helm family. Damer greeted his nephew, and soon his soldiers surrounded them, so they prepared to protect themselves. Vincent was amazed because he brought quite a force to a meeting between his nephew and uncle. Julian recognized those people as warriors of Helm, which made him wonder how they had arrived so quickly because this was Vilga territory. This made the protagonist wonder why this was happening, and he recalled Versa Helm's words as she said, although Helm's territory was adjacent, there was no conflict. There was no record of them offering tribute around there either. Chasing such things was beyond her now as she had grown old, and there were many things she must take responsibility for. So she had come to seek only paths she could reach quickly and supported his righteousness. The protagonist finally realizes that the person behind this is Helen. Damer is amazed when Vincent figures it out. The protagonist realized that his mother wanted the darkness of their family to be exposed to the world. Dharma asked his nephew if he had thought that far, then it was natural to step back, and he was supposed to do that. Vincent wondered what was natural because what he had seen, there was a father of a 2-year-old child being dragged there without any fault accusations and almost being sacrificed. He furiously inquired his uncle if that was what he called natural that he should forget about. Damer thought for a while, jumped down, and clarified that he didn't wish to discuss right and wrong with him. Instead, he wanted Vincent to erase that day's event from his memory so that no one there would die. Abruptly, all of the soldiers started pointing their swords toward them, which worried Raven, and he wondered what was happening and if they wanted to challenge them. The protagonist is clarified that he has fulfilled his duties as a life path follower, so now he is Vincent Adenka. Damer wondered what his nephew was up to, and he smiled and rambled that he was also her son. Soon, the dark red lights appeared and surrounded them, and his mother stepped out of it and asked her if he was right. All the soldiers were worried about seeing her and wondered if that person was Versa Helm, the giant Versa. Daemir was stunned to know his sister was there in Age Medium, and he didn't even notice. Versa was amazed to learn that her son had seen her arrival. The protagonist clarified that he was sure once Lord Daemir showed up that his mother wanted to change the current state of Helm. Daemir was astounded by how cunning that kid was, and he clarified to his sister that if she were thinking of topping him now, it would be a grave mistake. He wanted her to know that magic stones aren't simply conjured out of thin air. They will be the new power of Helm. Versa clarified that Helium, too, is a mage and wondered if her brother intended to justify the energy gained by killing people with black magic. Daemir tried to explain that it was just a deviation by his fellow Edmund, but now those worries have been eliminated. Versa was disgusted and rambled that it had been quite a while since she had seen her brother's face and asked him if he had forgotten his sister's traits. She gets furious at her brother as he boldly lies before her. Her aura is unbearable for Vincent. Daemir was startled to see those eyes again. It was as if they saw everything. They looked down on him and were always one step ahead of him with those eyes full of pity. He hated those eyes, so he rushed to attack her. But he was startled as Khan Adenka appeared and attacked him, severed his one arm, and blocked his attack toward Versa. Daemir gets terrified of seeing such overwhelming power and admits to his sister that he is wrong and that his judgment is clouded for a moment. The protagonist is amazed because the darkened skies have cleared with just one strike of the sword. He smirked as this man was Arslan's descendant and Vincent Adenka's father, Khan Adenka, the embodiment of Adenka's martial prowess. Khan Adenkas asked his wife how they should handle this situation, and Versa looked at her brother, foolish little brother, whose arm was dripping blood, and he was in serious condition. Seeing her little brother in such a condition pains her heart, but she steps forward and rambles that she is there to rectify the wrongs of Helheim. Therefore, Damer Helium must be responsible for all the sins committed there. Soon, the Adinka Black Sword Corps in the Gaia Temple appeared there, which worried Damer. They tied him, and he shouted and inquired if everything was planned from the beginning. Versa turned and replied that she wanted Helheim to walk the righteous path. Damer inquired if she was not apologetic toward their father. This made her cry, and she was about to lose her composition. Yet she managed to hold her emotions back, and replied that their father bears a greater responsibility. Khan Adinka called her and wanted to ask her something, but she smiled and clarified that it was all right, so he should go ahead and proceed in accordance with justice. She smiled and rambled, knowing it was late, but she thought it was time to pursue what she once supported. She instructed them to arrest all the warriors of Helheim because Gaia and Versa's resistance was futile. The Gaia temple there was closed, so the priest wanted them to abandon any thought of escaping unscathed. The priest wanted them to actively cooperate with Jeremiel's trials if he wished for leniency. However, the priest Dulan was shocked to see Lord Vincent also there, so he rushed at him and inquired if he had overexerted himself again. The protagonist replied that it seemed like he had overexerted himself, and he asked Lady Yasai what she thought about his promotion. She knew that he did play a significant role, but that was as the heir of Adinka, and his mission was to protect the Gaia priest. Since the priests were harmed, it might be difficult for him to be promoted, which annoyed Vincent. However, Priest Dulan told her that she shouldn't worry about that, so he called the priest of Maeltum. He smiled cunningly and inquired if they were satisfied with Lord Vincent's escort and how they found his services. The priest was worried as they knew if this continued, he would end up in prison with Vilga, and in the worst case, it could be the end of him. The priest clarified that they were absolutely satisfied. It was not just a novice martial prowess, but equivalent to an 8-star warrior and more reliable than them. Priest Dulan looked back at her and supposed that the priest was very satisfied with his Lord Vincent's escort. Lady Yasai thought it reasonable and was sure that even the strict Knight Vargan would approve his promotion. She informed Vincent Adinka formally that he had passed the 8th grade promotion exam. She took out the badge and rambled that there was usually something to say at the promotion, but it was lengthy and bothersome, so she wanted to skip it. She congratulated the 8th grade cadet Vincent on his promotion, and Julian was excited to know that. While Raven also overheard it and excitedly congratulated Vincent, and he thanked him for his hearted congrats. On the other hand, his father and mother decide to leave. Versa overhears the core of Jai, instructing her brother that he is walking too fast. Damer was furious to think that the moment his sister sent Vincent to Maeltum was the starting point of her plan. He looked at her and thought that if only Versa had come to supervise personally, he would have hidden everything more thoroughly. Knowing that he would have hidden the evidence in advance if she had come personally, she sent Vincent instead. Damer immediately got rid of his handcuff and wondered if she thought everything would go according to her plan until the end. He immediately attacked these corps, rushed away, and wanted his sister to watch closely and see how her plans ended. He ran toward Vincent to attack, which startled him, and suddenly, the blood spewed in the air, and Lady Yasai and Buter Sirkin rushed to protect him. However, the protagonist is shocked when he sees his mother before him and attacks his uncle. Damer's eyes spread out of shock as he couldn't believe that his sister had hurt him until the end. Versa hoped he wouldn't do that, and her brother's head got separated from his body, and he died. Everyone was shocked as she slashed her brother in an instant, which was so ruthless. The protagonist is furious as he can't even react to Damer's movements, and he is astounded to know the true power of a giant. Vincent was shocked as he looked at her mother's hand, which was trembling, and he called her and told her that this was a magical stone created with his life force, which is evidence in itself. He further explained that it had recorded all their atrocities, and she gladly took the magic stone. She remarked that he had saved her from trouble, thanked her son, and assured him that she would organize the evidence and return. The protagonist refuses to take it back because this was his gift to her and requests his mother to accept it as it is. Versa was shocked to discover this was a gift for her. Vincent was sure it might not compensate for what his mother lost that day, but he still wanted to put something in his mother's hands. Julian couldn't believe he was now comforting her as he was called the giant. The protagonist clarified that her hands were trembling, which was not a reaction expected from a heartless giant. He thought that his mother might be more delicate than a giant. Versa gladly took the magic stone, a gift for her from her beloved son, placed it close to her chest, and felt its warmth. That night, at the true nature of Vilga, Khan Adanka killed the captain of the guards, which terrified all other guards because he killed the captain so quickly. Khan Adanka stepped forward and explained that the evidence had emerged, likening the head of Vilga to the mail-tomb incident. He threw away his cloak and jacket and clarified that he would only strike those who resisted. That was a difficult decision for the guards to make, but they still chose to protect the head of the family and rushed at him. His eyes sparkled, and he immediately subjugated those guards, and now only a few were left. So he lifted his sword and immediately subjugated the remaining guards in a swift movement, covered the corridor with blood and corpses, and progressed further. Soon, he entered the room where the head was sitting, and Khan Adanka rambled that all the evidence pointed toward him and had been sent to the Tower of Judgment, Jeremiel. After the judgment, Vilga's head was sentenced to immediate execution, which made the head tremble in fear. However, Khan rambled that as minimal human decency, he would give him a chance for seppuku, so the choice was whether he should kill himself or he should die in his hand. Whoever the head Vilga didn't show any guilt and remorse and instructed his men to kill Khan Adanka immediately. 2 men were trying to attack him from behind, but soon they were dead, and the head of Vilga was left alone. He understood the head of Vilga's choice, which worried him as Khan immediately rushed at him and killed him. On the contrary, she was putting sugar cubes in his tea and inquired if that much sugar would be okay for Vinchin. The protagonist affirmed and thanked her mother, and she apologized to him. She knew he would probably want to go back with his friend, but he was okay. She knew it was because this was the right thing to do, as she had felt a lot from seeing him that the person should pursue what they believe in. She thanked him because of him. She was ready to face what she believes is right again. Vinchin refused to take the credit because of his mother's determination. But he was concerned, wondering if he was okay with this because she would be branded a traitor in Helem. Versa couldn't believe the one who blew up the magic stone factory was worrying about her, so she started laughing. This mortified the protagonist as he didn't have any explanation for that, and Julian was afraid as he knew they were in danger, too. Versa affirmed and remarked that even that trait he must have taken after his mother made them both awkward. Versa knew this might not be much of a reward, but she had a story to tell about his mother, Sarvana Hisley, and the divine fruits. The protagonist wondered if his mother and the device fruits are related, as he didn't know that. Versa explained that Sarvana was chosen by the divine fruit and obtained it. This confused Julian, and he wondered what she meant by choosing and receiving the heavenly fruits. Versa knew it might be a long story, but it was an ancient story. At that time, Khan was a first-class representative cadet approaching his rite of passage. She and Sarvana set out to assist Khan with his rite of passage mission, and a ritual had to be completed before the rite of passage at the fortress. Near the Red Fortress at the Nile waterfall, that was where they had to subdue the demon living there. Sarvana was solid and beautiful, and was in no way inferior to Khan's abilities. Sarvana was trying to defeat the monsters, but she found it disgusting as the monster's tongue grabbed her hands. The monster opened its mouth and was about to eat her, but she shouted as she found him gross, but then smiled as she knew it would be like this. Versa exploited the situation, severed the monster's tongue, and rambled that it was their chance. Khan Adanka appeared there and furiously stared at the beast, and soon they defeated the beast. Sarvana was excited because that was a splendid joint attack, and their mission was quickly completed. However, Versa reminded her that their mission wasn't completed yet because they needed to obtain the pearl for it to end genuinely. Khan Adanka pulled out the pearl, and Versa covered her mouth as she found it disgusting. She wondered why that man would ask them to bring back such a smelly, ugly pearl. Khan didn't know either, but hunting the waterfall clam has been a tradition since the time of their ancestor, Arslan. They were startled and looked back as Sarvana rambled that there was something strange. She thought that man demanding waterfall clam defeat was tricky, but she knew it shouldn't be too hard for a first-class cadet about to undergo the rite of passage to catch. Moreover, she found this waterfall strange and wondered how water flowed in the cold red fortress and where the water source was. Versa knew that Vinchin's mother was always bright, cheerful, curious, and could see things others couldn't. Versa thought she might be overthinking, but Sarvana was confident another purpose might be behind this mission and inquired if they didn't know it. Khan was startled to hear about a different purpose, and Sarvana uttered that it might be something arranged by his ancestor, Arslan. For example, something could be hidden inside the waterfall. Khan wondered how they could investigate inside a waterfall with such strong currents. She explained there was a way, so they reached the cliff and couldn't believe what they were doing. They knew that Sarvana wouldn't take no for an answer, and were confident that no one could stop her. Sarvana smiled, winked, and explained they could see inside if they went around clinging to the wall. She was confident that her intuition was accurate as something might be inside the waterfall. They warned her not to say anything different later. She started climbing the wall and smiled upon hearing that she would say something different. Abruptly, she lost her balance and fell. Khan followed her, but Versa tried to stop him as this was dangerous. However, he didn't hear her, so she jumped to follow him and all fell into the water. Later, Sarvana opened her eyes and found herself inside the cave behind the waterfall. She was delighted because her intuition was correct. Versa pinched her ear furiously as she was still saying she was right and assumed she might want a punch because they could have died, so she warned her to be more careful. She grabbed her ear, affirmed that she should be cautious, and apologized. Versa realized that Sarvana hadn't been hurt even though such a substantial waterfall wouldn't sweep her up. Sarvana affirmed that being alive was a miracle, but they were startled as they heard a voice saying it was not a miracle, but he saved her. Vincent was shocked to know that there was a person inside the cave. Versa explained that was exactly what they call the divine fruit, as its identity is that of a dragon. She recalled when they encountered the divine fruit and were terrified to see the dragon. The dragon smirked and inquired from among them who was the seer of truth. Khan wondered what the seer of truth was, and if that was about the prophecy held down in Adanka. The dragon was startled to find out that they found this place without knowing anything and assumed they were unlucky. The dragon thought then it couldn't be helped, and she opened her mouth as all of them would die there and attacked them. The dragon was confident, but it would be over with the one hit of his breath of flame. Versa covered her face with her arms, and she thought that was not important right now because, firstly, they needed to find a way to survive. Sarvana shouted that they should run away to survive, but the dragon assured them it was impossible. They were shocked as the waterfall got fiercer. The dragon approached them and clarified that there was no way for them to run, so wanted those human children to accept their death instead of resisting and trying to run away. The protagonist was shocked to discover they found the dragon and inquired if they meant that such a thing existed in this world. Versa laughed and thought this was not so surprising. She explained that the thing attached to his red lotus was also supposed to be a dragon bone. Julian was shocked because only his father and Lael knew about the dragon bone. Vincent thought it might be absurd to hide something from Adanka's mistress and inquired how they managed to survive that dragon. Versa also doesn't know the details and thinks only Sarvana knows about them. At that time, Sarvian was worried as they had nowhere to run, and the dragon wanted them to accept their death. Versa informed Khan and Sarvana that they had no choice but to fight that dragon. They all pulled out their swords and rushed toward the dragon to attack. Sarvana and Versa jumped and struck the dragon. Khan exploited the situation by hitting the dragon with the general death sword dance skill. However, with a single movement of her hand, she quickly threw away Khan's strike and was impressed by her talent. Khan was shocked to see that dragon could easily deflect the most potent sword technique of Adanka's just like that. The dragon appraises his skill, but because there are limits to human capabilities, it cannot work on them. The dragon used her skill, which caused Versa's body to start crushing, and she could not understand that strange mana. Sarvana was also stunned because she couldn't breathe, and both knelt, which worried Khan. The dragon was shocked to see Khan could withstand the mana she emitted. She felt pity for killing such a strong human as she was confident that Khan might achieve greatness in the future. Khan furiously shouted that he wouldn't leave those two to die. Soon, a sign appeared before his face, after which his body was injured from several sites. He was severely wounded and coughed out blood. The dragon rambled that all methods humans use to wield mana are all imitations of the dragon's method. The dragon transformed into her human form and clarified that no matter how strong a warrior he was, it was too early to compete with her by 100 years. Then, it was a pity for her, but she decided to proceed with killing them, so she pointed her hand toward them and smiled wickedly. Soon, there was an explosion, and Sarvana was protecting Khan, which shocked the dragon. The dragon was shocked to discover a human survived after taking her magic, and she finally recognized her. She grabbed Sarvana's face, lifted her chin, and inquired if she was Hisley, which shocked Sarvana, and she wondered how that dragon knew her family. The dragon explained that it was possible to learn, and while they were conversing, Versa became conscious and worriedly called Sarvana but again got unconscious. The dragon rambled, saying she recognized her because she had chosen her family. That was all Versa knew, and when she came to her consciousness, they were already outside the waterfall, and Sarvana was grasping the heavenly fruit in her hand. This shocked Vincent as he didn't know that fruit existed and realized that what Arson left in the Red Fortress was the heavenly fruit. However, Sarvana gradually became weaker after that, and her once formidable strength vanished over the years. In her final years, even her daily life became difficult. This makes Julian gloomy as he doesn't know his mother suffered that much. Versa explained that even in that condition, Sarvana did not eat the heavenly fruit because she wanted Khan to eat it. But Khan also could not readily accept the power that came at the cost of Sarvana's health because she was the only woman Khan truly loved. Thus, amidst decades of dispute, Sarvana left them behind, and as per her will, Khan eventually consumed the heavenly fruit. She becomes gloomy and utters that Sarvana remained forever in his heart, just as she was in those beautiful days. The protagonist could feel various emotions in his mother's expression, such as jealousy, longing, and compassion. The protagonist inquired what kind of person his birth mother was, and she uttered that she also respected and envied her. She recalled when Sarvana hugged her and told her it was okay because she was not a doll, and she started crying as she was the only one who ever consoled. She asked the protagonist if he could fulfill one more request from his mother, and he wondered why she rambled that he had to destroy her family, Helem. Later, they were at the Crimson Fortress Nile Falls. Vincent was astounded to see what Nile Falls looked like in actuality. Julian was astounded because the current was powerful, and he looked at the protagonist, who was using his absolute sword to slash all gods and strike the waterfall. His strike stopped the water flow in the area, which worried Julian, and he wondered what he was doing and what would happen if the cave entrance collapsed. Vincent smirked to know that Julian thought it would collapse that easily. Julian was shocked to see that it was perfectly fine and wondered what was happening with this waterfall. It started flowing again. The protagonist guessed he wouldn't be able to enter it like this, and he knew that the dragon who was inside was definitely waiting for the one who saw the truth from the Adinka family. He supposed there might be some connection between this waterfall and Arslan. Vincent's birth mother must have used something different than what he had prepared to enter, which has to be the reason why she became weak and died after obtaining the heavenly fruit. He puts his hand inside his jacket to retrieve something and assumes that the key to getting beyond the waterfall must be hidden somewhere. He took out the letter his mother had given him and wanted to find the clue and the truth on the other side of this waterfall. He quickly entered the cave. Later, Vargan was shocked to know that Damer Helem died on the spot, and Patriarch Khan executed the head of the Vyar family under the supervision of Jeremiel. He couldn't believe such a vast incident had happened. Herka laughed as she knew, but no one had predicted what would have happened if she hadn't been there. Vargan was infuriated as this reminded him of something, and he inquired who the one who procrastinated on going there was, saying it would be troublesome. She laughed and inquired if she did say that and was still glad as it ended well, though what happened between Halem's siblings was tragic. Vargan sighed and agreed because what happened with the sibling was tragic, and he sadly stared at Sarvana's photo. On the contrary, Priest Dellen rushes away while carrying the Holy Grail that the protagonist brings as he is being chased. He finally reached the dead end and looked back as the person behind him wanted him to give up. Dellen was being chased by Priest Neliuk, who was smiling wickedly and warning him to call him his senior. However, that doesn't matter to Priest Neliuk because he knew Dellen would relinquish the Holy Grail to someone more fitting and leave the secular world to receive the teaching of the Holy King forever. He grabbed Priest Dullen's collar, pointed his sword toward him, and smiled evilly, but soon the lightning struck his men, who worried Neliuk, and he wondered what was happening. As soon as he looked back, he saw a sword at his neck and was instructed to give up on the Holy Grail unless he wanted to lose his head. Priest Dellen is shocked to know the person before him, and Merlin Falker utters that from now on, he will be protecting the Holy Grail as Priest Dellen's paladin. On the contrary, a girl appeared and asked Vincent why he had brought her there. She was Adinka's third direct descendant, rank 1 cadet representative, Hannah Adinka. She recognized the place as this was the place for the graduation mission. Vincent affirmed and was aware that she was about to fight the waterfall clam soon. She affirmed but still lacks the points for the graduation mission, as there aren't many tasks that require rank 1 cadets, so the situation was familiar to the one rank 9 cadets face. This excited the protagonist. He took out the letter and rambled that he would like to offer her to join him on a mission. Hannah was amazed that the mission was requested in her mother's name, and she guessed it was worth hearing it out. She wondered what kind of mission that was, and Vincent explained that he must first go to Helam's territory. Hannah thought it wouldn't be easy for him to trespass on Helam territory because their uncle died. Vincent affirmed and explained that he needed her and hoped she would be his bodyguard. In return, she could get enough points for the graduation mission. She was listening to him and was aware that he wouldn't offer such things without wanting something in return, so she wondered what he wanted. She was startled to discover that he wanted a portrait. The protagonist sees many of the portraits that Hannah drew for him and utters that all the previous ones are outdated, so he wants her to create a new one for him. However, she rushed at him, put her sword in his neck, and, using the skill of crazy sculptor Michaelian, furiously inquired if he was messing around with her. But the protagonist smiled and refused, as he was serious about it because that was a precious memory for him. Julian was shocked, wondering what Vincent said, as that was not that precious. The protagonist winked as he knew there was no way a drawing from so long ago would be in such good shape. He asked Julian if he thought that he wouldn't, and that he had cast a preservation spell on it, which made Julian a bit awkward. Hannah explained that she had also changed a lot, which made Vincent wonder if she was refusing to draw for him again. She thought for a while and instructed him to change his request while attacking, but he didn't dodge it and smiled, so she agreed to consider his demand and left, leaving Julian in shock. On the contrary, the man was filling his glass with blood and inquired his man if he was saying that Damer was dead. The butler affirmed, and he knew that it might be heartbreaking for him to hear. But the butler was shocked as his master inquired if he got rid of evidence of him being involved in this perfectly. The patriarch of the Helium family, Garfonzo Helium, inquired if he hadn't heard his question. The butler worriedly clarified that was not the case and explained that everything was made to look as if Damer had acted on his own, so it would hardly have any impact on the Helium family as a whole. Garfonzo knew that Versa had always questioned his way of doing things, so it was unsurprising that she was showing hostility toward him. He drank the blood and smiled. He thought this was great and wanted to see what she and Vincent could do. He was confident because they still had a secret weapon, the blood of dragonskin. The room was covered with several bodies of dragon species, and he drank the blood and wanted Versa to come into her father's embrace. His face started turning, and he furiously broke the glass, and he wanted Vincent to fall into his grandfather's embrace, too. Later, the protagonist spars with Kagan Samian, who is thoroughly excited as they have almost the same strength, and he can block his attack. Julian was shocked and wondered how this was possible, and Vincent was also stunned. Kagan Samian was thrilled and wanted to kill Vincent for sure this time. He lifted his sword to attack, and the protagonist also instructed him to come and try his all. However, Raven soon appeared between them and struck, which led to an explosion that annoyed Vincent and Kagan. The whole area around Raven was destroyed, and he informed them not to leave him out. Kagan warned him not to interfere in their battle, which infuriated Raven, and he clarified that he was the one interfering because he still owed a fight with Vincent. Kagan assumed that he might have to deal with Raven first, then he would kill Vincent, which excited Raven as he found it excellent because he had always wanted to fight with him. This infuriated Vincent, and he instructed them to wait as that was not what was important right now and asked them if they had forgotten their reasons for coming there. Julian was worried and wondered how it would turn out like this as he saw all the elders excited by their duel. Garfonzo Helem wondered what was wrong with him and wanted Vincent to hurry. Otherwise, their plans would be in vain. 2 weeks earlier, at Crimson Fortress, Herka agreed to send them, which startled Hannah, and she wondered what she meant. Herka wondered if she didn't hear her as she told them to head out for the Helium territory the next day. Hannah was shocked and clarified that her sword was not fit for escorting as there were rank 1 cadets who were more suited than her. Herka put her hand on Hannah's shoulder and clarified that she hated nothing more than being troubled. She doesn't want Hannah to think she would be able to get some peace of mind if 2 direct descendants left the fortress. Hannah was reluctant, but Herka stopped her as she didn't want to hear any excuse, as that was the headmistress's order, so her refusal was denied. This annoyed Hannah, but she had no choice but to agree, and she understood her assignment as she knew it was what it was. The protagonist affirmed and smirked, and he knew that she was not the type to leave her debt unpaid. She was getting closer to her graduation, and all Vincent asked her in exchange was one portrait, so he thought it was a great deal for her and in her favor. Hannah sighed and wondered if this was all his plan all along, and he outplayed her, so she agreed to draw his portrait. This excited the protagonist and Julian, and he asked her if this should be her promise. Later, the carriage arrived, and Wilson and Sari were carrying the luggage toward the carriage. Vargan was seeing them off, hoping they wouldn't cause any problem this time. However, the protagonist is not too confident about that, and Vargan has already figured that out. He knew it would be a dangerous mission for Vincent, but Vincent assured him that he would not worry because the Helium family wouldn't be able to harm him directly. Besides, he will be with his sister, a rank 1 cadet, and Sari, a spirit mage, so he is sure he will be fine. Wilson contracted his bicep and excitedly asked his young master what he thought about him. The protagonist awkwardly stared at him and affirmed that he was there too to protect him. Suddenly, he called from behind, and he looked behind and saw Raven, Salvra, and others waving at him and instructing him to stop. Since they rushed there hurriedly, they were out of breath and delighted that they were not late. Vincent wondered what all of them were doing there so early in the morning, and he was startled as they all were paying their humble respect to absolute glory. Salvra blushed and requested him to return safely. Raven reminded him of his promise that he had to have a duel with him when he returned from the mission and wondered if he had forgotten it. Saizen and his comrade also thanked him, saying that because of him, they could grow more robust than before. This startled Vincent, but he smiled, paid his humble respect to the absolute glory, and assured them that he would return safely. Abruptly, he was called by his sister, who was inside the carriage, that it was almost time for them to leave. Vargan was about to stop Hannah from being cringeworthy, but Herka taught her that this much should be fine, so she shouldn't act like that because she was not this stiff back in her days. However, Hannah thought that things like feelings just got in the way of the mission they had to accomplish. As a martial artist of the Adinka family, there are many things that they have to sacrifice, which startled Vargan. Soon, they left, and all his friends waved at him and wanted him to return safely without being involved in any trouble. Vargan wondered if those two would be fine together, and Herka wondered why he was saying that. He noticed that Hannah was a bit warped, and at some points, she had become a cold person who ignored her feelings and only focused on the mission's success. She even got her nickname statue because of that, so he wondered if keeping those two together for such a long time would be fine. Whatever the case was, Herka disagreed as they were still siblings, so she was sure they would be talking about their past as they traveled. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Hannah threw her dagger at the protagonist, who hardly evaded it and was startled. Herka thought it was not like they would kill each other, but didn't know that Sa already attacked the protagonist. She started drawing his portrait and rushed back. Vincent was infuriated and wondered what she was thinking, but she coldly stared at him. Later, Hannah lifts her sword, and after a few swift moves, she cuts the protagonist's hair, which impresses Julian. After she is done, she instructs the protagonist that as an Adinka, he should focus on his martial arts and how he presents himself. She wanted him to make sure to clean up his hair once in a while, so she started making his portrait. After some minutes, she was done. She matched it with Vincent, showed Vincent his profile, and inquired if he was satisfied. The protagonist thanked her for the portrait and was amazed to think she painted such a portrait while inside the shaky carriage. Julian laughed as he agreed with him because Hannah's painting skills were incredible, and she was considered talented from a young age. She packed her stuff and rambled that she had paid her due with this, so the debt was gone. The protagonist was very thankful to her for it and promised to cherish it and ponder why she would refuse first when she had such a talent for painting. Julian thought she might have given up, but Vincent wondered why she would have given it up. This shocked Julian as Vincent didn't even know that when a person bears the name of a renowned family, there are many things they can't decide for themselves. So, the dream of becoming an artist might be a luxury Hannah couldn't afford to accomplish. Vincent doesn't like that thought because there was no reason for everyone to aim to become a martial artist, and there was even less reason for someone's dreams to be disparaged. So if she had lost something because of the name Adinka, he wanted to recover it for her. Meanwhile, at Helium, citizens were protesting against Garfonzo Helium, and the guards were instructed to suppress the protesters as they might not let them enter Dersona. However, the protesters were furious as they wanted to reclaim this land from the tyrant, but soon they were attacked by some people. Meanwhile, Vincent and Hannah were on the roof, watching the messy Helium surrounded by smoke. They wondered if this place was Helium territory, as this was the rich land that prospered through trade. Hannah sighed and replied that was only true for wealthy people, which is why this territory is under civil unrest. The Helium family has lost the favor of the citizens due to their tyranny and injustice. The civilian revolutionary army, now protesting and wagging, has created guerrilla warfare to bring out the current patriarch. To get away from this well-off person, they have all retreated into the city at the center, Dersona. The protagonist was worried as he knew there would be unrest, but he didn't think it would be at this level. Vincent assumed it might not be too long since this started. Hannah affirmed this because the event that sparked the civil unrest was the recent execution of a revolutionary army leader, which shocked Vincent. She wanted him to hurry because they had to get to Dersona if he tried to avoid getting caught up like this, and instructed him to follow her because she knew the shortcut. Later, they followed her while Wilson was carrying the suitcase with the other servant. Wilson knew it would be more dangerous than Maeltomb, and was startled to notice that the young master had cut his hair. She agreed, but there were good things, too, because young Master Vincent and Lady Hannah seemed more familiar with the situation. Abruptly, Hannah heard some guard voices wondering if she had hidden in Helium before, which startled her. After she looked back, she saw guards there who were shocked to see them and wondered who they were. The protagonist recognizes from their armor that they are Helium martial artists. The guards rush at them to catch them as they have unknown attire. Vincent evaded the guard attack and explained that they were not up to something suspicious, so they shouldn't attack them. However, the guards didn't hear them and assumed they might be from the Revolutionary Army as they carried the sword. The protagonist looked at them and guessed it was too late to resolve this matter with words. Then he had no other option than to counterattack, and he rushed at them, and, using body strengthening, he punched the guards and there again. The noise produced by the guards gathered other guards' attention, and they worriedly wondered what was the matter. Soon, the protagonist punches all of the guards and gets back to his position, but is startled as the guard attacks him from above his head and curses him. Soon, the blast worried Wilson, and they rushed to see his young master, but Hannah tried to calm him down because Vincent was alright. On the other side, the protagonist rushed behind one of the guards, which shocked the guard, but he ran and attacked them without giving him any chance to plan. The protagonist smirked as he discovered that his body was feeling light and assumed the mana pill he ate at the camp and reversal technique was supporting his body perfectly. Other guards also gathered there, and he was startled to see some people gathered there. Seri was startled to see more warriors behind, and the guards were furious as they dared to attack the soldiers of the Helium family. The soldiers instructed his comrade to call for additional units because they wanted to make sure those people wouldn't be able to step their foot out of that place. Julian was worried because they were surrounded by too many of them to handle alone. Wilson was concerned because there was no end to this, and Seri wondered what they should do now. Hannah sighed as she thought there was no choice left for her. She took out the badge and showed the soldiers that they looked at it as if it was the blue jeweled medal of the Helium family. This worried the soldiers as that was the higher grade martial arts badge, and they wondered who that person was. She introduced herself as Hannah Adinka from the Crimson Fortress and informed them she needed to get inside Dersona. The soldiers get worried when they discover that she is the granddaughter of the Helium Patriarch, so they instruct others to halt as she is the benefactor of Helium. The protagonist was surprised to learn that she hadn't even taken that medal out before, even though she could have solved this matter so quickly, and assumed this might be something she didn't want to expose. The protagonist approached her to ask about that medal, but didn't notice that someone had thrown a smoke screen there, which soon released smoke, thus obliterating their vision. The protagonist moves forward to find his sister and get out of there, but he is startled as someone grabs his arm and instructs him to head this way. After some time, when the smoke subsided, Hannah was surprised to see the smoke screen, which might be from a guerrilla of the Revolutionary Army, and she was stunned to discover Vincent wasn't there. Meanwhile, the warriors couldn't find Vincent anywhere and were worried, but they had yet to hear from the people at 7th Street. Hannah was concerned and wanted them to find Vincent as they knew he couldn't get far quickly, so they affirmed her commands and rushed to search him. She hoped they would get there in time. Seri tried to calm down her young lady Hannah, but she wanted to hurry as she was supposed Vincent could be in danger. This worried Sari, as it was the revolutionary army that took the young master, so it was hard to believe that Vincent wouldn't be able to handle a group made up of untrained citizens. However, Sari was shocked as Hannah explained that the revolutionary army had made a move after she announced her name. Knowing that Vincent was related to her, the revolutionary army would see him as an enemy, which worried her. Sari wondered what the young lady meant and why that was so. Hannah explained that she was the one who captured their leader and handed him over to the Helium family. On the contrary, the kid from the revolutionary army threw the protagonist away and thought he was a pathetic brat. She jumped in and instructed her comrades to let's leave, but her companions were a bit worried, yet they left. She asked them if they had things as planned, and the man affirmed as they stole the military supplies from the Helium soldier, which was all thanks to the protesters. Soon, they entered the tunnel that leads to the Vartican's territory, and it was dark inside, so they wanted to be more careful. This was an excellent opportunity for them, as they knew the Helium family wouldn't be able to ding them if they blended in with the traitors after getting through this tunnel. The man pointed at the protagonist lying at the back and wondered who the guy they were carrying along was. She explained that he was Hannah Adanka's little brother and guessed this was the perfect hostage for negotiations. The man riding the carriage was worried and wondered if it was okay to do bad things like this. However, Harmona wanted him to get a hold of himself and asked if he wanted to become Garfonzo's slave after they had barely escaped from Maeltomb. However, he was a bit reluctant, and her other comrade Cal wondered how she even captured a direct descendant of Adanka's. She laughed and explained that she ambushed him in the smoke, which was actually pretty easy. This shocked him, which was not impossible unless that guy let her capture him on purpose. Abruptly, the protagonist attacked him, which worried her, but soon she was attacked by him. The person riding the carriage worriedly looked back and asked his fellow Harmona if she had said something as he couldn't hear it due to the noises. However, he was startled as Vincent placed his sword at his neck, instructed him to keep driving to the place where he was heading, and assured him that he wouldn't hurt him as long as he cooperated. Vincent wanted to meet the leader of the Citizen Revolutionary Army, and the man agreed and requested that the sword be moved away from him. The man explained that the only thing he was good at driving was a carriage, nothing more. The protagonist was shocked to see the man's face, as he was the one he saw at the sunburned derelict camps. Abruptly, someone stands in front of their carriage, which worries the protagonist, and he informs the man that there is a person ahead. The man was also shocked and wondered why someone would be in this tunnel. Vincent instructed him to look out, but soon their carriage lost its balance, so he threw all of them out. Harmona becomes conscious of this strike, and her head hurts badly. She starts searching for her comrades Cal and Subban and asks them if they are all right. The man appeared before her and was astounded because, as he expected, they had taken this path. He was not surprised that the Helium army didn't figure it out. It was only a shortcut by the locals. Harmona is shocked to see Blue Helium's armband and gets furious as he is a traitor. He wonders if he is trying to sell them out to Garfonzo. The man smirked and wondered what she meant by them because they were just reactionaries who were fighting against Garfonzo in the Helium territory. The man laughed voraciously, wanted to show her what it is to be a model citizen, and took out the high mana pill. Harmona was shocked as it was a grace, and soon the man took the pill, engulfed it, and his half-face turned into that of a monster, and he gladly laughed as this was it. Soon, the man turned into a giant creature that was wickedly staring at her and smiling, and he felt terrific with such magnificent power. With this power, he would easily capture hundreds and even thousands of traitors to capture them and receive even more graces. The man lifted his hand to attack her, but as soon as he reached out, he was stopped by the protagonist's sword, which shocked Harmona. The monster was shocked to see that Vincent could stop the power of a grave with just one hand and wondered who that guy was. The protagonist generated the mana sword and asked the man if he wanted him to introduce himself. Then he should introduce himself first. Soon, the protagonist attacked him, but it didn't make much difference, so the man gladly rambled that he shouldn't make him laugh because the power of grace wouldn't even let him scratch him, and he should know his place. However, soon, the stones started falling at his head, and the cave started breaking, which delighted the protagonist as he knew well that mana wouldn't work against a body of Dragonkin. This was why he aimed to collapse the cave from the start, and he was amazed to learn about the power of the Dragonkin as the pieces came together. A way to imbue pills with such power and the blood of the Dragonkin that Tylovan used to attack him was all led back to the Helium family. He guessed there was still much to discover in their territory. Shortly after, Harmona tried to strike him, but he quickly blocked it and looked at her. Harmona wondered what he was because he had first let her capture him, and now he was saving them. She thought he should be supposed to be on the same side as Hannah Adinka because everyone from noble families is the same, and they don't even worry about the civilians. Abruptly, someone appeared from the other side of the tunnel and instructed her to stop as she was no match for Vincent. The protagonist wonders who that guy is, and the man rambles that he is Laurent Helium, the leader of the Citizen Revolutionary Army who was recently captured and killed. In the forest on the outskirts of the Helm territory, everyone was gathering outside the house and wondering if that kid was Vincent Adinka. Cal affirmed and explained that he disguised himself by using his face to remove those priests and the Vior family beasts. However, he doesn't seem that impressive, so Harmona wondered what the leader was thinking by bringing him there. Cal couldn't believe that she was still suspicious of him because that person was the hero of Maeltoom. Subban explained that his servants even looked after his daughter, so if it weren't for him, then she would die of hunger. He remembered when he was captured. He rambled his address to tell those people the location of his daughter so they could feed her. The protagonist heard that and pitied him, so he instructed Sari to head over to the address he was giving her and told her the address of Subban's home. He understands Harmona's suspicion, but that person has come to help them. Cal also tells her to believe them because even Subban agrees with him. She thinks for a while but still doubts Vincent as she believes they still can't be sure, and they don't know when he will show his proper side, stabbing them in the back. On the contrary, inside the hut, Laurent Helium asked Vincent if he had saved the people of Maeltoom. The protagonist explained that the ones who did the actual work were his mother and father, as he just started the process. Laurent smiled as the ones who experienced it firsthand said otherwise, as they have some people who come from or have ties to Maeltoom. Laurent showed his gratitude in their place. Abruptly, a man arrived in the room and said that they had to kill him. Laurent was startled to see Behram, who was worried that Vincent not only knew where their hideout was, but also found out about their leader, Laurent, so it was still not too late for them to kill him. Laurent was amazed and asked his man if he wanted to kill him as he was the martial artist who managed to defeat the citizen who had eaten a grace. He assured Behram that he shouldn't worry because they would be fine, and Behram affirmed. The protagonist was amazed to discover they are cautious of outsiders and wondered if something had happened. Now that he thinks about it, he heard the leader of the revolutionaries was said to be dead, so he wondered how he was alive. Laurent explained it's dark magic that helped him stay alive, which startled Vincent. The leader rambled that the person next to him was someone who had escaped from the sunburnt derelict camps. He learned this talent in dark magic while he was creating magic stones there. Behram inquired the protagonist if he had heard about the body duplication technique and utters that he created a fake corpse of Laurent with it. Thanks to that, they swapped them out just before his execution and managed to save him. Julian was stunned as if it were just the dark magic that Tilavan had used. Laurent decided to have a quick chat between the two of them and wanted Vincent to give them a hand, and the protagonist agreed. He followed Laurent inside another room and saw Behram doubtfully staring at him. Laurent was amazed to discover that his big sister sent him. Vincent affirmed that his mother had asked him to bring down the Helm. Laurent believed she was trying to punish herself and her family, and now he understood it. Vincent wanted to ask him a question, so he asked for permission and inquired why he slashed his own eyes. This startled Laurent, and he wondered how he knew that. The protagonist judges it by seeing how rough the scar is, and it shouldn't be the work of a skilled martial artist. However, there was also no sign of him resisting, so he could only deduce that he had done it himself. Laurent explained that it was because he could no longer withstand seeing things with his own eyes. The cities that his family controlled and the suffering of their citizens, and he couldn't bear to look at all that with his eyes any longer. The protagonist assumes there is another reason aside from that, which startled Laurent. He was astounded as Vincent had an insight that goes beyond that of a martial artist, so he could understand why his sister had sent him. Laurent was sure he had seen what grace was back there. It was a pill that grants monstrous strength but is also highly addictive. The Helium family used that to cause a divide among the citizens. Cooperative people were given higher ranks and graces. His family has practically started treating them as mercenaries as those who were addicted to grace started to leave one after another, and the protesters began to be pushed back. He can't stand to see the state the Helm territory was in any longer. So until it is back in the hands of the citizens, he doesn't want to see it with his own eyes. He has given up his sight to become a symbol to gather those who were left. The protagonist finds his thoughts respectable, and Laurent thanks him for thinking that way. Suddenly, the dragonkin appeared, astounded to see Laurent Helem alive. The protagonists were shocked to see the grace users and wondered if their hideout get exposed. However, that was not possible because no one else other than members of the Revolutionary Army should know of the way there. The grace users were delighted to think they could become first-class citizens if they could catch him. They rushed at him to attack, and the protagonist rushed to attack them and instructed Laurent to hide. He struck them but was worried as he was expecting it didn't even leave a scratch. There was nothing to use in the surroundings, so he wondered how to deal with them. The grace user was punching him, inquiring what he was thinking deeply about, and throwing him away. The protagonist gets down, looks at him, and curses him. Julien instructs him to look at the other side as Sir Laurent is in danger. The grace user assumed it should be fine as long as Laurent's face remained intact, so he attacked him using the flames. This worried Laurent, and the protagonist used them to push him away before he could get injured. Soon, a blast covered the entire area with dust. Laurent wondered what had just happened, and he started calling for Vincent to search him. The protagonist's arm was severely burned. The grace user found it pretty impressive that he managed to block that, but wondered if he would be able to keep it up while protecting the blind person. Vincent was not even part of this, so they assured him they would let him go as long as they had Laurent over. The protagonist refused as he knew they weren't originally martial artists, so he could beat them as long as he went all out. However, he has to protect blind Laurent simultaneously, so fighting those two in this situation will be hard. The grace user agrees to the protagonist's decision and utters that they could die alongside Laurent, and they rush at him. The protagonist is worried about what he should do in this situation, but soon, someone splits them into several parts and kills them. The protagonist recognizes this technique as his sister uses it and sees Hannah on the other side. Hannah was shocked to see Laurent alive. Laurent recognized this voice and asked if it was Hannah. She gets furious and rushes toward him to attack, as she never thought Laurent Helium would still be alive and kicking. However, before she could kill him, the protagonist blocked her sword and asked her what she was doing. He wondered what had made the person who rarely shows emotions so angry. Laurent asked her if she was still drawing well. She started trembling, dropped her sword, and knelt. Even though Laurent couldn't see, Hannah began to cry even though he was still discussing drawing. Laurent apologized to her and was startled as his man and Harmona arrived on hearing the explosion sound. They wondered what that was and if he was all right. He was the blessed one, so she wondered how he got in there. She looked ahead and was startled to see Hannah Adanka. Harmona gets furious about seeing her, but the leader tries to calm her and others as he is okay. Harmona was staring at her, and Hannah recognized her and tried to explain to her what had happened back then. But before she could utter a word, she was slapped by Harmona. Harmona wondered what she thought she was doing there as she almost killed their leader, which left Hannah mortified. A warrior doesn't need emotion. They carry out the given orders and receive praise upon success. That was what she was taught about virtue and what she learned honor is. In the past, Harmona worriedly entered the house as their location had been revealed and informed the leader that they had to run. However, she was startled as she saw Hannah behind her, who attacked her and knocked her down. After giving up on her dreams, she knew nothing else mattered to Hannah anymore. Hannah requested Knight Laurent Helem to attend as a reference person regarding the illegal, violent protest that occurred in Dersona City. Harmona couldn't believe this as this was all a lie because she was going to take the leader and kill him and ask if she was right. However, Hannah didn't disclose the information, just saying it was a reference investigation so that he would be released after a brief attendance. However, Harmona blocked her way and covered her leader as no one believed such wordplay, so they couldn't possibly hand over the leader. Soon, Garfonzo Helem appeared, smiled evilly, and explained that there was no way they would be killing him because they were just taking away his son. Laurent thought this was enough resistance, so he should come inside now, but Laurent refused as they could not do that because they would resist till the end. All of them are prepared to sacrifice anything for Helium. Garfonzo affirmed as he thought that selling his eyes to sway people with his beliefs was one of the sacrifices. However, it doesn't seem entirely fitting that he wanted his son like he believed he should be prepared to sacrifice his niece. He smiled evilly and rambled that he was the one who taught that child how to draw. But if she ended up blind like him, He should imagine how heartbroken he would be as a grandfather. Garfonzo believes his son might have understood what he is saying, so Knight Laurent quietly follows his father. Days later, Knight Laurent's execution was decided, which stirred an uproar in the entire nation, and they all protested to cancel Laurent's execution as he was the hero of the people. Exploiting the crowd of protesters, Barum managed to take Laurent out of there while replacing him with a clone. Luckily, they managed to switch him out in time. With the corpse reanimation technique, it was perfectly executed. Thanks to Barum's dark magic skill, Knight Laurent survived the unjust execution held by his father. Barum instructed the leader to hurry and leave because it would be wrong if someone recognized them. Laurent agreed and requested Barum to lead the way, but he was startled when he heard Hannah's voice, who couldn't believe it. She was pushing the guards to stop her grandfather as he said he wouldn't kill Laurent. She started crying and wondered why her uncle was on the execution block. But soon they proceeded with the execution and killed Laurent's clone in front of the entire crowd. Hannah was heartbroken, so she cried heavily and shouted that they couldn't do this. This was unbearable for Laurent, but he apologized to her as he didn't tell her the truth. Presently, Laurent explained that his father's words before he was captured weren't entirely wrong. If it weren't for Sir Barum, he couldn't have escaped the execution, and now, being blinded, he was just holding the title of leader of the revolution without being of any real help. To perfectly stage death, he didn't let Hannah Adenka know that he was alive. She heard it all while sitting afar. She recalled that when her grandfather appraised her as she did well, he looked back and wondered why she was so gloomy because the mission was a success. He reminded her that this wasn't the face of a hero who punished a villain, and she did well. However, Hannah didn't want to kill her uncle. Garfonzo assured her that carrying out orders and receiving praise is a virtue and honor as the warrior doesn't need emotions and asked her if this was right. He assured Hannah that she would make a fine warrior and handed her the blue badge of high rank. She looked at the badge firmly, holding it. Laurent inquires the protagonist if he will indeed fulfill his sister's request to bring down Helen. Julian was furious at his grandfather for using Hannah like that and never wanted to forgive him. Vincent thought for a while about how Hannah might have felt at that time and affirmed that he was sure and he, too, would stand with Knight Laurent's cause. This pleased Laurent, so he wondered if his nephew would also grant his request and meet his father. Later, the protagonist was standing before the Helm family mansion in Dersona. He was about to enter the mansion but was stopped by the guards as it was the residence of the Helm family head. The other guard instructed him to identify himself and comply with the guards. The protagonist rambled that he was Vincent Adenka from the Red Fortress on a mission, and he had come to see his grandfather Garfonzo Helem and showed them the letter. The guards instructed him to wait as they would let him in after verification. This infuriated the protagonist as those soldiers dared to make him stay as he was a guest of the family head. His aura was startling, and he informed them that there were circumstances that delayed him, but the head of the Helem family had permitted his visit. He approached the soldier and inquired if his rank was higher than the head's, which worried them. The protagonist heads forward and utters enough talk so they can lead him to the head's room. This worried the warrior, and they tried to stop him for a moment, as he couldn't just go in there alone. The protagonist heads inside and is shocked to see the line of the soldiers blocking his way. Julian wondered why there were so many soldiers, and all of them looked so fierce. He asked the guard behind why so many soldiers were gathered. The soldier was a bit worried and explained it was because of the Hades meeting. It was an event named after the flower symbolizing Helen, Hades. It was a friendly competition where Helem and invited atrial families competed. However, with the recent intensification of revolutionary activities, the event risks facing disruption. That was why nearly all forces were always on standby, so the soldier requested him to understand. The protagonist rambled that his grandfather was carelessly deploying the soldiers when they were not needed, which startled the soldier, and he wondered what he meant. The protagonist rambled that if he's going to make excuses, then at least they should make them convincingly. Even if that was the reason for deploying troops at the entrance of the head house, especially when receiving a guest, then what could there be a possible reason for doing this? The protagonist thinks this might be a test or a battle of wits, so he asks the soldiers why. Another man appeared and explained it was to prepare for any possible disturbances. He requested that he let him guide him from now on and follow quietly. The protagonist smirked on hearing about the disturbance, and he wondered if he, who is a prince of Adenka and a student of the Red Fortress, was a disturbance to the head. This startled the man, and he tried to clarify that was not the case. The protagonist shouted and asked what he was protecting from him. He wondered how they could call themselves soldiers if they couldn't even answer correctly, and thought it was wasteful to guard against a guest. This mortified all the soldiers, and Vincent instructed them to disperse as he would go to his grandfather alone. The warrior behind him lifted his hammer to attack him and rambled that he could not pass through there. However, the protagonist evaded the attack, smirked to know that was the case, and asked if that was their answer. Then, as he wishes, he should possibly become the disturbance that they fear, and he should emit an intense aura. The guard was amazed by this presence, which was not something a child could produce, and wondered if the rumor of him releasing Maeltoom was not false. Soon, his grandfather appeared and instructed everyone to stop as that was enough, so they should stand down. He welcomes the protagonist and instructs him to come inside as he welcomes him to the Helm family. Garfonzo released that he had taken a hit and inquired if Vincent was displeased, and he affirmed that he was annoyed. He asked for his grandson's forgiveness and explained that he wanted to test his mettle. Having heard so much about his spirit, Garfonzo assumed the rumors were not an exaggeration. The protagonist smiled and rambled that he flatter him, but this man, who is the head of the Helm family, has such an imposing aura and murderous intent, which is truly fitting to lead a warrior family. Garfonzo smirked and rambled that he wanted to see his grandson, as he was the one who was like the enemy and killed his son. The protagonist smirked and affirmed that he felt the same way because he had come to bring his grandfather down. Garfonzo Helm wondered what mission brought his grandson this far, but Vincent didn't tell him as it was a secret. This startled him, and he wondered if it was a secret even from his grandfather. The protagonist affirmed, took a sip of tea, and clarified that they should separate personal and professional lives. Garfonzo laughed as he had been hit again, as his grandson's words were indeed correct. However, he was startled as his grandson uttered that he could tell him who gave him the mission, and he rambled that it was from his mother. This startles Garfonzo that his daughter gave Vincent a mission, and he wonders if Versa really acknowledges this boy as her true son and intends to put him forward. He had heard that Vincent had also done something remarkable recently, and corrected his son's wrongdoing along with Versa, so he inquired if that was true. The protagonist is clarified that he is just lucky, which infuriates Garfonzo, and he stares at him and rambles that he said he was lucky, but his son died in the process. This led to complete silence for some moment, and Julian was worried as the conversation went off track. The protagonist assured him not to worry because it was too risky for them to harm him in this situation. Garfonzo instructed Vincent not to be so tense because he was grateful to him. If it weren't for him, he would have had to be the one to cut down that worthless fellow. He changed the topic and inquired his grandson why he arrived a bit later than expected. The protagonist affirmed and mumbled that there was friction with the members of the Citizens' Revolutionary Group. This infuriated Garfonzo as those scoundrels dared to harm his grandson, which startled Vincent, and he refused as that was not the case. His grandfather was cursing those Revolutionary Army people, but the protagonist informed him it was just a delay, nothing more. Garfonzo was still furious as those people were like dogs that dared to snap at their master, and he was sure they needed to be taught a lesson. He grabbed the cup and uttered that lately they had caught a few of those guerrilla revolutionaries and asked his grandson for his opinion on what he thought he did to them. This worried Vincent, and he wondered what his grandfather did to them. Garfonzo broke the cup and rambled that he chopped off one of their hands and feet. So they will live their lives regretting ever defying him, and he thinks that rats like them need to know their place and asks Vincent if he is right. However, the protagonist was infuriated. He stood and firmly slammed the table and agreed with him. He felt uneasy keeping secrets from his grandfather and asked him if he was curious about his mission. This shocked his grandfather, and Vincent uttered that his mission was to participate in the Hades meeting. This shocked Garfonzo, who wondered if he would join Hades' meeting. The protagonist affirmed, and embarrassingly, quite a few people have expectations of him. The protagonist recalls his meeting with Laurent, who wanted him to heed his one request. Laurent rambled that their next big move was on the day of the Hades meeting, and his father was on high alert, tightly securing Dersona, so the role he entrusts to him is bait. Presently, the protagonist utters that the following individual will request to observe it. These include the Red Fortress's fortress commander, the vice commander, all representative cadets, and 2 high priests of Gaia, Dulan and his parents. The protagonist smiled wickedly as he agreed with Laurent's request that he be the most irresistible bait for Garfonzo. Last night, the protagonist knew they were out of time by the following day, so they had to contact the individual he had just mentioned. Wilson and Sari were shocked to learn who Vincent was planning to bring in and wondered if their young master had lost his mind. Hannah understands her brother's plan but wonders if those people will act as he wishes. She knew that if things went wrong, he could be in trouble because this method was reckless. This amazed the protagonist, and he asked her if she was worried about him, which startled her, and she clarified that was not the case. The protagonist smiled and assured her not to worry because he would be all right. However, the problem was with the means as they needed to contact various places simultaneously, avoiding his grandfather's eyes. Harmona winked and instructed him to leave that to them, and Laurent explained that the revolutionaries use a secret communication method so they could send the magical mail through it. This pleased the protagonist, and he hoped his grandfather would like the present he had specially prepared. Through the magical mail system, they send the letter to Priest Dulan, and he gets worried after reading that such a thing is happening in Helheim. Abruptly, Merlin Falker appeared, startled Dulan, and inquired Priest what is this letter about. Priest Dulan asked him if he would have care and asked him to join him for a breath of fresh air. On the contrary, Vargan is trying to calm down the fortress's commander, and he wonders if she intends to destroy an entire mountain. Herka was furious because the cadet went through such an ordeal, but that man, the fortress commander, had no idea. Vargan called her again to calm her down, and she sighed, thinking how pitiful they must have been, which was why he didn't even ask for help. She wondered who could be the person behind all this. Vargan wondered if this was about Elder Tylaban. His end seemed as though someone abandoned him, and she wondered if this was their doing. Vargan explained that not many organizations have the power to move the Elder Council. He was startled when Herka mentioned Nightmare, as it was the group the Lick named Edmund mentioned. She discovered that Versa's younger brother was also part of that organization, which worried Vargan. She called Lord Vargan and asked him how big he thought this situation would get. However, nothing could be confirmed as to how big it was currently, but one thing is sure. Meanwhile, Versa informed Khan Adinka that Vincent said he would start a fire, and their role was to turn it into a blaze. She also wanted to plan something, but Khan was worried because that blaze would burn down Versa's family. Khan wanted to ask her one last time if she was okay with this. Versa stared at him and was astounded to know how kind that person was. She hugged him and assured him it was all right. If this could atone even a little for the people of Helheim and Hannah, and if it could atone for Khan and Sarvana, then she is all right. Meanwhile, the protagonist inquires about his grandfather and if he has time to do this because he should focus on preparing for the guest. However, his grandfather laughed, which stunned Vincent, and he wondered what was so funny about it. Garfonzo inquired if that was all he had to say and asked if he thought he would be scared and make a mistake over something so trivial. Helheim was a region that flourished through trade. Samian, Vardican, and Adinka were commercial districts connecting the territories of the three prominent martial families. Even if things get tangled, and they cut ties with his father and Adinka, it wouldn't be a loss. Like Versa, they could make connections with other territories and were confident that other families would be eager to take them in. So, in summary, Helheim was not a place that could be brought down by the child's play of a bit of fire and wondered what Vincent would do now. However, the protagonist isn't flustered and inquires about his grandfather, if that is all, which shocks Garfonzo. Vincent decides to tell him something else and asks what he thinks about this. On the contrary, Butler Sirkin was looking for his young master and wondered where he was. Soon, he sees his young master, Raven, and gets worried after seeing him laughing like a psycho on seeing a letter. At the same time, there was an explosion at the Samian family's main castle, and the man wondered why the prince was suddenly doing that and what was happening. Kagan Samian looked at the letter and furiously crumpled the paper as Vincent was quite an unpredictable child. Simultaneously, Raven was excited and instructed his butler to contact his father, and Kagan also instructed the man to inform his mother. Both of them stared at the letter sent by Vincent, saying that they should bring it on and be fully prepared for the fight. Raven and Kagan were thrilled as they wanted to head to Helheim immediately. Sometimes, the protagonist still dreams about that day from 500 years ago. When he was fighting with his opponent in the stadium, his opponent was shocked to see the protagonist's great dividing sword. The protagonist accosted Kaijin, who was attacking him with his gentle steel destroyer. Still, he blocked the attack, and the energy created was so immense that it spread the dust everywhere, thus blurring everyone's vision because the wind was so strong. They all started running away out of fear of getting injured, and Kaijin was concerned, wondering when that one-armed man's sword became so heavy. The protagonist attacked him and told Kaijin it was over after his death. The people heard someone sound, so they wondered what had happened, and another man informed him that Sir Kaijin had punished the evil Davin. The protagonist still remembers the manipulated truth and the bad relationship with Samian, which never ends this interwoven thread. He recalled meeting Arsalan and asked if he knew how to end this intertwined fortune. Arsalan suggested he should overcome the Samian family and face the truth. Arsalan left the protagonist with those vague words more than 500 years ago, so he wondered what he expected from him. Soon, he opened his eyes, saw Hannah sitting beside him, and wanted him to wake up. The protagonist was shocked to see her there. He sat, and Hannah told him that she came to wake him up a little early since it was already the day, so she wanted him to get ready quickly. The protagonist obediently concurred as he understood, and he realized that this was not the time for him to suffer from dreams like that because that day was the day before the Hades assembly. Later, at Helium, Dersona, a night before the Hades assembly, this year marks the 200th anniversary of Helium, so there was a large-scale festival all over the Helium. Some of the people saw Vincian's mother and father there, so they started whispering, wondering if they were those people. Everyone knew that they were Patriarch of Adanka, Khan, and Miss Versa. They wondered how they dared to come there after killing Damer, but his companion requested him to be quiet because they might hear him. The protagonist's grandfather stood at the entrance with his guard and stared at Khan and Versa. Then he looked back toward Vincian and cursed him. Hannah saw Vincian smiling cunningly, so she wondered if he brought father and mother there. Versa Helm bowed before him to greet the patriarch. This pissed her father off, so he accosted her and asked how she dared to come there, because if she had a shed of consideration for her brother, then she wouldn't come there. Versa answered that her brother was already dead because of these hands, which infuriated her father, so he asked her for the purpose of coming there and if she was there to calm Helium now. Versa inquired if Helium was always so valuable a place that he wanted to steal it, even if it was committing an immoral act. The patriarch furiously accosted her and warned her not to insult Damer anymore. Versa supposed that the one who loved his son so much had put his sins on his deceased son. She then accosted Vincian, telling him that, as he said, she would attend the Hade assembly and ensure that their two families could establish a close relationship, so the protagonist concurred. Then Versa accosted Hannah, grabbed her shoulder, and apologized for being unable to protect her. But now it will be different because her mother is there to end the rebellion that had begun. Later, Julian tells the protagonist about the rules of the Hade assembly, which is simple as it's a royal battle with dozens of participants simultaneously. So if Vincian survives until the end, he will win, but there is one difference. Later, Hannah accosted Vincian and wanted him to be careful because the Hade assembly was not only for the children of the noble families, but the commoners could also participate. Vincian knew it might be a tough environment where it would be difficult to survive alone. Soon, Kaijin appeared, accosted the members of Adanka, greeted them, and told them that he was the 6th young master of Samian. Raven also arrived. He waved at him and supposed the man behind him might be his father, and the patriarch was shocked to see them. Vincian smiled wickedly after seeing that they had arrived. Kagan was surprised to see Vincian because he almost didn't recognize him with his haircut. Raven agreed because it was true, so he asked Vincian where he got cut, and Vincian explained that his sister had cut it. The protagonist thanked them for responding to his letter, but they didn't want him to be mistaken. Kagan explained that he didn't respond to his call, but couldn't miss such a good opportunity to crush him. Raven Vartican also smiled excitedly because it was a great opportunity and challenge, and Vincian finally kept his promise. The protagonist uttered that would be enough, and Julian wondered if those people would be okay. The protagonist requested his elder to allow him to introduce them as his friends came there to participate in the Hade assembly with him. The patriarch was worriedly cursing his fortune because the future heirs of the family Samian and Vartican truly came there. Raven Vartican was pleased because Vincian's father truly looked just like him, and his butler was shocked to hear this. Kagan inquired what he was doing in front of a patriarch. Khan asked him if he might be Raven of Ponchinus because his personality is very similar to his. Raven wondered how he knew his father, and Khan explained that he, Valkia, and Ponchinus had been meeting often since they were young, so it's been a long relationship. Later, at the Haid assembly, Julian was worried because things had gotten so big they couldn't handle it. Vincent agreed because that was right, but it was the same for his grandfather, who was also worried. The patriarch wondered what happened and why all of them were gathered there. Nothing else matters more than preventing them from staying together and getting into trouble, because if that happened, this place would turn into a battlefield. So he wanted to kick all those powerful family representatives out. The patriarch worriedly welcomed them all, informing them that their territory was currently in the situation, so it was not a good place where they could be treated properly. So he wanted everyone to rest assured that he would invite them all formally when the situation was stable. Pontius couldn't believe that the patriarch was kicking him out in the presence of his child. Samian's family representative also couldn't believe that the patriarch dared to speak to Samian's matriarch like that. This worried the patriarch because he could not kick those two out of there. He knew that the moment they were gathered, this place turned into a diplomatic minefield, all because of Vincent, because that child was trying to eradicate him. Later, the patriarch furiously slammed his throne because Vincent dared to interfere with his plan, and because of him, the entire city was full of tourists. He has no control over the situation of the rolling revolution and the followers of Versa. Now, they wouldn't be able to know how many had infiltrated the city, but he wanted to think something about it to solve this problem. He asked his man about the citizen revolution, and his man explained that their activity was quite organized. The man explained that after Lord Lorang's death, they expected it to fall apart, but it is strengthening instead. This worried the patriarch. He wondered what was happening and asked his man if he was sure they had truly cut the real leader, so why did they keep resisting? The butler explained that it seemed that someone had persuaded their minion. This worried the patriarch because he knew that with this Vincent would not leave them alone, but he wanted to use them as an instrument if they collaborated with them. So he wondered if the only option he had was to request help from a nightmare. The butler refused because that was too dangerous, and the patriarch was aware that the culprit of all this was that brat Vincent, so he wanted to deal with him at the Haid assembly. Later, all of them were shocked to see Vincent's hair. Salvara praised him because he looked great, and he thanked her. Vargan wondered why he suddenly had a haircut, and Hannah appeared, telling them that she cut it, shocking them as they didn't think Hannah would cut his hair. Salvara accosted Vincent, and he inquired what the matter was, and she explained that the festival was in full swing, so she asked him if he would like to walk with him. Shortly after that, Raven appeared there. He was glad to find Vincent and asked him if he hadn't eaten yet and if he should eat together with him, as there was a lot of delicious food there. The protagonist thought this was a perfect opportunity for him because he also wanted to eat something. Raven explained that they had grilled skewer there, and he took him away from the crowd. Salvara gets mortified because Vincent left her alone, and Harmona mocks her because Vincent gets kidnapped by Raven. Hannah asked the leader if they were all the available personnel of the Red Fortress. Vargan explained that the senior representative out on their respective mission would come there the following day. As the desired descendants of all three families gather there, the Haid is no longer just a traditional event for Helium. It has now become the representation of the leader of three main families. Before coming there, he also met the delegation of the Temple of Gaia, and there were reporters from each region. Furthermore, medium clans and ordinary tourists also gathered there, so with the spread of rumors, more and more people from different influences would gather there. Soon, they heard someone's voice telling them that they were also there, and Vargan was shocked to sense such pressing energy behind them. This was the man of the sixth master, Helios. Helio was pleased to see Vargan again. He knew it might not be pleasant, but he wanted to make the same offer again. Helio wanted him to take the vacant place of his little sister as master, which shocked Vargan. Meanwhile, Raven was busy eating the food. He asked Kagan and Vincent why they weren't eating and if they couldn't see the food was getting cold. The protagonist is carried away by an individual named Raven, who invites him to a pleasant place but doesn't know he will gather everyone there. Pontius was so excited because it had been so long since they gathered like this, but the other two didn't know and suppose it was almost 10 years. Pontius was in a perfect mood, so he wanted to play something with his old friend after so long. Khan was anxious from the inside, but wanted to leave this matter for later because this day was for their children. Vincent was worried because they were making terrible jokes, and Julian was a bit happy about this, but he knew there was a false friendship among the heads of the houses. However, Vincent sees things differently because ambition is an instinct for being without emotion. So the stronger the being without emotion, the stronger it will be, And now one of those few rivals of the world was sitting next to each other, so he didn't feel right about it. So he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Kagan felt he would get sick if he ate even a little, but he wanted to remain calm. They were in a situation where even a word, a gesture, and every move must be carefully considered. Even in such a stressful situation, Raven raised his hand because he had a question for all the three leaders of the great families. Pontianus laughed and permitted his son to ask anything he wanted to inquire. Raven rambled, feeling that all three leaders were strong, but he wondered who would win in a fight. This worried Vincent, Julian, and Kagan because Raven put his foot on the explosive mine, so they knew they were in trouble. Pontianus smiled and answered that he was also curious about that, so they all stood and thought they should fight each other right now to find it out. Quibal asks if the master of the 6th magic tower has made a decision, then pauses and says to wait a moment, adding that he intends to make Sir Vargan the tower's vice master. Vargan responds by pointing out that she should already understand how he feels about magic towers. She questions whether he had not idolized Lady Varnelli, his sister, and states that, as an incredibly talented mage, she would never have given up the opportunity to become the tower master. At that moment, Helios arrives and remarks that he recognizes Vargan's remarkable talents, mentioning that he has already reached the realm of the 5th circle, while enduring the hardships of life as a mercenary. Helios explains that the magic tower seeks to embark on a new path, and for that to happen, they need someone with Vargan's abilities. Quibal becomes visibly upset and objects, insisting there is no way she would allow them to take Vargan away from her. Helios calmly counters, asking whether Vargan does not wish to fulfill his sister's dream by taking the position she had always longed for. Vargan hesitates, lost in thought, and appears ready to say something when Raven Vartican and several other warriors suddenly teleport to another location. Kagan observes this and wonders what that fool could possibly be planning. Meanwhile, Vincent is struck by a strange sensation, one that reminds him of the humiliation he felt when other warriors used to mock him. Kagan asks who is being referred to as mother when Keshak remarks that he does not think he would lose if he were to fight seriously. Khan responds that he would not win either. Another warrior among them comments that the true strength of a martial artist lies in their ability to protect. Since they all have something they care about now, recklessly swinging their fists would be irresponsible. Keshak replies that they should have settled the outcome when they were still young and ignorant. Turning to Khan, he states that they must come to a conclusion someday. He adds that he will no longer be satisfied with a draw. Khan reassures him, saying that he, too, is eager to bring their rivalry to an end. Keshak acknowledges this with satisfaction and reflects that there is no greater joy for a martial artist than finally crossing swords with an old rival. He thinks about how one of them will inevitably fall at the hands of the other, recalling a past fight they shared. Another warrior interjects, asking, "So, son, who does he believe is the weakest among the three of them?" Vincent observes that the question is a way to test them, sensing that the swords have already entered their hands. Meanwhile, Kagan contemplates the situation, smiles, and concludes that the proxy war has begun. Raven reflects for a moment, then embraces his father and declares that, first of all, his father is the strongest. His father laughs and responds with pride, calling him his son. Another person then turns to Kagan and asks for his opinion. Kagan smiles and remarks that Adanka appears to be the weakest. He explains that the patriarch of the Vartican family wields the spear that pierces everything, while their mother has Keshak. However, based on what he knows, Adanka lacks any distinct traits or blessings. Without such variables, Adanka would naturally be the weakest in a contest among the strongest. Vincent interjects, disagrees, and claims that Samian is actually the weakest. Khan asks why he believes that. Vincent recalls the earlier exchange and thinks to himself that the power exerted by Valkia Samian felt noticeably weaker. He elaborates that, out of the three auras they had projected moments ago, the one belonging to the Samian matriarch was undeniably the weakest. Everyone is taken aback by this revelation, leaving them momentarily stunned. Raven, breaking the silence, admits that he had not noticed it at all. Kagan questions what nonsense Vincent is spouting, even if he turns out to be correct. Keshak interjects, pointing out that the two others are 9 stars, while he himself remains at 8 stars. As a glowing circle materializes behind him, he draws his blade and states that this is the blessing of Keshak, the sword god. With this power, he claims, his level should be roughly equal to theirs. Vincent recognizes the trait, realizing it is Keshak's ability to amplify imagery. Keshak explains that this blessing is what maintains the balance between the three of them. Raven then asks if it would be possible for him to reach the level of a 10-star upon advancing to the next stage. Kagan affirms that it should not be an issue for their mother to achieve 9 stars. Khan interjects, stating that humans die when they attempt to ascend to the 10th star. Vinchin elaborates further, explaining that at the peak of 9 stars, a person will feel the sensation of being unable to progress any further. That is the ultimate limit for humans, as anything beyond it belongs to the realm of gods. Khan praises his explanation, calling it an excellent answer. Vinchin acknowledges the compliment with thanks. Meanwhile, Keshak reflects on the moment, impressed that even seasoned martial artists often struggle to differentiate between the auras of 8 stars and higher. Who would have thought that Vinchin could discern such distinctions at such a young age? He reflects that he had already acknowledged Vinchin's sharp perception, but it now seems as though a true monster is being nurtured within the Adenka family. Meanwhile, Kagan thinks in frustration, not this Vinchin scoundrel again, and slams his fist on the table in anger. Raven raises his hand and says he has another question, but Vinchin and Kagan quickly move to cover his mouth to stop him. Kagan diverts the situation by asking Raven if he isn't tired from the long trip and suggests they all get some rest. Vinchin responds by saying that they will head back first, encouraging the others to enjoy themselves, and promptly leads Raven away. Raven's father watches them leave and remarks that it's remarkable how close they already seem, commenting that they remind him of his younger days. Khan agrees, adding that his son is so much like him. Keshak chimes in, pointing out that this resemblance also includes his inability to read the room. Raven's father, confused, asks what Keshak means by that. The scene transitions to a shadowy mountain where Laurent meets Versa, who greets him warmly and says she is glad to see him alive. Laurent responds, saying that while he would like to express his joy at seeing her again, his happiness is overshadowed by the current state of Helen. He then presents her with an object resembling a gleaming needle. She looks at it and remarks with recognition, "So this is what can bring father down, the eye of Athenia." Meanwhile, Vargan says he thinks he will have to refuse, while Helios asks if he may inquire about the reason. Vargan replies that the new path the magic tower seeks to take, such as interfering with the friendly exchange meeting to provide an advantage to a certain family, is not something he can support. Helios ponders for a moment. Vargan adds that, unfortunately, the magic tower he once admired seems to no longer exist. He further states that if he were to leave, it would not take long before the headmistress drives the fortress to ruin. Quibal steps closer to Vargan and asks what he means by that, insisting that she is not that bad. Helios admits that he has no excuse and acknowledges that it is entirely his fault. He explains that he originally came to see young Master Vinchin and his sword, which is capable of cutting through magic. Since Vinchin is a cadet of the Crimson Fortress, he had hoped to encounter him during his visit. Helios concludes by saying it was good to see Vinchin again. Vinchin responds by saying he hopes Helios enjoys the festival as they walk away. 2 individuals arrive shortly after, and one of them, a masked person, asks whether he is truly going to let Vargan leave just like that. Helios asks what he can do if Vargan does not want to return, suggesting that he should simply be left alone for now. The other person asks what will happen if Vargan goes against them as Varnelli did. Helios responds that, in such a case, Vargan will be sent to his sister's embrace in exactly the same way. He then states that it is late and suggests they leave to meet the patriarch of the Helm family. The scene shifts to a city where a group of girls gathers. Maria, holding a shiny ring, addresses her viewers and greets them. She introduces herself as Maria, the chief reporter of the Sound of Wind. She states that she is currently in Dersona, the Helm family's city, where the Hades assembly is taking place. She further explains that this assembly is being held on an unprecedented scale because many extraordinary individuals who will be remembered in history have gathered to witness this event. A gray-haired girl expresses her amazement, remarking that the crowd is even larger than she had expected, while Vinchin observes that even a loser will stand on such a grand stage. Merlin comments on the magnificence of both the arena and the city. Another man sitting beside him remarks that he believes the spectacle was achieved by draining wealth from the smaller towns on the outskirts of Helm territory. Maria adds that those who are truly noteworthy are the overlords of the continent, the heads of the 3 great families who have come to accompany their children. She glances at a group of people and announces that the contestants of the assembly are making their entrance as Vinchin and his team arrive. Raven's father proudly says that he is indeed his son, gesturing toward the magic crystal. Meanwhile, Akin notices a girl and asks why she is present. She replies that, as a Helem, she thought he might feel lonely with no one around him. Master questions whether she plans to keep an eye on him to prevent him from taking any action. She acknowledges that he knows her intentions well. He retorts, asking why she is so determined to stop him, pointing out that if Helen grows in power, it will benefit both her and Khan. She responds by stating that the current state of Helem is different from what they envision. Master accuses her of acting virtuous, remarking that while his hands may be stained with blood, hers are far from clean. He reminds her that everything she enjoyed growing up was only possible because of him, including the seat she now occupies beside Khan, which she obtained by stepping over Vincent's mother. She responds that she has not forgotten and will not deny it, stating that, for her, this is an act of atonement. He scoffs, dismissing her words as nonsense, and tells her to do as she pleases while inwardly resolving that even if she tries to stop him, he will kill Vincent. He declares that it has been 200 years since Helem blossomed into its current splendor. Maria announces once again, mentioning that some terrorists, who call themselves revolutionaries, may be attempting to cause trouble during the assembly. Master raises a flower high and expresses his hope that this event will allow Helem to bloom again as brightly as the Hades flower, after which the assembly is named. Raven urges everyone to get started, impatiently calling for the event to begin. Vincent gazes at the flower and reflects that Helem will indeed blossom in splendor once it is finally freed from his evil influence. A faint smile crosses his face. Master thinks to himself that Vincent may laugh now, but the next time they meet, it will be at his coffin. He declares to the gathered crowd that they will soon witness who will emerge as the last person standing among Helem's magic element sword unit and the 3 young masters of the great families. He begins the countdown and announces the start of the Hades assembly as everyone prepares for the battle. One of the opposing team leaders thinks that the young competitors will be too preoccupied with defending their family's honor to notice what is happening around them. Merlin strategizes that their Helem magic element sword unit will exploit the distraction to find an opening and eliminate Vincent. Meanwhile, Master observes the arena, noting that it is filled with martial artists under his command. He believes the battle will be over quickly if Vincent is taken out before he gets a chance to act. As Merlin moves toward Vincent to launch an attack, Vincent counters with precision. Raven intervenes, striking Merlin's team and knocking out 2 of its members. He warns them not to get in their way. Kagan, observing the clash, mocks them by calling them losers. The scene shifts to the past, where Laurent presents the Eye of Athenia to Versa. She examines it and asks if it is truly the Eye of Athenia. Laurent confirms, explaining that it is one of the magical tools created by Athenia, the first head of the Helem family. Versa reflects on the connection between Athenia Helem and the Dragon King Ableton, recalling the story of Athenia's unfulfilled love. Athenia, a brilliant mage, had persistently pursued Ableton, a powerful warrior of the Dragonkin. However, their love remained tragic and unfulfilled due to the differences in their races. Laurent elaborates that throughout Helem's history, Athenia crafted many treasures and magical tools for Ableton. Among them is Athenia's Eye, which was designed to foresee dangers that might befall Ableton. To demonstrate its power, Laurent throws the Eye of Athenia toward a wall. Upon impact, a magical circle resembling an eye forms around the wall. He explains that when something touches the spike at its center, the user can see through it and beyond. Laurent then instructs Versa to take the Eye of Athenia with her to the arena the next day. Vincent, standing silently nearby, watches the interaction. Versa looks at him, hands him the Eye of Athenia, and asks if he understands what they intend to do with it. He explains that they will gather evidence of their grandfather's evil deeds in front of everyone, citing an example like Melitham's magical crystal factory. He points out that refining the grace, akin to the blood of the Dragonkin, would require a facility as large as the one in Melitham. He adds that their grandfather would likely never leave such a facility outside of Dersona. She agrees, noting that their grandfather fears what he cannot control. He replies that the facility for producing the grace is undoubtedly in Dersona. Based on what he knows, the only place in Dersona where such a large facility could be hidden is the Dersona Grand Arena. The scene shifts to the present, where someone explains that upon entering the arena, multiple magical crystals will scan each contestant's status. If it is determined that a contestant is unable to fight, they will be eliminated and immediately teleported outside the arena by magic. The goal of the gathering is to injure as many opponents as possible and remain standing until the end. Merlin steps forward, raises his hand, and asks a question. What happens if someone accidentally kills an opponent during the match? The other person responds that, in that case, if death occurs during a duel, and it is deemed unavoidable, it will be considered honorable. Vincent begins to think that the real problem lies ahead, revealing the entire arena with Athena's eye. He will need to hold it and infuse it with mana for a certain period to activate its power. This means he will have to remain still in the middle of the arena, right in the heart of Gafonso's men, who will undoubtedly seek to kill him the moment they notice him. He realizes that the only way to avoid such a situation is to use the eye in a safe state, with no one targeting him. However, Vincent knows that facing all of Helheim's elites alone is an impossible task. At that moment, Kagan notices Vincent's focused expression and asks if he is nervous. Vincent, aware of his dilemma, thinks that this is precisely why he needs Raven and Kagan. He speaks up and proposes a plan. As they all know, this gathering has turned into a proxy war between the heads of the families. Therefore, he suggests that one of them must emerge as the winner, and to achieve this, they should focus on eliminating Helheim's soldiers first. Once it is just the three of them remaining, they can then focus on attacking each other. A bald warrior grows scared and exclaims that this was not part of the plan. Master, also shocked by the unexpected turn of events, asks what is happening and why they are helping Vincent. Vincent and his team launch an attack on the warriors, and one of them orders them to attack everyone they see. In response, Vincent unleashes his thunder power giant, a continuous spark of lightning to strike them down. Maria watches the display and comments on the impressive martial prowess of Prince Vincent of Adinka. Just last year, he had been regarded as one of the 7 useless princes, a pitiful figure. But that image is nowhere to be seen now. The bald warrior insists that things will not unfold as Vincent thinks and charges to counterattack. Vincent blocks his strike with his sword, though the force of the blow nearly causes Vincent's sword to break. He thinks to himself that no matter how much these fools strut around, the difference in their strength is undeniable. The bald warrior, determined, thinks that when it comes down to it, the difference in strength will be clear. He plans to kill Vincent and claim the reward from the head. However, before he can strike, Kagan suddenly appears behind him and stabs him. With a smirk, Kagan says that the warrior needs to get it together. He has to die by Kagan's hand, or it would be troublesome if he were killed by someone else first. Another warrior arrives behind Kagan, but Vincent warns him just in time, telling him to watch behind. Kagan becomes startled, but Raven quickly throws his spear to protect Kagan. Kagan asks in confusion what is happening, and Vincent explains that the technique used is Raven's. Raven retrieves his sword and asks Kagan if now is really the time to worry about others. He then knocks out the attacking warriors. Kagan, annoyed, mutters that he cannot believe he is accepting help from that fool. Vincent, focusing on the battle, states that they cannot afford to fall behind now. Meanwhile, Master observes the scene and thinks about the recruitment of other noble heirs. He wonders what Vincent is up to and realizes, as expected, that Vincent is dangerous. No matter the cost, he thinks, Vincent must die here. Vincent continues his assault, attacking the remaining warriors and knocking them all out. As he does so, he thinks they cannot get bogged down by just one opponent again. They must end this quickly. He attacks a warrior who attempts to block his strike and hears the warrior declare that he has stirred up too much trouble and that, for the honor of Helheim, he will eliminate Vincent here and now. Vincent responds, recognizing the warrior, and says that it is him. He challenges the warrior, eager to see what he is truly capable of. Kagan comments that this is a stage meant only for the strong and tells the small fry to move aside. At the same time, Raven throws his spear toward the warrior, saying, "Take this." The bald warrior notices the incoming attack and exclaims that it's coming. The other warrior, pointing his sword at Raven, orders him to stop messing around, insults him, and attempts to attack from behind. However, Raven throws his spear like a spinning wheel, knocking out the approaching warriors. The onlookers begin praising their efforts, with one person remarking that the princes have taken down the Helheim soldiers. Another person expresses their amazement, stating that it's incredible. Raven thinks to himself that, with all the warriors defeated, only one opponent remains, the large warrior Vincent is facing. Both he and Vincent lock eyes. Vincent studies the warrior, thinking that if he is a 5-star, Then no, maybe a 6-star. His mana is as massive as his size, but his movements are stiff and filled with openings. Vincent launches into his attack, using Milky Way Wandering Prince, a chain strike, as Kagan and Raven join in, attacking from all sides. However, despite their combined effort, the warrior doesn't show any sign of injury. Kagan, frustrated, wonders what is going on with this guy. He isn't even flinching. The sensation he gives off is unnervingly strong. Vincent thinks there is no way and is stunned when he sees the blessing of the Dwarf King emanating from behind the warrior. Shocked, he barely has time to react as the warrior charges and throws him aside with force. The warrior then does the same to Kagan and Raven, ordering them not to interfere. Raven, still recovering, mutters in disbelief that the warrior isn't even budging from their combined attacks. Kagan, equally stunned, asks if this is some kind of high-level defensive trait, remarking that the warrior is insanely tough. The warrior turns toward them and speaks with contempt, declaring that Vincent is attempting to destroy Helame's honor, the honor that everyone has bled to build. Vincent, wounded, struggles to rise and retorts, speaking from the side that the one who made them bleed sure speaks easily of honor. The warrior scoffs at Vincent, calling him young and inexperienced. He explains that a warrior's honor lies in faithfully carrying out orders, even if it means capturing people and breaking their limbs, even if it means crushing them. Vincent, still determined, responds that every task requires a certain sacrifice. It is simply his turn to be in that position. With a brief gesture, he heals himself. The warrior, looking at him in shock, sneers and declares that he will become fertilizer for Helame's honor. He scoffs further, saying not to make him laugh. Vincent thinks to himself, questioning when the honor of this era became so twisted. A warrior's honor is not about using strength to crush others. He asserts that a warrior's strength only holds meaning when it is used to protect people. He refuses to let someone like this warrior defile the true concept of honor any longer. The warrior, undeterred, challenges Vincent to do his worst and charges forward, ready to attack. Vincent, equally prepared, braces for the counterattack. From a distance, Master watches the scene unfold, feeling something is off. He wonders why Vincent is so obsessed with winning, and why everyone around him seems to believe everything will end if Vincent wins. They act as if all will be lost if he succeeds. Master's thoughts shift as he wonders if they're planning to reveal the dragon's blood stored deep underground. He immediately dismisses the idea as ridiculous. The facility, buried so deep underground, would be difficult to expose. But then, doubt creeps in. Master realizes he can't predict what Vincent might do and knows he can't let his guard down. He turns to his butler, instructing him to prepare to move. He then glances back at Versa, his thoughts swirling with unease. He questions why she is just standing there, unmoving, and wonders if she might be trying to destroy the evidence. Master begins to think that if Versa isn't stopping him, perhaps she's part of the plan. He considers the possibility that Vincent is merely bait and that they are using his actions to uncover the existence of the underground facility. If that is the case, then moving now would guide Versa directly to the underground location. At that moment, Versa notices his gaze and asks what the matter is, questioning if he has something urgent to attend to. Master, anger flaring within him, reacts sharply, abusing her for questioning him. Versa asks what is troubling him, questioning whether he has something more pressing to attend to, while he angrily calls her name. She calmly responds that she can handle the event, encouraging him to leave if he wishes. However, she adds that unless he intends to deceive her right before her eyes, she expects him to stay. He thinks to himself that he cannot act in this situation, feeling trapped by her careful manipulation. She suggests they continue watching the meeting, confident that the outcome will soon be decided. Meanwhile, the battle between Vincent and the warrior continues, with the warrior demanding that Vincent stop running and engage him. He unleashes a powerful blast, but Vincent expertly blocks the attack. Kagan and Raven, surprised by the intensity of the confrontation, quickly assist Vincent. Kagan mutters in frustration, remarking that the situation is driving him crazy. The warrior, undeterred, tells them not to interfere and insults them before charging at Vincent once more. Vincent nimbly evades the attack, jumping back to avoid it. Kagan realizes that the warrior has been ignoring them entirely, his sole focus being Vincent. Despite Vincent's relentless attacks, the warrior remains unscathed, his defenses seemingly impenetrable. Vincent reflects that the only way to break through his defenses is by using a special sword technique that can cut through the warrior's abilities. He thinks to himself that if he takes out the warrior first, he will no longer need to worry about anything else. They must create an opening to unleash the special sword strike. He knows, however, that as a 6-star warrior, the opponent will not give them such an opening. He calls to Raven, telling him to look at the sky. Raven, initially confused, comments that the weather is fine but suddenly understands the hint and smiles. The warrior charges at Vincent, questioning his intentions, but Kagan intervenes, blocking the attack. Kagan remarks that it has all been about Vincent, and the warrior has completely ignored him. He declares that he is the one who will win the meeting and become the star. He insists that the warrior stop ignoring him and continues attacking relentlessly. Despite Kagan's repeated strikes, the warrior is unharmed, his shield protecting him. Just as the battle seems to stall, Vincent appears behind the warrior. The warrior turns, asking where Vincent thinks he is going. At that moment, Merlin leaps onto the warrior's shoulder, preparing to strike with his partisan spear throw. Raven, astonished by Merlin's ability to fly, watches in awe as Merlin hurls his spear toward Vincent. Vincent stops the spear with his sword and ascends into the sky. The warrior looks up, shocked, and asks what he is doing in the sky. Vincent rises higher, then descends toward the battlefield with full force. The warrior, stunned, exclaims in disbelief, asking what is coming from the sky. Another warrior asks if Vincent is planning to use a special sword strike. Khan observes that at this height, Vincent can execute his sword technique without interference, and most importantly, he will not give his opponent a chance to evade. The warrior realizes he must escape. Vincent reflects that if Helame's honor was truly mentioned, only 2 people in the Helame family understood what it meant. One had betrayed them and submitted to Gafonso, and how dare that person speak of honor? With that thought, Vincent unleashes his special sword strike, Transcendence, 2 forms, and a blast that echoes across the battlefield. He follows it up with Milky Way, Flowing Star, cutting through the warrior's arm and slashing his body. The crowd watches in shock at the display of power. A girl exclaims that all of Helame's soldiers have fallen, and the princes have won. Another girl reflects on how this must have been Vincent's plan all along, though hastily made, and how it worked. She realizes that as the little king's traits grow stronger, he becomes increasingly troublesome to face. Vincent then draws both his powerful sword and spear, preparing to attack the warrior once more as he leaps to the ground. Kagan comments that only they are left now, and Raven, eager for the final clash, asks if they will begin and challenges Vincent to settle it. Kagan and Raven prepare themselves to attack while Vincent focuses, thinking that this is the final stage. Vincent thinks that from this point onward, the battle is solely his. Versa watches closely, aware that everything now depends on him. However, she also sees a flaw in the plan, and there is no guarantee that Vincent can defeat all of them. Just then, Laurent approaches her, calling her sister. Vincent, determined, asserts that it is fine, and that he will win in honor of Adinka. Versa reflects on the regrets and wishes she has placed entirely on him, praying that he will succeed. Meanwhile, Khan and his team continue to observe the battlefield. Master, growing impatient, thinks that the battle should be over by now, and in frustration, he mutters that he just wants Vincent to die already. Vincent begins to engage with Kagan and Raven. Kagan steps forward, declaring that he will take care of Vartican first. Raven, not to be outdone, also attacks and taunts Vincent, asking if this is all he's got, challenging him to show something more impressive. Kagan, confident, agrees to show him everything, and they all engage in a fierce clash. Vincent, seizing the opportunity, prepares to strike when they are close together. He launches his attack with Chain Strike, Thunder Giant, and Amun-Run Heavy Sword technique, targeting both of them with devastating force. Kagan says that Vincent is incredibly strong, while Raven, laughing, comments that Vincent is on fire and he can't afford to lose either. Both of them attack Vincent, who quickly evades their strikes. They try again, but Vincent manages to push Raven back and avoid Kagan's Crescent Moon Slash, which creates a circle around him. Vincent and Raven leap out of the circle, narrowly escaping. Vincent thinks to himself that the flow of Crimson Vitality has intensified, and if this continues, Kagan won't last much longer. Kagan is clearly aiming for a quick victory. Preparing for his next attack, Kagan realizes that if he doesn't give it his all now, he will be defeated. Raven, sensing the intensity, asks if this is a full-power battle and challenges Kagan to bring it on. Kagan unleashes his sword spirit in a powerful attack, while Raven counters with his penetrate skill. Vincent, anticipating their moves, uses his supernatural sword strike, third form, Thunder Strike, to block both of their attacks and launch a counterstrike. The impact creates a massive explosion that stuns everyone in the vicinity. Vincent sustains injuries from the powerful attack and reflects that he didn't expect this battle to end without harm. Observing the wound, he acknowledges its depth and wonders about the others. His eyes shift to Raven and Kagan, who are also visibly injured, and he considers whether this has reached a stalemate. As expected, Samian and Vartican are formidable opponents. Suddenly, he notices an eerie silence. After such a dramatic explosion, there are no screams, no cheers. Something feels off. Alarmed, he thinks no way and immediately executes another supernatural sword strike. Raven, preparing for a counterattack, realizes he doesn't have the strength to dodge. Kagan, equally drained, wonders if this is the end. As Vincent's strike approaches, someone intervenes, saving both Raven and Kagan from the attack. They manage to escape unscathed. Kagan asks what just happened and whether the attack was missed. Raven questions why this occurred and what exactly saved them. Kagan joins in, demanding to know what that was. Vincent, scanning the surroundings, notices something peculiar in front of him and states that it seems they are trapped in this arena. Two witches observe the unfolding events from a distance. One of them, intrigued, asks what is happening, while the other, disappointed, remarks that things are just starting to get interesting. Elsewhere, someone impatiently asks how much longer they have to wait, while another speculates if the match is being manipulated and urges them to restart it. Versa demands an explanation for what is happening. Meanwhile, Master, grinning, mutters that, finally, he will witness Vincent's demise. He inwardly muses that the next time they meet, Vincent will be nothing more than a corpse. Master states that he has a brief announcement. He explains that there has been an error in some of the magic used for the meeting, and that the Mage Tower requires time for maintenance. Vargan wonders what the Mage Tower is, while Master further clarifies that, for the safety of the spectators, the arena has been temporarily sealed with a barrier, requesting them to wait for a moment. Versa considers that this situation was not part of any scenario during the investigation and asks what is happening. Master responds that it is insurance, revealing that he had sought help from some of Damer's friends. He adds that once the barrier is removed, the scene of the three of them annihilated will be witnessed. Correcting himself, he states that it will be a scene staged to appear as if they were annihilated. Angered, she calls him father, grabs his neck, and demands that he remove the children from the arena immediately. He dismisses her reaction, calling her pathetic, and accuses her of betting on Sarvana's child, whom she had been so jealous of, only to fail. He then asks if she cannot see that he has been helping her, noting that only her 7 children now remain in Adanka. She demands clarification, but as she processes his words, she quickly realizes something, becomes alarmed, and runs away, determined to stop whatever is happening, even by force if necessary. Meanwhile, the butler informs his master that Versa is heading toward the arena. The master declares that it is too late, emphasizing that it is pointless to go now. Meanwhile, Khan observes the magical shield and reflects that the old man must have done something, suspecting his greed. He remarks that he is growing tired of waiting and might as well get a drink. Kishak, surprised by the sudden suggestion, questions why he would ask for a drink since it is unlike him. Khan responds that in Helheim, he has heard there is an abundance of rare liquor, particularly the dirty liquor that was smuggled in, shocking his companions upon hearing this. At the same time, Kagan questions what Vincent means by trapped as he approaches him. Vincent explains that the rift was caused by a supernatural slash. Kagan notices that the rift appears to be closing and doubts if such a thing is even possible. Vincent clarifies that they seem to have been trapped by a mage whose abilities are beyond his comprehension, noting that the mage is continuously layering magic to seal the rift, despite being seriously injured. He adds that the teleportation magic intended to send them outside the arena is not working. Kagan grimly states that from the very beginning, there was never any intention to let them survive. Raven considers that if someone capable of casting such a powerful spell appears, they will be unable to handle it in their injured state. He realizes that it is too dangerous to remain here and that they need to escape quickly. Meanwhile, Vincent urges everyone to prioritize getting out of the area. Suddenly, 2 portals materialize in front of Raven and Kagan, and giant hands emerge, seizing them by the neck. Both struggle against the grip, shouting for release. Vincent turns to them, calling out their names in alarm. At that moment, Helios arrives and comments that this must be their first face-to-face meeting. introducing himself as Helios, the master of the Mage Tower. Vincent immediately thinks that if Helios truly is the Mage Tower master, such a significant figure assisting Gafonso is a troubling development. Helios acknowledges Vincent's supernatural slash, describing it as an intriguing technique capable of creating a rift in his magic. Vincent directly questions why Helios is aiding Gafonso, but Helios dismissively responds that it is not something Vincent needs to know. Without further explanation, Helios conjures a magical circle, preparing to attack. Declaring that Vincent will die here, he unleashes his spell. Vincent quickly assesses the situation, realizing that directly confronting the Mage Tower Master's magic would be too dangerous. His immediate priority is to dodge the attack and find a way to counter strategically. He is unable to dodge and gets injured due to Helios's attack, when Helios calmly remarks that there is no need to worry, as he does not intend to kill him just yet. It is part of his orders to stage the scene as though they died by each other's swords. Helios grabs Vincent's neck with his magical hand, while Vincent coughs up blood and questions him about whose orders he is following, the Adanka elders or the Samian family. Helios mocks him, calling him naive. As Helios prepares to strike him again, Vincent narrowly escapes his grasp. Helios sits near him, pointing out that since Vincent already has a wound on his side, it would be best to drive the blade even deeper. In desperation, Vincent bites down on Helios's sword and manages to break free from the magical hand. Helios stares at him, bewildered, and demands to know what he is doing. Seizing the moment, Vincent uses a chain strike, summoning the power of the Thunder Giant to counterattack, successfully pushing Helios away. Helios, enraged, refers to him as a savage brute and questions how he dares to resist. Meanwhile, Vincent uses a supernatural slash to launch another attack, while evading Helios's retaliation. Furious, Helios attacks again, but Vincent counters with precision, managing to cut his arm in the process. Helios wonders if the strongest defensive magic has been broken, while Vincent declares that the person who interrupted their battle must pay the price. Raven and Kagan rise to their feet and rush to attack Helios, intending to assist Vincent. Raven demands that Kagan stop interfering, to which Kagan retorts by calling them worthless fools who do not understand their place. Helios questions when they manage to get up again and thinks this is his opportunity to display his full power. Vincent activates his powerful sword and charges toward Helios. In response, Helios summons a magical circle to counterattack all of them, cursing and declaring that he no longer cares about maintaining control. He vows to turn them all into dust. Vincent realizes the danger of Helios's magic and thinks they must stop it. But he hesitates, knowing that using his ultimate sword strike now would lead to his own destruction. Helios directs his attack toward Vincent, shouting for him to die. However, Laurent suddenly intervenes, breaking through the barrier. Laurent appears in the midst of the battle and strikes Helios, stepping in to aid Vincent. Vincent looks at him, recognizes him, and asks if he is Laurent, expressing concern about the danger of the situation. Laurent moves toward Helios, channeling his magical powers. Helios notices this and questions what is happening, while Raven and Kagan also observe in astonishment, wondering aloud about the magic Laurent is using. They are shocked as Laurent stops Helios's attack with a single hand. Vincent, still in disbelief, asks how Laurent could be here. At that moment, he notices Vargan creating a magical circle to open a portal and realizes Vargan is responsible. Vargan confirms that he made it but collapses from exhaustion as Quebal rushes to his side and asks if he is alright. Vargan reflects on the complexity of the barrier magic, acknowledging that the gap inside Vincent must have been the key to its creation. Khan arrives on the scene, kicking the guards aside, and remarks that he has endured much, but thanks to their efforts, they now have the chance to save the children. Vargan struggles to stand and apologizes, explaining that his power only allowed one person enough time to enter through the portal. Quebal helps him up and hesitantly asks if sending Laurent alone poses a risk. Verser reassures them, stating that Laurent will be fine and that it is exactly the help they need now. Meanwhile, Vincent calls out to Laurent, urging him to step aside. He grabs Laurent by the hoodie, insisting that the situation has become dire, and pulls the hoodie back to reveal his face. Laurent calmly responds, addressing Vincent as one of the heirs of the two great families, and remarks that he hopes Vincent does not mind watching as he upholds the honor of Helen. When Vincent sees Laurent's face, he is momentarily stunned. The scar over Laurent's eye catches his attention, and he thinks it is impossible. If this is truly Laurent Helem, how could he be alive? He recalls that Laurent had no talent in martial arts, even before losing his eye, and had been weaker than most noble sons of their class. Helios comments with confidence that he does not know what trick Laurent used to block his magic, but refuses to be intimidated. Laurent firmly warns Helios to cancel his magic immediately and charges toward him. As Laurent approaches, Helios is struck by the sheer strength of his aura. Laurent unleashes a powerful attack, slamming Helios into the ground with a giant demonic hand. The force of the impact is immense, breaking Helios's teeth and leaving him severely injured. The master observes the situation, noting that the barrier has vanished, and finally, he thinks he will see that idiot dead. He comments that Laurent did not die as expected. A magician nearby asks what is happening, recognizing the appearance of a monster and wondering what occurred inside. He questions whether they had not been told that a magical investigation was being conducted and whether Laurent had not been confirmed dead. Laurent declares his name, Laurent Helem, and grabs a pill from his pocket. He introduces himself as the leader of the civil revolution and a member of the Helem family. He explains that he has crucial information to share and, without hesitation, bites into the pill. Vincent asks if Laurent has more of those pills. The master thinks to himself that, as expected, these men are planning to reveal something significant. Suddenly, Laurent's form begins to change, and his body transforms into something monstrous, signaling the start of a dangerous transformation. A magician asks what is happening, while another exclaims in shock that it is a monster. They are horrified to witness Laurent's transformation, realizing that a person has turned into a monster. Laurent calmly explains that this is not a curse, but a blessing, one created from refined dragonkin blood. He reveals that this blessing is the secret weapon of the Helem family. The master, enraged, charges toward Laurent, shouting for him to stop and demanding that his mouth be silenced. Drawing his sword, he rushes in to attack Laurent. However, Laurent counters with precision, stabbing the master. Standing over his wounded opponent, Laurent mockingly points out that despite being blind and having no formal training in martial arts, he was able to block the sword of a martial arts family head. Laurent declares that the purpose of this blessing is to create an overwhelming army imbued with the power of the Dragonkin, a force meant to seize control of the entire continent. He accuses the master of exploiting surrounding cities for his father's ambitions, turning them into laboratories to perfect this so-called blessing. The master, furious and unwilling to accept these accusations, yells for Laurent to be silent. He charges again, calling Laurent's claims baseless lies meant to destroy him, dismissing everything as a conspiracy. Vincent presents the evidence, revealing the Eye of Athenia and conjuring a magical circle with it. The master thinks in disbelief that it's impossible, recognizing the magical tool from Athenia. He exclaims loudly, refusing to accept what he's seeing. Vincent responds calmly, confirming that it is indeed the Eye of Athenia, and activates its power. As the magic unfolds, everyone's attention is drawn to a monstrous sight above them. Shock ripples through the group as one of them gasps, recognizing the creatures hanging in chains. The voice of disbelief murmurs, identifying them as dragonkin, thought to be extinct, yet now present in large numbers. A woman stares in horror at the sight of these creatures, noting the blood spilling from their bodies. She asks whether they were kept alive solely to have their blood continually extracted, shuddering at the horrifying realization that the Helem family, once thought prestigious, could engage in such cruelty. Vincent stands firm, declaring that this is undeniable proof. The Helem family had captured the Dragonkin and subjected them to horrific experiments to weaponize their blood. He explains that, as an extension of these experiments, the Helems only granted the blessing to those who were loyal to them, creating a divide among the citizens. Vincent asks if this is true, if the Helem family's actions have truly led to their downfall. The master, in denial, vehemently protests, urging everyone to listen to him and reject Vincent's claims. Vincent stands firm, revealing the truth. This is all his work. Vincent Adenka, the seventh prince of Adenka, and his mother, Bertha Helem. The master, enraged, dismisses it as a trap, claiming that these are all lies. He curses, frustrated, and demands that Helios clean up this mess, saying that this was never part of their agreement. At that moment, Helios attacks, introducing himself with a chilling calmness, declaring, "Nice to meet you, Lord of the Helem family." He reveals that he is Helios, the sixth tower master. Vincent calls out to Helios, his mind racing with confusion. He wonders where this second Helios has come from. As Helios moves past Raven, Raven thinks to himself that he has not noticed him at all until now. Helios casually remarks that things are quite complicated within the magic tower. He continues, stating that he had heard rumors of those aiding evil under someone's orders, but to think they would go so far as to impersonate him, it's all his fault. With that, he demonstrates a powerful magic spell, showcasing the depth of his involvement in the situation. He bows and offers his apology in this manner, while the master asks if he is a fake tower master, and wonders how he could be here. Kagan contemplates whether this is the real Helios, considering if they had struggled so much against a mere imitation. Vincent agrees with his thoughts, noting that if it had been the real tower master, Helios would not have given him an opening, nor would he have lost his arm to the mystical sword strike. However, he also reflects that the magic which had trapped them had not disappeared, even after the strike. He wonders if Helios, the sixth tower master, is also their enemy. Laurent bows before Vincent and explains that the blessing has side effects, as the soul of a great demon was used in its production. He warns that if consumed in large quantities, one becomes a victim of the demon's pact. Vincent ponders if it is truly a demon pact. Laurent continues, stating that the more of the blessing one takes, the more addictive it becomes, causing the user to lose their reason while gaining immense power. The master considers Laurent's words for a moment before reluctantly acknowledging that he has won. However, he refuses to yield quietly. He grabs a pill, intending to consume it, and declares that no one should forget who created the blessing with this, someone like him. As he attempts to swallow the pill, Laurent punches him away to prevent him from doing so, sending the master crashing to the ground. The master is hurt, and as Laurent prepares to attack again, the onlookers panic, shouting that a monster is rampaging and urging everyone to run away. One person curses the Helm family, remarking that they had created such a creature in large quantities. Vincent calls out to Laurent, urging him to regain control of himself. Just then, Khan arrives, telling Vincent to step back. He reassures him that they will handle the situation from there. Someone points out, noticing the heads of the three great families approaching, and wonders if they are planning to take down the monster. Vincent, deep in thought, considers if this is Laurent's plan, to reveal all of Helm's atrocities and then fall at the hands of heroes. He recalls Laurent asking, for now, if he could simply watch over him while protecting the honor of Helm, eternally testing the consequences of Helm's misdeeds. Vincent removes his coat, feeling a pang of regret. He apologizes silently to Laurent, knowing that even if it is the best course of action, he cannot stand by and watch. He prepares for battle, addressing the lords and requesting their forgiveness for his rudeness. He resolves to face Laurent himself. Meanwhile, Keshak speaks, understanding Vincent's affection for his uncle, but emphasizing that after making a contract with a demon, Laurent is now nothing more than a mindless monster. He insists that ending it quickly is the best option. Another warrior adds that if Vincent charges toward the audience, it will result in disaster, urging him to step aside. Khan asks if Vincent has a plan, and another person inquires about the details of that plan. Vincent responds, explaining that because it is a demon contract, Laurent still has a chance. Vincent explains that he once saved someone who had made a contract with a demon, causing Khan to think of Malron. Vincent continues, revealing that he made a promise to his mother to bring down Helm. He bows respectfully, asking for help in keeping the promise he made to his mother and father. As Laurent charges toward Vincent, the latter looks behind him and realizes that Laurent has completely lost his mind. Laurent lets out a roar and attempts to attack Khan from behind, but Khan blocks the strike using his aura power. Khan states that he will allow 3 moves, and if Laurent can yield just 3 of them to his son, he will consider it. Keshak reflects on Khan's willingness to go this far for his child, while another warrior, after considering Vincent's position as the 7th child, recalls Sarvana and realizes that Vincent truly is her son. With this realization, the warrior decides to test Vincent's resolve and tells him to give it a try. However, he warns that after 3 moves, there will be no mercy. Keshak acknowledges his debt to Khan for this and assures him that he will make sure to repay him later, while Khan continues to block Laurent's attacks. Khan tells Vincent to leave the rest to him as he punches Laurent away. Vincent agrees and charges forward to attack Laurent. The scene shifts to a flashback where Sister Hina asks how to deal with those who have received grace. Vincent, putting his coat back on, responds affirmatively, indicating that he was able to handle it. He explains that he dealt with the high-level citizens who had attacked him and Laurent. Sister Hina inquires how he managed to do it, offering two possible approaches. One option, she says, is to overpower them with physical force. She acknowledges that while they have high mana resistance, their scales are still just a creature's defense, and if struck by a boulder or hit by a cannonball, they would be incapacitated. Vinchin remarks that she used a sword, to which Sister Hina responds that the method she employed was the second option. She explains that Grace is an inferior version of a true dragonborn, and those scales are not as dense as the original. There are fine gaps between the scales, and if one possesses the eyes and speed to detect those gaps, they can pierce through the scales and target the body. He acknowledges that it is not easy and considers that Hina's blessing, granted by the mad sculptor Mycelian, makes it possible due to the blessing that bestows precise and swift swordsmanship. The scene shifts back to the present, where Vinchin attacks Laurent and thinks that one move relies on speed, where he will trust in the Wanderer of the Milky Way. The only remaining factor is his eyes to spot the gaps between the scales. He recalls having Julian's eyes, the eyes of a god that can recall magical circuits at a glance, without error, and attacks Laurent. He thinks that 2 moves are left, and the next will be his final chance. His body is at its limit. If he uses his supernatural sword strike now, he will not remain unharmed. However, he decides he will not stop, as Julian, who speaks up, insists on stopping him. Despite this, Vinchin does not want to disappoint Sister Hina again. As the monster roars, Vinchin prepares to attack. Julian then announces that he has found it, the 4 gaps extending from the shoulder to the chest. He must draw a sword path through them. Vinchin sees it, the black sword path, which he had seen with Malron. This is his only chance, and if he fails, he cannot save Laurent. He uses his supernatural sword strike to attack Laurent. Vinchin strikes Laurent, stabbing his chest, and wonders if it is too shallow. Laurent roars again, urging him to attack. Raven is shocked by this, while Vinchin thinks that, at this rate, Laurent will transform once more. Laurent then shatters his monstrous form, breaking free from the shell and collapsing to the ground. Everyone is stunned, exclaiming that the monster has fallen, calling it incredible. A magician remarks that the Adanka prince has saved them. Vinchin, thinking he has done it, realizes it is not over yet. He bows down and drives his sword into the ground, knowing he cannot fall now with the eyes of the world upon him. This is his chance to bring down Helam. He will bring down Helim of Gafonso. He declares that Helim has grown fat with evil deeds over time, with the Hyads flower flourishing on the resentment and blood of many, its petals decorated only with corruption. He acknowledges that not everyone has bowed to evil, that there are those who have not lost their honor, those who have pursued righteousness in their own way. To those listening, he addresses the honorable people of Helem, declaring that now is the time to rise. Maria arrives at the scene and demands to know what Vinchin is doing. She insists that this is huge news and orders them to write the article and publish it immediately. Another person questions if this isn't a massive political issue, while someone else warns that if they mess this up, they are done for. Maria, visibly angry, retorts, asking if they have no journalistic integrity and if they truly aren't going to cover this after witnessing it. She points out that if they don't publish now, other media outlets will beat them to the scoop. She orders them to focus on the Wind Sound article and get it out first. The 2 journalists agree and rush off quickly. Maria thinks to herself that she will deliver Vinchin's story to the world faster than anyone else, and that Vinchin Adanka won't be able to escape the spotlight. Meanwhile, another warrior, watching the scene, wonders aloud if Vinchin truly did it, defeating the Dragonine scales in just 3 moves. He places a hand on Vinchin's shoulder, amazed, and laughs. He remarks that, as expected, he is the rival of his son. Vinchin, barely able to stay on his feet, thinks he might faint. The warrior laughs again and reminisces, saying that it brings back old memories of how they used to end up in similar states after exhausting sparring sessions. Kishak asks if this is really the time to laugh, urging Vinchin to get immediate treatment. Khan, looking serious, calls for Herka. Meanwhile, Vargan leaps forward, aiming to attack Vinchin. Quibal remarks that it's mayhem once again. He suggests they head to Priest Durin and teleports them 3, confirming that he remembers where they were sitting. As Quibal grabs Laurent, he acknowledges that the location has changed now, and together, they create magical circles to teleport. Another warrior, watching the scene, comments that he had treated Vinchin like a fool, but now sees how much he dotes on his son. Khan, nodding in agreement, says that he understands his feelings. The narrator describes the aftermath, Helem descended into chaos. Bertha Helem took matters into her own hands, personally purging everyone associated with the blessing following Vincent's speech. The hidden citizens who had been part of the revolutionary forces throughout the city suddenly poured into the streets, launching surprise protests. Everything that had transpired at the Hyades gathering turned into competitive news articles, making it impossible for Gafonso's power to maintain its stronghold any longer. After some time, Vincent recalls that Lord Kajin stabbed Davin. His eyes snap open, and he rises quickly, exclaiming a firm no as he asks where he is. Sister Hina observes that he seems to have regained consciousness. She inquires if it was that nightmare again and suggests that he should probably seek counseling from the priest. He reflects inwardly, confirming that it was indeed the same recurring dream, and asks how long he has been unconscious. She informs him that he was out for about half a day and mentions that everyone was extremely worried. Vincent then asks about Devon, concerned for his safety. In another room, Versa enters and comments that Vincent has acquired even more scars on his body. At the same time, Laurent regains consciousness, bitterly remarking that he should have died back there. Versa counters by pointing out that it seems Vincent did not share that sentiment. Meanwhile, Julien reappears and questions what Sister Hina is saying. Hina responds by stating that the decision was inefficient and dangerous, calling it unnecessary. Nevertheless, she thanks Julien for saving Laurent. Versa remarks that Hina must feel the same, while Laurent silently wrestles with guilt, thinking about how he nearly harmed that child again. Versa then firmly advises him not to treat his life so lightly anymore, reminding him that he still has an important role in fulfilling as the head of the Helem family. The scene shifts to Master emerging from the river, seething with rage. He inwardly curses the ungrateful fools who dared to put him in such a state. Filled with vengeful determination, he vows that this is far from over, and that none of them will leave Helem alive. As his anger consumes him, he prepares to consume the magical pill in his possession. He tries once again to consume the pill when Helios arrives and tells him to stop immediately, suggesting that it would be best if he quietly disappears from the scene. Master demands to know how Helios dares to stab him in the back, to which Helios replies that Edmund, the fool, spoke unnecessarily, revealing their existence. Helios explains that it would be problematic if any clues were obtained through him and suggests that, for the sake of their nightmare, it would be better to keep things contained. As he speaks, he begins creating a magical circle. Master counters, stating that with Edmund, the tactician, gone, it appears there is no one left to think strategically. He declares this as his answer and reminds Helios of what Helem, through his own hands, has built. Without hesitation, Master consumes the pill, transforming it into a monstrous form. He proclaims that more than any grace that has been created so far, this transformation is something condensed with an immense amount of blood. He believes he has now become the nemesis of the wizards. Helios, hovering in the air, remarks that it remains to be seen if this monstrous form can withstand the magic of a grand wizard. He then conjures a magical sphere, preparing to launch his attack. The master remains unharmed and laughs, mocking Helios for not realizing the futility of his efforts. Helios lands on the ground once more, acknowledging that his attack has had no effect. Master taunts him further, accusing him of feigning composure when death is imminent. In a burst of anger, he slams his fist into the ground and declares that after killing Helios, he will turn his attention to Khan and Laurent. He vows to destroy and kill anyone who dares stand in his way, especially Vincent, whose blood he claims will satisfy his insatiable hunger. Helios launches another attack, severing one of Master's horns. Shocked, Master questions what is happening and what this overwhelming, eerie aura could be. Helios responds by reminding him of the power of Helem, which he has borrowed. Before Master can react further, someone else arrives and undergoes a transformation, their body taking on the form of a monstrous creature before reverting briefly and then transforming again. Master, now filled with terror, recognizes the figure and thinks to himself in disbelief that it is the archdemon Davin. Panic overtakes him as he questions why such a vile creature would appear here. Realizing the danger, he resolves to flee. Davin charges toward him, thinking that his speed is overwhelming. He considers it a gamble as he leaps into the water, hoping to escape. He believes he has succeeded, thinking he can flee if he continues like this. However, Davin strikes him mid-escape, slicing his body into two parts. He then gazes at the lifeless body and inspects the coat, retrieving the pills hidden within it. Helios observes and remarks that even Davin is capable of showing such an expression, wondering if something good has happened. Davin replies that it is nothing, and that he simply had a nightmare. He prepares to consume the pill when a girl arrives and launches an attack on him. He swiftly blocks her strike. At the same moment, Vincent arrives and sees the scene unfolding. He questions whether this is another nightmare, the same recurring vision where a girl fights with Davin. The girl and Davin both notice Vincent. Davin acknowledges his presence, remarking that he was there, and the one-armed Davin confirms his existence. The others echo the statement as they advance toward him. Panicking, Vincent attempts to flee, jolting awake as he cries out. He realizes there is little time left. Hina asks if he has had another one of those nightmares and suggests that he should consult a priest. Meanwhile, Davin silently resolves that they will meet again soon, Vincent Adenka. Vincent reflects that a few more days of rest will allow him to fully recover. Despite this, the dream from the past few days continues to haunt him, lingering even as he eats lunch. He calls Julian, asking if he is certain there was no dream while he was unconscious. Julian, a bit exasperated, responds that he has already told him countless times that there was no dream. He questions what kind of dream could possibly trouble Vincent so much. Vincent ponders the question of what kind of dream it was, and then inquires whether Julian is curious about his past life. Julian, slightly puzzled, asks what he means by that. Vincent explains that he had some suspicions and asks if Julian has figured it out. He believes it is obvious, pointing out that Julian is an expert from Samian, with connections to hero King Kajan Samian and, most significantly, knowledge of the founder Arslan. With clues like these, even an idiot could piece things together. Vincent, struggling to recall, wonders aloud who it was. He then answers his own question, saying the name is Davin, a realization that hits him clearly. Julian screams and calls out to him once again. Vincent finds the situation strange, as it feels like something that has happened before, a similar occurrence from the family's archives. He reflects that, in the end, revealing his true name to Julian seems impossible, especially if this is another scheme left behind by Arslan. He wonders if there is a reason Julian must not learn his true identity. As he walks out, Vincent expresses his desire to quickly understand the meaning of the nightmares he has been experiencing. He questions what happened to his past self and, more importantly, what the truth is that Arslan left behind. As he looks at his shadow in the mirror, he resolves to move forward more quickly toward the truth. Julian agrees but cautions him not to overdo it, reminding him that if he dies, it would all be pointless. Vincent asks if Julian isn't planning to join him this time when someone suddenly arrives, kicking down the door. Vincent steps back, noting the directness of the attack, and wonders if there is still a remnant of the Gafonso. Abel Adenka enters the room, remarking on the impressive ability to dodge Damien's attack. He acknowledges that Vincent's skills from their earlier meeting are indeed genuine. Damien Adenka arrives, laughing as he remarks that Vincent took things quite seriously at that time. Abel, not missing a beat, calls out to him, calling him a fool and saying he has something to discuss with him. Julian comments that they must have seen them at the naming ceremony and identifies them as the direct descendants who stayed at the fortress, the fourth Abel Adenka and the fifth Damien Adenka, as Vincent follows Abel. Vincent asks, now that they are alone, if there should be anyone watching and what it is that Abel wants to talk about with him. Abel, without hesitation, presses his sword against Vincent's neck and asks if he wants to have a conversation, questioning whether Vincent is joking with him. Vincent realizes his body has not fully recovered yet, and he is in no condition to properly resist. Just as things seem to escalate, Hina arrives and swiftly disarms Abel, throwing his sword away. She looks at him with a stern expression and declares that her mission is to protect 8th grade cadet Vincent. She warns that if he interferes with her mission, she will not hold back, even if he is family. Abel asks if she understands what his actions truly mean. He then grabs her hand, noticing the tremor in his own. Vincent asserts that he, Vincent Adenka, will also enter the competition for the head of the family. That is what he declares at this moment. He reflects inwardly, acknowledging that he had never considered the burden of this power struggle, something neither the genius Davin nor the fool Vincent had to bear before, the intense rivalry among the direct bloodline. Vincent continues, clarifying that he has only one goal: to defeat Samian and fulfill the Adenka family's mission to uncover the truth left behind by the founder, Arslan. That, he insists, is all. Abel, sensing that he has won the exchange, thinks that if this is truly what Vincent is claiming, it sounds arrogant. Damien, however, laughs and exclaims that he finds it great. He's all for having more opponents. Abel steps closer to Vincent, placing a hand on his shoulder. Damien then turns to Vincent, asking if he has ever found this mission to be strange. Vincent asks what Damien means by strange. Hina asks what Damien is implying. Damien pauses, recalling his last fight, and after a moment, he states that 500 long years have passed, and during all that time, Adenka has never once defeated Samian. Vincent reflects that if the power difference between the two families were truly that vast, the Samian he knows could have easily overpowered Adenka with their strength. Damien, noting the exchange between them, asks if Vincent has not gone through anything truly significant, which is why he is now aiming for the truth. Vincent agrees, acknowledging that Damien is correct. Damien then mentions that the same was true for their second sister, Dea, the previous winner, who had proposed a theory. He claims that the premise of the theory itself is flawed. Damien recalls Dea's words, the idea that Adenka's bloodline can defeat Samians may not be so simple. He continues, explaining that it requires a much more difficult condition, one that has never been met in over 500 years. He adds that, for example, it might require the head of Adenka's family to defeat the head of Samian's family. The scene shifts back to the present, where Julian asks what Damien means by this and whether Vincent can still complete his mission despite the implication. Vincent responds that it doesn't matter. He declares that, no matter what obstacles stand in his way, he must continue moving forward toward the truth, even if that obstacle is Samian, or even if it's Damien himself standing in front of him. At that moment, Mother Versa arrives, her presence commanding attention as she addresses Vincent. She states that this is something she cannot allow to pass unnoticed, questioning how he dares to push aside her children. She warns him that if he is truly aiming for the head of the family, he will have to answer to her. Hina blocks her mother's way, asking her to wait and listen to her first. Versa insists that she step aside, claiming that Vincent has grown arrogant just because he has performed well. Hina then asks if her mother believes Vincent has been blinded by the fame he has gained. Versa responds sharply, stating that she has never considered someone as insolent and unworthy as Vincent to be her son. Vincent thinks that her eyes look terrifying. Versa commands him to come with her immediately, and he agrees without hesitation. However, Hina grabs his hand, trying to stop him. She warns him not to go, expressing concern that, in her anger, who knows what their mother might do to him. Vincent reassures her, telling her not to worry as nothing will happen. Hina is taken aback by his calm demeanor and surprised by his response. Vincent then says, with determination, that he will go with his mother, and she leads him out. Meanwhile, Julian watches, unsure of what to do, and calls out to his brother, urging him to intervene. Versa, ignoring the others, grabs Vincent's face and asks if he is hurt anywhere. He replies that he is unharmed, thanks to his mother's actions. Julian looks at them and asks what is going on. Vincent explains that it is his mother's ability. She could even use it on herself. She acknowledges this, stating that, as expected, he is quick to catch on. Indeed, she can make her eyes react to her own lies as well. Julian asks why she said all those things. Vincent calmly replies that they were all lies. Now, upon reflection, he recalls that the name of the artifact which reveals the truth was Athenia's eye. He continues, suggesting that Athenia, the first head of Helem, must have had the same blessing as his mother. She confirms this, adding that it hasn't been passed down exactly, but she is certain of it. Vincent, still curious, asks why she believes so. She responds, revealing that it is because she was never able to be with the Dragon King, Ableton. Vincent, confused by the name, asks who the Dragon King Ableton is. Julian places a hand on his shoulder and explains that Ableton was the hero of the Dragonkin, whom Athenia loved. He adds that Athenia's eye and all other magical artifacts were created for him. He was a powerful warrior, blessed with the ability to control water and the strength of the Dragonkin. However, in the end, they could not be together due to the differences in their races. Versa asks what truly separated them, acknowledging that it was certainly not something as simple as race. She explains that the activation of this blessing is compulsory. The moment she desires to read, it immediately distinguishes between truth and lies, even revealing the true feelings of the one she loves. She considers it something akin to a curse. She then shifts the conversation, asking Vincent why he is so obsessed with his mission and the truth beyond it. She wonders if he is willing to go to any lengths, even if it means becoming enemies with his 6 siblings. Vincent suggests that perhaps it's because he was killed for failing to defeat Samian, as though possessed by some ghost or spirit. Versa laughs and calls him an incomprehensible child. Vincent, however, corrects her, noting that it isn't 6 siblings, but rather a different number. He points out that Sister Hina doesn't seem interested in competing for the head of the family. Despite the competition, Hina never showed any hostility toward him. Versa agrees, confirming that Hina likely has no intention of pursuing the position. She goes on to explain that the elders and the minor families, who belatedly entered the competition for the next head, hastily sought a new candidate to represent their interests, and that candidate was Hina. Versa reflects on Hina's nature, acknowledging that Hina has always been a diligent person. She knows how heavy the burdens placed upon her are and how valuable those responsibilities are. Vincent responds, suggesting that his sister must be trying to take responsibility, even while suppressing her own feelings. He then proposes an idea. What if he surpasses her and proves that he is the better candidate for the position of head? In doing so, he could take on the burdens she has been forced to carry and relieve her of them. Versa questions whether he truly wants to free Hina and thinks that not everyone is meant to chase the dream of becoming a warrior. There is no reason, she believes, for other dreams to be looked down upon. Vincent thinks that if there is something Hina has lost under the name of Adinka, he wants to help her reclaim it. He asks if she would like to see for herself whether his resolve is genuine. Versa, hesitating, replies that she really doesn't want him to do that. She wonders if he does have a way to truly free Hina from the weight of it all. After a moment of silence, Quibal arrives at a location, gently placing someone down. He remarks on how sweet the place is, but now he has to return to the fortress, filled with work. The person, clearly reluctant, expresses a desire to stay in Helheim a little longer. Quibal is curious about how they arrived there and looks at Vincent, calling him out. Vincent, in response, is informed that a new mission has been assigned to him from now on. The task involves finding the treasure of Dragon King Ableton at the Francis Art Museum. Hina also arrives, her expression questioning Vincent's methods and asking why he has chosen this path once again. Quibal says that once the mission is completed, Vincent should report to the fortress commander. He assures him that, for his efforts, she will be waiting in Helheim, and thus, the search may now commence. Quibal looks over a document, noting the hidden work of the artist Francis and the search for the Dragon King's grace. He then asks Vargan if he is serious about pursuing this task. Vincent responds, explaining that it is said the treasure of Francis Alem is hidden there, with the Dragon King's grace lying where the light reaches. He adds that these words have been passed down through generations. Quibal questions if Vincent truly believes this, dismissing it as probably a scam. She suggests that if it were real, the Helen family would have already seized it. Vincent then asks if Hina could be assigned as his guard, to which Quibal inquires why he specifically requests her. He explains that given the potential threat from remnants of Helheim, he fears for his safety. Quibal points out that he, the one who dragged the 3 major families into the Hades meeting and stirred up conflict, is now worried. Vincent responds thoughtfully, acknowledging that the fortress commander must personally receive a report from a first-class representative cadet. He suggests that until Hina completes her mission, she could remain in Helheim, thereby addressing both the guard's request and her own duties. Vargan arrives, commenting that now they have traveled this far, it would be beneficial for the children to gain some culture and perspective by showing them something nice. Quibal asks if she should simply retrieve the report and then leave after a few days. Vargan, addressing her as commander, responds that there's no way this excuse will work, calling her stupid Vargan too. He acknowledges her role as fortress commander, adding that perhaps art tours should become part of the formal curriculum. Quibal considers the idea, briefly wondering if it might actually work, before thanking him. Meanwhile, Hina walks away with Vincent, who asks her where she thinks the treasure might be. He replies that he is unsure but questions whether the mission itself feels strange, noting that if the treasure were real, Helheim would have already secured it. Hina clarifies that the mission's goal is to find the treasure and protect him, with priority given to completing the mission. Julian informs Vincent that Laurent is safe and that Gafonso has retreated, though the overall situation remains unchanged. They enter the building, and Vincent comments that it's hard to believe such a magnificent gallery is being neglected like this. He thinks he should ask Laurent to take care of it quickly. As he looks at a painting, he wonders if it could be one by Francis Alem, the namesake of the gallery and the greatest artist of his time. He notes that Francis's masterpieces are responsible for Helene's tourism revenue, a claim that could be made without exaggeration. He admits that even as a layperson, he can feel the remarkable skill in the painting. Hina points out that Francis did not write the piece. Vincent thinks to himself that, as expected, her rushed study reveals her limitations quickly. Her lack of depth becomes apparent. He insists that the painting is one of Francis's signature works. Hina corrects him, explaining that it is a portrait of Francis's mother, painted when she was in her 20s. She adds that the portrait is known for its delicate, realistic style. She further explains that Francis mainly painted portraits of those around him, and his realism astonished everyone. Some people even believe he inherited the blood of the dragon's eye. He asks what she means by that, and Hina explains that the dragon's eye possessed exceptional vision and dexterity, granting him an innate talent for art. She adds that it wasn't just his paintings. The entire gallery was built according to Francis's design, and even today, no one has fully analyzed it. She goes on to say that this is why it's rumored that the treasure Francis left behind could be the Dragon King's grace. Vincent comments that she seems to know quite a lot. He points out that until yesterday, he hadn't even known the name Francis. If he asked 100 soldiers, all would likely say they don't know him. However, he mentions that Francis's work is less impressive than he expected. He compares it to the portrait his sister painted for him when she was 9, which he feels is much better. He suggests that if she had continued painting, she could have painted at least as well. Hina, growing angry, demands to know what he is trying to say. Vincent responds by noting that while she holds a sword, her focus is elsewhere. He remarks that a sword wielded while looking elsewhere can protect nothing. He accuses her of aimlessly swinging her sword, leaving her judgment to others, and as a result, she nearly killed Laurent and tormented the citizens of Helm. He tells her that the sword was used by Gafonso, helping an army of grace users nearly consume the continent. He says that she hasn't achieved her dreams nor wielded her sword righteously. Davin interjects, calling her just a stubborn child, and Vincent asks what she can do in her current state. Hina attacks him, but her strike doesn't land, and he thinks that he could have let a bit more out. Hina, frustrated, responds by saying that, in the end, his goal is to mock her. She admits she's indecisive, but asks what he expects her to do about it. Vincent, undeterred, asks if she feels a little relieved now that she's expressed herself. She demands to know what he means by that, and he replies that not everyone needs to be an absolute warrior. It's also impossible. He tells her that he will take on that role. He will fulfill Adenka's mission and is prepared to surpass both their father and Samian. This is his goal. Vincent then asks what she wants. Hina asks what she wants, but Vincent's attention is diverted as he notices something strange, a shadow on the ground. Julian asks if that is a magic circle, and Vincent realizes that the Dragon King's grace does indeed lie where the light reaches. He understands now that it's real. If he channels mana in this shape, something will happen. Hina calls out to him, asking what he is trying to do as he attempts to stab into the ground to break the circle. Just as he does so, the magic circle activates, and before either of them can react, they both fall into a hidden hole that opens beneath them. As they continue falling, Vincent quickly activates Snowfield Step to cushion his descent, protecting himself and landing safely on the ground. He thinks about how he had overexerted himself back at the meeting and realizes the strain is still lingering, likely for a while. He immediately turns to Hina, asking if she is all right. Hina lands gracefully, replying with confidence that he shouldn't be so surprised. Despite her appearance, she reminds him that she is still a top-ranked representative cadet, and that handling a gap like this is only natural. Julian chuckles, teasing Vincent and asking if his pride is a little bruised. Hina adds that for someone who claimed they would take on the role of a warrior on her behalf, he still seems somewhat lacking. Julian suddenly interjects, saying, "Just now, brother." Vincent cuts him off, acknowledging it as well. Yes, he saw it. Hina smiled. Hina brushes it off and shifts the conversation. She asks what Vincent thinks this space could be. He replies, still uncertain, but speculates whether it might actually be the Dragon King's grace that Francis supposedly left behind. Hina considers the idea, noting that the architectural style does seem to match Francis's designs. However, she questions why he would hide something like this beneath the museum. Vincent ponders silently, wondering if it would be too far-fetched to think this was all Arslan's arrangement. Julian asks, observing that it seems unlikely because the timelines between the figures do not align. He notes that Francis was active around 200 years ago, during the same era as Athenia and Ableton. He further explains that his brother and ancestor, Arslan, lived 500 years ago, leaving a gap of 300 years between their eras. Vincent considers this and agrees that it is true. 500 years ago, the Helem family was not as large or prominent. He recalls when the master explained that Helem has only flourished into its current grandeur over the past 200 years. Vincent concludes that Helem likely grew to its current scale around 2 centuries ago, leaving no apparent reason to establish something this distant from Adenka. He ponders whose intention it could have been to create this place. She gestures toward another painting and draws attention to it. She identifies it as a work by Francis and points out the figure on the left, a dragonkin, speculating that it could be the Dragon King, Ableton. She then remarks that the other figure must be Athenia Helem. If her assumption is correct, she reasons that this would have been a rare painting even in its time. She wonders aloud why it is here now. He wonders if they could be the ones who have arranged this place. If that is the case, he questions what exactly she has left behind. As he places his hand on the painting, the floor begins to tremble, causing the ground to shake. Vincent remarks on what is happening to the ground while she asks if it is shaking. A giant sphere emerges from the ground, and she observes that something has popped out. They watch as the shiny sphere transforms into a massive guardian. Julian identifies it as a guardian, noting that it is an incredibly powerful one. Hina immediately launches an attack on the guardian, cutting it into pieces. Vincent asks what she is doing, but she instructs him to step back, asserting that this is beyond his skill level. The guardian reassembles itself, and she declares that she will handle it. She initiates a relentless assault on the guardian, attacking it continuously. As she strikes with full force, she severs its head. He observes that she is not just fast. Every strike precisely targets the guardian's weak points. He recognizes this as the power of a top-ranked representative cadet, Hina. Hina states that the guardian will stop functioning if its core is destroyed. She reflects on whatever it is that Francis has left behind, determining that she must uncover it. As another guardian appears, she questions whether this is its final desperate attempt. The guardian suddenly targets Vincent, and she realizes that the attack is not directed at her. Recognizing the danger, she calls out a warning. Vincent attempts to evade the attack, thinking that the guardian is trying to use him as a distraction to catch Hina off guard. He acknowledges its cunning nature. She urges him to move out of the way, but he resolves not to fall for the guardian's plan. Hina observes that the guardian's power exceeds what Vincent can manage, realizing he must act faster to stop it. She focuses her energy and initiates the Adenka explosive sword technique, 5th form. Vincent counters the guardian's attack using blueprint deflection, and Hina joins him to reinforce the defense. She thinks with relief that they are not too late. As the guardian rises again and directs its attack at her, Hina quickly discerns that it was a decoy from the beginning, designed to create an opening in their defenses. Vincent unleashes the linked strike, King of Beasts, to defeat the guardian, but the sheer power of the move injures him. Concerned, Hina calls out to him and urges him to destroy the core. He responds by summoning the mad sculptor, Mycelium, to fend off the guardian while she rushes toward the core. She attempts to destroy it, noting its round carving as a focal point. Together, they launch a combined attack on the core, finally shattering it. He remarks that it is indeed the mad sculptor, a power truly befitting a god. She sheaths her sword as Julian observes that the guardian has stopped. Vincent responds affirmatively, noting that he can no longer sense any mana emanating from it. Hina then inquires how he managed to react to the guardian's ambush, especially when even she failed to detect its attack. He explains that he trusted his sister to protect him. From the start, he deliberately did not focus on the laser beam, and thanks to that, he was able to read the guardian's movements and concentrate all his strength into a single, decisive defense. Julian comments on how his sister protected him, while Vincent replies that he protected her as well. He reflects silently, admiring the judgment and the power to act on it. He acknowledges that in places he could not see, experiences beyond his imagination have shaped his sister. He recalls the moment when he assured Khan of his determination to fulfill Adenka's mission, stating that he was prepared to surpass both his father and Samian to achieve it. This, he affirms, is what he truly desires. Hina observes his resolve and remarks that perhaps it might actually be possible. Suddenly, a brilliant light appears behind them, catching them off guard. They turn, shocked by what they see. He asks what that is as people outside also notice the bright light descending from the sky into the palace. They question what is happening, wondering if it is near the Francis Art Museum. Meanwhile, Quiball asks Vargan too if he is planning to destroy that as well. He points out that the core was definitely destroyed and questions if this is Vargan 2's doing. At the same time, Hina observes the light and says that something feels different. As they watch, a door begins to form within the light. She wonders whether it is a teleportation gate or if this is what the Guardian was protecting all along. Vincent states that they will now see what Francis left behind. Moving toward the door, they reach it and peer inside, noticing what appears to be the sky. Vincent thinks it looks like the sky, and Julian confirms, noting that it seems to be directly above the art museum. Their attention is drawn to a magical circle containing a spear. Julian questions whether the museum's appearance itself symbolizes a blessing. Suddenly, the magical energy from the circle strikes them, forcing them backwards. Hina immediately asks Vincent if he is alright, and then turns to Julian, asking if he managed to memorize the blessing. Julian replies that he remembers it clearly, a trident surrounded by swirling waves. He explains that this blessing is unmistakable and belongs to the god of tides, Poseidon. He further notes that it is the same blessing of water control that the Dragon King Abelthon once possessed. Vincent reflects on the power of a blessing that controls water. He considers that if he can master it, he might finally be able to access the place hidden behind the Nile Falls, the dragon's lair. Vincent sits down and begins meditating while Hina observes him, thinking that even while protecting him, it is difficult to believe he can handle mana like that and gain a blessing. Julian remarks that water mana, being the type closest to human nature, should actually assist in his current condition. Vincent reflects that it is almost complete, as the same magic circuit from Julian's memories forms a magical circle around him. Hina acknowledges that he has acquired Poseidon's blessing and asks if her praise truly matters that much. He admits that he is surprisingly weak to compliments, noting that receiving her approval feels immensely satisfying. She responds by affirming that he has gained power straight out of legend, encouraging him to continue honing that power to fulfill his desires and complete his blessing. Julian laughs, teasing him for making such a big deal out of it, while Vincent requests that the power he has gained be kept a secret, noting that it seems to be a power anyone would covet. She asks if he truly trusts her, to which he replies that they say sharing secrets helps forge friendships. She states that such thinking is what leads him to be stabbed in the back. He responds that she would not betray him in that way. He explains that his dream must come true first for her to achieve her own, reminding her of his earlier words that not everyone needs to become an absolute warrior. He acknowledges that such a feat is impossible anyway, volunteering to take on that role himself, and then asks what it is that she truly desires. She emerges from her thoughts, draws her sword, and declares that if he intends to push her out of the succession line, it will not happen with the power he currently possesses. She challenges him to prove it by showing her the power of the Dragon King that he has obtained. Throwing her sword toward him, she demands action. He catches the sword and replies with a confident willingness, admitting that he has been curious himself. He invokes the blessing of Poseidon, the god of tides, but suddenly, his sword aura vanishes. They are both shocked by this unexpected outcome. He wonders why the power of the blessing is not activating. Sitting down, he reflects on the situation, sensing that his body is filled with water and mana, yet nothing seems to be happening. Julian remarks that now that he thinks about it, the god of blessings did not even reveal themselves this time. He notes that they would normally appear in person during such moments. Vincent speculates whether this is truly the Dragon King's arrangement or if there is still something they have yet to uncover. Hina calls his attention and recalls that when he pressed Ableton's portrait, the Guardian was summoned. She suggests that the same might apply to the portrait of Athenia. Pointing toward a nearby painting, she speculates that something might be hidden and presses it. A noise echoes through the room, prompting him to ask if it could be another Guardian. She reassures him, claiming she will not fall for it this time. Yet again, a portal opens before them. He observes that the destination of the transport gate seems to have changed, while she asks if he intends to go immediately. He responds that there might be a clue to completing his incomplete blessing, leaving him with no reason to delay. Without hesitation, he walks toward the portal, and she follows him. As they venture through the darkness, he takes out his crystal and notes that he has lost track of how long they have been walking. The surroundings feel endlessly dark and deep, adding to the sense of mystery. He remarks that this does not seem like an ordinary place and speculates that it could be a magically constructed space. As he senses the chilling darkness, he wonders if it could be that time. She asks if he has seen anything, and he confirms, stating that there is something within the darkness. Both of them quickly draw their swords. A shadowy monster materializes behind Hina, but she senses it in time, turning swiftly to attack. She taunts the creature, asking if it really thought she would fall for a surprise attack, before shattering it into liquid with a decisive strike. However, the monster revives before her eyes. She glances at it, realizing that her attack is ineffective against something that can regenerate itself. Vincent steps toward the portal, slashing at another monster as he moves. More creatures begin to emerge, surrounding them. Julian exclaims in shock, questioning what these grotesque and horrifying beings are. Vincent, slashing through another monster, feels a familiar sensation and confirms his suspicions. He then turns to her and says that after the light goes out, everything that happens must remain a secret. She agrees without hesitation and continues her assault on the monsters. Meanwhile, Vincent activates his crystal, summoning the Soul Hunters. He commands them to fulfill their mission and guide the protagonist of prophecy toward the Dragon King's arrangement. Together, they prepare to face the overwhelming horde, their resolve unshaken despite the odds. Vincent asks what they are doing, reminding them that he has instructed them to guide him, the executors. Hina observes him, her mind racing as she wonders how he is able to use the crimson-yellow mystic art of Samian. Vincent declares that he is the seer of truth, the protagonist of prophecy, and reflects inwardly that it was a gamble, but it has worked. As he expected, these beings are safeguarding Arslan's arrangement. Bailom suddenly appears and greets him, addressing him as the seer of truth. Vincent turns to her and asks if she is their leader. She confirms this with composure, introducing herself as Executor Bailom, and explaining that they have been waiting for the arrival of the seer of truth. Hina asks if Bailom is capable of speech. Bailom nods and states that she has come here under the arrangement of Dragon King Ableton to deliver what has been left behind. She bows respectfully before Vincent, addressing him once again as the seer of truth. Bailom continues, explaining that this is the arrangement left by the Dragon King. She retrieves an object, prompting Vincent to ask what it is. Bailom responds that it is the Dragon King's grace, a relic imbued with profound power. She adds that the Dragon King had declared it to be the final key to the heavenly path, the culmination of his arrangement. Vincent asks if it is a ring while Julian observes it closely and remarks that it appears somewhat strange. Hina examines it and notes that the ring is incomplete. Julian asks what she means by that. Bailom interjects, confirming Hina's observation and explaining that the ring was left behind by the Dragon King. She elaborates that it was meant for someone destined to arrive here one day. As a token for his successor, the Dragon King had split the ring into two parts and entrusted it to them. Vincent asks where the other half is, to which Bailom responds that it lies in the hands of the one who possesses the qualifications, not with an impostor claiming to be the Dragon King's successor. Vincent demands an explanation, asking what she means by that. Without further warning, Bailom launches an attack. Hina quickly reacts, blocking the strike using Adanka's explosive sword, 7th form, while simultaneously activating explosive sound world to counterattack. As she strikes, she declares that she has uncovered the secret. Vincent calls out to her with concern, but she assures him that her power seems insufficient for what lies ahead. Bailom orders the extermination of the unqualified ones attempting to defile the Covenant. At her command, the monsters surrounding them surge forward, preparing to attack. Hina was also preparing for a counterattack, thinking that there were too many enemies. At this rate, she would be unable to protect Vincent. He had already been injured, and as she watched the monsters, she muttered in frustration. Determined, she saw him swear to cut them down and launch an attack. Bailom remarked that he had likely not expected this and sent more monsters to attack while Vincent fought to hold them off. Hina, witnessing this, urgently called out to him, begging him not to continue. One of the monsters nearly struck Vincent, but he narrowly evaded the attack, reaching near Bailom to strike her. Hina observed this and asked what had stopped him. Vincent turned to Bailom and questioned her hesitation. He reminded her that she had labeled him an intruder who must be killed, and he challenged her to fulfill her mission and strike down his neck quickly. He declared that, as he had suspected, she could not kill him. He had encountered an executor like her before and nearly perished under their overwhelming power. Vincent noted that executors, in order to uphold the prophecy, could wield absolute power. In other words, they had the ability to kill him at any time, yet she had not done so. He stated that, even with the clear evidence of the ring's existence, Bylom must have another reason for not being able to kill him if he was wrong. Bylom admitted that she could not refute him. Yes, that was correct. She could sense a faint trace of the Dragon King's power. He suspected that it was Forsiden's blessing, the blessing used by the Dragon King, Rasides, which resided within him. Executors could sense this power. He believed this was why they couldn't act rashly against someone who might be connected to the Dragon King. They could not afford to act hastily. Vincent thought he must take full advantage of this and confirmed that, yes, he was following in the Dragon King's footsteps. Julian asked what he meant by that and when he had done so. Vincent explained that, however, he hadn't known about the incomplete ring or his own existence. It had been 200 years since the Dragon King's death. He added that the legacy had been lost and forgotten, and that no one would ever come to this place in perfect condition, probably ever again. Bylom reacted, saying it was impossible, to which Vincent responded that he would go out and find the other half of the ring. She declared that it was unacceptable, questioning how she could trust him. He might not return, and they were bound by a life-sworn covenant with the Dragon King. If they allowed an unqualified person to leave alive, she warned, the covenant would lead to their destruction. Indeed, the covenant's rules must be strictly upheld, and for this reason, he must die here. Hina urged Vincent to stay alert, but he replied, telling her to wait a moment, sister. He then turned to Bylom, asking how she would respond to this method as he drove his sword into the ground. He proposed that they form a new covenant between her and him. Bylom asked if he truly understood the weight of the word covenant when he spoke it. Vincent affirmed that he did, and if he failed to retrieve the ring, he would give his life. Hina and Julian both tried to stop him, but Vincent persisted, stating that the choice was now hers. She could either remain bound to an unfulfilled covenant forever or stake her life on a rare opportunity that had not arisen in 200 years. Vincent stated that, regardless, they could not defeat her. If she decided to kill them, he would rather do so honorably himself. He placed his sword against his neck and made a small cut. Bylom screamed, urging him to wait and not act rashly. Meanwhile, Vincent faced the unknown entities without flinching. Instead, he used his position to push back, even though their lives were in her hands. He recognized that Vincent held the initiative. Bylom explained that if they killed them now, they might never have the chance to fulfill the pact again. After considering this, she reluctantly agreed, saying that they would make the pact. Vincent acknowledged her wise decision and again drove his sword into the ground. She then demanded that he swear on his shadow and place her hand on his sword. Vincent, placing his hand over hers, swore on his shadow, and as he did, his shadow moved toward her. He sensed that his shadow was being drawn into Bylom. She screamed as all the shadows enveloped her, and, with urgency, she declared that he would leave this place, find the other half of the Dragon King's blessing, and return. She explained that the pact was sworn on both their lives and would be fulfilled as collateral. She would hold his shadow, and the deadline for the pact's fulfillment would be the next 7th crescent moon. Transforming in a manner similar to him, she added that he must fulfill the pact within that time and reclaim his shadow from her. Hina and Julian were both surprised to witness this. Julian asked how it could be possible, while Hina remarked that Vincent had changed. Vincent looked at Bylom in surprise as well, but she clarified that 7 crescent moons marked the limit for someone without a shadow. It was the maximum time they could endure on this earth. If he failed to retrieve his shadow by that time, his body would collapse, and he would die. Vincent smiled and reassured her, stating that it would not happen. Bylom then said that she would wait for him there as the seer of truths. He thought that she had returned, and it felt strange to be without a shadow beneath his feet. Julian remarked that it had only been 7 months, and at that time, Vincent had to find a treasure with no clues to guide him. Vincent thought that, in the end, their goal from the beginning had been to acquire the legendary item, the heavenly thread. He actually felt glad, as this development made their path clearer. However, his immediate concern was that Hina had overheard everything. He told her to forget about what had happened there, but she simply walked away. Their mission remained to find the Dragon King's blessing, and it seemed they had a long road ahead of them. He asked if she had any questions for him. Hina replied, asking what she should ask, as he had told her to keep it a secret, and she was merely honoring her word. Julian, surprised, commented on hearing such words from Sister Hina. Vincent thanked him and wondered what all of this meant. Vincent then realized that the voice he had heard belonged to the commander of the fortress. Meanwhile, Vargan and Quibal teleported somewhere. Quibal, noticing Vargan's agitation, asked why he always got riled up whenever he saw an old building. Vargan remained silent, and she descended in front of Hina and Vincent, holding a rope. She informed them that she would hear the full story later, but first, there was something she needed to check. Quibal moved closer to Vincent and asked if the mission was already over. He reassured her, saying not yet. She responded, pleased, and commented that they were truly excellent cadets. She then asked who would provide the mid-mission report, suggesting that, of course, it would be Hina. Hina quickly refused, stating that the honor belonged to Vincent, as he had managed everything with his own strength. Quibal raised an eyebrow, amused by Hina's insistence, and remarked that she must have already sweet-talked Hina. Vincent asked what she meant by sweet-talked. Regardless, he suggested that the place should be sealed off, as any spectators who fell into the pit could be in danger. Quibal, with a smile, assured him to leave those minor details to her, and after the report was finished, they should go see Sister Versa. Hina, curious, asked if she meant about their mother. Quibal confirmed, teasing that there wouldn't be much for Hina to say to the hero who had brought down Helen. The scene shifted to the palace, where Vincent arrived in the court. He bowed and greeted the head of Helen. Laurent told him not to be so formal, as it felt awkward, adding that he was still only the interim head. Versa told Laurent that he needed to get used to it, as he was now the highest authority in Helen. Laurent disagreed, stating that he was just a mere blind man. He believed that power belonged to the citizens, and he would establish civic organizations to divide domains and authority, allowing them to compete. This way, power could be distributed among as many people as possible. He explained that even if someone like his father reappeared, the goodwill of the people would be enough to stop him. Versa acknowledged that it would be a difficult and slow path. Vincent believed that it would be the path that took them the farthest, just like the path their mother was walking now. Versa smiled and recalled that, on the carriage back from Maelton, she had asked him to bring down her family, and he had carried out her request brilliantly. She told him that she would grant him a reward for his success and revealed a scroll. Vincent asked if it was a magic scroll. Versa confirmed that it was, specifically, a scroll to the homeland of the Dragonkin. Laurent explained that the surviving Dragonkin had given it to him to express their gratitude. Vincent, surprised, asked if it was for him alone and not for the two of them. Laurent declared that he, Vincent Adenka, was being appointed as their envoy to the Dragonkin. He would be their representative in conversations with them, and his words would be their words. His will would become their will. The scene shifted to a forest, where an elf gazed at a portal door, wondering if it was not yet time for Vincent. Vincent stared at the scroll, contemplating the homeland of the Dragonkin. If it was the place where the Dragon King had once lived, it must still exist, and he imagined it lying somewhere in his mind as he lay in his bed. He thought of the Dragon King's grace, considering it as a possible clue about the remaining fragment. Julian, breaking his thoughts, observed that the scroll seemed to alter the destination of the portal. It was likely used for the teleportation gate in the museum's basement. Vincent asked Julian if he could use the scroll, but Julian replied that it was too advanced for him. If he could use it, he would have gone to the magic tower himself. Vincent nodded in understanding, and Julian pointed out that they had a skilled magician with them. Vincent, recalling the magician, agreed, saying the child was with them. After a while, they both approached the girl and presented the scroll. She immediately refused, shocking both of them. Julian asked what she meant by that. Vincent asked her why she wouldn't do it, reminding her that she had learned magic from Vargan. She walked away as Vincent suggested that perhaps she didn't know how to use the scroll. She firmly refused, clarifying that it wasn't the problem. She explained that Master Vargan's teachings had been excellent. Vincent asked why she was refusing then. She looked at his neck and remarked that he had overexerted himself again. She pointed out that he must have pushed himself too hard while saving Laurent during the gathering. Vincent dismissed her concerns, assuring her that it was just a small cut, and that if he went to the priest, he would be fine. Undeterred, she cast a spell on him, causing Vincent pain. She explained that his mana circuits had just barely healed and were now back to their previous state. She refused to let him venture into unknown territory in such a condition, stating that he either needed to recover his body or find another magician. Without further discussion, she pushed them both out of the room. Julian commented that she had kicked them out, to which Vincent replied that she was clearly upset. Julian added that, right now, finding another magician was impossible, except for Seri. He replies that it is true he has not fully healed due to overexertion, so the departure will be delayed slightly. Raven arrives and looks at them, remarking that they are there, and asks where Vincent has been. He also recognizes him when Raven mentions that he has been looking for him, thinking he would leave without saying goodbye. Vincent inquires whether everyone from the fortress has already returned. He responds, explaining the situation, and reflects that it has been a month, no, just a week, since he stopped by home, recalling his father's words that he had never been apart from him for this long. Raven replies that things turned out this way, and he will be staying in Vartican for a while. Kagan couldn't wait and had already left. Vincent asks about Kagan, and Raven explains that Kagan had asked him to pass on a message. The scene shifts to a caravan, where Kesha and Kagan sit in a carriage. Keisha asks if it is really okay to just leave. Helem and Arinka will be in chaos, and he won't have another chance for a while if he knows. Kagan says that he has said what he needed to, and that the next time they meet, one of them will definitely die. Meanwhile, Vincent thinks that this is fine, as it is what he wanted, recalling when Raven placed a hand on his shoulder and asked him not to forget him, reminding him that their duel isn't over yet. He says he had held back this time to capture the bad grandpa, but next time, he will definitely settle things with him. He replies that it's all right and promises that next time, there will be a duel without interruptions. Thus, the Helem incident came to a close, leading to the next stage. Meanwhile, Versa walks near the river and gazes into the water. A week later, Vincent arrives near the well, removes his collar, and declares that it's time to go, stating there is no reason to delay any longer. He says their destination is the land of the Dragonkin, Yonggrim, and asks Seri to activate the scroll. She agrees, saying yes, young master, but requests that he promise not to overdo it in Yonggrim. He acknowledges and assures her that he got it. He says that he will try his best while looking at the attendant, wondering if Hina is truly Vargan's disciple. Seri reaches the portal, and both of them look at her. Seri gazes at the scroll, thinking that, finally, the strength she has honed will be of help to the young master. She resolves to ensure she pulls it off spectacularly and activates the scroll, causing a bright light to spread all around. Vincent observes this and states that this is the gateway to Yonggrim. Quibal smiles and wishes them a safe trip, advising them not to return too soon. Wilson arrives with his backpack, thinking that the gratitude of the Dragonkin will surely result in him being treated amazingly as well. Hina says that they should proceed with the mission, to which Vincent agrees, saying let's go. Seri informs Vincent that the teleportation gate is far too unstable, and it is impossible to transport all of them. Hina asks what she means by that, while Vincent inquires how many people the gate can handle. Seri replies that, according to her calculations, it can handle a maximum of 2 people. He is shocked by this and asks what she means by only 2 people. Wilson states that, in that case, he, as the young master's direct servant, will go. Hina asserts that she will accompany him, as her mission from the beginning has been to guard him. Seri urges them to decide quickly, warning them that the gate will close soon, and advises them to take the mage with him. Quibal also presses them to make a decision immediately. Hina turns to the headmistress and asks why she insists on this. She responds that it is obvious. In a situation like this, the mage who can control the gate must accompany him. She reiterates that the expedition members will be Vincent and the mage. Hina tries to protest, but Vincent assures her not to worry, promising that they will return safely. He adds that he will find the Dragon King's grace, as their mission is not yet complete, and he will not allow it to end in failure. Hina relents, telling him to go, as she will place her trust in him and await his return. Vincent turns to Seri and tells her they should leave. She agrees, and they step into the portal. As they enter, they feel themselves falling, and Seri screams in alarm. He asks if she is okay, and she responds that she thinks so as they arrive inside. She looks around and inquires if this is the dragon forest, remarking on how quiet it is and wondering if no one is present. He replies that he doesn't think that is the case. She asks what he means by that. and he assures her there is no need to be wary. He introduces himself as Vincent Adanka and states that he has come after receiving an invitation from the Dragonkin. Some elves secretly observe them, and one of them asks if he is truly Vincent Adanka. He confirms this, and the elf remarks that he has heard the young master possesses the Crimson Sword of the Beginning. The elf politely asks if he would unsheathe the weapon. Sari comments that it seems like he was invited just to be interrogated. Vincent calmly replies that the elves have endured hardships because of Helheim, so such vigilance is understandable. He then unsheathes his sword and introduces it as Crimson Lotus, a blade forged by the great blacksmith Hansen. He explains that this sword symbolizes the beginning for both his father, Khan, and himself, Vincent Adanka. He states that, in addition, the sword holds the power of the Dragon King. One of the elves exclaims that their savior has arrived in the dragon forest and instructs the others to sound the welcoming horn. Another elf blows the horn, and Sari remarks that their vigilance has finally eased. He wonders aloud if they will now experience the hospitality of the Dragonkin when a stone strikes him. Sari calls out to him with concern while one of the elves demands to know who is responsible. Another elf angrily questions who dared to throw a stone at their savior. They soon notice two children, Miguel and Olivia, approaching with a bag of stones. Vincent looks at them and notices that Miguel is missing his left arm. The boy throws another stone at him and shouts for him to leave the dragon forest and return to Helheim territory, calling him Gafonzo's dog. This time, Vincent catches the stone and wonders how such a young child managed to throw it with such force. Another elf arrives, gently laying Miguel down, and asks what he is doing, explaining that these people are here to help. Miguel, with tears of anger and grief, shouts that they killed his parents, accusing them of being humans. Olivia shouts for them not to bully her brother, while Sari approaches her and urges caution, stating that his reaction is excessive since they are still children. Miguel bites the elf, who tries to restrain him, breaks free, and runs toward Olivia. Grabbing her hand, he tells her they should run, and she agrees. Vincent watches and wonders what exactly caused their hostility. Sari looks at him and notices he is bleeding, pointing it out with concern. At that moment, a woman arrives and apologizes, asking for forgiveness for the children's discourtesy. Everyone turns to her as one of the elves greets her respectfully, addressing her as mother. She explains that the children have endured many scars caused by humans and asks to apologize on their behalf, addressing Vincent as a young master. Vincent stares at her, recognizing her face. He recalls the portrait Hina once showed him, explaining that Francis had painted a portrait of his mother when he was in his 20s. He remembers her saying that Francis's art style was renowned for its detail and realism. The resemblance between the woman before him and the painting is undeniable. She notices his recognition and remarks that he seems to have identified her. He replies that, fortunately, there was an artist who painted a woman with her exact face, referring to it as the portrait of Mother. He adds that the painting was created 200 years ago. Formally introducing himself, he states that he has yet to learn her name. She replies that she is Nymer Elam, the godmother of the dragon forest. The scene shifts to a grand palace, where guards notice an approaching carriage. One of them exclaims that the carriage is arriving, announcing that it is Mother's carriage. They quickly open the gates, stating that Mother has returned with their benefactor, deserving complete honor and humble respect. Inside the carriage, Sari and Vincent are seated, accompanied by Julian. Sari looks out of the window and comments on the vast number of Dragonkins present. Julian, equally amazed, agrees and remarks on the scene. Vincent nods and acknowledges it, adding internally that the issue is not just their numbers but something deeper. He observes that all the Dragonkin are armed, not only with weapons but also with sharp, discerning minds. The way they look at him lacks warmth, and he notes that their gazes are far from friendly. He reflects on Miguel's earlier hostility, sensing that the resentment towards him is not isolated but shared by others, even though he was invited. The feeling of blatant hostility lingers in the air. Nymer, seated nearby, senses that something is amiss. She contemplates that this invitation is not merely to express gratitude. A hidden agenda is at play. As they continue their journey, they notice something strange outside. Vincent leans forward, narrowing his eyes, and asks what it is and what might be happening. Sari points toward the distance, remarking that something lies over there. Vincent asks what exactly he is seeing and if it is supposed to be a tree. Sari responds, noting that it is far too large. Julian adds that he has neither seen nor heard of a tree like that before. Nymer explains that it is called the Thousand-Year Tree, a source of strength and shelter for them, and that it is her castle. She welcomes everyone to Dragon Forest. Meanwhile, Miguel and Olivia sit by a lake, tossing stones into the water. Miguel expresses his frustration, stating that allowing humans into Dragon Forest has left everyone out of their minds. He reflects, on top of this, that the matriarch herself has personally welcomed them. His gaze lingers secretly on Nymer and Vincent. Olivia counters gently, suggesting that the newcomers do not seem like bad people, and recalling how Sari had protected her. Miguel retorts coldly, warning her not to be deceived, and recalls the tragic fate of their family. He throws another stone into the water, his anger simmering. The scene shifts to a vivid flashback. A group of elves is shown, shackled and panicking. One of them shouts for others to flee, warning that it is a trap. They accuse the Helheim of betrayal, questioning if the peace treaty was merely a lie. A cruel voice confirms their suspicions, sneering at the idea that anyone would honor a treaty with scum like them. He mocks the naivety of their leader for arriving unarmed, labeling him foolish. Orders are given to capture those deemed useful for extracting blood as Lord Gafonso awaits. Without hesitation, he strikes down Miguel's father in a brutal act. Witnessing this, a young Miguel is overcome with horror. He sprints toward his father, pleading for his release and tugging at the chains that bind him. Olivia sits beside her father, urging him to get up quickly. Another person declares that her father is too weak to extract blood from and demands that he stop interfering and leave. He pushes Miguel aside forcefully. Miguel refuses to back down, shouting that he will not leave until his father is returned to him, insisting that he will continue holding him back. In response, the individual coldly replies that he will ensure Miguel never grabs onto anything again and mercilessly cuts his arm. The scene shifts back to the present, at the palace. Nymer explains that to avoid conflict with humans, the Dragonkin chose to seclude themselves in Dragon Forest, while a group of their kind remained in Helheim. She reflects on their continuous efforts to work toward peace, expressing hope that, one day, they, too, will blend in with humans, dreaming of a future where they can roam the world freely. Vincent remarks that those people must have been responsible for the tragedy, and Nymer confirms this. She reveals that they were captured by Gafonso, and had their blood forcibly taken. Although most of them returned alive, their bodies were left severely damaged after enduring such prolonged hardships. Nymer somberly adds that some never came back at all. Vincent comments on how heavily armed the soldiers must have been. Nymer shifts the conversation, reflecting on the hostility she senses directed at her. She wonders aloud if Dragon Forest might be preparing for war with Helheim, suspecting it could be an effort to rescue those captured by Gafonso. She explains that they had been planning an invasion of Dershona. Vincent replies, acknowledging that if Dragonkin soldiers had poured into the center of the city, Helheim would have been destroyed. Sari turns to Nymer, asking what she believes about the possibility of war. Vincent elaborates, pointing out that Helheim is a commercial hub with significant ties to the interests of many powerful families. To protect Helheim, these influential figures would have been forced to get involved should such a conflict arise. Nymer agrees, affirming that, had the Dragonkin launched their attack, they would have faced extinction. She explains that Gafonso's Helheim was brought down, preventing the Dragonkin from plunging into self-destructive war. She adds that, in safeguarding the future of their kind, they are truly grateful. At that moment, Kalbeck bursts through the door, insisting that the invasion of Dershona must proceed as planned. He argues that they cannot leave behind a shameful history for their descendants, nor should they be seen as cowards who surrendered to humans. For the sake of their honor, he declares, they must fight, addressing Nymer as his mother. Vincent senses a growing unease, wondering if this is the core of the conflict surrounding the war, the internal strife among the Dragonkin. Nymer asks Kalbeck if he is in his right mind, considering leading an army into the quarters. He retorts, questioning if she is the one who has lost her sanity, arguing that canceling the war plans makes no sense. Nymer explains that, while they have endured countless sacrifices and oppression, the humans have borne no losses at all. Kalbeck insists that they must leave humanity with at least one history of defeat, proving that Yangain can strike at the necks of humans as well. He declares that they will punish those who have coveted and attempted to exploit their power, including the elders of the great families, their most despised enemies, and even the Sixth Tower. Vincent wonders what he means by the Sixth Tower. As she anticipated, even the tower is involved in this conflict. Nymer responds calmly, asking what will happen after Kalbeck takes his revenge. She warns that even if, by some miracle, they succeed in retaliating against all their enemies, a great deal of blood will be shed. Nymer questions what he hopes to achieve from such vengeance, pointing out that entrusting himself to rage and jeopardizing the entire clan is something she cannot allow. Kalbeck demands that Nymer step aside if she cannot follow through with her decision, drawing his sword in readiness. Nymer, taken aback, asks how he dares raise his weapon against his own mother, summoning her magical circle to strike at him. Kalbeck swiftly blocks the attack and charges forward, preparing to counterattack. Sari intervenes, shouting for them to wait, but Vincent steps in between them, blocking Kalbeck's strike with his own sword. He expresses his disappointment, remarking that it is disheartening to see the Yongain, armed with mere swords, attempting to start a war. Nymer addresses Vincent with a formal tone, calling him Prince Vincent. Kalbeck, taken aback, wonders if he is truly the Vincent Adinka, the one who had driven Gafonso out of their lands. He steps back, bowing deeply, acknowledging Vincent's bravery in freeing their captured kin. However, he asserts that this is a matter that concerns only the Yongain. Nymer warns that if humans interfere once again, Kalbeck replies that his sword will be stained with blood. Nymer then urges Vincent to step aside, explaining that Kalbeck is the strongest swordsman among the Yongain and must not be confronted. Kalbeck, with a trace of curiosity, asks why she had called him here. Nymer responds simply, stating that she wishes to express her gratitude. Vincent remarks that if it was merely gratitude, Nymer could have sent a gift. Yet, she had gone so far as to create a scroll inviting him, fully aware that some would not welcome him. Vincent asks why Nymer called him here, stepping toward her with determination. She attempts to respond, but he cuts her words short, sensing that all of her actions seem to suggest a plea for him to stop the war. Nymer quickly denies it, explaining that asking such a thing of someone who has already helped them would be too much. Instead, she simply asks for his help. Vincent replies firmly that if she asks for his assistance, he will resolve the conflict between humans and Yongain, bring down the Sixth Tower for its collusion with Helen, which violated both morals and ethics, and fulfill his duties as a warrior of Adinka. He declares that it is his honor to do so. Nymer ponders whether he is truly the person she hoped he would be, while Vincent continues, stating that, even with the slightest chance, she must raise her voice to stop the war and walk away from it. Desperate, Nymer screams, pleading for him to help them to ensure that Yongram does not walk the path of self-destruction. Vincent responds with a calm yet resolute gladness as he hears her plea. However, Kalbeck interrupts, expressing his distrust. He questions whether Vincent truly possesses the will to achieve such feats or the strength to carry them out, casting doubt on his capabilities. Vincent draws his sword, its powerful aura emanating from it, leaving everyone in shock. They express their astonishment, remarking on its incredible strength and questioning how a human could possess such power. Kalbeck realizes that Vincent's dragon blood has been forcibly revealed, confirming that this child holds a special power, especially as they all begin to transform into dragons. Nymer thinks to herself that the child has inherited Abelthan's evolution. Kalbeck, sensing the intensity of Vincent's strength, demands to know where he obtained such power. Vincent calmly replies, asking if this is enough to satisfy him. He responds that, although it is impressive, it remains incomplete. He asserts that, as Vincent stands now, he would not be able to handle the Sixth Tower. Vincent counters, stating that let alone stopping him, what if he perfects this blessing and surpasses Kalbeck? He asks whether Kalbeck will again use honor as an excuse to push for a self-destructive war. He warns that, at that point, Kalbeck will not even be able to stop him, much less the Sixth Tower. Kalbeck gives Vincent 1 month. Vincent replies that within 1 month, he will perfect this power and challenge Kalbeck. He suggests that they decide the fate of their people with a duel, one that will determine whether they will continue with war or trust him and walk the path of peace once again. A week later, at Yongram, Abelton falls. Vincent sits under the water, engaged in meditation. Julian asks if it is truly possible to complete the blessing using such a primitive method, wondering if this approach will actually work. Vincent reflects that this is the place where Dragon King Abelton once trained, recalling that night Nymer had mentioned it to him. He explains further that he must feel and accept the water energy with his body, as this is the perfect place to awaken the blessing of water. Julian comments on the ways of people from the olden days, to which Vincent responds that night Kalbeck willingly accepted the challenge. With only 3 weeks remaining until the duel, Vincent is determined to prevent the Draconians from destroying themselves. He thinks that he must grow stronger and become a reliable figure they can trust. Miguel arrives there and throws a stone at Vincent, who calmly grabs it to block the attack. Miguel asks how he managed to block it with his eyes closed, to which Vincent stands up and responds that he has strong shoulders, adding that he will make a fine swordsman in the future. Miguel tells Olivia to run, but when he looks behind, he sees that she has already run away. He sits down next to Sari, who serves her food and invites him to have a taste. Miguel asks why she is sitting with her, and Sari responds that he can join them, too. She explains that it's a recipe she got from the Draconians and assures him that he will like it. Olivia comments that the food is really delicious, but Miguel warns her not to eat it recklessly, suggesting it could be poisoned. Vincent jumps near Miguel, acknowledging that he understands his situation and recognizes how hard it must have been for him, especially with what happened to his parents. He admits that he knows it is not enough to atone as a human, but he vows to fight so that children like Miguel will not have to suffer again. He then asks if Miguel could trust him just this once, extending his hand toward him. Miguel attempts to grab Vincent's hand when a flashback overwhelms him. He recalls his father's dying words, urging him to run away before transforming into a dragon. His father had trusted humans, only to be taken away and killed. Miguel whispers to himself that he will never trust people like Vincent, thinking that Captain Kalbeck will expel him from Lim and he will have to run away. Julian observes that Miguel is gone, while Sari reflects that Vincent seems to care about the boy, Miguel. Vincent comments that it will take some time for Miguel to open his heart. The scene shifts to the palace, where a gatekeeper asks why they are guarding an art gallery, questioning why it needs to be protected. Another gatekeeper replies that he doesn't know, but they are simply following orders. Suddenly, a crimson demonic smoke appears in front of them. One gatekeeper asks what it is, while the other inquires where it came from. As the smoke spreads around them, they lose consciousness and collapse, and a shadow appears in the area. Miguel arrives there and steps inside, saying that it is all because of this gate. He believes that if this kind of gate hadn't existed, none of them would have gone through what they did. He places his foot on a step and angrily commands for it to break. When nothing happens, he repeats the command, and this time, the portal door opens, emitting a bright light. Miguel asks what is happening when Barum arrives, surrounded by red smoke. Barum greets him, introducing himself as someone new to the area. He inquires if he could ask Miguel for directions to find Vincent Adenka. Meanwhile, Vincent remains seated underwater, deep in thought. He realizes that he finally understands why his blessing hasn't been completed. The power to control water energy consists of 2 components. He thinks that the power to accept and the power to release are both necessary. Until now, he had only been trying to use the releasing power, which is like attempting to draw water from a dried-up river. He resolves to let the water energy from Yangram flow into him and absorb it completely. With this, he believes he has taken one step closer to completing the blessing. At that moment, Miguel arrives and, influenced by the red smoke, transforms into a demon. He launches an attack on Vincent. Vincent narrowly escapes Miguel's attack when Julian senses the demonic energy and warns him. Vincent acknowledges the presence of the energy and thinks that it's linked to a demon contract. Miguel demands that they leave the Dragon Forest, and Julian wonders how Devon's evil spirit could have reached the Dragon Forest. He finds it unsettling and questions why such an ominous force carries his name. Julian decides that it's time to find out the truth and leaps forward to attack Miguel. Vincent thinks that the absolute sword slash won't work on Dragonkin. His best option is to strike with the flat of his sword to knock Miguel unconscious. He warns Miguel that it will hurt a bit and attempts to hit him gently in an effort to break the demon contract. However, Miguel senses his presence and leaps away, preparing to counterattack. Miguel insists that he cannot let that happen. Vincent looks at Barum and asks who he is. Barum responds by questioning whether Vincent understands how difficult it is to obtain a Dragonkin sacrifice and warns that it would be troublesome if he were defeated so quickly. Vincent, recognizing Barum, says that he is Barum from the Revolutionary Army, to which Julian adds that he is the one who used black magic to create Lawrence's corpse. Barum mentions that they have only met briefly, but he remembers Vincent. As Miguel, determined, charges at him again, he remarks that he doesn't think Vincent can just stand there without reacting. He accuses Vincent of being no different from Gafonso. Vincent narrowly escapes Miguel's attack, and Miguel continues, asserting that it is obvious that Vincent is just trying to take his family away. He rushes forward to strike once more, but Vincent blocks the attack, telling him to get a grip. Barum begins casting a spell, asking how Vincent will handle this new threat. With a chant, he summons a demonic skeleton to attack. Vincent, seeing it approaching, realizes that he needs to dodge, but he knows that doing so will cause harm to Miguel. As Barum relentlessly attacks, Vincent uses his water energy to block the blows. He also manages to save Miguel from harm in the process, all while thinking that when hit by the devastation spell, the moisture in a person's body typically dries up. He wonders if Miguel somehow possesses a water-type blessing, something that would explain his ability to resist. Vincent then asks Barum if he is the one who created Grace. He notes that Dragonkin are known for their strong resistance to mana, making it difficult to manipulate their scales with magic. However, he points out that it's a different matter if black magic is used, and Barum creates his magical circle, preparing for further attacks. Vincent explains that, after all, instead of mana, it requires ominous energy created by sacrificing life force, which is why it is able to damage the scales of a Dragonkin. He continues, recalling the various events, such as the goblin that ambushed him, Elder Tilavan's fake corpse, and Mitum's magic stone factory, all of which had traces of a powerful black mage. These incidents, he surmises, are all connected to Nightmare and Grace. He concludes that it was Barum all along, identifying him as the black mage behind Nightmare. Barum, hearing this, comments that if Vincent has figured it out, then he truly cannot be allowed to live. Miguel, who is still recovering from the previous battle, asks how Barum came to be here. He recalls his earlier encounter with Barum when Barum had said that Vincent's goal was to take the role of the late Gafonso. Miguel asks if this is really true, to which Barum confidently responds, affirming that, as Gafonso's grandchild, it is obvious that Vincent came to capture the Dragonkin again in his quest for power. He says that before anything else happens, he does not want to expel the humans from the Dragon Forest and release himself from his thoughts. He looks at Vincent and wonders why this human is protecting him. He had assumed Vincent was the same as Gafonso, but now he questions if he is different. The demonic smoke once again whispers in his ear, urging him not to waver. It tells him that all humans are bad, and if he trusts them again, he will simply be betrayed like his father was. It reminds him that he must protect Olivia. Miguel, now fully possessed, grabs his sword and asks what is happening as the mana around him becomes erratic and turbulent. Barum, unbothered, states that the time has already come, and that he will not need to do anything further. He commands Miguel to go and eliminate Vincent. Miguel charges at Vincent, but suddenly, branches from the trees emerge, binding him and halting his attack. Barum watches in shock and asks what is happening. Just then, Kalbeck appears behind Barum and stabs him. Barum coughs up blood as he stumbles, and Vincent looks at him, asking if he truly believed the Dragon Forest would allow intruders so easily. Kalbeck responds firmly, stating that no humans are allowed to enter here. Barum attempts to use his black magic to attack them, calling them worthless lizards, but Kalbeck stabs him again and asks if he truly believes it is over. Kalbeck asserts that Barum's lifeline is undoubtedly severed. At that moment, Naimer arrives and commends Kalbeck, praising his swordsmanship, which remains as impressive as ever. Vincent insists that it is not over. It is not finished yet. He notes that Barum possesses the ability to create fake corpses. Despite his injuries, Barum rises once more and charges at Kalbeck. Kalbeck turns to face him, but it is too late. Barum uses his devastating power to strike, and Vincent anxiously calls out to Kalbeck as he falls, gravely wounded. Barum looks at him, stating that it would have been better if he hadn't claimed the intrusion to be impossible. He calls Kalbeck a lizard before a group of elves rushes forward to defend him, shouting to protect the captain and drive out the intruder. Barum smirked and declared that the time had come, presenting the offerings he had prepared. He tells Lord Davin to feast to his heart's content. As Barum speaks, demonic smoke emanates from Miguel's body, moving toward the other elves. They observe in horror and ask if it is Davin's wraiths, warning each other to flee. They ask how so many of them have appeared all at once when Naimer responds, stating that the wraiths are coming in. An elf then inquires if Naimer is okay. Naimer says that her family returned to that state. How could she be okay? She opposes revenge on humans, calling them cowards and ordering the elves to drive out the humans. As the elves become possessed, they begin attacking each other. One elf cries out, demanding the return of her family, while another elf asks if Nymer intends to stop the revenge as well. She pleads for them not to continue, but one elf responds that his body will not move. The elves cry for help, pleading to be freed, justifying their anger. Nymer desperately urges them to come to their senses and resist falling under the wraith's control. Vincent, watching Miguel still trapped in the branches in the air, hears Nymer reassure him that Miguel is still alive. She attempts to heal the elves, but Vincent wonders if she truly believes this is fun. The possessed elves continue to attack and kill the others while Barum watches with amusement, commenting that it is absolutely hilarious to see them fight among themselves. He states that by stirring up a little of their inner rage, they immediately split and begin feuding. He observes that Halim is the same, as they fail to realize they are dancing in the hands of their nightmare, happily fighting each other. He tells Vincent that if he had not interfered, they could have pleased Lord Davin for much longer. Vincent questions whether catering to Davin is truly the nightmare's goal, to which Barum affirms, explaining that the purpose is to bring Davin's return to this land. This is their dream. Vincent replies that he now understands, calling that dream a nightmare, and he will awaken them from that foolish dream. Barum sits on the ground and forms a magical circle, declaring that Vincent should try to stop it as he unleashes a wide area devastation. A massive branch shoots out from the ground. Nymer, witnessing this, realizes that the bindings made from the roots of the Millennium Tree have dried up. She concludes that the children possessed by the wraiths are being freed as the elves roar in agony. Barum taunts the Dragonkin, questioning how he could have no pride, allowing Gafonso's grandson to walk freely in the Dragon Forest. All the possessed elves move toward Vincent to attack, prompting Nymer to warn that it is dangerous. Vincent gathers all his water energy to launch an attack, leading Barum to question the overwhelming power of the water energy, wondering what it is and how it is possible for the devastated land to be restored. The fighting halts as everyone watches the water energy slowly spread across the area. Nymer contemplates the possibility that after 200 years, this is happening, recognizing the shadow of her child, Abelthon, behind Vincent. Filled with joy, she realizes that someone has finally inherited his power. She explains that this blessing of Poseidon grants the ability to lead the Dragonkin by releasing accumulated water energy. This power can forcibly awaken the strength and spirit of the Dragonkin, marking it as Forsidon's first technique. The Dragonkin's energy dissolves into every elf's body. Nymer calls upon the Dragonkin to welcome him with a dragon's roar, declaring that their new Dragon King has appeared and urging them to protect him with all their might. Barum, realizing that Lord Davin's control has been completely broken, reacts in shock. Vincent, with a smile, declares that it is now time to wake up from the dream. Miguel is worried, wondering what is happening because Lord Davin's control is absolute, so breaking the contract with him should be impossible. So he asked the protagonist what kind of scheme he pulled off. The protagonist told the Dragonkin that he had promised Lady Nymer that he would make those who oppressed them pay for their crimes and resolve the conflict between the races peacefully. Therefore, he asked them if they would trust him and lend him their strength. Everyone wanted to follow the descendant of the Dragon King to drive out the invaders. The protagonist decides to lead the charge, so he tells everyone to charge. This worried the man, so he wanted time to stay away and tried casting the black magic. Vincent clarified that the black magic no longer works, and he used the Forsidon's blessing trait along with Sweep Strike to attack the skull. Miguel couldn't believe that the protagonist was throwing himself into desolation, as this was a foolish death. However, he is surprised to see Vincent approaching him out of the shadows and pierces through his chest with his sword, which is followed by the attacks of the Dragonkin. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from his body, looked at them worriedly, then rushed away. Miguel supposed they might have forgotten that he could use corpse revival, so he wanted to make sure this time. The protagonist looked at him cunningly and told Knight Kalbeck not to slip this one through this time. Knight Kalbeck appeared behind him, fully prepared to attack, which worried the man, and one of his arms was severed, as this was the end for him. Miguel is annoyed to be defeated by such worms, and Knight Kalbeck worries about seeing Davin's unleashed spirit. He wondered if Lord Davin had arrived to save him, so he wanted to thank him, but was startled to see those dark shadows staring at him. He is concerned to realize that might be there to kill him, so requested his Lord Davin to wait for him, as he will bring this scum back to him, and the shadow entered his mouth. Knight Kalbeck is shocked to see Davin doing that to his own followers, and Vincent is annoyed that he is forcing them into a contract. Miguel requested his lord not to abandon him, as he could still fight them, and couldn't believe that, after all his loyalty, he was being betrayed. Julian is shocked to see that a human can have many spirit contracts, and Vincent is sure he has become a complete monster. While the monster started crying, he asked his lord Davin if he had truly abandoned him, but wondered why he did that. Suddenly, he started discharging the smoke, which concerned Vincent as it covered the entire forest and made the trees wither. He wondered if the power of the dark spirit contract strengthened the dark magic. He commanded everyone to get away and not to let the smoke touch them, as they would dry up completely, and told them to run away. While running away, Miguel is unsure about the current situation because his memories have been jumbled up ever since that old man spoke to him. Suddenly, he saw Olivia lying on the ground after being affected by the smoke, and he got worried and rushed toward her, telling her to snap out of it. Meanwhile, the protagonist is scared to see the pus spreading, as it will engulf them all at this rate. Nymer told everyone to step back, and she started using her magic to create a huge barrier to protect them. The protagonist thanked her for her help, and Nymer clarified that they must deal with him quickly. Nymer is worried because if this energy spreads to the dragon forest and withers the millennial tree, then all life in the dragon forest will lose its vitality and perish. The protagonist gets worried as he can't let this happen and tells Julian that he will sever the dark spirit contract with his enchanted slash. Julian clarified it's impossible because the dark spirit multiplied endlessly by feeding on Miguel's life force into at least dozens, so if he can't cut them all, he wouldn't stop them. The protagonist supposed it would not be enough even if he unleashed his full strength, and asked if there was no way. Knight Calbeck told him there was a way, and as someone who inherited Ableton's power, he might be able to use the essence of Poseidon's blessing. This is the secret ultimate technique passed down to the greatest warriors of the Dragon King. Therefore, Ableton's ultimate technique is the only way to defeat that monster. Miguel is crying on seeing Olivia injured, asking why she came out of the home, and wants her to take hold of herself. Olivia wanted him to try Sari's sandwich, but her comrade wanted her to talk less as they should run now. Suddenly, he felt something behind him, so he got worried, but couldn't dodge the attack, so he closed his eyes. However, they were protected by a shield, and Sari was glad to find them on time, so she asked them if they were all right. On the other side, the protagonist worriedly looked above as the pus was coming, but before he could be attacked, Knight Calbeck attacked it, and Lady Nymer created a barrier to protect them, and he thanked the knight. Knight Calbeck is concerned because just cutting with his sword makes his arm and blade wither, so he wondered if his sword is really this powerless. He knelt before Vincent, who rescued him to inherit the Ableton sword, which startled the protagonist. Lady Nymer was also surprised to see him kneeling before a human. Knight Calbeck knew he couldn't even stop a single invader, so he asked for forgiveness for his shamelessness in relying on him, an outsider, but this was their only option. He wanted to entrust their race's secret technique to the human they opposed, so he is sure that Vincent's heart might be uncertain. Knight Calbeck asked the protagonist if he could entrust their future to him, and the protagonist answered him. On the other side, Sari told Miguel to run as those monsters can't catch them. Miguel wondered why she was helping them when he hated her, threw stones at her, and tormented her. She clarified that it was because the prince wanted it, and he said before that power exists to protect others and is honorable. Miguel is surprised to hear that the power is meant to preserve and remember how he was being protected in the past, and told to run away, and his comrade wanted him to stay alive to protect Olivia. Suddenly, he saw a bright light appear in the sky, and Sari was pleased as that mana was of the protagonist. Miguel is dumbfounded by witnessing these scenes, so he wonders if he could also become like Vincent. Meanwhile, the protagonist is prepared to fight, and Knight Calbeck clarified that he has inherited the principles since Ableton. No one has ever recreated this technique. Therefore, everything depends on Prince Vincent's martial prowess, and he explains that the blessing of Poseidon holds two powers. One is the sword the prince has already demonstrated before, a sword that releases energy, the Maritime Legion, but the second sword is the sword that absorbs energy. The protagonist understood everything, so he lifted his sword and released tremendous energy into the sky, which startled the monster. Everyone else was surprised to learn that Vincent has shared the energy. Miguel is shocked to see that it's returning, and that was a slash infused with energy compressed to the limit in the sword, which is said to engulf the world like a black sea. Meanwhile, the monster annoyed Vincent because it could have already eliminated them without him. The protagonist remembers that the name of this technique is Black Sea, and then he strikes the monster, splitting it into two and thus subjugating it. Shortly, it started raining, waking Olivia and relieving Sari as she finally opened her eyes. Mijil is also relieved to see that her dried-up face has recovered, and Olivia wonders why her brother is crying. Mijil hugged her tightly and started crying, making breathing hard for her. On the other side, Lady Nymer is relieved to see that the energy is restoring Yongram, so she asks Knight Kalbeck if he still hates humans. Knight Kalbeck affirmed that she could never forgive those who trampled on his kin, and he remembered when he asked if he could trust the prince. The protagonist clarified that he has seen many suffer because of conflict with the wicked, so he only wishes for such people to no longer exist. So if something must be cut down for their sake, he promises to do it willingly. He grabbed his sword and wanted Knight Kalbeck to entrust him with the Dragon King's sword, as he would surely protect them all. After remembering this, Kalbeck smiled as he tried to believe that boy because he wanted to drive the rare monstrosity out of Yongram. The protagonist is practicing the sword technique, and Kalbeck told him there is nothing more he can teach him. Therefore, the Dragon King's sword has been perfectly passed down to Prince Vincent. The protagonist is relieved because, finally, the power of the Dragon King is entirely his now. Kalbeck wanted him to keep something in his mind, and Vincent wondered what that was. Kalbeck explained that using the sword outside of Yongram water, he can't expect the same power as before. The protagonist wondered what he meant, and Kalbeck explained that this place, Yongram, is filled with pure mana and energy, thanks to the power of the Millennium Tree. Even if he used energy outside, the force wouldn't even be a quarter of Yongram's strength. Therefore, while Vincent stays in Yongram, he should absorb as much energy as possible, which will still be helpful outside. The protagonist wanted to start this immediately, but Kalbeck told him it's enough for that day because it seems like a new guest has arrived. The protagonist looked at Mijil, peeking at them, and asked if he wanted to train with them again. Mijil's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he affirmed that he had started training, and was instructed to move his sword faster. Julian laughed to see that he used to be stubborn, but now he is obedient. The protagonist explained that losing his balance during a significant movement is easier since Mijil is missing one arm, so he wanted him to think ahead to his next move. Knight Kalbeck wondered if Vincent had guided someone without an arm before, as he was giving such precise guidance. The protagonist affirmed as he did, and someone he knew was like that, and he was passing down his methods, but he guessed it was apparent. Mijil has been wondering for a while about something, and Vincent wondered what he meant. Mijil inquired why the protagonist doesn't have a shadow, which left the protagonist speechless. Later, Lady Nymer is surprised to know he has an Ableton blessing. Knight Kalbeck affirmed, telling him that Prince Vincent found it in the underground gate of Dursona, as that is what he heard, that he found a pair of rings that were split in half. The protagonist came to Yongram to find that, so he requested that Nymer tell him if she knew anything. Nymer thought it might be a fate and took out the ring, telling him this is the only keepsake he left behind, so he wanted him to take it if that is what he was looking for. The protagonist and Julian are shocked to see the Dragon King's blessing in such a careless place. Vincent inquired if she was sure he could take it, as this might be the Dragon King's son's keepsake. Nymer clarified that it holds more meaning to give it to him because if she keeps it, it will just roll around in a drawer. Knight Kalbeck urged him to accept it with pride because he is the hero who saved Yongram. The protagonist took the ring, wore it, and wanted to use it in a way that doesn't disgrace the Dragon King's name. Later, the protagonist was meditating under the stream and was sure the pact with the Soul Slayer had removed any concerns about the Axis with this. Therefore, until the 7th new moon set by Bylome, there are 6 months left, so within this time, he has to absorb all the power he can from Yongram. 6 months later, the protagonist thanked everyone for everything during this time. Nymer worried that they might not have treated him well enough. Vincent clarified that he inherited the Dragon King legacy there along with loyal friends and also gained an excellent teacher, so wanting more would be greedy. Cable clarified that they had a future he secured now, which pleased the protagonist, and he tried to take his leave. Everyone bid their farewell to Vincent and hoped he would come again, as Yongram would always welcome him. After passing through the portal, they finally arrived there, and the gray-haired girl was pleased as she safely returned. The protagonist told her to go back and rest, as she had been through a lot. He looked ahead and saw his sister eating, so he was shocked and asked what she was doing there and why she was there. On the other side, Herka is annoyed to see Carmen there and asks why he is there. Carmen didn't want him to look so displeased. It was just a friendly visit from an old cadet. She is annoyed to see Carmen Adenka there, as he is the eldest of the direct bloodline and the strongest candidate for the next family head. Carmen couldn't believe her response, as he was once a cadet, but how she treated him was troubling. He asked if she wouldn't salute the future head of Adenka. Herka is startled to hear that, so she pays him complete honor and humble pride and asks him what brings him there. Carmen knew his younger sister was about to be knighted, so he wanted to give her a bouquet and ask where Hina was. On the contrary, the protagonist is worried about seeing Hina there, wondering what she is doing there and if she is the one guarding the gate. Hina is relieved to see him finally return, and Vincent remembers that for the entire 7 months he was in Yongram. Jelena told him that Hina's duty was to protect them, and she followed it blindly. The protagonist felt guilty for not sending even one letter, and told her she didn't have to endure all this trouble. Hina couldn't believe him as he was saying that she went through trouble, and he was supposed to be criticizing her duty. Julian and Vincent were dumbfounded to hear that and realized she had changed a little. Hina explained that her 7 months there were not meaningless, as she had much to consider. After she left, the soldier guarding this place was attacked, and they couldn't open the gate to Yongram from their side. So she decided to keep guarding this place as she felt uneasy and angry, which she had never experienced before. But now she felt relieved because their mission had not failed and because her brother was safe. The protagonist agreed, so he wanted to complete their mission, and she agreed. Meanwhile, their other comrade was relieved to see Sari alive and rushed toward her happily. While heading back, Hina noticed that Vincent had grown a lot since she last saw him. The protagonist wondered if that was the case and asked if he had grown taller in 7 months. Hina clarified that it's not what she is talking about, as his aura is impressive, so based on mental state theory, he is at about 3 stars, but something about his presence is different. She became certain that he must have worked tirelessly in Yongram, and told him he is the strongest among all the 3-star warriors she knows. Vincent knew there were noble heirs among the 3 stars, including Kagan and Raven, who also had outstanding talent. Hina knew that, but she said with certainty that he was stronger than they and would continue to be. The protagonist thanked her for the compliment, and Julian is thrilled to hear himself complimented. Suddenly, a shadow arrived there, and he was amazed to learn that the successor of the Dragon King had appeared. The protagonist uttered that before the 7th waning moon sets, the one who swore to the shadow has returned, and the Shadow Slayer must fulfill the oath. Suddenly, a dark energy started spreading behind that shadow, and some of that was approaching Vincent, which worried Hina. The protagonist furiously stared at him, then emanating a tremendous aura to overcome the dark energy. The shadow is amazed to see Vincent uphold both the Dragon King's oath and his own, so as a reward for the Dragon King's legacy, he returns Vincent's shadow to him. Julian is happy to secure the following arrangement, and the protagonist agrees, as this is the true blessing of the Dragon King. The shadow starts vanishing, as with this, he is finally free, which worries the protagonist, so he wants him to wait, as he wants to learn more about this ring and the reason Ableton left it there. The shadow clarified that they don't know the details either, but he is certain that it will lead him to the heavens and that the power of the first head of the Helm family is contained within it. The protagonist is dumbfounded to learn that this ring is also an Athenia magical artifact. The shadow hoped that he could reach the truth and disappeared from there. The protagonist knew everything that needed to be done in Helene was finished, so it was time to return to the Red Fortress. A week later, the protagonist is annoyed at the Red Fortress, as no one has come to greet them when they should have arrived on schedule. Suddenly, he heard Carmen's voice telling him they had met after a long time, which startled both the protagonist and Hina. The protagonist is shocked to see him as that person is Carmen, and looks at Julian, who is infuriated on seeing him. Julian is infuriated as Carmen was the eldest among the direct line and is the cruelest and most cunning of their siblings, worse than Malone beyond comparison. The protagonist agrees that the eldest resembles him. He looks most like Khan Adenka among the 8 children. Carmen is annoyed as the protagonist calls his older brother that person, which is what he expects from a concubine's child. Julian is enraged on hearing such a harsh remark from his brother. Hina asked why he had come to the fortress, and Carmen clarified that he had been away for quite a while and had come to congratulate her in advance on her promotion. He grinned cunningly, telling her to keep devoting herself to martial arts like this flower. The protagonist asked Julian what that rude man was after. Julian explained that he is threatening Vincent because the power in Adanka is balanced between the first and second factions. Therefore, the second eldest sister is the strongest in terms of martial strength. But politically, the eldest brother holds more power. Therefore, the only thing that can break the balance there is the Hina faction. So if she gives up control to chase her dreams, the variables will shift significantly. Therefore, Carmen wants her supporters to remain in a neutral gray zone forever. Hina clarified that she had no interest in a power struggle, and Carmen asked her if she didn't care what happened to the blind one of Helheim, which startled her. Carmen has the support of 2 of the 4 great elders, influencing Helheim's power, so structure is nothing to him. So he is sure that a soft-hearted man can't endure Carmen's interference for that long, and he told Hina to wither away in her vase if she doesn't like it until he consumes all of Adanka. Before Hina could reach that bouquet of flowers, the protagonist put his hand on it, telling him no, and emanating the energy that makes those flowers bloom again. Carmen is shocked to see that the withered flower can't bloom again. Vincent clarified that he will never let someone like him take Adanka. On the other hand, Wilson is worried about seeing ahead and wonders why Carmen, the eldest son of Adanka's family, is there, and Sari told him to stay quiet. Carm heard from Abel that he is joining the successor competition as well and touched Vincent's forehead, telling him that knowing his place is also a form of intelligence. Since he is a lowly bloodline with no qualifications, Carmen wondered how he dared to step in. The protagonist moves his hand away as he is sure that Carmen also lacks the qualifications to discuss the succession of Adanka, which shocks Carmen. The protagonist heard that Daya is the only one in 500 years of Adanka history to have won the friendly exchange meeting. The protagonist uttered that means Carmen was defeated by a direct line from Samian, and is sure that her awakening might have been a great disaster for him. He can't even begin to imagine how often he was compared to Daya. Carmen is enraged on hearing this, so he attacks Vincent and throws him away, claiming this is not his fault. He clarified that no one had beaten Samian in 500 years, but he wondered why it had to be now, and that Freak Daya was the abnormal one, so he wanted him not to compare him to her. Abruptly, Sari stepped in, asking Carmen what he was doing, but Hina stopped her from stepping in because it was dangerous. However, Sari is reluctant, so Hina explained that when her brother is that enraged, then no one can stop him. Meanwhile, the protagonist finally discovered the power of Adanka's eldest and is startled to see him rushing toward him with his sword with the aim of killing him. Carmen struck him with a divine general sword dance, thus destroying the entire place. He laughed wickedly at seeing Vincent talking much, yet that was all he had. The protagonist rushed toward him to attack, piercing Carmen's face, and clarified that it was not the case. Since the training in Yangrim strengthened not only Vincent Forsiden's blessing, but also the traits of other blessings, he is pleased. Abruptly, he created many clones of himself, which surrounded Carmen and startled him. The protagonist realized he was a galactic wanderer, much faster than he had heard. He is having a hard time tracking it with his eyes, and he lost his balance, so he used a linked strike, a small tidal wave, along with Amelin's heavy sword technique and heavy sword within a slash. Despite the combination of all those techniques, Carmen blocked the protagonist's attack and shocked him. Carmen grabbed his collar, telling him he was a simple-minded fool who stopped alone. The protagonist gets worried as he gets caught because that opening was a trap. After that, they kept fighting for a while, and Carmen chased after him, asking what was wrong, as he should brag some more. He tried to strike him, and the protagonist tried to evade it with the barrier, but still got struck and thrown away, so he finally realized that Carmen is strong. The protagonist discovers that his opponent surpasses him in everything, including strength and judgment, so he wonders if there is such a big gap, even among direct lineage. He saw Carmen approaching him and clarifying that this was the end, and he got worried, but suddenly, a barrier appeared before him, which annoyed Carmen. The protagonist realizes it is magic, and abruptly, the deputy fortress chief comes out, telling Carmen to stop because this is as far as a sibling duel can go. The protagonist is surprised to see the deputy fortress chief there. Carmen is infuriated as he dares to stop him with his position, and supposes he might have a death wish, so he wants him to leave. The deputy fortress chief clarified that he stepped in because of his position, as Carmen is the one who barged in and turned the fortress into a mess. So, no matter how much he is the first prince, this is a clear overreach of his authority. The deputy fortress chief is relieved as there were no people in the damaged buildings, and clarified that he wouldn't report this to the main family if Carmen came back down there, and he is sure it would be best not to give his father any excuse. Carmny is annoyed that he doesn't know how many years it will take, but he will return with the rightful qualifications to be Adenka's successor, and on the day he returns, he wants to send Vincent to his wretched mother's side. The protagonist is infuriated, but neither he nor Julian has ever seen her face, and from what he has heard, Sarvana Hisley did not deserve such insult. The protagonist shouted that he should remember this, and that he would pay for the insult to his mother. After Carmen left, the protagonist furiously clenched his fist as he was arrogant and drunk on his gained power. The protagonist forgets his place as he is not even at the starting point to challenge them, so he wants to obtain the celestial blessing as soon as possible, and that is where his journey begins. Later, the protagonist was healed, and the priest is glad to see that the healing is complete because of Vincent's traits. He has no serious injuries. The deputy chief told Vincent it was a dangerous provocation because Carmen's martial prowess is far beyond his. While the priest also went to heal the attendant, Sari thanked him. The deputy chief told the protagonist to train inside the fortress for the time being, and even though it might be frustrating, Vincent wanted to go to Nail Falls right now. The deputy chief gets infuriated and wants him to consider himself lucky, as that is all he is getting for participating in an unauthorized duel without punishment. The protagonist affirmed, and the deputy chief is pleased to see the progress that he has made in Yongram, as well as the density and mana quality that are incomparable to before. The protagonist wanted to report about what he experienced in Yongram, as it included something which should be reported separately to the deputy fortress chief, who worried that the chief would be informed. The deputy chief is astounded to learn that the nightmare goal is to resurrect the great demon Daven. The protagonist affirmed that the man named Barom said so, and explained that Nightmare is a cult that worships the great demon. The protagonist can't guess how far Samian Adenka and Helame's influence has reached. The deputy chief asked him for the information he wanted to tell him separately, and Vincent explained. Meanwhile, outside the room, the priest is shocked to see that healing isn't working on Sari and wonders what is happening. The protagonist told the deputy inside the room that the Dragonkin warrior Kalbeck had directly mentioned that their enemy was the Tower of Magic. Therefore, if the Tower of Magic has also allied with the Nightmare, then Sir Barnaly's sudden death at night may also be connected to them. The deputy chief turned pale on hearing this slammed on the table, which worried Vincent. The deputy chief told him to wait as there was somewhere he needed to go now. Shortly, Herka entered the room as she had something to report to Sir Bargon. Bargon rushed out in a hurry, wanting to hear the matter later, as he is going on vacation. Herka gets worried about the vacation, so he wants him to wait to know when his vacation will end, and is startled because skipping on the responsibilities is her role. The protagonist asked her what the matter was, and Herka explained that Hina left for the Nail Falls as she is taking the promotion exams. Hina requested that Herka proceed as quickly as possible, as she has already gathered enough points from her mission in Helm. Herka wondered why she was acting like this anymore, and Hina clarified that she didn't want to be swayed by others anymore, as she wanted to become strong enough to protect those around her. The protagonist is pleased to hear that Hina has grown up a lot. Herka has a proposal for Vincent to ask if he would like to assist Hina in her mission, which pleased Vincent. Sari clarified that Vincent is half under probation right now, and the priest remembers that assisting the promotion mission is only allowed for second rank and above. Herka gladly reminded them that strict man Bargon had just gone, so that no one would notice if they quietly swapped the name with another student. This pleased the protagonist, so he rushed away to start his task and thanked Herka, but Sari worriedly chased him, requesting him to wait for her. The priest asked if it was all right to send them like this, and Herka clarified it's fine as long as the priest keeps quiet. Since Vincent survived the Holy King's tomb, she thought he might be the only one who sees the truth from Adenka legend, and the legacy left in the fortress by founder Arslan is meant for Vincent, but still, she wanted to know from her ancestor if she is doing right. Meanwhile, Hina fought with the monster, eliminated it, and is glad as the mission is over. But what is left is that at that moment, Vincent tried to see something behind the waterfall. Furthermore, Vincent is obsessed with Adenka's mission, which makes Hina wonder if there is something far beyond that. Momentarily, the protagonist arrives there as he expected from his sister. She had already defeated the waterfall clam. Hina is startled to see Vincent and Sari there, and she inquires what they are doing there. The protagonist happily tells her that the fortress chief sent them to assist her mission, and he is sure that Seri will be helpful to her because she is the spirit mage. But since the mission is already over, he is sure he wouldn't get scolded for a little distraction. Hina agreed but inquired how he would get past that raging waterfall and requested her to step aside for a moment, and she got worried. Seri smiled as she was sure that Hina hadn't seen the new power that her young master had seen yet. Abruptly, the protagonist used the foreseeing blessing, which is the power to control water. Julian told Vincent to look there, as a cave is hidden behind the waterfall. The protagonist finally found that place, as there is a celestial blessing. Seri also volunteered to go there, as she needed to ensure that Vincent didn't do anything reckless, and Hina also wanted to go. The protagonist is surprised to learn that his sister is also going with her. Hina clarified that he supported her dream, so she also wanted to support Vincent's dream. The protagonist gladly accepts her support and asks Julian if they should leave now. Julian affirmed that he had been waiting for this day, when he could finally obtain the celestial blessing left behind by founder Arslan, and they rushed towards the cave. At the western part of Adanka territory, the man inquired if the preparations for departure were complete, but his subordinate refused, so the man told him to hurry up, as he didn't want to hear Carmen scolding. Abruptly, Carmen arrived there and wanted to depart for the Hichok archipelago subjugation expedition. Khan Adanka stared at him and told him that the sea is still an unknown domain for warriors, so he didn't want Carmen to rush and proceed with patience and perseverance. Carmen affirmed, assuring Khan that they have been planning this for years. He elucidated that they will first drive out the pirates occupying the archipelago and make the sea routes to Adanka. Carmen is confident that Adanka will surpass even the old Samian after controlling the sea and wield even greater influence. He knelt before Khan and uttered that he would make his voyage successful and prove that he is the most suitable person to succeed him as the head of Adanka. Everyone praised Carmen, telling him he is amazing and that this was what they expected of the next family head. He is sure that with this achievement and the pressure from the elders, they will have no choice but to approve, so no matter how strong his father is, he can't withstand all the external pressure. After gaining power, he didn't want to let anyone compare and belittle him again. Khan asked him for the reason he wanted to become the family head, which startled Carmen, but he didn't answer. Khan looked at him, then turned to leave, hoping to hear his answer when he returned. Carmen tried to stop his father as he wanted to know what he meant and wondered why he stopped mid-sentence. Momentarily, Carmen understood and informed him that the preparations were complete, which infuriated Carmen as they had just finished now when they should have finished before his father arrived. He commanded them to set sail and to succeed at all costs, and everyone affirmed. On the other hand, Bargon reads several books and then lies on the ground because, as he expected, it's a dead end. He thought his sister would have left some clues in her home, but there was nothing there except books. He knew that his sister was righteous, and if Vincent were right that the nightmare had infiltrated the Tower of Magic, then she would have resisted them. And if that is the case, she surely must have left an encrypted clue behind their backs. The only thing that his sister left directly was the will that he was looking at. He wondered what she left for him and if she really left anything. After taking a closer look at the magical circle, Bargon's eyes widened in shock as he found something. On the other side, the protagonist entered the cave with them, and Hina never expected such a vast space to be hidden there, but wondered if a dragon was hiding there. The protagonist affirmed because, according to his mother, there is a dragon in this cave. Hina remembered that according to the legend, the celestial blessing chooses its own master, so she asked him how he was planning to obtain it. The protagonist is sure it will certainly choose him, but the dragon inquired what makes him so confident. Everyone is startled to hear that voice and wonders where it is coming from. The dragon was floating in the air, asking them where they were looking, as she was over there. The protagonist is startled, so he seems above her, asks her who she is, and gets into a fighting stance. The dragon is amazed as he asks who she is, and she enchanted a spell, Neria Tabor. She rushed toward the protagonist, asking him who he thought she was, and if he knew her. The protagonist worriedly looked behind him as he didn't even realize when she got behind him. They all rushed away immediately, and the dragon was pleased to see that their movements weren't bad. Julian clarified that the spell she cast just now wasn't in human language. The protagonist finally understood that she is the dragon that guards the prophecy. The driver is glad he recognized her and remarked that he isn't entirely clueless. The protagonist claimed that he is Vincent Adanka, a descendant of Arslan who sees the truth from the prophecy, so he wanted to take the celestial blessing. The dragon asked if that was the case and clarified that she had been guarding this place because of Arslan for 500 years. The protagonist told her to give him the celestial blessing, and the dragon told him that there is one thing he got wrong, as the ones allowed to enter there aren't those of Arslan blood, but the blood of the Hisley family. Sari was shocked to hear about the Hisley family because it is Vincent's birth family and Sari's family. The dragon grabbed Hina's neck to choke her, clarified that she had no right to be there, and slammed her against the wall, which worried Vincent. The dragon explained that everyone except those of Hisley's blood must die, as that was the oath between Arslan and her, and that her name is Ainulin. The dragon firmly choked Hina, which made her moan and start creating the fire, as she must kill Hina there. However, before she could kill her, the protagonist and Sari stopped her, and he took her away. Vincent asked her if she was all right, and Hina apologized to him as she held him back. Ainulin furiously asked Vincent what he was as a mere human. He dared to stand against a dragon, and she warned him to kill them both if he got in her way again, so she wanted him to move aside. The protagonist clarified that he can't do that because she is his sister. Ainulin created a fireball to attack him and wanted him to die, so he threw it toward him. He used the supernatural sword strike to strike, and Ainulin is glad, as she expected. She wasn't mistaken. The protagonist's sword skill removes the fireball the dragon throws, and Ainulin starts laughing. Sari is confused as she suddenly starts laughing, which makes Hina wonder what is going on, and Julain worriedly bites his nail, wondering if that dragon is insane. Ainulin is amazed to learn that Vincent knows that technique and realizes that the words of the prophet Arslan trusted were true. Julian is confused to learn that Arslan has a prophet among his friends, and Vincent clarified that it is his first time hearing about it. So, the protagonist asked about that prophet and wanted to know their name. Ainulin tried to recall the name, even though it was so long ago, and she suddenly remembered that Arslan told her that the prophet's name was Julian. As that was his name, the protagonist and Julain were shocked, so he wondered what she meant. This is a story he heard from the dragon Ainulin deep in the Nile Falls, 500 years ago, from this time. Suddenly, over the once peaceful territory of Samian, a dark shadow was cast, and the boy wrote about the identity of that shadow as that of the great demon Davin. All who came into contact with that demon became his slaves, and Samian was brought to the brink of annihilation. Everyone who was being chased by the demon kept running away as the demon appeared. However, 4 heroes stood against him, and the first hero was Sun Sword Master Arslan Falker, who used his divine sword dance to strike the demon and accidentally broke their horn. After landing away, Arslan was a bit annoyed as he missed his target, and he saw several shadows chasing him. Even though he was scared to see that, it was already too late to run away. After that, the second hero stepped in to protect him, clarifying that this demon cannot be faced alone. That hero who helped him deal with the demon was Arslan, a close friend of the Holy King Ringo, and he protected Arslan using the barrier. Demon Davin flew high to visualize the entire battle and wanted to slay them, so he grabbed the tower near him, targeting Arslan, and threw it toward him. Arslan's face turned pale after seeing this, as the building is coming at them, and Ringo is also worried about seeing this, so he wanted to avoid it. That was the time when the third hero stepped in to protect them, and she stopped the tower with a single gesture of her finger. Ringo is surprised to see the tower has stopped, and Arslan wonders what everyone is doing. He looked back at the roof of one of the buildings and was shocked to see the head of the Hisley family, Bisadal Hisley. Bisadal Hisley looked at him, smiled, and asked if he stopped there. She wondered how he expected to drive out that great demon. Arslan and Ringo were glad to see that Bisadal came there. Bisadal kept scattering the blocks in the way and told Arslan to go now, as she had cleared the path. At the same time, Ringo takes out the relic and is willing to offer him all of his holy power through the Holy Grail. After moving the Holy Grail toward Arslan, and Ringo told him this is his only chance, so he shouldn't miss it. Arslan furiously grits his teeth on seeing the demon and tells Ringo that he understands. He ran on the blocks to charge toward the demon. Davin saw him coming closer, so he immediately swung his sword, thus destroying all the other blocks paving his way. Arslan gets worried as Davin is going for the foothold which could make him fall, and finally, the legendary dragon Ainulin stepped in. Arslan is glad to see that she finally arrived, so he rode up to her, and Ainulin looked at him and grinned as she realized things are pretty bad. Arslan still didn't want to give up, and Annalyn agreed because, even though she couldn't see a way to win for now, all they could do was believe in the prophet he had mentioned. Since Julian prophesied that they could win, Arslan is shocked upon hearing this. Then he agrees, as she is right, and he becomes confident they will win. Annalyn likes her spirit to fight, and after they got close to Davin, he lunged toward the demon to attack. He lifted his sword, imbued it with his mana, and wanted to finish that great demon Davin in that move. Annalyn explained that just like that, they could defeat that Davin. As the protagonist is in awe, Annalyn proudly asks if that was amazing and tells him that the legendary dragon is none other than her. Vincent is shocked to learn about Arslan and Holy King Ringo, as he had heard of those two, but he had never heard any legends about Besaddle or Annalyn. Annalyn is shocked to listen to this, as there is no way it could happen, and worries that he has never heard of the Black Flame Dragon, Doom, and Destruction. The protagonist is shocked to hear about the Doom and Destruction, and along with the Black Flame Dragon, because she is clearly red. Vincent sums it up, saying that she is claiming to have defeated Davin, and the one who gave the prophecy was named Julian. Annalyn agreed, but she claimed that she didn't care much. Others were so desperate about it. Julian asked the protagonist if that old dragon lady was sane, but he was worried because there was no response, so he called out to him again. Vincent thinks for a while and realizes that Dragon doesn't seem to be lying, as he has heard of the name Besaddle from 500 years ago, and her descriptions are too vivid to be made up. So he wonders if the great demon's name was Davin, but he is worried, as Davin died alone underground in Samian. After remembering that he is dead, Vincent is dumbfounded as he recalls his death and tries hard to remember how he died. He worriedly grabbed his head as all of his memories were a bit strange, and he wondered what was going on. Since his memory of when he died was a bit fuzzy, for now, he needs to learn more about the past from this dragon. Momentarily, Annalyn grabbed his collar, telling him that it was enough questions, and pushed him away as she warned him to stay out of this for a moment. Hina is worried after seeing Seri for his safety. Annalyn approached them, clarifying that she got a little too excited talking to people again after so long. Then she reached out to Hina and explained that she had decided that she needed to kill her and launch the flame at her. Momentarily, there was an explosion, but Annalyn was shocked to see that Vincent had stepped in and stopped her from harming his sister. Annalyn becomes worried, wondering who he is, and she thinks she feels the blood of Hisley in him, wondering if he is that child's offspring from long ago. Vincent clarified that Hina is his sister, and Annalyn praised him as she liked that. So she asked him if he wanted to bet his life on a little wager. He wondered what kind of wager she was talking about, and the dragon clarified that if she won, he would give her heavenly fruit and let all of them leave alive. Furthermore, he could kill her as her corpse would sell for a fortune now. She firmly grabbed his face, telling him that if he loses, then they all will die there. She smiled cunningly, then transformed into her dragon form, and asked if he was scared. Then he should drop dead. Vincent worriedly clarified that he is the only one who needs to risk his life, so he requested that Annalyn leave his sister and Seri out of this. Annalyn refused because she didn't want to spare them, and Julian is infuriated at that old dragon, so he tried to beat her. Seri agreed with Annalyn's condition, and Hina also wanted Vincent to accept the wager, which worried Julian. Seri refused to be a burden to him after coming this far. Hina also reminded him that he didn't come here assuming failure. Vincent worriedly looked at them, saw their firm resolve to support him, and agreed to them, so he accepted the wager. Annalyn gladly stared at him and rambled that he should have said so from the start. Annalyn widely opened her mouth to breathe flames on him, and she launched a substantial strike that led to a flare. The protagonist was trying to block the attack, so he wondered what had just happened as he was unharmed. Then he looked ahead and saw Annalyn smirking close to him, and she opened her mouth widely. While the protagonist is shocked, Annalyn tells him that it is the heavenly fruit. The protagonist finally got the heavenly fruit, so he kept staring at it, and Julian clarified that it just looked like a rotten fruit. Vincent can't believe it himself, wondering if that is the heavenly fruit. Annalyn transformed back into her other form, telling him that it was the real thing, but it was still a little unfinished. The protagonist wondered what she meant by unfinished. Annalyn elucidated that Besaddle once said the heavenly fruit is a miracle of the gods, forged into a fruit. The protagonist could tell that it was a miracle of God, since he carried the divine power himself, but the divine power inside that fruit was extremely weak. Annalyn explained that divine power dwells subtly in all things, and the dragon can filter and store that power slowly. Therefore, the pure essence of divine power collected like that is the heavenly fruit, and to create a proper heavenly fruit, it takes 100 years. The protagonist is dumbfounded on hearing that it takes 100 years for the heavenly fruit to ripen. Julian is shocked because his birth mother received the heavenly fruit in less than 30 years. The protagonist understood that getting a complete heavenly fruit would take another 70 years. Annalyn smiled cunningly as she told Vincent that the wager starts from this moment onward. She rambled that if he is the one Arslan spoke of who sees the truth, then he will overcome any hardship and complete this withered heavenly fruit. She told him to complete it and make it belong to him, and she is sure that he already knows what will happen if he can't do that. Vincent smiled cunningly after hearing that and wanted her not to change her mind later. He started thinking of a way to imbue divine power into the withered heavenly fruit. On the other side, Versa Hylame met with Priest Dulan, and she thanked him for making the trip all the way to Adinka. Priest Dulan told her that it was not a problem, as he had to come because they needed a reliable partner to spread the holy water made from the Holy Grail across the world. Versa thought that it was natural because the church alone wouldn't be enough to handle this. Priest Dulan explained that to make the power left by the Holy King reach even the lowest place, they need Adinka's assistance. He is willing to offer it at the lowest possible cost and asked Versa if that is doable. Versa respected his goodwill, but the matron of Adinka doesn't go into loss-making deals. Raelsa knew this conversation was going to take a long time, so she left with Merlin. On her way, she asked Merlin how the Holy Knight's life is and if it is bearable. Merlin affirmed that, as the Holy Knight, life is better than he expected. Raelsa supposed that coming from the Holy King's tomb made him a believer, and Merlin wanted her to say it something like that. Merlin explained that someone had changed his fate, and he wanted to use this bonus life to help that person. After some time, a huge magic circle appeared above the mansion that concerned all of them. Suddenly, something landed on the lawn, causing destruction there that shattered the ground and blinded everyone's sight. Priest Dulan gets worried, wondering if that was a cannon. Versa is concerned to see that Mana and finally understands that this man belongs to whom, as there is no way it would be her. While the protagonist is a bit annoyed, wondering if Annalyn can't land a little more gently because she ruined the entire lawn. Annalyn wondered what he was talking about because if she didn't land like this, it wouldn't look cool. After seeing Vincent, Raelsa, and Merlin, who were worried, run towards him, the protagonist is glad to see them. Momentarily, Versa also approached Annalyn, asking if she was the one from back then. Annalyn looked at her and was impressed because Versa recognized her. Versa affirmed that formed that day inside the Nile Falls, and Annalyn recognized Versa as one of Sarvana's friends. Versa is pleased to learn that she remembers her, and Annalyn could sense the energy, remarking that the other one is also there. Meanwhile, Khan Adinka was in his room, and he dropped the pen in shock after sensing that Mana. After some time, Annalyn looked at the Holy Grail, and couldn't believe that it was the real one that Ringo used in the past. Therefore, she asked Vincent if he made it out of that tomb alive. Vincent affirmed, telling her that he had also received the Holy King's message, which stated that the Holy Grail would lead him to the heavenly fruit. Annalyn is speechless as she didn't expect him to meet one of the two conditions already. The protagonist asked the Black Flame Dragon of Destruction and Doom what the other one was. Annalyn told him that it was wrong, which made the protagonist wonder what she meant by it. Annalyn furiously clarified its Doom and Destruction, not the other way around, because Doom is stronger, so it comes first. The protagonist understood that he had made a mistake, so he apologized to her. Annalyn then told him not to mess it up again, and he immediately agreed. Meanwhile, Priest Dulan told Hina that it was all done as he had healed her. Hina stretched her arm a bit, moved forward, and thanked her. Priest Dulan looked at Sari's face and realized that she had a cut on her face as well. Sari looked at her injury and clarified that she had already applied some medicine to it. Priest Dulan told her to get it treated, but she still hesitated because it might leave a scar. Sari clarified that she had received healing, but divine power did not affect her. Priest Dulan is shocked on hearing this, as that can't be true. Annalyn listened to that and realized Sari might be a repulsive type. Vincent is shocked to hear about the repulsive type, because the Hisley family is known for being a Mana type. Annalyn clarified it's also called repulsion type, as Besaddle had it as well. Their bodies are so saturated with mana that divine power bounces off. Sari sighed on seeing this, thinking Vincent is lucky because the two conditions to complete the heavenly fruit artificially are completed. She explained that conditions are the divine power of the Grail and a human with a repulsion-type body who wouldn't interfere while shaping the fruit. Sari is shocked to hear that she is also one of the conditions. Julian is shocked as well, and so is Sari. Vincent is also stunned, because even the Hisley bloodline was helpful, so he wonders if that was part of Arslan's arrangement as well. Julian found it strange because this whole setup is too convenient for them. Until now, it had only left behind objects, and that was as far as it went. But this isn't just an arrangement, it is foresight. Julian suddenly recalled that Arslan had said the name of the prophet was Julian, but he sighed, unable to believe it might be what he was thinking. While Julian is pondering, the protagonist accosts Sari and Priest Dulan, knowing it might be sudden, but he has a favor to ask of them. He asks them if they would help them complete the heavenly fruit. Sari doesn't get it, but she is willing to do anything she can to help. Priest Dulan had been holding on to it for a while, but this holy grail belonged to Vincent, so he should use it as he wished. Annalyn saw this form far away, smiled, and seeing this, those kids reminded her of them. She looked at them and was shocked as she visualized Arslan, the saddle, and Ringo accosting her, which made her gloomy. Versa noticed her indulging in her thought, so she accosted her and asked if she was planning to give the heavenly fruit to Vincent. Annalyn is startled by her abrupt call, so she looks back, telling her that it's right, and wonders if there is something wrong with this. Versa asked her if Vincent would die after getting that, just like that child 50 years ago, but Annalyn didn't reply to her. While Priest Dulan started creating the holy water of the Holy Grail by Gaia's light. While looking at them, Annalyn is sure that Versa might be wondering why that girl, Sarvana, died. Versa affirmed, so the dragon asked her what she thinks the reason is. Versa is aware that there is no way a power like the heavenly fruit can be created or obtained for free, so there might be a cost. Annalyn wanted her to give an example, and Versa uttered that it could take someone's life in return. Annalyn told her that it was right, just as she had said. The condition to leave her cave alive was that someone of Hisley blood might obtain the heavenly fruit. Since the heavenly fruit always demands a sacrifice, that sacrifice will fall under an incurable curse of weakness. Even if the sacrifice eats the fruit, they can't escape the curse. Versa gets worried, wondering if that curse could be what she is thinking. She remembers that in the past, Sarvana also had the same curse, and she locked herself in the room, so she kept requesting her to open the door. She wondered why Sarvana wasn't eating the heavenly fruit and asked if she was planning to die in that manner. Versa wanted to force her way in if she wouldn't answer at that time. She forcibly opened the door, kept calling Sarvana, but she was shocked after seeing the mark on her back. She worriedly asked her friend what that tattoo on her back was. Sarvana is infuriated at her asking her what she is doing, as she should show some manners. Versa worriedly asked her what had happened to her in that cave. At the present moment, Annalyn clarified that Sarvana knew everything, but she still volunteered to be the heavenly fruit sacrifice. It would be more accurate to say that she gave her life to save them all. Versa is guilty after hearing that, so she asked Annalyn what would happen to Vincent. Annalyn told her not to worry for now because, if the proper method is followed, he can obtain the heavenly fruit and still live, as everything is going right so far. After a while, Priest Dulan clarified that he had poured in all the divine power he could hold. He handed the Holy Grail to the protagonist and hoped this would help fulfill his wish. He is exhausted after draining his mana, and he fainted on the spot, and Vincent gets worried after seeing this. Merlin grabbed him to prevent his fall and realized that he had passed out from using too much power. The protagonist felt guilty after seeing this, but he is still thankful to Priest Dulan for his help. Annalyn noticed that everything is already done there, so she wanted to head back with him, and Vincent affirmed. Merlin wanted him to leave this to him and go on ahead, as he had an important matter to attend to. Vincent thanked his master for his help and requested him to take care of the priest. Annalyn saw him returning, so she flickered her finger and wanted to go back. Abruptly, all of them were immediately teleported from the mansion. After they left, Versa noticed that the lord of the house and Khan approached her, asking if she had heard why Sarvana died. Versa clarified that it was because of the heavenly fruit, but then corrected herself, as she had done it to save their lives. Khan is a bit gloomy, as he had thought so, and Versa worriedly reached out to support him. But Khan assures her that he is all right because just knowing the truth is meaningful enough. He looked at the sky and mumbled that only that day could he finally feel ready to let her go. On the other side, inside the cave, Sari is going to begin the procedure, so she grabbed the heavenly fruit. She is about to put the fruit inside the holy water, but Annalyn stops her and wants her to wait. Annalyn rushed toward her worriedly, wanting her to wait for a minute, which made Sari lose her grip on the fruit, and it fell into the Holy Grail. Massive energy erupted out of the Holy Grail, dazzling everyone's eyes, and Annalyn worriedly explained that the artificially made heavenly fruits would disappear in 1 hour, so that he couldn't swallow them without any preparation. The protagonist wondered what she was talking about. Annalyn explained that heavenly fruit isn't just a fruit, but it's a miracle of the gods. Therefore, if Vincent swallowed it without preparation, his body wouldn't withstand it, and he would die. Vincent is concerned on hearing this, and Sari's face turned pale as she realized that because of her, he would suffer. Vincent clarified it's all right because his divine bone is dying anyway, and now that he has finally grasped Arslan's arrangement, he absolutely can't let go of it. He is willing to risk his life to accept the power of this heavenly fruit. Annalyn looked at his fist and was shocked to see the ring he was wearing. Vincent commanded Sari to complete the heavenly fruit, and Sari affirmed to her lord's command. She began to complete the heavenly fruit that would lead to the discovery of the Holy Grail. After some time, the protagonist is amazed at seeing the complete heavenly fruit. Sari is shocked as well after seeing the heavenly fruit in its golden color. Annalyn approached Vincent, congratulated him, and clarified that this wager is his win. The protagonist is dumbfounded after seeing Annalyn's new form, so he wonders if she has aged and asks about her transformation. Hina gets worried on seeing this, so she covers his eyes, telling him he is still too young for this. Sari also gets scared, wondering what shameless behavior is that in front of her lord. Sari is shocked to see the symbol at the back of the dragon and wonders what it is doing there, and Vincent also looks at it. Annalyn is amazed by her reaction and asks if she knows what that is, and Sari is about to explain. She recalls that in the past, Sarvana, who had realized Sari had caught it, told her to stay quiet, as it was a secret from the others. Sari explained that Lady Sarvana had the same symbol on her back. Annalyn explained that heavenly fruit comes with a cost, which is that if it accelerates the growth of the one who eats it, then someone else's death is accelerated in turn. Julian is shocked as he realizes that it's a wager of life. Vincent realized that from the start, she planned to sacrifice herself for the heavenly fruit. Annalyn smiled as she told him that his big sister looks like a good person. Then she pointed toward the heavenly fruit, telling him that it would soon disappear, so if he was going to eat it, now was the right time. She sat on the rock, wanting to see it through her eyes, as that would be the final scene. The protagonist is dumbfounded as he has truly obtained the heavenly fruit, and is certain that with this, he is getting one step closer to the truth that Arslan left behind. Therefore, he ate the heavenly fruit, which caused a sudden surge of energy in his body, causing unbearable pain to him, so he shouted and coughed up blood. Sari and Hina get worried after seeing this. Annalyn told Vincent to hang in there because if he can't endure it, he will die, and if he's truly someone who sees the truth, then he has to live. But if he doesn't endure it, then her final act would be a joke. On the other hand, the protagonist knelt on the ground, his entire body burning as the overwhelming power set his whole body ablaze. While Annalyn watches all that Hina has told her worriedly, at this rate, Vincent will die, so she asks if there is any other way. Annalyn looked at her as she was wondering when she had asked, and she flicked her finger. This causes part of the Vincent ring to disappear and reappear in Hina's hand. She recalled that the ring belonged to Ableton and Hylame, so she asked if she was right. Hina is speechless, wondering how she knew that. Annalyn clarified that foolish woman Hylame loved Ableton dearly, that she had rather suffer in his place than see him in pain, so she cast a spell into the ring they shared. Therefore, the wearers of the ring can share each other's pain once a connection appears between Vincent and Hina after she wears the ring. Annalyn explained that pain surpasses human limits, so if Hina can't handle it, she will die as well, so she asked her if she is going to do it still. Hina uttered that she had already given her answer because he is her little brother. Annalyn found it amazing, and she is jealous of seeing their sibling bond. After the connection formed between Hina and Vincent, she started feeling the pain he was going through, so Vincent began to feel less pain. He looked ahead and saw Hina enduring that pain, and he realized that his sister was helping her. He is thankful to her and doesn't want her resolve to go to waste. He tried to make this power his own, no matter what, so he continued to endure alongside her. Sari started crying on seeing her lord and her lady in such pain, but she could not do anything for them. Annalyn is annoyed that it has turned into a mess and clarified that Besaddle was like that too, as she would cry just as bitterly when someone got hurt. She grabs Sari to tell her that crying alone wouldn't solve anything, so she should grow up strong and bring honor to the Hisley name with that boy. She wanted Sari to ensure that people remembered Besaddle, and Sari affirmed. Abruptly, a massive eruption of energy concerns Sari, so she wonders what it is. Annalyn clarified that she doesn't fully understand what that means either, because Arslan never explained it in detail. However, one thing is for sure. That day in her tomb, a hero was born, and Vincent finally stepped out. After some time, Annalyn refused because she didn't want to do it, having even made him the heavenly fruit and allowed his maid and sister to live. Therefore, she doesn't know why she needs to help with his training. Vincent isn't used to his body that has been enhanced by the heavenly fruit yet, so he requested her to help him. Annalyn is infuriated because she doesn't want to clean up after him when she doesn't even know when she might die. The protagonist explained that his mother had lived quite long, even after becoming the sacrifice for the heavenly fruit. As a dragon, he is sure that Annalyn will last even longer. Still, Annalyn furiously inquired why she should help him. Vincent promised to help her name not be forgotten. She sighed, annoyingly, as she doesn't care whether humans remember her or not. The protagonist asked what she could do about her comrades since a mischievous dragon like her kept her promise with them for hundreds of years and even sacrificed her life. He is sure that it is because the promise she made with them was more important to her than anything else, and asked if he was right. Since their records are being distorted and lost because of someone, Vincent is sure that the story of the heroes who sacrificed themselves shouldn't be treated in this manner, so he wanted to set things right and requested her help. Annalyn recalled the past she spent with Arslan, his comrades, and the others. So, she wanted Vincent to promise her one thing, that he would make sure the parts about her were the fanciest, befitting the Black Flames dragon of the end and destruction. The protagonist reminded her that it was doom and destruction, so Annalyn agreed, but she wanted him to listen when an adult speaks. The protagonist started laughing upon hearing that, and Annalyn told him not to. Vincent wanted to tell her story to others. After a while, Vincent is shocked to learn that his ring can create a subspace. He realized that when the ring is separated, it allows him to share pain, but when it's linked, it can act as a hideout. Annalyn affirmed, telling him it was perfect for their training at that moment, and its power didn't end there. She clarified that there is also time manipulation magic, because 3 years in there is only 1 year out. However, since the ring is already 200 years old, it has limitations. First of all, he can stay in the subspace for around 6 years at maximum. Secondly, it can only be created once, and only he can freely enter and leave it. The protagonist thanked her, then created a subspace, which shocked Annalyn, so she inquired if he was trying to enter it now. While the protagonist is rushing inside, Annalyn told him to stop, as it doesn't hurt to wait a little. After a while, he was inside the subspace, looked around, and realized it was pitch black. Julian remarked there was nothing inside, and momentarily, Annalyn also entered the subspace, reminding him that she had told him to wait. Annalyn clarified that even she can only enter there once a fortnight. Julian can't believe it, as he thought she said she could enter it freely. She asked the protagonist how long he thought a human could survive in this dark place alone, as he would likely go crazy within a month. Julian started laughing after hearing this, and Vincent sighed, knowing it would happen if he were alone. He pointed at her to ask if she wanted to make a bet that if he lasted a month, she would become his delivery dragon. Annalyn smiled cunningly as she agreed to his request and told him that if he failed, he would be her slave, with no takebacks. After some time, Annalyn faced a fierce lion that roared at her, and she thought it was a fearless animal. She can't believe he dared to show his fangs to the black flame dragon of doom and destruction. She quickly attacked the lion, but her attack was massive, so she got worried as she needed to leave meat. Then she cut her finger and poured her blood into the bottle as she kept thinking as this is the blood of the dying dragon. But it's still useful. She gets frustrated with Vincent because he is a stubborn kid, as she never thought he would last a month. Meanwhile, inside the subspace, Vincent is still practicing when Annalyn comes there with a pouch full of food and asks if he hasn't gone crazy yet. The protagonist looked back and was surprised, as it had already been a fortnight. He wondered how his mental state was so strong and asked if he had been locked in a prison for a decade. Vincent clarified that something like that happened to him. Whatever the case, Annalyn asked if he was going to stay there until the ring's lifespan was over. Vincent affirmed, so he thanked her in advance for the next fortnight as well, and called her the delivery dragon of doom and destruction. Annalyn gets infuriated as she finds it so irritating, and can't believe she got caught up with a guy like that. After covering some distance, she became a bit happy because Vincent promised her that he had fixed their stories. She imagined her comrades before her and wanted them to wait a little longer, as they would soon see each other. 2 years later, which is equal to 6 years in the subspace, the protagonist practices his swordsmanship there and destroys part of the area. Annalyn smiled cunningly after seeing him, as he is quite the man now and is sure most mages wouldn't be a match for him at this rate. The protagonist expresses his sincere gratitude to the faithful dragon who preciously carried on her friends' legacies. He is sure they might have thought the same in the past. Annalyn's body started disappearing as she told him not to be stingy and use it properly. Vincent is a bit confused on hearing that, and Julian told him to lift his head. The protagonist is startled to see her disappear, and he wants the black flame dragon of doom and destruction to rest comfortably now, but only her skeleton remains behind. Meanwhile, at the fortress, they saw countless cannons in the air, so they got worried as they were getting bombed. The commander told his comrades to put on the shield for protection, and he became concerned that he might be seeing things. Abruptly, they saw countless soldiers charging toward them, and the commander was shocked to know that they were all their soldiers. The commander decided to go to the front line himself and wanted the mage squad to reappear to cover him. They agreed. The commander didn't want to let anyone get into this fortress, but he was startled as he saw a dark shadow before him. The green-haired mage worriedly asked his commander if he was all right, but soon he was beheaded along with all his comrades by their commander. The remaining mage worriedly looked at their commander, wondering what was going on. The commander, who is controlled by the demon, commanded his comrades to attack the mages. On the other side, the protagonist is returning with Sari and Wilson, who thought he had gotten even colder in 2 years. Sari is certain that the training was successful. Vincent is sure they have worked hard as well and apologized for doing that as soon as he is back, but he has to ask them for a favor. He looked outside, startled, wondering why the soldiers of their families were at the fortress. Wilson clarified that they might be recruiting supporting troops, which shocked the protagonist. He explained that there have been random, unidentifiable disturbances throughout the continent lately. He explained that recently, a commander in charge of defending a fortress on the outskirts went rogue and attacked his comrades. Sari realized that there are both significant and minor incidents, so they are also recruiting cadets. Vincent worriedly looked outside and realized that something was amiss. After a while, he went outside the headmistress's room, knocked at the door, and asked if she was inside, as he was there to report his return. Suddenly, the dark energy emerged from the room that had tied the protagonist. Abruptly, Herka came out and found it interesting and asked who dared to be so bold as to emit this kind of mana in front of the headmistress's office. She wanted to see that person's face, but she was dumbfounded after seeing Vincent and realized that it was him. After Vincent explained everything, Herka realized the heavenly fruit might be excellent. She looked at him from a different angle and realized he had changed so much that he was now taller than she was. She told him to forget about rank 1, as he could defeat a breakthrough martial artist right now, and she sighed as she wanted to say something else. Vincent saw that, so he inquired if she was unhappy about her cadet growth. Herka asked him if he had forgotten that he was still a rank 8 cadet, and if it stayed like this, she was concerned that others might not learn much. Herka is sure they wouldn't have anything to say except that Vincent is the best, and he is so cool. She found it so annoying as she realized she had to give him the breakthrough rank now, but that doesn't make sense to Vincent. Abruptly, the rank 8 cadet representative came to the door, informed the headmistress about her presence, and remarked that it didn't make sense. Julian is startled to hear about the new rank 8 representative, and Vincent wonders who it is. Herka permitted her to come in, and the girl came in and greeted her headmistress. Julian is shocked to see her, and Loa Adenka informed the headmistress that a rank 8 cadet representative is there to report. Loa Adenka was the rank 8 cadet representative and the 8th direct descendant of Adenka. Loa realized that Herka already had a visitor, so she wanted to come back later. Herka told her it's all right because they should know each other. Loa Adenka is shocked to hear that Herka hates her to the point of no return, especially since Vincent is her good-for-nothing brother. Vincent didn't respond to her, but he looked at Julian, who was infuriated. Julian is getting infuriated, so he curses Loa, and he wants to bump her Ike toe super hard on the corner of a desk leg and loosen her toenail. While he kept cursing her, Vincent sighed, telling him to calm down. He knew that Loa bothered young Vincent quite a lot and bullied him, so it makes sense that Julian is this angry. Loa went to him, thinking it had been around 7 years since they had last seen each other properly. She heard that he had changed a lot, and she noticed it wasn't just a little, but he seemed like a completely different person. The protagonist admitted that it had been a while since he saw Loa. Loa called him brother, winked at him, and thought he was supposed to talk formally to her. The protagonist recalls it, so he pats her head and asks if she would like it more if he spoke like this. Loa gets infuriated after seeing his unforgivable act, so she quickly jolts his hand away. She wanted him to move his hand away and didn't want him to belittle her. Every day since she became a rank 8 cadet representative, she has been told that she would have to give up this position to Vincent once he returns. Everyone, including her instructors, was saying this, which made her feel isolated, and she was treated as a simple alternative to Vincent. She is fed up after hearing the same sentence regarding Vincent returns when she is a direct descendant of Adenka as well. Therefore, she doesn't want anyone to belittle her when it's a competition. She raised her sword at Vincent, telling him that he had to prove whether his exploits were real or not. However, Vincent didn't get worried. He smiled cunningly at her decision and was sure she would regret it. Herka gets worried after seeing her challenging Vincent and knows that she is so young. She guesses that Loa can't see that the difference in their level is so significant that she can't even estimate the power gap between them, so this is pointless even to fight. Herka sighed, thinking about the results, but she suddenly had an idea, and she suggested that the two of them could have a gladiatorial battle. Abruptly, Herka refused because it had come to this. She wanted to let everyone who had time come watch. Vincent is confused upon hearing this, wondering why the headmistress is doing that, and Herka wants to raise the stakes, so she tells her they will have it in a week at the fortress training hall. After a while, Loa is inside the cave when her maid, Bella, worriedly accosts her and asks if she is truly going to duel with young Master Vincent. Loa excitedly went inside the cave, telling her maid that it was right and she planned on winning the duel. She smiled wickedly as she clarified that she is going to beat Vincent and have him kneel on the floor. She recalled the past when she bullied Vincent and is confident that he is fated to submit to her, since it is fitting for him to cry like a child after her beating, just like 5 years ago. Yet she is annoyed as he dares to look down on her with that gaze. Therefore, she wanted to make him pay for that, and she can't wait to see him get embarrassed in front of everyone. However, Bella is worried because the rumors about young Master Vincent are incredible, as he is the youngest engraver and the sole victor of the friendly exchange meeting. Furthermore, Vincent made an outstanding achievement in Maeltoom and Hylam. Loa is confident that the rumors are bound to get exaggerated, but she still knows what Bella is worried about. However, she doesn't want her to be concerned as there is no way Vincent would beat her. That is because Vincent will lose without being able to show a single move. She smiled cunningly as she looked at her demonic sword and wanted Vincent to wait. Loa clarified that as soon as Vincent accepted her duel, he got trapped in her spider web and lost the last chance to save his face, and she opened the coffin. In the meantime, Selbra lunges toward Vincent to strike, but he easily blocks it. Then her comrade charges at him from the back, telling Selbra not to let him block this. However, both of them were surprised when Vincent disappeared from there, and they wondered where he had gone, but they accidentally collided with each other. Vincent looked at them as they lost, and he wanted to end things there for that day. The girl agreed immediately, but she thought Vincent was incredible. She didn't see him move at that time, so she admitted that he had gotten super strong in 2 years. Selbra agreed, but she started blushing as Vincent had gotten even more handsome than before. Vincent saw her unusual reaction, so he wondered what was wrong with her and remarked that they had become stronger as well. He noticed that the girl had even risen to rank 7, and she clarified it was all thanks to him. She explained that if he hadn't led them back then, it would have been impossible, which pleased him. Suddenly, Vincent sensed a huge hand appear behind him that tried to grasp him, so he quickly unsheathed his sword and struck back. However, Ravon Adenka quickly blocked his attack, and Vincent is glad to see him after a long time. Ravon smiled upon seeing him, but he found it upsetting that he hadn't contacted him once during those 2 years. The girl asked the protagonist who that guy was, and Vincent explained that he was his friend Rivan Adenka. He realized that Rivan is up to a lot as well, because his Dwarf King defense has gotten stronger. Rivan affirmed as he needs to have an ability that doesn't put Vincent to shame, and he is confident that his defense is stronger than his. Vincent can't believe him, but clarified that he can't wait to find out that. Raven wanted him to show him the result of his training as well. Vincent refused immediately as he had old plans to attend to. Then he asked Selbera where Raven was, as he had promised to duel him when he got back, and she worriedly told him about Raven. Later, the protagonist is on the rooftop, where he looks at an advertisement stating that young Master Raven Vartican is missing. Raven went out of contact with his attendant during a mission. Julian is sure the attendant might be Sirkin, and he wonders if he will get swept up in the disturbance that Wilson mentioned. The protagonist realized that, according to the newspaper, he gets worried because after looking at this, he is sure it might be the doing of Davin's evil spirit. Since right now somewhere, the same incident from Maeltomb and Hylame is repeating. He firmly grabbed the paper, thought about Raven and Sirkin, and wanted to destroy the nightmare plans as quickly as he could. Julian told him that to do that, he first needs to get the freedom of movement. Vincent agreed because he is a cadet for the next few years, so pushing Loa away wouldn't lead him to a breakthrough immediately. He wonders if there is a way to leave the fortress quickly. Julian looked down and was surprised to see a green-haired girl requesting the argument to let her in now, as she is so cold that she might die. The guard told her that she couldn't come in because she had to identify herself first. Vincent doesn't know who that lady is, but she is rude to the guard. Julian agreed to it, but he recognized that woman, and he smiled cunningly as he thought he had found it. The protagonist wondered what he had seen, and Julian explained that he had found a way to leave the fortress quickly. While the girl showed her identity to the guard, telling him that she is Maria, a top reporter from Sound of Wind, and that she is there to meet Vincent. After Maria met Vincent, he offered her tea to warm her, and Maria thanked him, then began drinking it. Sari stared at her, then asked her lord who that lady was. After finishing her tea, she put down the cup and wanted to introduce herself again, as she is Maria, chief reporter of the Voice of the Wind. The protagonist, if she is from that Voice of Wind, which is the major news outlets of the continent, and Maria clarified it's not a big deal. Vincent told her that it was a dangerous thing, as she had come to the north without any cold protection. Maria couldn't help it, as she heard about him, so she came as fast as she could. Vincent inquired why she was in such a hurry to see him. Maria pointed at him, telling him that it was because her instincts as the chief reporter told her that Vincent is a walking trouble magnet. She winked, telling him that she had a sharp eye, which should be expected from the chief reporter. Julian laughed after hearing this, as that means he is a walking headline. Vincent agreed, as that is undoubtedly the reporter Maria whom he remembers, since she is the one who reported their action in Hylame first and more enthusiastically 2 years ago. He is half because of Julian's memory. He was able to recognize reporter Maria. Since he was already meeting her, he smirked and wanted to move to the next step. The protagonist is willing to give her the most exclusive scoop that she has been waiting for, and it's only to Voice the Wind. Maria is thrilled to hear that, so she asked if he was telling the truth. Vincent started pondering the headline of the news, and finally, he got an idea, thinking it would be a nice idea. After some time, she did as she was told, made the headline about that matter, and delivered the newspaper to everyone, which shocked them as they couldn't believe this was happening to Lord Vincent. Later on the day of the duel, Vincent's comrade cheered him and told him that he could do it. While the golden-haired man is amazed to see this, as it has been 2 years, and Abel is annoyed to learn that Vincent is finally showing himself. Herka is worried as she is planning to skip Vincent up a few grades already. While the man read the newspaper, which stated that it was Vincent Adenka's return, the reporter wondered if he would prove his worth as the direct successor before his siblings. He is startled, as that is the killer headline, so he wanted to give it to that, and his comrade realized the Voice of the Wind beats them to it again. Maria looked at them, smiled cunningly, then stared at Vincent as she had spread his story everywhere like he wanted, but the rest is up to him. Meanwhile, Vincent is staring at Loa, who is worried as this is supposed to be a simple duel, but wonders what is happening there. She smiled wickedly as she thought it would be great because these eyes would be the witness to Vincent's defeat. Rivan Adenka introduced himself, telling them that he was acting as a mediator in that duel and commanded both sides to prepare themselves. Rivan is annoyed, wondering how he ended up doing something like this. A few moments earlier, Rivan is shocked to discover that Vincent wanted him to mediate the duel. Vincent is sure that with Rivan's little giant dwarf trait, it should be more than doable for him. However, Rivan clarified that it wasn't the issue, and he wanted to know why he had chosen him when other people could do this. Vincent wanted him to see with his own eyes how strong the person he had sworn loyalty to had become. At the present moment, Rivan Adenka smiled cunningly as he told them to begin the duel and wanted to see how strong Vincent had become. Loa excitedly pointed her sword toward him and wanted to carve unforgettable shame into her brother, and she wanted him to raise Scarlet Lotus. The protagonist found her quite arrogant, which annoyed Loa, wondering what he meant. Vincent clarified that to face the Scarlet Lotus Loa, Worth is far too small, so he accosted Wilson to come forward, and Wilson obediently affirmed and handed him the wooden sword. Vincent clarified that on the day of the real sword duel, he accepted 4 handicaps, which included no movement, a wooden sword, his left hand, and the second move. Therefore, in the present day, he wanted to take on all but the second move handicap, so he pointed his wooden sword toward her. Loa furiously grits her teeth on hearing this and inquires how much her brother has to look down on her to be satisfied. Abruptly, she took out her sword, and she wanted to make it perfectly clear who the arrogant one was there. As soon as the eye on the sword is opened wide, Loa recalled how Bella is controlled by it. Bella realized that Loa managed to seal her mana, and Loa affirmed, telling her that she figured it out right. She explained that the Sword of Athenia is what she secretly acquired during the chaos in Highland. Therefore, anyone who meets this sword gaze has their mana sealed, and the effect is brief, but it's deadly. Bella already knew that having a person mana sealed is the same as death to a martial artist. Loa affirmed as she is right, so no matter how strong her opponent is, he is bound to show an opening, and that opening will lead straight to Vincent's death. At the present moment, as soon as the protagonist looks at the Sword of Athenia, he is mesmerized by its energy. Loa is glad to see that, as she got Vincent, he can't use mana anymore. Therefore, he rushed toward him as she wanted to cut off his left arm. The protagonist is amazed as she wants to cut off his arm with that sword, which is down to just the hilt. As soon as Vincent cut the sword with his wooden sword, Loa was shocked along with others. Her broken sword was thrown away, and Loa couldn't believe it because Vincent shouldn't be able to use mana at the moment. She started trembling as she realized that Vincent broke that sword with sheer physical strength. Vincent stared at her, telling her that they should begin now, and he was willing to show his strength to his little sister as she wished. Loa is shocked to see that her sword has broken away and wonders why it has done so. She can't understand it as Vincent did this without mana, and she started sweating in worry as she couldn't even see Vincent swing his sword. Therefore, she wondered what had happened, and the protagonist saw her getting anxious, so he asked Loa what was wrong and if she was already admitting her defeat. Loa furiously ground her teeth because Vincent did something to her sword, because there is no way he could beat her if he didn't tamper with her sword. The protagonist thought that if that was her excuse, then he had a solution for it. So he stared at Rivan. Rivan is confused by his glare, wondering why he is looking at him. Then he looked at his sword and realized what he was thinking, and worriedly grabbed his sword as he didn't want to sacrifice it, as he had gone through a lot of trouble to buy that sword. The protagonist is startled to see him behave like that, and tells him that if his sword breaks, he should ask Master Hansen to forge him a top-grade one. Rivan happily handed the sword to Loa, wanting her to take it. Loa accepted the sword as she thought this level of sword isn't too bad. As soon as she grabbed the sword, Vincent immediately swung at her with her sword and broke it into 2 pieces. This left both of them in complete shock, and he asked if she was satisfied now. Loa started crying upon seeing the condition of her sword, and Rivan Adenka was excited, as he could now get a top-notch sword. Loa commanded Bella to bring her another sword and bring everyone they have got, as she refused to back down like this. After some time, several of her swords were broken by Vincent, which annoyed her. Everyone in the audience realized that it was already the 7th sword and remembered that the 8th one was the challenger herself, yet she failed, as she was not even close to his level. They wondered what she was thinking about going after the 7th one. Loa knelt on the ground and was mortified, as she had never thought Vincent might be this strong, which meant she had never had a chance from the start. That entire situation makes it look like Loa walked right into the trap Vincent set for her, and she can't get out of his grasp now. While Versa saw this and thought their class was on a different level. Since the way Vincent wields such overwhelming power, he looks like the head of the house just after consuming the heavenly fruit. Con Adanka agreed, as that is right, because over the past 2 years, Vincent has entirely made the heavenly fruit power his own. Meanwhile, Vincent approached her, and Ravan asked if she would continue the match. Loa didn't reply, so Ravan announced that Loa Adanka is deemed unfit to continue, and the winner is Vincent. Abruptly, the protagonist sensed someone's presence above his head, and he became thrilled as he was there, telling Ravan to protect Loa. As soon as the person landed, it caused an explosion, and Vincent's comrades grew worried, wondering what was going on, as someone had just jumped into the arena. Ravan protected Loa, but he asked what this was all of a sudden, so he looked ahead. The protagonist looked at that man, as it had been a long time since he saw his fifth brother, Damien. Damien was amazed to see that he dodged that just now, and he already knew that he was impressive. After seeing that he has made a firm decision to duel with Vincent, Herka gets infuriated on seeing this, telling Damien that he can't just jump in without permission. Damien agreed, as he is right, so he clarified that grade 7 representative cadet Damien Adanka is there and asked if he could fight now. Herka sighed as she couldn't stop him, as that battle maniac always acts before he thinks. Vincent told Herka that he doesn't mind it, and Damien is glad to tell her that his brother says it's fine. Herka is shocked as Vincent shows not even a hint of surprise, and he supposes he planned for Damien's interruption as well. Since that is the case, she decides to agree as she wanted to see how far this goes. So, she approved the duel as Fortress Commander, and told them to fight as much as they wanted. Damien started exuding flames as he pointed his sword toward Vincent, wanting him to go all out. He used his skill Fire Wheel to strike Vincent and told him that if he isn't careful, he might end up dead. The protagonist already knows about Damien's Divine Blessing Wheel of Fire, which comes from the god of fire, who creates powerful explosions. Each of those rings holds enough power to blow away a snow-covered mountain, and if it's about pure destructive power, Damina is the strongest of the 8 siblings. Abruptly, Damina gets near the protagonist and unleashes his attack on him, which causes significant destruction and flares up the arena. All the students were mesmerized by this, and some of them even felt hot, but Herka was thrilled. Ravan saw this scene, remembered himself saying to Vincent that he might be stronger than him in defense, and he looked forward to it. He smiled awkwardly after remembering that he was looking forward to it, as Vincent had even caught up in the defense. At the same time, the protagonist has created a strong barrier around himself, which shocked Damien. Damien can't believe this, so he happily went to Vincent, telling him that he is terrific. He grabbed Vincent tightly and started moving him excitedly to ask how he had done that, because the others had only dodged it, but he was the first actually to block it. The protagonist was feeling dizzy, so he told him to let him go first. Ravan reminded Damina about the match, and Damina wondered why he was asking something that was obvious, as he surrendered because he couldn't beat Vincent. Ravan is shocked to hear that, and he announces that Vincent is the winner. Maria is thrilled to see that the real fun is just beginning, and her comrade wonders what she meant by that. Maria explained that Lord Vincent defeated the 6th child back when he was in grade 9. But now he has defeated the 8th daughter and the 5th son, which makes her wonder who is the next, and she is sure the disgraceful 7th son rebellion is about to begin. The protagonist pointed his sword toward Abel, which scared him as he didn't want to think about what he was going to do. He asked his brother Abel if he would give him a lesson and wanted him to come down there. The protagonist told Abel to come down quickly, asking what was wrong with him and if he was scared. Abel started sweating because Damien's attacks were blocked that easily, but he decided to stay calm. He is certain that even though Vincent has become a lot stronger, there must be a way to win. He stared at the protagonist and remembered that he was a genius who had mastered every sword style of Adanka, so he was confident that he could handle any situation. He started imagining all Vincent's movements and types of attack on him, and is sure there is no such thing as a warrior without a weakness. He is confident that Vincent might have a weakness as well, so he started looking for his weakness, but wondered why he couldn't see it. No matter where Abel looks, including offense or defense, he can't see any opening. After visualizing everything, he became certain how Vincent would end up subjugating him, and his face turned pale. After seeing the result, he would face Abel, who would get worried, as that was ridiculous, and this couldn't be real. He kept pondering, as there might be at least one chance he could win, so he kept imagining different moves. While requesting to come out for just one move that can make him win, he is shocked to see that it is impossible. He can't believe it as he hasn't even fought him yet, and he has already lost hundreds of times in his mind, and he figured out that he can't beat Vincent now. While he is pondering, someone keeps calling Abel names that bring him back to his senses. His comrade kept calling him and asked if he was all right, and Abel affirmed, telling her that he was fine. He looked around and was sure that if he lost to Vincent in front of this crowd, his chances in the air race would be gone for good, but if he didn't fight, he would be remembered as a coward. After waiting for a while, the crowd started gossiping as they couldn't believe the fourth one wasn't even stepping up. Some of them were sure that after seeing Lord Vincent's strength, none of them would dare to challenge him. They figured out that Vincent is going to aim for the head of the family net at this rate. While Elder Pitinal is infuriated on seeing this, as that kid Vincent is finally causing a stir. She is concerned because if Vincent stands out there, the current succession dynamics and their entire plan to take over Adinka will completely fall apart. She shouted that they must immediately stop this duel, as they can't let Vincent show off any more than this. Herka clarified that it wouldn't happen, which startled her as they saw the commander of the fortress. Herka clarified that all duels within the fortress fall entirely under her authority, and she has no intention of stopping it, which annoyed Elder Pitinal. At the same time, Vincent wanted his brother Abel to make his decision because the audience was already waiting for him. While Abel was sweating in worry, Vincent asked if he would accept the challenge or run away. Abel is reluctant to take the duel, but soon his eldest brother arrives and cannot believe a warrior is avoiding a challenge. The eldest brother asked if he was going to tarnish the honor of Adinka just because of his fear. Abel is shocked to see his eldest brother there and asks who he came here with. While the entire audience is amazed to see Prince Carmen there and remembers he was in the pirate archipelago, everyone realizes this has gotten a whole lot bigger. Julian is infuriated on seeing Carmen, as he finally shows himself, and the protagonist agrees. Maria is shocked because she heard that the pirate archipelago was still under development, so she wondered why he was back already. Khan Adinka is annoyed as Carmen showed up without even informing him, so he asked what Carmen is after this time. Abel worriedly told his brother that if he steps out now, he will be a loser. Carmen spoke to him telepathically, telling him that Abel had changed, and Abel was shocked to hear his voice. Carmen inquired when he thought he could defy his orders, and told him he shouldn't make any more excuses, but he should go, which scared him. Abruptly, Pirate Queen Serida Veltide came forward, telling the prince that he shouldn't scare his little brother like that because intimidating people is the pirate's job. Julian is shocked to see that woman, as he recognized her and explained that she is the Pirate Queen Serida. He explained that Serida is a wanted criminal responsible for countless civilian and warrior deaths. Everyone in the stadium started running away worriedly on seeing the Pirate Queen and wondered why she had come to the continent. Seeing the situation getting out of their hand, Khan, Versa, and Herka went to her. Khan didn't want to ask why the Pirate Queen had shown herself since criminals like her don't get to say any last words, and he started unsheathing his sword. Serida is shocked to hear that, so she asks Carmen if he hadn't told them yet, and Carmen clarified that she was the surprise reveal. Serida knelt before Carmen, telling everyone that she was swearing her loyalty to Carmen Adinka, along with all of her pirate archipelago, so that they would be annexed into Adinka territory. Kan is shocked to hear that, and the entire audience is surprised as the Pirate Queen surrendered to the Prince Carmen in just 2 years and has conquered the pirate archipelago. Carmen stared at Vincent, apologizing to his little brother as he ended up stealing his spotlight, but Vincent didn't say much. Khan accosted Versa to check it, and Versa clarified that it doesn't seem to be a lie, as her eyes aren't reacting. Carmen knelt before his father, telling him that 2 years ago, when he left for the sea, he had told him that this hat would prove he was the most suitable Adinka to succeed him. The entire stadium is echoing with the excited voices of the audience as Adinka will rule on the sea now. Everyone expected this much, that the next head would be the eldest prince, Carmen, and Khan quietly stared at him. Carmen thanked everyone for their congratulations, but clarified that the day was not for him. He didn't want everyone to forget that it was his younger brother Vincent's stage to prove himself. He grabbed Abel, telling him that, for his younger brother, who had appeared after so long, he should show him a proper lesson. Soon, the announcement is made that after this, they will begin the friendly duel between Lord Vinchin and Lord Abel. While heading toward the stage, Abel started trembling, wondering if he should strike first with a quick sword, but he was sure Vinchin would counter for sure. He asked if he should block Vinchin's first move, then go in, but he was sure it wouldn't work either. Carmen sighed after hearing this, so she told Abel to wait for a moment and handed him a bottle of potion so that he could take it. Abel grabbed the potion, asking what it was, and Carmen explained that it was a potion that pirates drank before battle, but Sarita had given it to him as a token of her loyalty. He explained that it temporarily amplified the user's mana. Abel looked at the potion and began repeating his eldest brother's words, then drank it immediately. Carmen sighed after seeing that he was drinking it too quickly and should drink it slowly. Abel is delighted after drinking the potion because the power is surging through him, and he feels like he can do anything. While leaving, Carmen is confident that with that power, Abel can defeat Vinchin, but is sure that even without it, he believes Abel wouldn't lose. Since Abel is the most brilliant genius among them brothers, he is confident he could win this battle. Abel is glad to hear this, so he told his brother he will certainly return victorious and head toward the arena. While Carmen smiled cunningly, he wanted Abel to do his best, but he was confident there was no way he would win this battle. After Abel arrived on the stage, Ravon announced that the duel had begun. Vinchin excitedly stared at him, telling him not to be nervous, as he would give him a handicap just like he did in the previous matches. Abel started sweating even before the match began, and Vinchin uttered that he would use his left hand without making any movement, so he wanted to begin whenever his brother was ready. He is startled on seeing Abel's condition, as it seems strange to him. Abel is confused, wondering why this is happening, because a moment ago, he felt a surge of power, but his boy isn't responding right now. Vinchin worriedly asked his brother if he was all right, and Abel began to lose his composure. The audience is shocked, wondering what is wrong with Abel, as he doesn't look well, and they wonder if he is all right. The protagonist kept calling him, but Abel felt so uneasy on hearing this that he told him to shut up and charge toward him. He quickly struck him, but Vinchin easily blocked it and realized something was undoubtedly wrong. He realized that Abel's eyes weren't focused, and he wasn't in his right mind right now. The protagonist could sense the salty, faintly fishy smell reminiscent of the sea. He quickly pushed Abel back, but his brother started making strange sounds and then charged at him again. Vinchin raised his sword and covered it with his mana because, whatever is happening at the moment, he needs to end this quickly and find out. While Abel furiously called out, Vinchin rushed toward him to strike and got worried on seeing his mana-imbued sword. He was thrown away with substantial force, which led to an explosion. Vinchin is shocked, wondering what happened because Abel lost his consciousness even before his sword could touch him. Abruptly, Abel started coughing up blood, which shocked all the elders in the stadium. They became worried when they saw Lord Abel coughing up blood, so they wanted to call the priest quickly. Abruptly, Carmen rushed down to ask what had just happened to the priest. The priest worriedly looked back and informed him that it was poison that he couldn't identify, but it seemed to be a deadly toxin. The protagonist is shocked to hear about poison, and Carmen looks at him, asking if he is the one who poisoned Abel. The protagonist becomes worried upon hearing this, wondering what he is talking about, as he hadn't done anything to his brother. While he is talking, a hand appeared behind him, and Elder Iagal grasped his head, wanting him to stay still. Elder Iagal clarified that until they determine the exact cause of this poison, Vinchin has to go to prison, which shocked Vinchin. In the meantime, Abel is going away, and he keeps asking someone to save him, as he doesn't want to die. He uttered that he trusted him, but didn't know why he did it, and called out Carmen's name. Vinchin is shocked to hear that, wondering if Carmen wanted the head position that badly, which is enough to drive his brother to death. He furiously glared at Carmen and thought that out of all the people, Carmen was the only person he could never acknowledge. Therefore, he wanted to ensure that Carmen could never inherit Kana and Arslan's legacy. Later, he was inside the prison, and Julian couldn't believe it as he was in prison again. Vinchin told him to calm down, as this was not his first time, and he looked at Commander Herka, wondering how she ended up there. Herak annoyingly explained that they said she had to take responsibility for the situation as fortress commander. She has been a bit cheeky with Elder Pidinal, so she is certain that it is probably payback from her. Even though she is a bit mortified, she wanted to ask Vinchin if he was trying to poison Abel. Vinchin refused as he wished to poison him, And Herka agreed, as with his skills, he wouldn't need poison. The protagonist agreed, but he's concerned that if they let Carmen have his way, he will make him out to be the poisoner. So, he went ahead and grabbed the rod, wanting to get out of there. He used the skill Thunder Force and Giant, but couldn't break it, and instead his hands got burned as the rod became hot. Herka also tried to pull it out and is annoyed as it doesn't budge at all. Vinchin realized that high-level binding magic is covering the entire prison. Herka got an idea after hearing about magic and suggested they should cut it with a special sword strike. The protagonist stated that it is impossible, as it seems to interfere with mana manipulation itself, so breaking out of form within will be difficult. Herka worriedly knelt as she was certain that if Bargon were there, he would have broken it easily. The protagonist recalls that he hasn't seen Sir Bargon since they returned to the fortress and inquires about the deputy commander's whereabouts. While Herka was about to explain, Carmen arrived, telling them that it was enough, as the investigation results were in. Vinchin is infuriated on seeing him, and Carmen told him this vial of poison was found in his quarters. He explained that the same poison was detected on Abel's body and the wooden sword he used. Carmen concluded that Vinchin tried to kill his brother with poison in what was supposed to be an honorable duel. Vinchin furiously grits his teeth, asking Carmen if that was his plan all along. He furiously reminded him that an accurate warrior answers with strength, but that is a disgraceful act for a son of a noble family. Carmen clarified he doesn't know what he is talking about, but if the council accepts this investigation result, Vinchin will be executed on the spot under the family law. Herka gets worried after hearing that Vinchin will be executed on the spot. While returning, Carmen cursed Vinchin as all the evidence had already been fabricated, so there was no way he would escape this. He wanted to see if Vinchin could still act high and mighty when his head was about to roll, and smiled cunningly. Abruptly, he encountered his father on his way and started to see him. On the other side, Vinchin is shocked to hear that the deputy commander hasn't returned for 2 years. Herka affirmed that the last sighting of Sir Bargon was at his late sister's house, but that house soon burned down. Since then, she received no contact from his side, and no one knows where Bargon went or if he is still alive. On the other side, Khan asked Carmen what he was plotting because Abel's condition is critical, and they can't identify the poison, so treatment is impossible. He wonders if Carmen is planning to let Abel die in that manner. Carmen completely denied it, wondering what he was talking about, as he didn't know about it. Khan gets infuriated after hearing this, so he covered his fist with mana and quickly punched Carmen. Khan realized that he had grown quite arrogant after relying on the old men of the council, as he thought everything would go his way. Carmen confidently told his father that he couldn't find any evidence because if there were evidence, it wouldn't be his father there, but the Black Sword unit would have dragged him to the main estate. Since the power of a warrior exists to protect, it must only be used for truth, as that is the warrior's duty, and he reminded his father that he was the one who taught him this. So he reminded his father that lashing out like this is against a warrior's duty. On threw him away as he dared to lecture him about duty now. Carmen doesn't feel guilty, but inquired what is so great about that so-called duty. He smirked cunningly, telling his father that with a strength like this, he should crush everything he dislikes, as he shouldn't be bound by such worthless duty. He told his father that he was different from him and that the times were changing, so he wanted to use every means to fulfill his desires. Khan asked him why he wants to become the head and inquired what he is going this far for. Carmen smirked, telling his father that it's because he hates having anyone above him, whether it's Vinchin, Dea, or even his father. He can't stand anyone looking down at him, so he wanted his father to watch closely and see how he takes his place. While he was leaving, Khan asked if he was sure it was all over, as he hadn't beaten Vinchin yet. Khan is sure that even now, Vinchin is already reading Carmen and thinking of turning the tables. Meanwhile, inside the prison, Vinchin is lost in thought when Julian tells him that if he wants to clear his name, figuring out what poison it is will be crucial. Vinchin wonders what they can do if they identify the poison. Julian explained that, considering how cautious Abel is, it might be some rare kind of poison, and its origin or maker would be limited. If they can identify the poison, they may be able to track down the real culprit. After giving it some thought, the protagonist recalled the smell of the sea, which startled Julian. The protagonist clarified that it was more like a fishy stench, and there was a similar smell. Julian thinks about the connection between fishy smell, Carmen, and the Pirate Queen, so he finally understands it. He told Vincent it's poison from a toxic lantern angler, which is a predator that lives in the deep seas of the pirate archipelago. It lures prey with glowing, poisonous tendrils on its jaw, and he recalled that a colorless poison is extracted from its glowing tendrils. Julian has heard it used in pirate internal conflicts, and the protagonist realized this is all that women are doing. Julian gets worried because that is bad, because if a toxic lantern angler poisons someone within 5 hours of consumption, their body will melt into water. So if Abel was poisoned after Carmen showed up, then by sunset, it will be 5 hours. Julian is worried because Abel will be dead by sunset if they don't do anything. On the other side, Versa worriedly uttered that this wouldn't do and requested the Lord to give her permission. She wanted to interrogate Carmen with her own eyes right now, and if they do, the truth can be revealed. But Khan clarified that they might not be able to save Abel and explained that he met Carmen, but he disapproved of his approach. Therefore, if they force Carmen to kneel, he might keep the poison identity hidden out of spite. However, Khan knew that he had only a little time left. On the other side, in the jail, Herka is concerned after learning that Abel will die at sunset and realizes that there is not much time left. Vincent clarified they have to hurry, but if Abel dies, he will lose his only proof of innocence, and beyond that, there is something else. Vincent remembered Abel's last words as he wondered why he had been betrayed. The protagonist knew that true Abel was never kind to them, but letting him die unjustly isn't right. He wanted to save Abel no matter what, and Herka inquired if they had a way out. Herka, check it out, in case. But every surface of this prison is laced with magic like bars, so breaking out with force was impossible as well. Furthermore, their weapons were confiscated, so there was no way to escape, and Herka was surprised to see Sarita there. Sarita told Vincent that he is going to die in there. The protagonist is infuriated upon seeing the pirate queen Sarita, wondering why she is there. Sarita remarked that the inland folks are way too soft, but at sea, after capturing the enemy, they kill them right away to avoid future problems. Meanwhile, the civilian wanted to take a break, now wondering what was going on. The man overheard the fortress instructor discussing how Lord Vincent had secretly used poison. His comrade is shocked on hearing this, wondering why Vincent did that. The leader clarified that it is obvious, as Vincent could take down 5th for sure, but by the 4th, he might be running out of steam. He laughed happily because the pathetic kid couldn't abandon his dirty nature. Sari is infuriated upon hearing this and wants to give them a piece of her mind, but Wilson stops her, urging her not to do so. The elf also intervenes, as arguing with people like that is pointless. Sari worriedly called her lord, hoping he could clear his name and get out safely. Abruptly, she noticed someone at her head, so she looked at the person and was shocked as she recognized who that person was. On the other side, Sarita used her skill, Devourer, to rush toward Vincent and strike him with the wave wedge. Vincent hardly evades her attack because her hands were tied, and Herka also can't dodge it without using mana. Abruptly, she got worried as she saw the wave coming at her, and was annoyed because Sarita read her movements. The protagonist becomes scared upon seeing the commander being attacked, so he unleashes his magic to save her. Herka is shocked to see that the stream of water is turned into droplets. Sarita is horrified to see that she stopped and didn't want to think that Vincent has the same water-type blessing as her. While the protagonist thought that it was great, now that he had the chance to counter, he quickly tried to attack her. Sarita is shocked to see the wave of water coming at her, wondering what is happening. Momentarily, the mana magic barrier cast in the prison electrocuted Vincent, so he shouted in pain, and his stream turned into water droplets. Sarita is shocked to see this, wondering what just happened. While inside the prison, Vincent knelt, so Herka asked him if he was okay, and he clarified that he was fine. Sarita started laughing as she realized she had been startled for nothing. But this prison is a special one made by the Magic Tower. Since in this prison, using mana inflicts damage to the user's mana circuits, which means Vincent can't do anything in there except die. So she summoned massive water again, which concerned Vincent as he realized what she was doing. He told Herka to take a breath as deeply as she could. Sarita used the wave prison skill and then unleashed a massive wave of water inside the prison. Vincent and Herka started floating in the water, so Sarita inquired about it. She inquired if he felt scared after being stuck in an endless sea. Sarita is confident that he can't last longer than 2 minutes because even the best diver starts suffocating after 5 minutes. She thought that it was great because they are inland, as Vincent can't become fish food this way. While Vincent and Herka were holding their breath, Sarita told them to drown in the three and die. Shortly, Bargon came there, telling the pirate queen that her hat would never happen because of the one drowning there, which is her. Bargon used his skill of releasing the brand that broke the magical cast in the prison, and water started pouring out of there as it broke. Sarita is shocked to see that a prison built by the magic tower can be broken this easily. After Vincent's handcuffs were broken, he told Sarita to relax, as they were now on land. He broke the rod, lifted it, stared at her, and told Sarita that even if she drowned in this water, she wouldn't be fish food. The protagonist used his skill, so heal, as he charged towards Sarita. But the pirate queen isn't scared of him, and wants him not to underestimate her. She used the blessing of the one who swallows the waves and unleashed a considerable amount of water to strike him. However, she is startled as soon as she sees Vincent's sword near her, and shortly, there is an explosion. After pushing away Sarita, Vincent is thankful to Bargon, as it was thanks to him that he is alive. Bargon grabbed Herka, who is unconscious, and is glad to see Vincent after a while. Vincent wanted to talk to him more, but there is no time right now. Bargon has a rough idea of the situation, so he wanted Vincent to leave this to him and go. Before the protagonist left, Bargon told him that he had seen the spar he had earlier and complimented him on his impressive growth in just 2 years. The protagonist is stunned after hearing this from the fortress commander, who smiles and wants to salute him formally when he returns. After Vincent left, Bargon apologized to him, as he didn't think he could receive that salute for a while. He cannot return to the fortress until this is over, and he discovers the source of the nightmare. After some time, Herka opened her eyes, called out Bargon, and wordlessly sat, wondering what was going on. She wondered where Vincent and the pirate queen were, but after looking around, she realized she was in the forest near the fortress. She noticed that someone even started a fire there, and she grabbed her head as she thought she heard Bargon's voice. Abruptly, she saw a scroll beside her, and she recognized it immediately. On the contrary, Vincent is confronting Sarita, and he expected that getting caught in that kind of current was enough to kill her. Sarita licked the blood on her face, telling him that if she were weak enough to die from that, she wouldn't have earned the title of Pirate Queen. Vincent told her to hand over the antidote for the agui poison, and he was sure that she was aware they didn't have time. Sarita is impressed, as he has already figured that out, so she summons the water wave and clarifies that this makes it even more reason not to let him live. Vincent is shocked to see a massive wave before him and realizes she was held back in prison. He got caught in the wave, but Vincent is relieved as he can use the blessing this time so that he won't suffocate. However, it's dangerous to stay too long in an environment that the enemy created. He looked around to search for Sarita, wondering where she had gone, and soon he sensed her presence behind him. He immediately looked back, only to find that she was there, and he attacked her. However, he was startled upon realizing that it was a clone. He realized that it was a scarecrow made of water, and shortly, Sarita lunged at him as she finally found him. The protagonist is surprised by this sudden attack, so he uses Forced Naval Formation to strike her first. Sarita hardly blocked it and found it annoying because Vincent had the same water blessing, so that this fight could go on forever. She realized that she had to use a big technique all at once. While she is pondering away, Vincent wanted to ask her one thing and inquired why she submitted to Carmen. Since she is the one who can control water, there is no way she lost to Carmen at sea. The pirate queen uttered that he might be unaware of the greatest virtue of a pirate. She clarified that it is greed, and the greed to have more than any other pirate. She affirmed as Carmen lost to her, as he has a shoddy collection of ships and skills too mediocre to be called the next family head. Ultimately, his voyage lasted less than 2 years before ending in defeat. But even at the time he is about to die, he told her not to look down on him. She is astounded at seeing the desire burning inside him, which wasn't of a warrior but was closer to the eyes of a pirate. Sarita wanted to see where Carmen's desire ends, and she became curious about how far that destructive desire would take her. After explaining her reason, she commanded water to rise, and Vincent is shocked to see that. The pirate queen clarified that she can't let him hold her back, so she used a wave swallower to strike him. However, the protagonist stares at the wave, and Sarita uses the secret art shipwrecker. Sarita questioned how that was possible, as that's the technique that made her the pirate queen, because any ship hit by this sank without exception, and she is confident that Vincent would sink in it as well. However, she was shocked as soon as she saw that the world went dark. Vincent accosted the pirate queen to watch closely, gathering the dark aura around the hilt and telling her that the sword was Ableton Eilon, the sword of the man called the Dragon King.